Hey guys, Chaos Shinobi here. This is a story where Naruto is neglected by his parents. However, one day, he stumbles across something that gives him the overpowered ability of life and death. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The Scythe. In the dark paths of the Forest of Death we find Uzumaki Naruto, who was running for his life. His clothes were torn and he had many injuries. Right now he was on the second part of the Chunin exams. However, he was alone because his teammates were killed by IWA shinobis, and now they chased him to kill him too because he was the son of the fourth Hokage. But what they didn't know that it doesn't matter if they kill him because Namake's Minato, the fourth Hokage, didn't care about his son. When the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, Minato sealed only the soul of the demon fox in Naruto. The chakra was sealed in Naruto's twin sister Namake's Yumi. Yumi started her training when she was 4 years old, but for Naruto any kind of training was forbidden. Minato said he would be trained when he was in the academy. So Naruto started his training when he was 8 years old. He tried to train by himself, but an Anbu always watched him and stopped him because these were the Hokage's orders. And when he started the academy, his life didn't become better. His teachers barely taught him anything, and what they taught him was utterly useless, like who was the first Hokage, why he was famous, etc. By this time his sister was way stronger than him. But his problems didn't end here. Because the villagers knew the fox's soul was inside him, they thought he was the fox itself, so they always beat him up, chased him, and sometimes they almost killed him. Then Jiraiya came with his stupid prophecy. A child who was born from two powerful warrior will carry a heavy burden. This child can save the world or leave it in darkness. Minato, Jiraiya, and sadly Naruto's mother, Kushina, thought Yumi is the child who will save them, because she carried a heavy burden, the chakra of the Kyuubi. But I think everybody agrees that Naruto had a way heavier burden. Naruto was ignored by his parents and godparents too. They didn't taught him anything and neglected him. When they finished the academy, Yumi was the kunoichi of the year while Naruto was an average student. Yumi's teammates were Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, while Naruto's teammates were a boy and girl, but they came from a civilian family. He didn't really know their names. Their Jounin sensei was an average teacher, but like the others he hated Naruto too. With this, Naruto didn't have friends. There was nobody whom he could talk. Hyuga Hinata tried to become his friend, but in time she stopped it. Nobody knew why. But then he found the one who was willing to talk to him. It was the Kyuubi, but he asked Naruto to call him Kurama. Kurama listened to him and gave him advices, but unfortunately he didn't really have any idea how he could increase his training. With some luck, Naruto and his teammates became an official team. They did some D and C rank missions. But all this time Naruto barely learned anything new. And when the Chunin exam came, his sensei nominated them immediately. He wanted to get rid of Naruto as soon as possible. He felt sorry for the other two, but it was for the greater good. They passed the first test, but when the second came, everything went from bad to worse. An IWA team ambushed them and killed Naruto's teammates immediately. Naruto was lucky because he could held up against them for a few minutes, but then he saw this was impossible, so he fled. And now we are back where the story started with Naruto was running for his life. Naruto was running as fast as he could while Kurama shouted in his head. "Could you run faster? They are not too far," shouted Kurama, who wasn't in the mood to die. "I am trying, but I am almost out of chakra, and as far as I know you can't give me," shouted Naruto in his head, hoping the fox would shut up. Okay. Just hurry and find a place where we can hide," said the fox, and Naruto suddenly saw a cave and run in. He leaned against the cave's wall and suddenly he fall into route of the cave. He slided down, then he fell into some kind of huge cave tunnel. When he looked up, he saw a scythe in the center of the tunnel. He went closer to see it. The scythe was a little bigger than Naruto. The handle looked like it was made of a human spine, while the blade was in socket that looked like a head of a demon. When Kurama saw the weapon, he started to speak again. "It can't be," said the fox with surprise. "What do you mean? It looks like a plain old scythe," said Naruto. "It isn't just a plain old scythe. That is the death scythe," said Kurama, who was a little afraid of the weapon. "The death scythe? How can it be, and what does it do here?" asked Naruto. "You know there are many other dimensions, this isn't the only one. However, there is only one death, who collect the souls. But I heard from other demons that in one of the other dimensions a human was able to steal the scythe. Then he ambushed the hell. He didn't do nothing else there, just killed and killed. He killed damned souls, demons, and monsters. And with the power of the scythe, he became so powerful he could go against the most powerful demon, Lucifer. As far as I know, he couldn't kill him, but he managed to seal him away, but before that Lucifer banished that weapon somewhere. I would have never thought he sent it here. But now you can take it and show everybody how powerful you are," said the fox, and Naruto was tempted. How powerful was this person? Asked Naruto, who wanted to know everything before he made his choice. His name was Dante, and imagined that he could survive dives from hundreds of meters. He could defeat Cerberus, the three-headed dog, in a few minutes. And Cerberus's power is equal that huge frog that your father uses, said the fox, then continued Dante's achievements which he earned in the hell. Then with this scythe I can show I worth something. I can even defeat my sister, said Naruto with some venom, because his sister in the last few years became selfish, vain, and hateful. Yes, just take it and you will be the strongest. But remember, the scythe has enormous dark power which can corrupt you. It didn't work on Dante because he had his love who stopped him to fall into the darkness completely, said the fox as a last warning. I will manage it somehow, said Naruto, then grabbed the handle and tried to pull out the weapon from the stone. After some try he managed to pull out, then suddenly he felt its power. His orange jacket, which he hated so much, torn to pieces just like his shirt. His pants became from the orange to brown, and some armor appeared on his thigh. Armor appeared on his left arm and on his shoulders too. Then he felt his chest started to burn. But in truth a cross started to appear as a tattoo. In the cross there were weird drawings. When the burning was stopped on his back, a holder appeared where he could put the scythe, then his whole body started to become more muscular. The changing was stopped after a few minutes, but after that Naruto was really worn out. So he sat down and he found a little puddle and checked his new self. He liked the changings. He examined the tattoos, and when he looked at it closer he suddenly had a vision. When the vision was over he understood the tattoos. Those were the sins that was committed against him. Kurama told him that Dante saw a cross on himself with his sins. But in his case it was a tattoo and the other sins were on it. When Naruto finished the checkings he felt suddenly some pain in his whole body. He collapsed on his knees and he had to hold himself with his arm. He screamed like there was no tomorrow, but the pain stopped after a few minutes. Are you all right, Naruto? Asked the fox with some concern. Yes, I am fine now, said Naruto while he panted. Do you know what was this? Asked Naruto, but the fox shocked his head. I don't know, but I felt some dark energy when you felt the pain. Maybe one of the dark and unholy powers after effect. It is hard to say. But are you sure you are all right? Asked the fox. Yes. It is time to go and get those scrolls, said Naruto, because his scroll was taken by the IWA shinobis, because he was stupid enough that he let one of his teammates to carry it. Naruto climbed out from the cave and started to look for the IWA shinobis to get their scrolls and to test his now power. It didn't take much time and they found Naruto, but they were surprised because of his new attire. Well, look at this, guys. I think he wants to seduce us. Sorry, but we don't bend that way, said one of the IWA shinobi, and they started to laugh. I will give you one chance to give me the scrolls, or you will die painfully, said Naruto with a serious tone, but the IWA shinobis only laughed. Do you really think we will give you the scrolls and you will kill us? The last time you run away like a coward, said the same IWA shinobi while the others laughed. A few things changed, but never mind that. Now the scrolls, said Naruto. I think we will take our chances, said the IWA shinobi. It is your funeral, but don't complain me when you die. I tried to warn you, said Naruto and took out his scythe. Come on guys, let's kill him and avenge our fathers, said the IWA shinobi, and the others cheered, and when the first one turned back to face Naruto he was already in front of him. The IWA shinobi didn't even sense him. Naruto didn't wait much, with one swing he decapitated him. The others looked at Naruto and their killed teammate with shock on their faces. Naruto didn't wait and went for the other two. They took out their kunai knives and tried to protect themselves. However, the scythe was too powerful and cut through the knives and their hands. Naruto cut off one of the IWA shinobi's hand, and when he filed his lost hand, Naruto cut off his head too. The last one was terrified and tried to run away, but Naruto activated the one of the scythe power. The blade moved up and now looked like a spear, then shot out while the handle stretched. The blade went through the shinobi's chest and pulled him back, where Naruto pulled out the scythe and cut him half. When Naruto finished, 3 yellow orb appeared and an scythe consumed them. How are you feeling after the first kill? Asked Kurama. I feel fine. No, I never felt this good. Maybe this is the felling of the victory. But what were those orbs? Asked Naruto. Those were their souls. Now you own them, and with some souls you can power up your scythe or you can sacrifice them to get now powers," said Kurama, and Naruto smiled devilly. "Good, I will need every power to defeat my sister, then my father and everybody else how dares to stop me to become the most powerful warrior," said Naruto, and Kurama saw the darkness already started to spread in his mind and soul. Naruto collected the scrolls and their headbands, then went to the tower immediately. By the time the sun went down, Naruto reached the tower. Fortunately, he didn't run into other teams, but deep down he wanted to meet a few other teams to test more of his new power. When he went inside, he saw the table and read it. Then he opened the scrolls and his sensei appeared. "Well, I didn't expect that you would come this far, but congratulations," said Naruto-sensei, but then he saw only Naruto and he looked weird. "Naruto, where are your teammates?" asked the sensei with some fear. "An IWA team attacked us and killed them," said Naruto with a very calm voice, like he didn't really cared about them. "Then how did you survive?" asked the sensei again. "Firstly, I tried to defeat them, but it looked impossibly to defeat them because of your useless training methods," said Naruto with some anger now. "So the only thing I could do after they died to run. Then I surprised them and lured them into a trap and killed them," said Naruto with some lie, then pulled out their headbands for proof. "Okay, but what happened to your clothes and what is that tattoo?" asked the sensei with some concern. "Nothing you have to worry about," said Naruto, and the sensei couldn't do anything about. "All right, because your teammates died, only you can participate on the next part of the exam," said the sensei, and Naruto nodded, then left to rest a little, then eat something because there is still 2 days before the next exam. While Naruto got the scythe and tested on the IWA shinobis, something very interesting happened in the land of toads. The great sage Toad was resting when he suddenly had a vision. But this vision was painful and cruel. In his vision he saw fire, pain and death. The blood flew in rivers. Then he suddenly saw a boy with a scythe who harvested the people. And before he could see what was the end the vision, it was over and he returned. He was panting and sweating. He felt he just looked into the eye of the death. "Great sage, are you all right?" asked Fukasaku, who just came in. "Call Jiraiya immediately," said the sage while he tried to collect himself. "What happened?" asked Fukasaku with some concern. "I am not sure yet, but I had a vision," said the sage. "And what happened in it?" asked Fukasaku. "The world was in flames," said the sage, and Fukasaku got scared. "I summon him immediately," said Fukasaku, and made the seals. "Revert summoning," said Fukasaku, and Jiraiya appeared in the chamber. "What the?" said Jiraiya, who found himself in the great sage's chamber. "What the hell, Fukasaku-sama, I was in the middle of a very important researching," said Jiraiya, but Fukasaku looked him with a frown. "We don't have time for your stupid researching. The sage had a vision," said Fukasaku, and Jiraiya shut up immediately. "What did you see?" asked Jiraiya with a serious tone. "The world was in flames and a boy who killed everybody with a scythe. He was the death itself. But I didn't see the whole vision," said the sage. "What do you mean?" asked Jiraiya, who started to panic. "I am not sure, but the vision seemed incomplete. Maybe in time I will see the rest of it. But be careful, Jiraiya, because this boy wanted to destroy everything," said the sage. "And didn't you see a girl in your vision?" asked Jiraiya, hoping that maybe Yumi will be the one who can stop this. "No, I didn't, but as I said, the vision wasn't complete. Maybe the rest of it will give us the answers," said the sage, and Jiraiya nodded. "All right, I will return to Konoha and tell everything to Minato and Kushina. Maybe they know something," said Jiraiya, and the toads nodded. Then Jiraiya summoned himself back to Konoha and went to Minato immediately. Minato was shocked about the news, but he didn't have any idea who it can be. But right now it was a smaller problem, because Orochimaru appeared in the Forest of Death and marked Uchiha Sasuke with the curse seal. Moreover, his training with Yumi was holed up because she couldn't use the Kyuubi's chakra. She went berserk after the first tale appeared, and they didn't have any idea how they can stop this. When they finished the conversation, Jiraiya left, but before that he said he would try to find this boy with the scythe. Minato nodded, then went home to sleep because the next day will be the last day of the second part of the Chunin exam. The last day was finished, and now in front of Minato and the Jounin senseis stood 22 genin to continue the Chunin exam. What Minato noticed immediately that Naruto was alone, but the biggest remark was the scythe on his back. Minato hoped it wasn't Naruto who Jiraiya talked about, But after the exam he will ask about it and those weird tattoos. Minato didn't hate his son, just he didn't show the same talent that Yumi had. So he slowly pushed him away. At least it was what he thought. While Kushina always wanted to take him out from the shinobi program, because he didn't have huge chakra reserves like her or Yumi. That's why she didn't want to teach him, hoping he would give up and try to find a safer career. But Naruto didn't want to give it up. However, both of them knew about the beating, but they couldn't stop the villagers, because Minato was afraid the civilians would vote to fire him. After Minato told the meaning the Chunin exams, the next part started. The first match was Uchiha Sasuke against Akado Yoroi. Sasuke won, but just barely. The next one was Kankuro against Tsurugi Misumi. Kankuro won because he injured severely his opponent. The next one was Temari against Tenten. Tenten didn't have a chance, so Temari won without breaking a sweat. After this came Akamichi Choji against Kinyuta Dosu. Dosu defeated him easily. The next one was Tsuchikin against Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru won with his superior tactic. The next one was Yamanaka Ino against Haruno Sakura. Unfortunately, none of them won because they knocked out each other. But when the Jounin saw their fight, they saw how undertrained they were. A real shame for every kunoichi. The next was Gaara against Rock Lee. Lee fought bravely, but even he couldn't defeat a Jinchuriki like Gaara. The next was Aburame Shino against Namikaze Yumi. Because Yumi knew how Shino would attack with his bugs, she used taijutsu, and with one Rasengan she defeated him. The following match was Inuzuka Kiba against Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto stayed in because Naruto raised his curiosity. So he fought against Kiba and defeated him very easily. And the following match that everybody wanted to see so much. Uzumaki Naruto against Abumi Zaku. Naruto only smiled, then jumped down. Zaku did the same, then they walked to each other. I don't know what happened to Naruto-kun, but that scythe and those tattoos look very interesting, thought Orochimaru, who stayed to see this match. Maybe the fox's soul did something to him? Thought most of the Jounin senseis. Well, that's how strong you are, Enai-chan. But I am sure you are not stronger than I am, and you never will be, thought Yumi with her vain attitude. Ha, that baka things, that new attire will make me to turn against Sasuke-kun. Well, you are wrong. You are just a second-rate shinobi, a nobody, thought Sakura and Ino. What happened to Naruto? His aura is dark and cold. Feels like I am looking at the death. Well, never mind, it is too troublesome, thought Shikamaru. This kid looks different. When we first saw him, he looked like a real weakling, but now it feels like Gaara, if not worse, thought Kankuro and Temari. Naruto-kun, what happened to you? Is it because you were alone? I am sorry, I tried to be your friend, but I was afraid. But I promise from now on I will be there for you and don't care what my clan says, thought Hinata. Whatever happened to Naruto we will see now, thought Minato. I hope Naruto doesn't push himself too much. But where did he got that scythe and those weird tattoos? Just please survive this, thought Kushina. Well, both of you are ready, asked Gekko Hayate, and both of them nodded. Then you can start, said Hayate, then he jumped away. Well, you look like a real weakling, so you would do better if you just give up, said Zaku, but Naruto only took out his scythe and looked at him. Hey, didn't you hear me? Asked Zaku again. I heard you, but I want to go home, so just let's finish this quickly, said Naruto, and Zaku didn't like his tone. All right then, I will blow you away with my most powerful jutsu, said Zaku, and held up his arms to use his weapon. Naruto only smiled, and then before Zaku could use his arm, Naruto disappeared. When he reappeared again, Zaku only saw swing, then Naruto appeared before him. But the strange thing was that his scythe were on his back again, and in his hands were bleeding arms. When he looked at them, he noticed those were his arms. Then he slowly started to look down and saw his bleeding arm, or what was left from it. Hey, my arms, give my arms back, screamed Zaku with full voice. Sure, here they are, said Naruto with an evil smile and threw the arms in front of him. Zaku collapsed on his knees and tried to pick them up, but because of the shock he didn't realize he didn't have hands to hold them. While he tried to pick them up, Naruto took out his scythe again and walked to Zaku to finish this. He walked behind him and put the blade to his neck, and he still smiled. Please show mercy, said Zaku while he started to cry. Moreover, he soiled and peed himself. Sorry, I am out of mercy, said Naruto, then twitched the blade and cut off his head. I think I won, said Naruto, and started to walk back to the balcony. Because Zaku died, Uzumaki Naruto won, said Hayate, then called the medic shinobis to come and collect Zaku's parts. You are very interesting, Naruto-kun. I will continue seeing your progress, thought Orochimaru. The fox's soul definitely made something to him, thought every jounin. What the hell was that? He just killed him without breaking a sweat. But the genin had to be way stronger than Naruto was. Sakura said how he fought in the forest he should have won, not Naruto. I think he is a little stronger than I thought, but you are still weaker than me, thought Yumi. That baka is a real monster. He just killed him with cold blood. I knew he was a demon and now he showed the proof of it. And if he think he is stronger than Sasuke is then he is stupider than he looks like, thought Sakura and Ino. Oh my god, this became more troublesome than I thought. I hope I don't have to fight him, thought Shikamaru. This kid is frightening. He is as cruel as Gaara if not more cruel. He is a real monster, thought Temari and Kankuro. My god, Naruto-kun, what have you become? Maybe it is not too late to help him. I have to save him before he does something he regrets, thought Hinata. My dear, maybe Naruto is the one who Jiraiya talked about. But if this is true, what can I do? I have to kill him to save the world? What should I do? Thought Minato. Naruto, when did you become this cruel? Maybe we pushed him away too much. All right, I will talk to Minato and from now on we will be real parents to you, thought Kushina. Then the final match came Hyuga Hinata against Hyuga Neji. Neji was way stronger than Hinata, but before Neji could kill her, a scythe landed between them. Then Naruto appeared too to stop the match. All right, Neji, you made your point. You are stronger than her. Now finish this, said Naruto with a serious tone. What does matter to you? You are just a commoner, a nobody. Even your parents hate you. Your fate is to die slowly because you are weak. Your victory was a fluke. Fate would never side with you, said Neji with anger. Did you finish your preach about fate or there is more? Asked Naruto with stoic face. Why you? Said Neji, but Naruto stopped him. But I have to ask you, if you think that is my fate, then what is yours? Asked Naruto. My fate is to become the most powerful shinobi and defeat the main house, said Neji, and Naruto started to laugh. You really decided that is your fate, said Naruto while he laughed. And you think my fate is to die slowly? Please don't laugh me. If you really think you can decide everybody's fate, then you are stupider than I thought, said Naruto while he tried to stop the laughing. And you think that her fate was to die here and now? Asked Naruto. It should have been, but you interrupted me, said Neji with some anger. She doesn't deserve death. She is innocent in your father's death, said Naruto, and Neji looked at him with wide eyes. How do you know this? Asked Neji. Don't worry about that, but there are a few other sins she committed, so don't worry, she needs some atonement, said Naruto and started to leave. Then why did you stop me if she has sins? Asked Neji. Who knows, but those sins aren't connected to you and I will not let you to kill her because of the sins she never committed, said Naruto with a serious tone. Then what about Zaku? Why did you kill him? Asked Neji. Because he was annoying, said Naruto, then went back to the balcony. Hinata was taken to the hospital, then the winners were called. They stood in front of Minato and he told them what would happen next. Then everybody pull out a number from a box. After everybody told their number, Ibiki showed them how they would fight in the next part of the exam. Naruto versus Yumi. Sasuke versus Gaara. Temari versus Shikamaru. Neji versus Kankuro. Dosu versus Kabuto. Everybody understood and started to leave to start their training, but Minato still didn't finish it. Naruto, stay here for a moment, said Minato, and Naruto stopped. Yes, father, said Naruto. Let's talk a little like father and son, said Minato, and Naruto looked at him with an evil smile. Sure, why not? So what do you want to talk about, my dear father? Asked Naruto with a monotone but threatening tone. Firstly, what happened to your teammates? Asked Minato, hoping Naruto didn't kill them. We were ambushed by IWA genins in the forest and they killed them immediately. I tried to defeat them, but I had no chance because of my poor training. I ran away, then lured them into a trap and killed them. Here are their headbands, said Naruto and showed the bloody headbands. Minato was horrified, but curious how Naruto was able to kill those genins, because from the reports he knew those IWA genins were strong. So they were careless or Naruto was lying. Then what about that scythe? asked Minato, hoping Naruto isn't the one Jiraiya spoke about. Oh, this. I found this in the forest in a cave. But don't worry about it. It is just a plain old scythe, said Naruto with a smile, but even a blind man could see it was an evil smile. And the tattoos, that armor, and your whole new look? What can you tell me about that? Asked Minato, who was still not convinced. I found the armor and the clothes next to the scythe, and I made the tattoos before the exam. That's why you didn't see it before, lied Naruto, hoping Minato believe everything, but he didn't really care if he believed it or not. Who made it? Asked Minato. A wanderer tattoo artist who just came to Konoha to see if he can open a shop. But he couldn't find a good place, so after he finished this he left. I even saw him leave the village. Naruto continued lying. And what does those pictures mean? Asked Minato again. Nothing you have to worry about. It is more like an artist's fantasy. Most of them are just pictures without any real meaning. It means what you think it means. It is different for everybody, said Naruto, but Minato knew he was lying. And why did you do it? You know, I and your mother hate when you do something stupid. Be sure your mother will tell you her opinion about this, said Minato, but Naruto didn't really care about it. I did it for fun, said Naruto, and Minato started to had enough of Naruto. Fine, we will talk about this later. Now go home, I have to go back to work. Then I have to train your sister if I find time for it, said Minato, and teleported back to the Hokage Tower. Naruto only smiled, then left. But before that he went to the morgue to collect Zaku's soul. He didn't take it when he died because Minato would be more suspicious. When he got the soul, he went to the underground tunnel which went back to the village. When he was out, he went home immediately. At home, Kushina was waiting for him. It is good you are home, Naruto-kun. Congratulations on winning your match, said Kushina with a nervous smile. What does it matter to you? You and my father never really cared what I do. So what changed? Asked Naruto, and Kushina didn't really know how to answer this question. Naruto, you know we always look after you and we love you. And your sister loves you too. She just needs a little more of our time because of the training we give her, and you know we have to train her because if she goes berserk she could destroy the whole village, said Kushina, but Naruto wasn't touched. Yeah, right, of course. Her training and protecting the village, said Naruto, and Kushina thought she reached her son. That's right, Naruto. But I promise you I will talk to Minato and we will train you too for the finals, said Kushina with a smile, but Naruto only looked back with a frown. And how stupid do you think I am? Asked Naruto, and Kushina was surprised because of the question. Naruto? I don't understand what you are talking about, said Kushina, and Naruto only shocked his head. Do you think I will believe that you will train me? You trained Yumi since she was 4 years old. I could start training when I was 8 years old, and at the academy the training was a joke. Moreover, you never let me train on my own before the academy because those bloody ANBU agents stopped me every time. I would never imagine that my father, or even you, could find a little time to train me. So I will train alone, said Naruto, and he was about to go to his room when Kushina stopped him. We didn't let you train because we didn't want you to get hurt. And you are not as strong as your sister. You don't have huge chakra reserves like she or I do, said Kushina, but she just realized this last sentence was a poor choice of words. So you think I am weak, don't you? What a surprise. And I thought only my father and Jiraiya thought I am weak. Thanks for the information, said Naruto, and he went to his room, but Kushina stopped him again. Naruto, please listen to me. We will train you for the finals. But I would be happier if you stopped being a shinobi after the exams, said Kushina, and Naruto looked at her like she just grew another head. You want me to stop being a shinobi because I am disgrace to our family? Asked Naruto. No, of course not. It's just, I want to protect you from the harsh world of the shinobis, said Kushina with a sad smile. Then you want me to stop being a shinobi because you think I am weak and a disgrace to our family, and your stupid excuse for this is that you want to protect me. Please don't make me laugh. You should use this excuse for Yumi too, said Naruto. Yumi has to be a shinobi, because that's the only solution for her. Only shinobi training can help her control the fox's chakra, said Kushina, but Naruto wasn't touched. Think what you want. I won't stop being a shinobi. And now if you excuse me, I want to rest, said Naruto, and went into his room. Wait, I still want to ask about that scythe and those tattoos, said Kushina. I told everything to father. Ask him, said Naruto. Then he closed his bedroom's door, leaving Kushina without answers. And because she wanted to know it, she went to Minato immediately. What they didn't know, Yumi was there and heard everything. She smiled because her mother made sure what she assumed. Even Kushina thought Naruto was weak and he shouldn't have become a shinobi. Kushina ran to Minato's office and she found him in his office doing the paperwork. Kushina asked about the scythe and the tattoos. Minato told her what Naruto told him, and he added that he thought he was lying. However, Kushina wasn't surprised. They pushed Naruto away because Yumi's training took too much of their time. Minato, he doesn't trust us, of course he is lying, said Kushina. Kushina, you know what we did wasn't intentional. Yumi's training only took too much time and didn't leave any time for us to care about Naruto too, said Minato. I know we had to do this, but maybe it would have been better if we showed him something that could help him, said Kushina. It was you who wanted that Naruto wouldn't become a shinobi, so don't blame me, I didn't show him anything, said Minato with some anger. I don't blame you. I hoped he would give up by himself if he saw we didn't want to train him. I was wrong and now he is, said Kushina, but she couldn't finish the sentence. I know, I just hope he isn't the one who Jiraiya talked about, said Minato, maybe a little too loud. Wait, what did Jiraiya tell you? Asked Kushina. The Toad Sage had a vision. He saw a boy with a scythe who was killing everybody. He said he was the death itself, but he said also the vision was incomplete, said Minato. And you think Naruto is the one who the sage saw? It can't be Naruto, he doesn't have this kind of power, said Kushina, trying to refuse that her son would become a monster. After what we saw on his match, I would keep my eyes on him, said Minato, but Kushina still refused it. I don't believe this. I won't accept that my son will become the one who will destroy the world, said Kushina, but Minato only shocked his head. We can't be sure, but it would be better if we took his scythe, said Minato, but Kushina didn't agree with him. If we do this, he will hate us more and he will really think we want to keep him weak, said Kushina. Then what should we do? Asked Minato, who had no idea what would be the good choice. I already promised him we will train him, so I will train him, said Kushina, but Minato shocked his head. I am sorry, but you have to train Yumi because I will be too busy to organize the finals, said Minato, and Kushina wasn't happy when she heard this. Then who will train Naruto, because I am sure his sensei wouldn't do it, said Kushina, and Minato thought about it for a minute. Jiraiya will train him. I will call him back and by tonight he will be here and tomorrow morning they can start. Moreover, he can keep an eye on Naruto, said Minato, and Kushina wanted to argue, but she saw in Minato's eyes he wouldn't change his mind. Fine, but I still try to make amends with him, said Kushina, and Minato nodded. Then Kushina went home to make dinner. Minato immediately summoned a toad and said to him to find Jiraiya and tell him he had to come back. The toad nodded and then went to find Jiraiya. Fortunately, the toad found him very soon and Jiraiya returned by night. When he returned, Minato told him what happened to Naruto and he was afraid he was the one who the sage saw in his vision. So Minato told him he had to train Naruto for finals and he had to keep an eye on him and collect as much information as much he could. Jiraiya agreed, then went to prepare a training regiment for Naruto. After Jiraiya left, Minato saw it was time to go home because the dinner was ready by this time. When he arrived, he saw Kushina was about serving the food. She asked him to call Yumi and Naruto, and he nodded. Yumi, Naruto, come down, the dinner is ready, said Minato, and Yumi ran down with great speed, while Naruto took his time and walked. Took him a minute to reach the dining room, and when he sat down everybody started to eat. What they noticed immediately, Naruto didn't wear a shirt, so they saw his tattoos. Naruto, why don't you wear a shirt? Asked Kushina, and Naruto stopped the eating for a moment. It is more comfortable like this, said Naruto, and continued the eating. Naruto, I talked to Jiraiya, and he said he would be happy to train you for the finals, said Minato with a smile. I don't need him, I will train alone. He can train Yumi, said Naruto, and he continued the eating again. But Naruto, you will need somebody to teach you. Right now you don't have any chance against your sister. Jiraiya could help you. Maybe you won't win, but maybe you will be promoted, said Minato, but Naruto didn't even listen to him. You hear that, Anai-chan? They don't believe you have a chance against me, said Yumi with a smug smile. Yumi, don't be rude. Apologize immediately, said Kushina with a serious tone. But before Yumi could apologize, Naruto stood up because he finished his dinner and went to the sink to wash his dish. When he finished, he started to walk back to his room. But Minato stopped him for a moment with a question. Naruto, wait, what about the training? Asked Minato. Like I said, I don't need any of you, or your training, said Naruto. Then he looked at Yumi, then he smiled at her like a mad person. And for some reason Yumi started to get scared. We will see who is the stronger, my dear sister, said Naruto and left to his room. I will beat the crap out of him for this. Dad, I want to train with you in this month non-stop, said Yumi with anger. Sorry Yumi, but I will be busy, so your mother will train you, said Minato, and Yumi snorted. Fine, said Yumi with some disappointment. Then she finished her dinner too, then went to bed. Minato and Kushina finished their dinner, then went to bed too. The next morning Minato, Kushina and Yumi were eating their breakfast when Jiraiya came. Good morning Minato. I came to take Naruto for his training, said Jiraiya, and Minato nodded and let him inside. Naruto, wake up. Jiraiya is here to take you out to train, shouted Minato, but Naruto didn't responded. So Minato tried again, but the answer didn't came. So he went to his room. When he was in front of his room, he saw a note. It said he went out to train, he would be back by dinner. Minato told Jiraiya what happened, and he nodded, then left to find Naruto. Naruto used the transformation technique to get some scrolls about scythe fighting styles from library, then went to an empty training ground to master them. He trained for a few hours when Jiraiya appeared behind him. It isn't easy to find you. So are you ready for the training? Asked Jiraiya. Naruto stopped his training and turned to him. What do you want, perverse voyeur? Asked Naruto, and Jiraiya was a little surprised because nobody called him voyeur before. I am here to train you, because your parents asked me, said Jiraiya, but Naruto turned again and showed his back to him. I am fine alone. Leave you disturb my training, said Naruto, and wanted to continue his training, but Jiraiya interrupted him. Wait a minute Naruto. I came from very far to train you. You should appreciate that one of the legendary Sannin wants to train you. So I will not leave until my journey is paid off, said Jiraiya, but Naruto wasn't touched. Not far from here there is a hot spring. Go and enjoy yourself and your journey is paid off, said Naruto, and Jiraiya felt a little offended. Why don't you want to be trained by me or your parents? Asked Jiraiya, because he realized he had to change tactic to collect information from Naruto. You didn't want to train me before, so I learned how to train myself. So I don't need you. But anyway, you wouldn't train me anyway. Isn't your research more important than I am? Asked Naruto, and Jiraiya didn't understand what he was talking about. I don't know what you are talking about, said Jiraiya. Then let me jog your memory. Look on to my tattoo and face your sins, said Naruto, and Jiraiya thought he was joking. He looked at the tattoo and suddenly he felt like he was sucked in. Flashback, it is like when Dante faces his sins. Jiraiya was in the hot spring and looked through a little hole and watched the naked women. He knew this day was perfect when suddenly somebody called him. Jiraiya-ji-chan, shouted the 5-year-old Naruto. Jiraiya looked at him and asked him. Naruto, right? What do you want? I am in the middle of a very important researching, said Jiraiya. Jiraiya-ji-chan, Mom and Dad don't want to train me to become a powerful shinobi. Can you train me? Asked Naruto with a hopeful smile, but Jiraiya only sighed. Sorry Naruto, but what I am doing right now is more important than your training. Your parents will train you when they think you are ready or whatever. Now go, said Jiraiya, and he was about to continue when. But Ji-chan, how can it be that looking at naked lattice more important than training me? I want to be strong to protect the village and show everybody I worth something, said Naruto, and he was about to cry, but Jiraiya had enough. It is more important than you are, you spoiled little brat. Don't you understand that my fans is waiting for my new book? Moreover, your parents don't want to train you because you are talentless for the shinobi arts. Moreover, you are not as important as Yumi is. Now go and don't interrupt me again, shouted Jiraiya, and Naruto started to cry and ran away. Stupid brat. He is stupid or brave to interrupt me when I am doing my research, said Jiraiya, but when he turned he saw a mob of angry women. They weren't very happy about that. He peeped on them, so they beat the crap out of him. When they finished, Jiraiya cursed Naruto. Flashback end. Jiraiya woke up from the memory jogging. He was panted and sweating, then suddenly collapsed on his knees. He looked up at Naruto and saw his face. He smiled at him like he smiled at Yumi. You smell from the sin of lust. You sinned against me because your so-called research was more important than your godson. I would kill you, but right now I am not strong enough. But I promise you I will kill everybody who sinned against me. Even my dear sister isn't exception," said Naruto, and he was about to leave Jiraiya. "Oh, and next time don't disturb my training," said Naruto, then left Jiraiya alone. Jiraiya got himself together, then went to Minato to tell him what he learned. When Jiraiya told him what Naruto did, he couldn't imagine what kind of power Naruto had. "Maybe he used some kind of genjutsu?" said Minato, but Jiraiya shocked his head. "I don't think so. I didn't feel any chakra from him. Whatever he used is beyond our understanding. That's why I ask you. Took that scythe away from him and check him with a Yamanaka," said Jiraiya. "You think the fox's soul did something?" asked Minato. "I am not sure because I didn't check his seal, but it would be better if we did that too," said Jiraiya and nodded. "You are right. It is for everyone's safety," said Minato and called an ANBU agent to find Naruto. An hour later, the ANBU agent returned without Naruto. "I am sorry, Hokage-sama, but I couldn't find him," said the agent. "What? He couldn't just disappear. Continue the searching," ordered Minato. "Hi, Hokage-sama," said the agent, then he teleported away. "What do you think, Jiraiya?" asked Minato. "I am afraid it is Naruto who the sage saw in his vision, and that scythe gave him some kind of dark power which we never heard before," said Jiraiya, and Minato looked down. "And what should we?" asked Minato, and this time Jiraiya looked down. "I only see 3 options right now," said Jiraiya, and Minato looked at Jiraiya, then he started to list them. "The first option is that we take away the scythe and look up Naruto until we have a better understanding on the scythe. And of course we made sure the fox didn't influence Naruto," said Jiraiya. "The second is we try to find something that make him forget about his revenge against everybody who sinned against him, like he said Jiraiya, and Minato nodded. "And the third option?" asked Minato, who hoped it wasn't that he thought it was. "I think you know the third option," said Jiraiya, and Minato looked down again. "Killing Naruto, isn't it?" asked Minato, and Jiraiya nodded. "Yes, but I would put this option away until we learn the rest of the vision, and that if there is a connection to the prophecy," said Jiraiya, and Minato nodded again. "Now I go and try to find some information about that scythe in the library. Somebody has to know about it," said Jiraiya, and Minato laughed a little. "You and the library aren't compatible, sensei," said Minato. "Well, I have to be open for new experiences," said Jiraiya, then left. Minato continued the paperwork while he waited the ANBU agent. Unfortunately, they didn't find Naruto, only a few notes that said he would be back for the finals. So nobody saw Naruto in this month. But now the time for preparing for the finals is finished. And the finalists are in the arena to show everyone how powerful they are. There was almost everybody. Gaara, Dosu, Kabuto, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru, Niji, and Yumi. Only Naruto and Sasuke were missed. Then Minato signed to Ganma to start it. "Welcome everyone, my name is Shiranui Ganma, and I will be the referee for the Chunin exam finals. I would like the first 2 fighter to step out. Namikaze Yumi and Uzumaki Naruto. The others leave the arena ground," said Ganma, and Yumi stepped out and smiled smugly while the others left. Then suddenly Naruto jumped in from the tallest building of the arena. Everybody was stunned how somebody could survive this. Naruto smiled at her sister, then said, "I hope you are ready, my dear sister, because I will crush you today." Before Naruto arrived, in the grandstand, Naruto's former classmates who didn't win in the preliminary matches were sitting next to each other in the first row. Inside were Sakura, next to her was Ino, then Chuji. Next to Chuji was Shino, then Kiba, and finally Hinata. They saw everybody except Sasuke and Naruto. "Do you think Naruto and Sasuke will appear before their matches?" asked Chuji while he ate his snacks. "Sasuke-kun will be here and show all these losers he is the strongest. And that baka, who cares if he is here or not? He would only embarrass the village. Anyway, he is just a monster. Didn't you see what he did to that genin in the preliminary matches?" said Sakura, and Ino would agree with her in most cases, but she started to think in the last month about Naruto. "I am sure Sasuke-kun will be here, but I don't know what to think about Naruto. He wasn't like this before. Sure, he was weak and all, but he never was this cruel and sadist. Something must have happened in the forest to change this much," said Ino, and the others started to think about this. Oh, come on, Ino. He is only shows his real colors. You know that everybody hates him because he is monster, a demon, said Sakura, who was convinced she was right. And what kind of monster are we talking about? Why is he a monster? Asked Shino with a monotone tone. Well, maybe you didn't see his fight, but he killed that genin with cold blood. That makes him a monster, said Sakura. Then if it is true, then all of our parents are monsters because they killed in the last war, said Shino. That's not the same. They were forced to kill, but Naruto wasn't, screamed Sakura. It is totally same, Sakura. In a fight you kill or you will be killed. Naruto chose to kill instead of being killed, said Shino, but Sakura couldn't agree with him. But Shino continued. And what about the times before he became what he is now? That time I hardly could call him a monster. When we saw him in the park or in the academy or when he just walked in the streets, I never saw a monster, said Shino, but Sakura had started to had enough of him. He was a monster that time too. He was a monster all of his life. My parents said he was the reason my grandparents died and a lot of other people too, said Sakura. As far as I know, your grandparents died when the Kyuubi attacked the village. So following your logic, you think a newborn baby killed your grandparents. Then you said he was a monster all of his life even if he didn't do anything bad against us, said Shino, but Sakura wasn't convinced. But Shino continued. When I saw Naruto, I only saw a lonely boy without friends but not a monster, said Shino. So tell me, Sakura, if you are so clever like you claim you are, how can a lonely and untrained boy be a monster? Asked Shino, and this time Sakura couldn't come up with anything, but she knew she had to say something or they would think she is stupid. He is a monster, and that's my last word. You can say whatever you want, Shino, said Sakura, and Shino only shocked his head. Well, at least you tried to reason with her, said Kiba. Then he heard a little coughing. He turned to Hinata and saw she was coughing. Are you all right, Hinata? Asked Kiba, and Hinata nodded. Yes, I am. Just give me a minute to calm down, said Hinata, and started to take deep breaths. Are you worried about Naruto? Asked Kiba, and Hinata nodded. Don't worry, he will be here and then you can talk to him, said Kiba, and Hinata nodded again. The truth is, after Hinata woke up in the hospital, she wanted to thank Naruto saving her life. But when she looked for him, he didn't find him. She even went to the Namikaze residence, but Kushina could only said he was out training and he would be back by the finals. However, besides saying thank you, she wanted to talk to him about what he said to Niji and try to become his friend. Because Hinata thought if Naruto had somebody who he could talk or somebody who was willing to listen to him, he would be the old himself again. The one who saved her from the bullies. I hope Naruto will come, and after the exam I will thank him and fix my mistakes with him. But I don't know what he meant about I sinned. Never mind, I will fix everything, I don't care if I will be branded, thought Hinata. So Hinata? Asked Kiba, and Hinata turned to him. Yes, what is it? Asked Hinata. Will you confess to Naruto besides saying thanks saving your life? Asked Kiba, and Hinata blushed madly. Kiba-kun, how can you ask me something like this? Said Hinata while she blushed. Sorry, I was just curious, said Kiba. I don't understand what you see in that good-for-nothing monster. If I were you, I would confess to Sasuke-kun, said Sakura. Sakura, if we want to hear your opinion, we ask you, said Shino with the same monotone voice. But before she could say something, Naruto appeared in the arena. Well, look at this, Naruto came. But where did he come from? Asked Kiba. He just jumped in from on of the roofs, said Chuji. That's impossible, he would break his legs, said Kiba. Well, maybe he isn't as weak as you thought, Sakura, said Shino, and Sakura only snorted. He isn't as strong as Sasuke-kun or Yumi. I would bet even I could defeat him, said Sakura with a smug smile. Then how can it be that you are up here and he is down there? Asked Hinata this time, and the others chuckled on Sakura. Before Naruto arrived, in the Kage grandstand, Minato and Kushina sat next to each other and waited for the two Kages. The first is Raza, the fourth Kazekage, and the second is Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. However, they didn't know it wasn't Raza but Orochimaru who killed Raza and disguised himself as the Kazekage to kill Minato and destroy Konoha. Inoki only came because he heard that one of finalists is the one who killed one of the IWA teams who came for the exam, and he wanted no more about him. While Minato and Kushina waited for them, they talked about the last month. So what do you think? Will Yumi beat Naruto? Asked Minato. I don't know. Yumi became stronger, but we don't know anything about Naruto and his training. I still can't believe he could force Jiraiya on his knees, said Kushina, and Minato nodded. I can't either, but like Jiraiya said, Naruto stated that he wasn't strong enough to defeat him. He only surprised him, said Minato. Did he find anything about that scythe? Asked Kushina, but Minato shook his head. He didn't find anything. Whatever that weapon is, we don't know anything about it, which brings up two options, said Minato. What are these options? Asked Kushina. The first is that this weapon is something new, so nobody saw it before, or something so old that there isn't any notes about it, said Minato, and Kushina nodded. Do you really think Naruto is the one who the sage saw in his vision? Asked Kushina with a quiet tone. I am afraid so, answered Minato. What will we do? Asked Kushina, and Minato scraped his head. Firstly, I don't want to use drastic measures. Maybe we can change the vision if we change Naruto, said Minato. And how do you want to do that? With seals? Asked Kushina a little louder. No, at least not yet. We find somebody for him. He is teenager, so he started to notice the girls, said Minato, and this made Kushina think. Do you remember that girl? What was her name? Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi's daughter. She interested about Naruto during the last month, because she wanted to thank him saving her life. Maybe she can convince Naruto, said Kushina with a smile, because she thought she found the solution. Hayashi would never agree, but you can try, said Minato. Then they continued this conversation until the other two Kages arrived. Minato and Kushina stood up and welcomed them. Kazekage Dano, Tsuchikage Dano. I am very happy you are here, said Minato with a false smile. We are happy to be here, Hokage Dano, said the Kazekage, who hid his face. Neglect the useless welcome party. I only came to see the one who killed one of my genin teams, said Inoki, and then Minato frowned without Inoki's notice. You will see him. Please sit down and enjoy the final exam, said Minato, and the Kazekage nodded, then sat down, while Inoki snorted, then sat down too. After this, Minato signed for Genma to start it. Then a minute later Naruto appeared. He didn't change much, maybe he was a little taller. So your son will fight against your daughter. It is quite interesting, wouldn't you say? Asked Inoki, and Minato nodded. I hoped we could avoid it, but I trust my children won't kill each other, said Minato, and then they watched the start of the final part of the exam. After Naruto arrived in the arena, Yumi stared at her brother, then started to laugh at his statement like he just said a joke. You will crush me? Me? Don't make me laugh, Anai-chan. Everyone knows you were the weakest from our class when we graduated, and I was the strongest, and I trained like a madman in the last month. You have a no chance defeating me. You will be lucky to survive 1 minute against me, said Yumi, but Naruto pretended he was sleeping, and this made Yumi pretty pissed. Oh, sorry, did you say something? I was just about taking a nap, said Naruto, and this made Yumi more pissed. That's it. I had enough of you. Referee, start the match. I want to break out all of his teeth, said Yumi, and Genma saw it would be better to start this before she did something that everybody would regret. All right, if both of you are ready, you can start, said Genma, then jumped back to give them space to fight. Yumi didn't wait, she bit her thumb and started doing hand signs. Kuchiyose no Jutsu, shouted Yumi, and hit her hand on the ground, and suddenly a red toad appeared. He was 2 meters high and wore some armors on his arms and had 2 katanas. Yumi hopped on his head. All right, Gamasai. Please show my brother who is the strongest here, said Yumi, and the toad nodded. As you wish, mistress, said Gamasai, and jumped in front of Naruto to attack him, but Naruto evaded, then retreated a few meters. But the toad didn't give him time to recover. He attacked again, and Naruto evaded his attacks again. They did that a few minutes, but Yumi realized this tactic wouldn't work, so she retreated to come up with a new plan. Why don't you attack? You are only evading. If you are so strong like you claim, then prove it, said Yumi, trying to piss him off because she thought he would make a great mistake if he was angry. Oh, don't worry, my dear sister, I will show you my new power, said Naruto, then put his palms together like he was praying. Oh, fearless monster that serves the demons of hell, hear my call and come forward, said Naruto while he made some hand signs, and Yumi looked at her like he had gone mad. Kuchiyose no Jutsu, Asterian beast, shouted Naruto then, and huge monster appeared. It was pitch black and looked like a hybrid from a gorilla and a crocodile. He had big and sharp claws and teeth. They looked like they were made of steel. When it screamed, Naruto hopped on his head and connected his scythe's blade to its head. Then the monster suddenly became tamed. Fire! Said Naruto, and the beast started to shout fire from its mouth. Gamasai was fast and jumped back to evade the fire. Gamasai, do you know what is that? Asked Yumi. I have no idea, mistress. I have never seen a creature like that before, said Gamasai, and Yumi started to panic because she was against something which she has never heard or saw before. Any idea how can we defeat it? Asked Yumi, but the toad shocked his head. I don't know. Maybe water-type jutsus would work, but I only know wind-type jutsus to help you out, if you remember, said Gamasai, and Yumi cursed herself. They have to learn other types of jutsus after the exam. When she thought about this, Gamasai evaded a second fireball from the beast. Think, Yumi, think. There has to be a way to defeat that thing, thought Yumi. While Yumi and Naruto fought, Minato, Kushina, Inoki the Tsuchikage, and Orochimaru, who disguised himself as the Kazekage, watched the match with curious eyes. Orochimaru smiled like a madman under the mask because he started to become more and more interested in Naruto. I have to say, your son is very impressive, Hokage Dano. You must have trained him a lot, said the Kazekage. Oh well, I don't want to praise myself too much, but it isn't just my excellence. Naruto is a prodigy when it is about shinobi arts, lied Minato, trying to show he was the one who trained Naruto. And what is that monster your son used right now? I have never seen a creature like that before, asked Inoki with concern and anger. I am sorry, but it is classified information, Tsuchikage Dano, said Minato with the same tone. While the Kages talked about the match, Naruto's former classmates did the same. They were impressed and terrified in the same time. What the hell is that thing? Shino, do you have any idea? Asked Kiba with some fear. Even Akamaru climbed inside Kiba's jacket in his fear. I don't know, but whatever it is, it makes my queen to be afraid of it, said Shino, and Kiba started to become more afraid. See, Shino? Only a monster can summon another monster, stated Sakura while she tried to hide her own fear. Would you shut up, Sakura, because if you won't I will feed you with that thing, shouted Hinata. Then she started to cough again. Sakura, you just shut up, and Hinata, don't stress yourself. You aren't healed completely yet, said Kiba, and Hinata nodded. Back in the arena, Yumi, who was on the top of Gamasai, evaded the fireballs, but Gamasai started to run out of chakra. Mistress, you have to do something, because I am running out of chakra, said the toad, and Yumi gritted her teeth, because she still didn't find the answer. But then she suddenly saw where the scythe was. She remembered Naruto connected it to the monster, and after that the monster was tamed. Gamasai, I have an idea, but you will be sent home, said Yumi, and the toad nodded. It is all right, I am almost out of chakra, said the toad. Then Yumi told him to jump above him. The toad did what Yumi ordered and jumped above him, and he started to fly to Beast. The Beast's reaction was to use another fireball. The fireball hit the toad and it was sent home, but Yumi jumped off of him. Now Yumi flew towards Naruto, and when she was close enough she kicked him down with his scythe from the Beast. Naruto understood her tactic and did the best thing he could. He sent the Beast back to the hell. So I was right, said Yumi after she landed on the ground. Why was you right, my dear sister? Asked Naruto when he landed too. You could only control that monster if your scythe is connected to its head, or am I wrong? Asked Yumi with a smug smile, but Naruto only laughed. You know, it is not easy to control monsters from the hell, but you only saw the first one from 3 monsters I can control. But I won't summon them because they could level the whole village in a few minutes, said Naruto, and Yumi and everybody else's eyes widened by this statement. You are bluffing. There isn't anything that could do such a thing, shouted Yumi in her anger. And how do you know? You just fought a monster that you have never heard or saw before, said Naruto while he snickered. In the Kage's grandstand, everybody was surprised, and for some reason they trembled. The Kazekage and Inoki turned to Minato, who tried to hide his fear and show that he knew everything about Naruto and his power. Is that true, Hokage? Does that boy can control monsters which can destroy a village within minutes? Asked Inoki with fear in his voice. Well, I am not sure if they can destroy a village within a few minutes, but they can destroy a big part of the village if the attack is well organized, lied Minato, but this lie didn't help too much. First time it was you, and now your son has the power to destroy whole villages. Why am I not surprised? Asked Inoki with anger. Calm down, Tsuchikage-dano. I am sure the Hokage wouldn't use such things. Right, Hokage-dano? Asked the Kazekage. Of course. We wouldn't kill innocent people just to show our power, said Minato, trying to calm Inoki down. But it didn't help. In the arena, Naruto and Yumi continued the fight. Right now, Yumi took out a katana and she tried to defeat his brother with that. During the last month, Kushina started to teach her kenjutsu. She was far to be a master, but she was good with it. While Naruto learned some scythe styles, he was the same like her sister with her katana. Both of them fought with their every might, but none of them could make a finishing strike. They fought at least 5 minutes and Naruto started to run out of chakra, because he had smaller reserves than Yumi. What's the matter, Anai-chan? Are you tired? But we only started, said Yumi, then started to laugh. Naruto didn't like this and he used his advanced speed and made a few powerful swing which made Yumi to retreat. When she could retreat far enough from Naruto, she saw he made a few injuries on her. Is it better, my dear sister? Asked Naruto, and this only made Yumi madder. You know what, I had enough of you. I will be totally run out of chakra after this jutsu, but I don't care, because after this you will disappear forever, said Yumi and started to call Kurama's chakra to use her new jutsu. She started to concentrate the chakra in an orb and then she shrunk it. When Minato saw this, he wanted to stop her, but it was too late now, because she was ready. Naruto, she will use my chakra. I would suggest running, shouted Kurama in Naruto's head. Don't worry, everything is in its place. I have one, said Naruto. Then he saw Yumi's jutsu. Say bye-bye, Anai-chan. Bijou beam, shouted Yumi, and she sent an enormous chakra beam on Naruto. Naruto only smiled when the beam hit him. Yumi gave a little more chakra to it, and where Naruto stood the ground exploded. A minute later Yumi stopped, and the only thing she saw was a crater where she concentrated the beam, where Naruto stopped. Most of the audience couldn't say a word for a minute, but then they started to cheer for Yumi, who killed the so-called demon. While Yumi's former classmates had similar and yet different opinions. Ha 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 ha. I knew he was a weakling. Good work, Yumi. Because you killed him, I will ask Sasuke-kun to be your second wife, because I will be the first one, shouted Sakura with a huge smile. Ino couldn't come up with a reaction. She was a little sad, but a little happy too. She couldn't decide it. Chuji was sad because he thought Naruto was a good person. Shino showed his everyday expression, but he knew something was off because the queen was still afraid, just like Akamaru. Kiba didn't know what to say. He was similar to Shino. He thought also that something was off because of Akamaru, but it was Hinata whom brain just shut down. She couldn't accept the fact that Naruto died. No, it can't be. He can't be dead, shouted Hinata with full power. Then she started to cry. See Hinata. He was a total weakling, a good-for-nothing monster. But now he paid for everything he has ever done, said Sakura while she laughed. No, no, no. I know he is alive, said Hinata, while Shino and Kiba tried to calm her down. It is all right, Hinata. Let it out, said Kiba while he hugged her to calm her down. I know he is alive, whispered Hinata. While in the Kage groundstand, Minato couldn't decide to be happy or to be sad. He wanted to be happy because if Naruto died, then the vision the sage saw was no more. However, he should be sad because his son just died. Next to him, Kushina cried, then stood up and wanted to go down to see if her son really died. Kushina, stop, shouted Minato. I want to go down, said Kushina. Wait until Yumi is called the winner, said Minato. But our son just died. Maybe there is nothing left from him. And you say I have to wait, shouted Kushina the last part. While they fought with each other, down in the arena, Yumi was exhausted like never before. She barely could walk to the crater. Ha ha ha. See, brother, I am the strongest. And now I win. Referee, my opponent is dead. So report it, ordered Yumi, and because Genma didn't see Naruto, he didn't much of a choice. Because Uzumaki Naruto died, the winner is, said Genma, but suddenly a loud laughing interrupted him. Yumi turned to the crater and saw the rocks were moving. A minute later, Naruto stood up. He was bloody, full of injuries. His clothes were torn and his armor were deficient or damaged. When Yumi looked at him, she smiled. In the groundstand, Hinata was still crying, but then Kiba called her. Hinata, look at his Naruto, he is still alive, said Kiba, and Hinata slowly looked down and saw a bloody and injured Naruto. She held her arms to her mouth in her fear. My God, he is barely alive, said Hinata while she continued the crying, but this time they for joy. We have to stop the match or Yumi will kill him, said Hinata. Oh, for God's sake. Hinata, let her kill him. Everything would be better without him, said Sakura, who couldn't believe that Naruto could survive this. Sakura, we told you to shut up, said Kiba. Hinata, we can't stop the match. If we did that, he would be angry at us, said Shino, and Hinata realized he was right and nodded. In the Kage grandstand, nobody could believe in their eyes. Naruto survived an attack like that. Orochimaru's interest just skyrocketed, while Inoki was afraid because she couldn't believe that a human could survive a Bijou attack. Minato still couldn't decide if he should be happy or sad. Happy because his son is alive, or sad because the sage's vision isn't destroyed. However, Kushina was happy because his son survived. And right now she was sure she would take him out from the shinobi program. Your son is incredible, Hokage Dano. To survive an attack like that, he is very powerful, said the Kazekage. Well, yes he is, but I hoped my daughter wouldn't use that jutsu. After the exam I will talk to her about this, said Minato. But let's return to the arena. So you survived. I have to say I am impressed. But look at yourself. You have no chance against me. Maybe I have barely enough chakra to do one Rasengan. But it is more than enough to defeat you. So you should just give up, said Yumi, but Naruto laughed. Why should I? You just gave me the chance to defeat you, said Naruto, and Yumi looked at him like he just gone mad. How could you win? You look like you just came back from the hell, shouted Yumi. Well, why don't I show you then, said Naruto. Then he made a few hand signs. Undivine armor, shouted Naruto. Then black wings appeared on his back and some dark energy surrounded him. But for her surprise, his injuries started to heal. The blood disappeared from his body. Even his clothes and armor were fixed. A minute later, Naruto was like he was new. However, the wings didn't disappear. How is this possible? How could you heal yourself this quick? Only Bijou Chakra could do this, but you can't have that. But then how? It doesn't matter, maybe you healed yourself, but you are still tired, so you are not much nearer to win against me, shouted Yumi. However, Naruto laughed again. You know, the original technique's name was Divine Armor. The technique would heal you and protect you from stronger attacks. But I modified a little, said Naruto, and this only made Yumi angry. How could a loser like you modify a technique? And what did you modify? Shouted Yumi. Instead of protecting me against stronger attacks, I regained half of my chakra, said Naruto, and Yumi's eyes widened when she heard that. Everybody else was stunned when they heard what this technique can do. However, there was a big catch. Naruto can activate this technique once per day. The fact is, during the last month, Naruto realized he had not just chakra in him but something which he called mana. And to use the Undivine Armor, he had to use all of his mana, and it needs a whole day to be reloaded. And now, in the first time in her life, Yumi started to tremble because Naruto started to walk to her with his insane smile. Well then, my dear little sister, let's continue, said Naruto, and took out his scythe. Yumi tried to run away, but she was too tired. Naruto tripped her with his scythe, then he grabbed her and threw her to the ground. He did this for a few more times, then he started to hit her with the end of his scythe. When he was bored with that, he made a few slash on her. He continued to torture her until she was bloody, full of injuries, and her clothes were torn. She tried to crawl away, but Naruto grabbed her and turned her so she could look in his eyes. Please stop. It hurts. It hurts so much, said Yumi, and she started to cry. I think you had enough, but before we finish it, face your sins, said Naruto, and Yumi unconsciously looked on the tattoos and she was sucked in. Flashback. The 6-year-old Yumi was training in the garden. Right now she practiced her taijutsu when Naruto walked up to her. He was sad, but Yumi had better things to do than console her brother. Hi Ne-chan, can we talk? Asked Naruto. I am busy. Maybe later, said Yumi while she continued the practice. It would be important, said Naruto. Fine. What do you want? Asked Yumi with an irritated tone. Well, because nobody wants to train me, I thought maybe you could show me something, said Naruto with a hopeful smile. And why would I do that? Asked Yumi. Because we are siblings, and the siblings help each other out, said Naruto, but Yumi only laughed at him. What is so funny? Asked Naruto with an angry tone. That you would actually believe I would train you, said Yumi while she laughed. But we are siblings, said Naruto. So what? I have to train to be strong and to protect this village. We are not going to need you, Naruto. The village only needs me. Moreover, you don't have the same amount of chakra which I have. So you would only slow me down. Do you understand it now? You are useless, a nobody. And now leave and don't you dare interrupt me again. Shouted Yumi, and Naruto ran away with tears in his eyes. Flashback end. Yumi returned, and now she cried more than ever. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Please don't hurt me, said Yumi while she cried. You smell of the sin of pride and vain. I should kill you right now, said Naruto, and he held up his scythe. No, please don't. I give up, shouted Yumi with full power to alert Genma. Namake's Yumi gave up. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, shouted Genma, but nobody cheered for him. However, Naruto was angry. Fine. I will let you live for now. But I will give you something that will remind you I defeated you and I am stronger than you are, said Naruto, and the scythe's handle disappeared, then the blade connected to his arm. Now don't move. I want to make it perfect, said Naruto with an evil smile, then he cut a cross inside her cheek. Only Naruto has whiskers. She screamed, but a minute later Naruto let her go. Naruto went to the competitors' groundstands and some medic shinobis came to take Yumi to the hospital. While they carried, she repeated the same sentence. I am sorry. Then the exam finals continued. Naruto walked back to the competitors' grandstand after he tortured and humiliated his sister, Yumi. While he walked up, his wings disappeared. In the grandstand where a lot of people watched the match couldn't believe that the so-called demon was able to defeat their so-called hero. After a minute, they realized this and started to boo. They demanded a new match or disqualification for Naruto. A lot of people shouted he cheated and a lot of other things. The problem is that in the shinobi world there is no such thing like cheating. And everybody knows that everything is fair in love and war. Most of Naruto's former classmates were happy he won, but they were terrified because of the method he used to win. I can't believe that Naruto have won, said Kiba with surprise. Indeed, it is a surprise. But he shouldn't have tortured her, said Shino with his monotone voice. That's why he is monster. He tortured poor Yumi, while she never did anything against him. He should be thrown into a cell to rot away. And that technique he used to defeat Yumi was a total cheat move, said Sakura, who apparently loved hearing her own voice. I agree that he should learn some control on his emotions, and a therapist would do some good. But Sakura, you know there are no cheat moves in the shinobi world, said Ino. Of course there are. A technique that can recharge half of your chakra and heal all of your injuries. It is totally a cheat move, said Sakura a little louder. It isn't. It only showed how much Naruto was stronger than Yumi was because he could learn such a strong technique in a very short time, said Hinata, who was now really angry at Sakura. Oh, shut up, you demon lover hussy. Nobody cares what you think. We all know you would do anything to carry that monster's little bastards. I would bet you already do, said Sakura with an evil smile. Hinata didn't like this and tried to hit her, but Kiba and Shino stopped her. Hinata tried to escape from her teammate's hold, but suddenly a cough attack came to Hinata. Kiba and Shino sat her back and gave her some water. A few minutes later, she was better. Calm down, Hinata. Take some deep breaths and drink some more water. Don't think about what Sakura said. She isn't right, and she would sooner open her legs for the Uchiha than you could say Naruto-kun, said Kiba, and Hinata giggled a little. What did you say, you mutt? Screamed Sakura so loud that you could even heard it from the heaven. The truth, said Kiba, and Sakura screamed again like the banshee she is. In the Kage groundstand, everybody was stunned by Naruto's performance. Orochimaru was very interested now, especially because of the last technique that Naruto used, the undivine armor. He imagined he could reach new highs if he learned this technique. But the three monsters he could control aren't too bad either. Inoki was stunned and started to tremble, because after Minato, who was the Yellow Flash here, was his son, Naruto, who could become the next Yellow Flash, if not worse. Inoki knew he had to do something or his village and his country would be heavily overpowered by Konoha in a few years. Minato was terrified. His son could defeat Yumi, whom training was started when she was 4 years old. And in the last 8 years she was trained like there was no tomorrow. And Naruto only started his training when he was 8 years old, and his training was the bare minimum. By this time he would be a low genin with luck mid-genin. But now his power is equal with a high chunin or maybe higher because he didn't show his full power. Minato knew he had to stop Naruto or the vision the sage saw would become true. Kushina was happy that Naruto survived Yumi's attack but was terrified when she saw his son tortured his own sister. Kushina realized she pushed so far his son that now she couldn't recognize him. In her mind, Naruto was a little boy who wanted some attention, but he had a good heart. But now she only see a cruel and sadist man who enjoyed when he could hurt someone. She had to stop this. There was no other options. Hokage Dano, I have to admit I haven't seen a shinobi like your son before. He is strong and used your daughter's tactic against her when he forced her to use that beam. That shows he can come up with a plan when it is needed. However, it was very reckless and dangerous idea from him. There was a very little chance he would survive. To sum everything up, I would say he is a Chunin material, but I would like to see his performance on the other matches before I decide permanently, said the Kazekage, and the Hokage nodded. Then Minato turned to Inoki. I agree with the Kazekage, said Inoki, who was still trying to come up with an idea. Well, I have to agree with you, Kazekage Dano. You summed it up perfectly, said Minato. Then he signed Genma to continue. Will Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke come down for the next match? Said Genma, and Gaara appeared by a sand body flicker jutsu. They waited for a few minutes, but Sasuke didn't come. Genma didn't know what he should have done because a lot of nobles came to see Sasuke, but he wasn't here, so he had to disqualify him. However, if he did that, he would anger the nobles. Hokage Dano, Uchiha Sasuke didn't appear. Shouldn't we postpone his match? Asked the Kazekage with concern. I am sorry, but we can't do that. If we do this, we show that we are lenient with everyone who can't appear on time for a mission, said Minato. The nobles will be angry. Are you sure about this? Asked the Kazekage again. Uchiha Sasuke had his chance. If he can't appear on time for an exam, then he can't appear on time for the mission. So he isn't ready to be a Chunin, said Minato. A minute later, Genma received the orders and did what he had to do. Because Uchiha Sasuke didn't appear on time, we disqualify him. The winner is Gaara, shouted Genma, and the whole Sasuke fan club started to boo. The loudest one was, of course, Sakura. What is the meaning of this? Is the Hokage gone mad? He can't do this. I paid a lot of money for seeing Sasuke-kun beats every losers here, screamed Sakura so loudly that the others had to put their fingers in their ears. I swear I will write a letter of complaint because of this injustice, said Sakura. It is not injustice. He had a chance, but he didn't live with it, said Shino, and this pissed of Sakura. What did you bug, boy? Screamed Sakura. I say what you can't accept. The truth, said Shino. Oh, just shut up, or I will tell Sasuke how all of you joined to that monster side, and then Sasuke-kun will kill all of you. I hope you are still with me, Ino, said Sakura, but Ino couldn't even look at her. Sakura, I think you need some help, because your love for Sasuke and hate for Naruto are a little over the roof, said Ino sadly. What? You would go out with someone else? What about Sasuke-kun? Are you insane? Asked Sakura. He never showed love for the girls who tried to approach him. I admit I wanted his attention too, but in the last month I started to realize he isn't as good as I thought. So you can have him. And for Naruto, I don't agree with his methods, but now I realize we were evil to him and pushed him so far which he couldn't endure. We are the reason he is like this, said Ino sadly, and Hinata was happy that she wasn't only one who realized this. However, she was afraid she would become a love rival. Fine, do what you want. But I am sure that your boyfriend will never be as good as Sasuke-kun, said Sakura, and the others shocked their heads because they saw Sakura completely lost it. The next pair who had to fight were Shikamaru and Temari. Temari was way stronger than Shikamaru, but Shikamaru managed to catch Temari with his shadow jutsu. However, Shikamaru gave up because he ran out of chakra. The Kage admitted he was a Chunin material too because his superior intelligence. Before the next match started, Kankuro gave up, who had to fight against Neji. With this, Neji won. Of course, he had to preach about the fate. He started to preach about that he did well to give up because he wouldn't have any chance against him. Unfortunately, Dosu gave up his match too because he knew he didn't have a chance against Kabuto. After this, Kabuto disappeared. So the next will be Naruto against Gaara. Gaara was happy because he could fight somebody who was strong and would prove his existence. When both of them stood in front of each other, they couldn't help but smiled insanely at each other because they knew this fight will be bloody. However, before they could start it, Sasuke and Kakashi appeared by a leaf body flicker jutsu. Hello there, Gunma, I hope we are not late, said Kakashi while he read his book. As a matter of fact, you are. Sasuke was disqualified because he couldn't appear in time, said Genma. but Sasuke only smiled. "Let me talk to the Hokage and he will see my way," said Sasuke with a smug smile. "If you want to talk to the Hokage, I will not stop you. However, these two want to fight, so you would better to leave," said Genma. Then Kakashi and Sasuke saw Naruto and Gaara. "Loser. Get the hell out of here. I will fight against Gaara, not you," said Sasuke with the same smile, but Naruto didn't respond. "Hey, didn't you hear me? I said get the hell out of here," said Sasuke with anger now. "You don't worth our time, so leave now, before we kill you," said Gaara. Then he and Naruto sent so much killing intent on Sasuke that he started to retreat. "Fine, I will take my case to the Hokage and the village council," said Sasuke and left to speak to the Hokage and the council. While this happened in the grandstand, every Sasuke fans were in ecstasy because Sasuke appeared, but this ecstasy disappeared after Sasuke left. "I am sorry for this idiot, but we should start," said Naruto with his insane smile. "Yes, I agree, and you will prove my existence," said Gaara with his insane smile. "We will see that," said Naruto. "If you are ready, you can start," said Genma. Then he jumped back. Naruto didn't wait and pulled out his scythe. He activated the spear mode and shot out the blade. Unfortunately, Gaara's sand was faster and stopped the blade. Naruto didn't have much of a choice but to pull it back. While he did that, Gaara formed some sand shurikens and threw them at Naruto. Naruto blocked them with his scythe. Naruto tried to come up with a good plan, but firstly he had to test the capabilities of the sand. So he started to run at Gaara. Gaara tried to hit him with the sand, but Naruto always evaded it. When he was close enough, he tried to cut him up. Unfortunately, the sand was too fast and protected Gaara. Naruto tried it a few more times, but the sand protected him every time. He tried it with more speed, but it didn't work either. Because he started to run out of ideas, he summoned the Asterian beast. When it appeared, he hopped on his head and connected the scythe to its head. He ordered the beast to use its fire. When Gaara saw the fire, he raised a sand wall between him and the beast. However, the wall wasn't strong enough and started to give in to the fire. When Gaara realized this, he jumped away. When he did that, Naruto laughed a little. "What is so funny?" asked Gaara with an annoyed tone. "Since we started to fight, it was the first time you moved from the spot you stood," said Naruto. "Then I will show you my most powerful jutsu. Let's see, you will be happy that time too," said Gaara and started to create a sand orb around himself. When the Suna shinobis saw this, they knew it started. Orochimaru was a little angry because Gaara started the transformation earlier. But there will be always little or bigger changes in every plan. Naruto didn't want to wait what would come out, so he attacked the orb with fire. Unfortunately, the fire didn't work on it. Then he attacked it with the beast's bare hands. But spikes came out from the orb and injured the beast. Because of this, Naruto sent the beast back to the hell. Naruto started to run out of options and time, so he came up the next plan. He retreated a few meters and started to send his chakra into the scythe. Like in every weapon's case, if you sent your chakra into it, that weapon would become more powerful. Naruto did the same, and when he thought he was ready, he ran at the orb with full speed. The scythe turned to a spear again, and when Naruto was close enough, he started to evade the spikes, and when the target was close, he stabbed the scythe through the orb. It went in smoothly, and Naruto managed to stab it into Gaara's shoulder. When Gaara saw this, he lost it because it was the first time that he saw his own blood. Naruto saw something happened in the orb, so he quickly pulled out the scythe and retreated. While he did that, he saw that feathers started to fall in the ground stand, then he heard explosions. Finally, the orb disappeared and Kankuro with Temari jumped in with their sensei. "Baki. You fool. You started the transformation way too soon," said Baki, who was very angry. "What do we do, sensei?" asked Temari. "Take him and heal his wounds. When he is good enough, he have to continue," said Baki, and the others nodded, then leave. "Wait a minute. I still didn't finish the fight against him," said Naruto. Then Baki looked at him. "Uzumaki Naruto, I received orders to capture you. So prepare yourself," said Baki and started to run for Naruto. Naruto prepared for the attack, but suddenly Genma appeared and stopped Baki. "I hope I don't interrupt anything," said Genma. "As a matter of fact, yes. You interrupted me. Stand aside or you will die," said Baki, who was now very pissed. "I am sorry, but I can't let you capture Naruto," said Genma. "Then you will die," said Baki and attacked Genma, but Genma managed to evade his attack. Then he retreated a few meters. "Naruto, we are under attack. As a jounin, I give you an order," Hunt down those three and capture them. If you can't, kill them, said Genma, and Naruto smiled. I understood, said Naruto. Then he started to run after the Suna siblings. What do you say, Kurama? While we hunt those fools, why don't we kill a few shinobis and collect their souls? Asked Naruto, and Kurama smiled. I like the sound of that, said Kurama in Naruto's mind. In the Kage's ground stand, the situation wasn't better. When they heard the first explosions, Orochimaru attacked Minato immediately. However, he wasn't a Hokage for nothing. He evaded the attack. When Orochimaru saw the attack was useless, he dropped his cape and showed himself. Orochimaru, I heard you were in the village. However, I can't let you leave. I will finish what Hiruzen couldn't, said Minato, but Orochimaru only smiled. You are welcome to try, Minato, but by the end of the day this village will be only dust, said Orochimaru. Kushina, go and help in the village, said Minato, and Kushina left immediately. Inoki, I know we are not friends and you would see me dead, but I ask you to help me kill this man, said Minato. Then Inoki stood up and took of his cape. Very well, I help you, but you owe me for this, said Inoki, and Minato nodded. Well then, let's start it, said Orochimaru, and suddenly the Sound Four appeared and created a purple protected field on the roof. Well, at least you can't run away, Orochimaru, said Minato, but Orochimaru still smiled. Maybe it is true, but you can't use your flying thunder god jutsu to go outside, so you can't leave either, said Orochimaru, and Minato hated to admit it, but he saw the seals on the field that prevented him to leave. It doesn't matter, we will kill you right here and right now, shouted Minato. Then let's fight, said Orochimaru, and the shinobis started to run at each other. While Minato and Inoki started their fight against Orochimaru and Naruto left to stop Gaara, and the other shinobis didn't get bored. Konoha was attacked by Suna and the Sound Village. A lot of Chunin, Jounin, and ANBU level shinobi attacked Konoha. Outside the village, an enormous snake approached to the village. Every Konoha shinobi who were in the village started to fight against the enemy to protect their village. Kakashi and other Jounins who were in the arena started to fight there. They woke up the Genins who were knocked out by a genjutsu. They gave them the order to help the civilians to find shelters because a war had just been started. Naruto ran through the village to capture or to kill Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. While he did that, he ran into Suna and Sound shinobis, and because they were in the way, he killed them with some well-directed slashes, then collected their souls. He killed at least 50 shinobis before he reached the forest where Gaara and his sibling ran into. However, Naruto wasn't the only one who pursued Gaara and the others. Sasuke saw when Naruto started the chase and he followed him, and unfortunately Sakura was there too and she couldn't stop herself to stay there. So she followed Sasuke because she thought it was more important to cheer for him and watch him during the fight than help the civilians. While they pursued Gaara, Kushina went back to the Hokage Tower and started to give orders for everyone. When everyone understood their job, Kushina went out fighting too. She killed a few shinobis when she saw Naruto, who pursued Gaara and his siblings. She didn't want Naruto to fight against him again, so she started to follow him and stop him in the right time. Jiraiya wasn't bored too. He had to go to the wall to summon some toads who could fight against the huge snakes. The other Jounins, Chunins, and ANBU agents fought within the village or on the wall to repel the enemy. And of course Minato and Inoki had their own fight against Orochimaru. Naruto jumped from branch to branch as fast as he could to catch Gaara. And he was really close to them. Of course Temari and Kankuro noticed this. He is right behind us. We have to slow him down somehow, said Kankuro while he and Temari carried Gaara. I know, but you are the puppeteer. Can't you make some traps? Asked Temari. There isn't enough time to make them. One of us has to stay behind to slow him down, said Kankuro, and Temari nodded. You have to stay because I am better at healing than you are, said Temari, and Kankuro nodded because she was right. She had more experience in healing. Kankuro suddenly let go of Gaara and stopped on a branch and prepared for Naruto. He took out his puppet, the crow, and attacked him with everything the puppet had. However, Naruto didn't have time to deal with him, so he took out his scythe, and when he was near enough he cut the puppet into pieces, and while he did that he cut the chakra threads too, so Kankuro couldn't use the parts again because he wouldn't have had enough time to do that. Then Naruto made one straight slash on his body. It wasn't enough to kill him, but he made him immobile. Kankuro fell to the ground and Naruto continued the hunt. How can it be? How could he defeat Crow so quickly? He is stronger than I thought. However, he was the first one who could injure Gaara. so I should be happy I am still alive. Thought Kankuro. Then he saw Sasuke and Sakura, then a few minutes later Kushina too. They pursue Gaara and Temari. I would help them but I can't move. Sorry sis, but you are on your own. Thought Kankuro. Then he fainted. Back in the arena, Minato and Inoki fought against Orochimaru and they had the upper hand. However, Orochimaru had his secret weapon. And after some hand seals, 2 coffins came out of roof. Edo Tensei, do you remember this jutsu, Minato? Said Orochimaru, and Minato gritted his teeth. How dare you use that jutsu? It is forbidden for a reason, shouted Minato in his anger. I dare because I can. Now introduce yourself, my friends, said Orochimaru, and the coffins opened and Minato stepped back a few steps because he saw who was inside. It was the first and the second Hokage. Orochimaru put a seal on them and they immediately attacked them. However, Minato wasn't the only one who was scared. Inoki trembled like never before. He still remembered the times when he and his master had to fight against them. Inoki, calm down, shouted Minato, and Inoki turned to him. It is true that Orochimaru could bring them back. However, they are far from their true power, said Minato, but Inoki didn't understood. What do you mean? Asked Inoki. The Edo Tensei brought them back, but they don't have their full power, so they are weaker than when they were alive. I can't say for sure how strong they are now, but if we fight together we can defeat them easily, said Minato, and Inoki nodded. After a few minutes, Inoki realized that Minato was right, they weren't that strong when he had to fight them years ago. However, because they were brought back because of the Edo Tensei, they couldn't kill them, so the only option was to seal them. After Inoki caught them with his Jinton Jutsu, Minato managed to seal them. With this, only Orochimaru left behind. Minato didn't know how he could kill him because all of the jutsu he tried on him didn't work, so he came up with a new idea. He will take away his arms. With the help of Inoki, Minato caught Orochimaru and prepared to use the dead demon consuming seal. Right now I can't kill you, Orochimaru, but I can take away your jutsus, shouted Minato. You will not take away anything from me, shouted Orochimaru back. We will see. Dead demon consuming seal, said Minato, and suddenly the death appeared behind him. However, only Minato saw it. Seal away his arms, shouted Minato, but before the death could do anything it stopped. My scythe, repeated the death, the same 2 words. What are you talking about? Seal away his arms, I can't hold him for too long, shouted Minato. My scythe is near, said the death, then it disappeared. No, you can't go. Come back, shouted Minato, and Orochimaru saw a chance to escape from Minato's hold. I don't know who you are shouting to, but it looks like your jutsu didn't work, said Orochimaru, and he escaped from the hold. Well then let's continue, said Orochimaru, and because Minato didn't have a better idea, he continued the fight. However, the death didn't disappear completely. It sensed his scythe and went after it. It found Naruto and appeared before him. Naruto stopped right after he saw the death. Give my scythe back, mortal, said the death. I suspect you are the death, and you want this, said Naruto, and took out his scythe. Yes, and now give it to me, said the death. I am sorry, but now I am a little busy. Moreover, I don't want to give it back. I like it, said Naruto with an evil smile. Then suddenly Sasuke and Sakura appeared. Then in the same time they went in the same direction which Gaara and Temari went. Later, loser, shouted Sasuke before he and Sakura disappeared. Damn it, now I have to deal with them too. Thanks a lot, death, said Naruto, but he didn't realize that Kushina was there already. In the same time, Sakura tried to talk to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, do you know why Naruto Baka stopped so suddenly? Asked Sakura with some curiosity. Who cares? Maybe he got scared. But it doesn't matter, because a loser like him could never defeat Gaara, said Sasuke with a smug smile. But he defeated Yumi too. Of course he had to cheat to do that. But maybe Gaara will use some cheat move to defeat you, said Sakura. If she was defeated by him, then she is a weakling like the others. Now shut up. I have to concentrate to defeat Gaara and show everyone who is the strongest, said Sasuke with the same smug smile. Of course, Sasuke-kun, said Sakura with a smile, why she thought that Sasuke was so strong and wise. Now let's return to Naruto's and Death's conversation. You idiot, couldn't you wait until I defeat Gaara? After that you could bother me, said Naruto, but Kushina didn't understand who he talked to because she didn't see anything. I was summoned by the fourth Hokage. And when he did that I sensed the scythe, so I came here and I found my scythe in the hands of a mortal," said the death. "It isn't the first time a mortal has the scythe. If I remember correctly, before me another mortal used this weapon. What was his name? Oh yes, Dante. Who even defeated you, then he trashed the whole hell," said Naruto, but unfortunately Kushina didn't understand anything. "Yes, then Lucifer banished the scythe, which he didn't have the right. Now I want to claim it back," said the death. "I have a better idea, death. I will do what Dante did and defeat you," said Naruto. Then he prepared to fight against the death. And when Kushina heard the death word, she understood who Naruto talked to. "Mortal, you will regret this," said the death. "I don't think so," said Naruto. Then he disappeared and reappeared in front of the death, and just like Dante with a powerful slash, he cut the death into 2 pieces. "No, not again," screamed the death, and a lot of souls came out from its body, which Naruto took. Kushina saw this but didn't know what they were. "I will come back for you, boy, and I will take your rotten soul," screamed the death. Then it disappeared. "You have to wait for that a little," said Naruto. Then he turned around. "You can come out now, mother. I know you are there," said Naruto, and Kushina came out from her hiding place. "I suspect you heard everything," said Naruto. "Most of it, but I don't know what you were talking about. But I know you were talking to the death," said Kushina, and Naruto smiled. "Well, yes, I did. It said my dear father summoned him, then he came here," said Naruto. "Why did come here, Naruto?" asked Kushina, and Naruto started to laugh. "Isn't it obvious? For an experienced shinobi, you are very slow," said Naruto while he laughed. "What are you talking about?" asked Kushina. "He came for this," said Naruto, and he held up his scythe. "Why would the death want your scythe?" asked Kushina. Then her eyes widened because she realized it. "You realized it, didn't you?" asked Naruto. "That is the death's scythe," said Kushina, and Naruto nodded while he smiled. "Naruto, are you out of your mind? Did you really steal the weapon of the death?" shouted Kushina in her anger, but Naruto only laughed. "Like I said a month ago, I found it in a cave, but I think I have to tell you the whole story," said Naruto, and Kushina nodded because she was very curious about this story. "You know, this isn't the only dimension, there are way too many to count them. And in one of these dimensions there was a mortal. His name is Dante, who stole the scythe, then defeated the death with it. Then, to save his love, Dante attacked the hell to rescue her soul. He managed to do that, but before he could defeat the last demon, Lucifer, he banished the scythe somewhere, because it is one of the very few weapons that could harm demons. I don't know what happened to Dante, but I know he sealed away Lucifer. And Lucifer, before the sealing, he sent the scythe here, and I found it in the forest of death. Somehow the scythe preserved a few things from Dante. That is the reason I look like this," said Naruto, but Kushina thought it was unbelievable. "And how do you know this?" asked Kushina. "Kurama told me everything," said Naruto with a monotone voice. "Kurama? Who is Kurama?" asked Kushina. "Oh yes, you don't know his real name, but I think you know his other name. The Kyuubi," said Naruto with a smile, and Kushina's eyes widened again. "You can talk to the Kyuubi? How?" asked Kushina, who thought this day is getting too long because of the events. "He started to talk to me when I was 8 or 9 years old. He was my only friend because everybody thought I was a demon," said Naruto, and Kushina started to look at the ground because of the guilt. "Now I told everything you wanted to know. If you excuse me, I have to finish my fight against Gaara," said Naruto, and he was about to leave when Kushina stopped him. "I can't let you go, Naruto. It is too dangerous. Give me the scythe and I will finish this," said Kushina, and Naruto looked at her like she just grew another head. "I will never give you my scythe. Don't even think about it," said Naruto, but Kushina didn't give up just yet. "You said that weapon can injure demons, then it can injure Bijus too. Give it to me because I have better chances against him than you do," said Kushina, but Naruto didn't care about her reasons. "I will finish this fight, not you," said Naruto. Then he heard an explosion from where Gaara and the others went. "Great, now I have to clean up Sasuke's mess too," said Naruto with a groan. "Naruto, please listen to me. Let me do this. I have better chances and I don't want to see you get hurt," said Kushina with a sad smile. "Very touching, but I don't care," said Naruto. Then he ran to the spot where the explosion happened. Kushina followed him, hoping the situation change his mind. When they arrived, they saw Sakura was pinned to a tree with sand and Sasuke was on his knee and he panted like never before. "So this is the power of the great Uchiha clan," said Naruto while he shocked his head. "Shut up, loser. I will defeat him in a minute," said Sasuke and tried to stand up but he couldn't. "No, you will stay down and let me handle this," said Naruto, but Sasuke only laughed. "If I couldn't defeat him, how could a loser like you defeat him?" said Sasuke with a smug smile. "Oh, I think you will be surprised," said Naruto. Then he turned to Gaara. "Show me what you can do, Gaara," shouted Naruto, and Gaara smiled. "As you wish, Uzumaki Naruto," said Gaara, and he started to grow. Then a minute later, Shikaku the one-tailed beast appeared, because Gaara fell asleep. "Finally, I am free. Now let's destroy something. It was so long and I am way out of practice," shouted Shikaku. "Kurama, any ideas?" asked Naruto the fox. Well, Gaara used a lot of chakra to summon Shikaku. However, he can only be here until Gaara is sleeping. "So if you can wake him up, Shikaku will go back to the seal," said Kurama, and Naruto nodded. "It sounds easy," said Naruto, but Kurama laughed at him. "As if. You have to climb up to his head where Gaara is. This is the first problem. The second is that Shikaku's body is made of sand. So if you touch him, he can catch you then kill you. So the best option is to immobilize him then wake Gaara up from above," said Kurama, and Naruto nodded again. Naruto returned from his trip and saw Kushina was about to use her chains. And she managed to catch Shikaku. "I got you now. Naruto, retreat now. I will deal with this monster," said Kushina, but her joy wasn't long because Shikaku started to use his sand to escape the chains. When Kushina saw this, she was surprised because it shouldn't have been possible. "Your chains are weak, because you didn't train enough in the last few years," said Naruto. "Let me show you how it is done," said Naruto. Then he made a few hand signs. "Come forth, chains of Judeka," shouted Naruto, and chains came out from the ground and started to bind Shikaku. He wanted to get rid of them, but he realized he couldn't. "What is this? Why can't I escape from these chains?" shouted Shikaku in his anger. "What was that, Naruto?" asked Kushina. "Those are the chains of Judeka. Those chains binded Lucifer for hundreds of years. It is the most powerful chains in the world," said Naruto. But he saw the chains weren't strong enough just yet, because Shikaku started to tear them off. The reason for this is that those weren't the original chains, only a copy, a very good copy. But Naruto needs to train a few more years before it will as strong as the original one. "I don't have too much time. Stand aside, mother. I will finish this," said Naruto, but Kushina didn't listen to his son. Moreover, the chains could bind Shikaku at best for 5 minutes. "I will not leave you here," said Kushina, and Naruto only groaned. "Fine, do what you want, but don't complain if you get hurt," said Naruto, and started to do hand signs. "Kurama, I will tire myself out completely if I summon it. Please make sure that nobody steals my scythe if I faint," said Naruto, and Kurama nodded. "All right, kid. I will send a little part of my soul to the scythe. With this, only those can use it who has the same kind of soul inside of them. So because you are the only one with my soul, the scythe will be in safe," said Kurama, and Naruto nodded. "Thank you. And now take this fight to the next level," said Naruto with an insane smile, and Kurama answered with his own. "O mystical beast who punishes those who sinned against you, come and show us your power. Kuchios no Jutsu Cerberus," shouted Naruto, and suddenly an enormous monster appeared in front of Shikaku. It had 3 heads. Each of them looked like it was some kind of worm. They had one big and some smaller mouths. It standed on its 4 legs, but the whole monster was a grotesque being. Kushina and Sasuke couldn't say a word when they saw it. Sasuke couldn't believe that Naruto could summon a monster like this. And Kushina was the same, but now she knew what was the second monster Naruto talked about, but she was curious what was the third one. Naruto quickly connected the scythe to Cerberus where the 3-head crossed themselves, and now Naruto controlled the beast. "All right, Cerberus, attack him," ordered Naruto, and Cerberus bellowed and started to run at Shikaku. Shikaku was still binded by the chains, but he still could use some wind-type techniques to protect himself. He managed to stop the attack, but Naruto didn't give up just yet. He ordered Cerberus to spit big acidic orbs at Shikaku. It was more or less useful because it slowed Shikaku. Naruto saw the chance and attacked Shikaku directly with Cerberus again. Cerberus grabbed him with his hands and with his heads. It bit into Shikaku to hold him in one place. Naruto pulled out his scythe and ran up to the middle head of Cerberus, then jumped to Gaara to wake him up. Naruto saw Cerberus without his control started to unbehave, so he sent him back to the hell. Fortunately, he was only a few meters from Gaara, so he used his scythe's dull end and hit Gaara with it. He woke up immediately. "No, I don't want to go back. I just started to enjoy out here," screamed Shikaku because he felt that Gaara woke up. Naruto landed in front of Gaara after the hit. He panted because he was almost out of chakra. And because Shikaku had to return the seal, the sand colossus started to collapse. Gaara managed to summon some sand below himself and landed on a tree while Naruto used his scythe to pull himself to a tree. Both of them looked at each other. They were tired, but they had to finish the battle. They jumped to hit each other, but Naruto was faster and his hit sent Gaara to the ground. However, Naruto wasn't luckier. He fell to the ground not far from Gaara. Gaara couldn't move because he was out of chakra, but Naruto managed to stand up with the help of his scythe. He dragged himself to Gaara, and when he looked at him, he swore he looked at the death himself, and it made him scared. "No, leave me alone," screamed Gaara. Then Naruto stood in front of him and looked into his eyes. "Please don't kill me," said Gaara. Then Naruto fell to the ground. "I won't kill you. There is no reason to kill you," said Naruto, who was about to faint. "What do you mean?" asked Gaara. "I have seen your whole life. You became a monster, but you never intend to do it. Your father did it. You killed countless people when you never wanted to hurt anyone. In my eyes, you are innocent. So I don't need to kill you," said Naruto. Then Temari appeared with a heavily wounded Kankuro. "Gaara, are you all right?" asked Temari. "Temari, it is over. We lost. Let's go home," said Gaara, and Temari grabbed Gaara to leave with him and Kankuro. "Before you leave, Gaara, there is something you must know," said Naruto. "What is it?" asked Gaara. "They lied to you. Your mother truly loved you," said Naruto, and Gaara's eyes widened. "How do you know this?" "They always said she hated me," said Gaara, who thought Naruto lied. "Like I said, I saw your whole life. Mostly I look for sins when I look at a person, but now I could see when you were born. Your mother was so happy to have. It was your father who screwed everything up," said Naruto, and Gaara nodded. "Thank you for telling me this," said Gaara. Then he and the others left. While they jumped from a branch to another, Gaara started to cry because he was happy that his mother loved him. The others noticed this, and deep down they were happy too. "Temari, Kankuro, I am sorry for everything," said Gaara, and the others smiled. "It is all right, Gaara, you don't have to apologize for anything," said Temari, who was happy because she got his brother back. Back in the battlefield, Kushina caught Sakura before she fell to the ground. Then she created 2 shadow clones who took Sasuke and Sakura to the hospital, while the original one left to find Naruto. It didn't take too much time and found him. She ran to him to check if he was alive. "Naruto, are you all right?" asked Kushina, but Naruto was knocked out by the time she reached him. She checked his heart and she heard it. She sighed because she was happy he was alive. Kushina then saw the scythe in his hand and tried to take it, but when she touched it, the scythe burned her. She tried a few more times, but she realized she couldn't take it. So after some try and some shadow clones, she managed to put the scythe on Naruto's back. Then she grabbed him and went back to the village. Back in the arena, Minato, Inoki, and Orochimaru saw when Shikaku appeared, and they knew the battle reached the top. "Looks like Gaara transformed completely. What will you do now, Minato? You are trapped here. Your daughter is in the hospital, and your wife won't be enough to defeat Gaara," said Orochimaru, and Minato gritted his teeth because he was right. However, a few minutes later they saw Cerberus too. Everybody stunned because they had no idea who summoned it. "What the hell is that, Orochimaru? Another experiment of yours?" asked Minato in his anger. "I would be happy to say that, but I don't know what is that. But if I had to bet, I would say your son's second monster," said Orochimaru, who was now really wanted to capture Naruto. "Is that true, Minato?" asked Inoki. "I have never seen these monsters, so I can't say for sure," said Minato, and Inoki sighed. They continued the fight until they saw that Shikaku disappeared. Then they saw beacons from the wall that they managed to repel the enemy. "It is over, Orochimaru. Shikaku disappeared and your forces were repelled from the wall. Give up now," shouted Minato, and Orochimaru knew he lost. "Maybe I lost this battle, but in the end I will destroy Konoha. Sound for we are leaving," shouted Orochimaru, and the 4 shinobis deactivated their jutsu. Then they ran away with Orochimaru. Minato and Inoki tried to catch them, but one of the Sound 4 shinobis used some kind of web to trap them. And when they managed to cut themselves out from it, Orochimaru and the others disappeared. "Damn it, they got away," said Minato, who wasn't happy about the situation. "There will be always next time," said Inoki, and Minato nodded. "Thank you for your help. I owe you one. Maybe we can talk about alliance between Konoha and IWA," said Minato, and Inoki agreed after everything he saw this day. "I agree, Minato, and I think I have a good idea how we can make this alliance strong," said Inoki. "I am listening," said Minato, who was curious. "You son and my granddaughter will marry with each other," said Inoki, and Minato was stunned for a minute, but he realized maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. "I agree," said Minato with a smile. Naruto slept peacefully in a hospital bed. His eyes started to move under his eyelids, then he suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up and looked around to check out where he was. He saw he was in a hospital room and he was wearing a hospital gown. He saw he still had some bandages on his arms and on his chest. Then when he turned to left, he saw a bouquet of flowers in a vase and a card. On the card this text was, "Get well soon." Naruto didn't know how long he was out, so he asked the best one, Kurama. "Hey Fox, are you there?" asked Naruto, and a moment later Kurama answered. "Yes, I am here. Looks like you woke up. I started to get bored here," answered the enormous fox. "How long was I out?" asked Naruto. "A whole week," said Kurama with a monotone tone. "Are you serious? A whole week? My God," said Naruto and started to hold his head with one of his hands. "Don't be so surprised. You summoned an Asterian beast 2 times and Cerberus too, and don't forget about the chains of Judecca. You should be happy you are still alive," said Kurama, because Naruto was near to die in chakra exhaustion. "You are right. I am sorry," said Naruto. "Anyway, where's my stuff?" asked Naruto with some concern, because he didn't want that someone take his clothes, his armor, or his scythe. "Your clothes and armor are in the closet, and your scythe is next to the bed on the floor," said Kurama, and Naruto looked down and saw he was right. Naruto got out from the bed and opened the closet. He took out his stuff and started to dress up. When he finished, he grabbed his scythe and he wanted to put it on his back, but he saw something weird on the handle. When he examined a little closer, he saw it was burned flesh pieces from someone's hand and burned cloth pieces from a glove. "Kurama, did someone try to take my scythe?" asked Naruto with some anger. "Yes, a few idiots tried to take it. Firstly, your mother touched it, but she just wanted to carry it with you to here. She managed to put it on your back. Then when we arrived here and put you this room, the doctors touched it, but they couldn't do it for too long, and they thought the floor would be the best place for the time. Then that Uchiha bastard tried to take it. I have to say it was funny to see him when he grabbed it and burned his hand. He screamed like a little girl. The next one was his little puppy, Sakura. I think that was her name. She said something that monster like you didn't deserve a weapon like that, and if she got the scythe for the Uchiha bastard, then he would date with her for sure. She brought a glove hoping it would be enough, but it didn't work. The last one who tried it was an ANBU agent, but it didn't work for the Hokage, because it preached something about Danzo and that he would be invincible with the scythe. And as you can see, he couldn't take it," said Kurama, and Naruto could only laugh at their pitiful attempts. "Those fools. They don't even know what they want to steal," said Naruto and went to the door to leave the room. When he stepped outside, he only took a few steps when someone stopped in front of him. "Naruto and Isama? You are awake," said a very surprised Yumi, who came to the hospital with a bouquet of flowers to visit her brother. "Yumi? Why are you here? And why did you call me Sama?" asked Naruto, and Yumi became quiet. "Well, I am here because you are my brother, so as a sibling I have to take care of you. I have visited you every day since Mom brought you here, and I called you with Sama because you need the respect. After all, you defeated me and saved the village," said Yumi with some blush because she was embarrassed. "Yeah, and you think I will believe all this crap that you respect me and you take care of me? I am not that naive boy who you could beat and humiliate every time you wanted," said Naruto, and he started to leave. Yumi wanted to say something, but she wasn't able to because Naruto was right. After Naruto beat her and humiliated her in front of everyone, she started to understand what Naruto felt in his whole life. And when he showed her the sins which she committed, she understood completely his situation. She woke up after the invasion was finished, so she didn't have any part in Konoha's victory. A little later, Kushina came in with Naruto, and when Kushina gave him to the doctors to tend his wounds, she visited her daughter. When Yumi heard what Naruto did, she was surprised and astonished. Because of Naruto's power. After this, she promised she would fix her relationship with her estranged brother. However, Naruto was right about what he said about her. She was terrible to him, and Yumi realized it would take a lot of time to fix this relationship. He won't forgive her the first moment when they meet again. Now, if you excuse me, I will go and stretch my limbs, said Naruto, and Yumi tried to say something, but Naruto was gone before she could say anything. After Naruto left the hospital, he started to go to the training grounds. He thought that would be the best place to move his muscles. But while he walked to there, an ANBU agent appeared before him. Uzumaki Naruto, the village council heard you are out of the hospital, and they want to talk to you. I will take you there immediately, said the agent, and tried to grab Naruto to take him to the council chamber. But Naruto was faster. He took out his scythe and held it to the agent's neck. With one good move, and the agent would be dead because of decapitation. If you try to grab me, I will cut off your head. If the council wants to see, fine, I will go, but I will go there by my own legs. Did you understand it? Or should I spell it? Asked Naruto, and the agent saw the best option is that to let him go. Very well. I will inform the council that you will be there shortly, said the agent, then disappeared. Bastards, said Naruto, then put his scythe away and started to walk to the Hokage Tower. While he walked, he heard the whispers of the villagers. Everybody talked about him and what happened during the invasion. Hey, did you hear it? He could defeat Yumi-sama, whispered a villager to another. Yes, and I heard that supposedly, he was the one who defeated the one-tailed beast too, whispered another villager. I am not surprised. Only a demon can defeat another, said a third villager. Maybe he started to regain his power. We should do something about it, said the fourth one. You are right. I will call the others, and at night we will beat the shit out from him. We will avenge our loved ones and Yumi-sama, said the first one again. However, Naruto stopped when he heard this, then turned to the group. You know you want to repay me with a very weird way if you ask me, said Naruto, and walked a little closer to the group. Why would we repay you? Asked one of the villagers. Maybe because I saved this cesspool, what you call a village. So you are welcome, said Naruto with anger. But you hurted Yumi-sama, and 13 years ago, it was you who killed a lot of innocent people, said another villager. I defeated my sister in a fair fight, and because I see you know nothing about sealing, I will don't even try to explain how my seal works. You wouldn't understand a thing anyway, because I see that your IQ is somewhere on a level of an amoeba, said Naruto, and started to leave. How dare you call us stupids? We will request the council to kill you or banish you. You don't deserve living in our village, shouted one of the villagers, but Naruto only smiled. Good, do it. If I am banished, I don't have to live with narrow-minded idiots, said Naruto, and chuckled a little. That does it. Let's kill him now, shouted a villager, and the group started to run at Naruto with the intent to beat him. Some of them broke their glasses to use some sharp tools on Naruto. However, Naruto didn't have too much time, so he tried to finish this as fast as he could. He took out his scythe, and when a villager got near enough, he slapped him with the scythe's dull end. He didn't need a minute, and the villagers were on the ground. I can't believe that these weaklings were able to beat me when I was a kid. I would bet if I were a little tougher that time, I could beat you with my bare hands. And now, if you excuse me, I have to deal with the bitches of the council, said Naruto, and started to leave. I hope they kill you, demon, shouted a villager who Naruto beat. But this time Naruto didn't stop, because he wasted more than enough time, these arrogant fools. A few minutes later, he was in the Hokage Tower and walked to the council chamber. Without knocking, he stepped in and walked to the center of chamber. Around Naruto were the members. In the shinobi side, there were the representatives of the Nara, Aburame, Hyuga, Akamichi, Inuzuka, and Sarutobi clan. On the other side, there were the representatives of the civilians. Naruto didn't know their names, but he didn't really care. Their number were 7. All of them had different kind of carrier, so they were the representatives of their fellow colleagues. There was a merchant, an engineer, a lawyer, etc. And in front of Naruto sat Minato, and behind him was Kushina. Next to Minato were the elders of the village. Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, and Saruto Hiruzen, the third Hokage. He gave his seat as a representative to his son, Asuma, and Hiruzen stayed as an advisor for Minato. So you wanted to see me? Asked Naruto, who was a little angry. Yes, Naruto. Thank you for your coming, said Minato. So what do you want? I only woke up and right after I left the hospital you want to talk. Anyway, how did you know I left the hospital so soon? Asked Naruto with some suspiciousness. An ANBU agent always watched you in the hospital. When you woke up he informed me immediately, said Minato, and Naruto groaned. Fine. So what is the situation that couldn't wait? Said Naruto. Show some respect here, boy. You are in the presence of the best of the village, said someone from the civilian side. If I want to talk to you spineless cowards, I will tell it, said Naruto, who didn't really want to deal with the civilians. How dare you call us spineless cowards? Hokage-sama, I request you arrest him immediately, shouted the same civilian. However, Minato was on the same page as Naruto was. That's enough, counselor. We are here to discuss what happened during the invasion and the future of the village and not your problems about my son, said Minato a little louder. After this, the counselor shot up. So Naruto, Kushina gave me a very detailed report, but I want to ask a few questions, said Minato. What do you want to know? Asked Naruto, who wanted to finish this as soon as possible. Well, firstly, those chains of yours. They aren't the chakra chains that the Uzumaki clan used, right? Asked Minato, and Naruto nodded. Then can you teach it to other shinobis? Asked Minato, and Naruto smiled. Minato thought that Naruto could teach this to other shinobis. And with that, they never have to worry about the bijus. So you want me to teach my techniques to some shinobis? Asked Naruto, and Minato nodded. Yes, Naruto. That would help the village a lot. You could save a lot of people, said Minato with a smile. Ha! Fat chance, my dear father, said Naruto with his evil smile. What do you mean? Asked Minato. Because all of techniques I know only I can use. Nobody else, said Naruto while he smiled. How can it be? They are not bloodline jutsus, so the other shinobis should be able to use them, said Koharu, one of the elders. And this is where you are wrong. I can only use them because I own this scythe. Every technique I have came from the scythe, said Naruto. Then we will take it from you and give it to someone who we trust, said Danzo with his monotone tone. You can try take it away, but I made sure only I can use it. I know Uchiha bastard Sasuke and his puppy Haruno bitch Sakura tried to take it away, and they burned themselves when they wanted to do it. And I didn't forget about you, Danzo. An ANBU agent tried to take it too, who was yours. Let me quest a root agent, asked Naruto. Then he looked into Danzo's eye and saw all of his sins. I don't know what you were talking about. I never asked anybody to take that scythe. Moreover, the root program was finished and banned, said Danzo, but Naruto only chuckled. You are wrong, Danzo. I saw all of your sins. And let me tell you, those 143 root agents you have won't be able to protect you if I tell every villages what you have done, said Naruto, and this time Danzo started to get nervous. But let me continue. Should I tell the village council that you were the one who told Orochimaru the weak points of the village, so they could attack us without anybody noticed it? Said Naruto, and now everybody looked at Danzo, who was now nervous but didn't show it. Or what about that you are not as injured as you show it? Yes, I know that your right arm is made of Senju Hashirama's cells, and let's not forget about those 10 Sharingans in your right arm. And of course, Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan under those bandages, said Naruto. I don't know what you were talking about, and you don't have any proof, said Danzo, but Naruto saw that Danzo maybe try to run away, so Naruto prepared. Oh really? Then show us what is under your bandages and clothes. Come on, don't be shy. I think the others can bear the sight of an one-armed man, said Naruto to mock him. I don't have to show you anything. I lost my body parts in the last war and that's all, said Danzo while he tried to get the control back. Danzo, as the Hokage order you to show us, said Minato, and Danzo hesitated, but a few moments later realized this was the end. Root agents, shouted Danzo, and 10 root agent jumped in. Kill everyone right now, ordered Danzo, and the agents didn't wait a moment, they jumped at the council members to kill them. However, Danzo was sure they would die, so he tried to run away. Of course, Naruto saw this and used chains of Judeka and captured Danzo immediately. The others from the Shinobi Council killed the agents, then they turned to Naruto, who walked to Danzo. So this is the end, Danzo. Do you want to say something before I send you to the judge of the dead? Asked Naruto, and unfortunately Danzo didn't give it up just yet. He activated Shirsue's eye. I ord. HHHHHHHH, screamed Danzo. Before he could activate his genjutsu, Naruto stabbed his blade into his eyes, and with that he destroyed it. "Sorry, but that eye is very annoying. I hope you don't mind," said Naruto. "You fool. Do you know what have you done?" screamed Danzo. "Yeah, I just destroyed a very annoying weapon, and you are the next," said Naruto, and he raised his scythe to cut down Danzo. "No, wait. If you help me become Hokage, I can give you everything you wanted. You can kill everyone who hurted you," said Danzo, and Naruto smiled. Danzo thought he could survive this after all. "Sorry, but I don't think so. You smell of the sin of greed. You are a murderer and a traitor. So bye-bye," said Naruto and cut him down. Danzo died immediately and Naruto took his soul. Naruto put his scythe away, then turned back to the council. Unfortunately, the civilian side survived. "So where were we?" asked Naruto. "Naruto, you shouldn't have killed him. Maybe he knew some important informations," said Minato, who was a little angry. "I just killed a traitor who ordered God knows how many people's death. I think it is better like this. Moreover, he still has 133 fanatical followers. What do you think how much time it would take for them to escape him? Think a little. Oh, and I would suggest to clean out his underground facility before they destroy every important information," said Naruto. Then Minato sighed and nodded. He called Kakashi, and he and a few squads of Jounins went to clean out the facility. After Minato gave the order, they returned to the meeting. "But you still killed a respected member of this council. For this you will be punished, and we will take that scythe of yours. ANBU, arrest him," said Koharu, and 2 ANBU agents came out of their hiding places. However, Minato stopped them. "Stand down, both of you," said Minato, and they stopped. "And Koharu, how dare you give orders to my agents? I would say it is treachery," said Minato, but Koharu didn't care what the young Hokage thought. "It is not treachery if this is for the good of the village. Your son has power that we could use against our enemies, but because of his hate he don't want to. I only ensure that the village will be here after I and my collects died," said Koharu, and Hamura nodded. However, Naruto only started to laugh. "What is so funny?" asked Hamura with some anger. "I am laughing because talk about yourself like you are some guardian angels of this village. But I saw all of your sins. And I wouldn't be so proud," said Naruto between two laughs. "We never did anything which you call a sin, boy," said a member of civilian council. "Oh really? Then let me remind you of your sins," said Naruto and stepped in front of the civilian council. "Let's begin with you, President of the National Bank. Tell me, how much money did you embezzle from civilians and shinobis? 5 million Rio? Not bad if I can say that. Even the Hokage doesn't earn this much money," said Naruto, and the president's eyes widened because nobody knew about this, only him. The others looked at him with wide eyes too. "The leader of the merchants. Can you tell us how were the courtesans in the brothel yesterday where you go every week? What do you lie to your dear wife? You go to important meetings? You could come up with something original. And what about those 2 bastard children of yours? Are they good in school?" asked Naruto, and the reaction was the same from everybody. "Ah, the main architect of the village. Why don't you tell us how much did you save when you used low-grade materials for the rebuildings? And where is the money you saved? On your bank account? You should be more careful," said Naruto, and the reaction was just like the 2 other times. Naruto continued this and revealed every dirty sins which the civilian council members had. Then Naruto turned to the shinobi side. However, he didn't find anything interesting there except one. "Well, I have to say I am surprised because your sins aren't that interesting. All of you killed already, what a surprise. Narashikaku is a lazy man and afraid his own wife. Boring. Akamichi Choza eats way too much, everyone heard about it. However, you, Hyuga Hayashi, have some very unpleasant sins. You always demoted your daughter, and you weren't tough enough to take responsibility to sacrifice yourself when a Kumo shinobi tried to kidnap your daughter. You let your brother do it. And don't you dare come up with that lame excuse that he paralyzed you. All of us know you are stronger than that. So in my eyes you are coward and a traitor," said Naruto, and Hayashi wanted to say something, but deep down he knew Naruto was right. And finally Naruto turned to the elders. "Well, you are the last ones. Where should I start?" asked Naruto with his famous smile. Everybody could see he enjoyed this. "You don't have anything on us, boy," said Koharu, but Naruto only smiled. "We will see," said Naruto, then he looked into their eyes. Oh, I see it now, said Naruto, and he started to laugh. What is so funny? Shouted Koharu. You say I don't have anything on you, but you are wrong. I found some very interesting sins, said Naruto, but the others didn't understand. You said that everything you did was for the village, right? Asked Naruto, and they nodded. Then what about that, how you got your position? Asked Naruto, and Koharu's and Hamura's eyes widened. What are you talking about, Naruto? Asked Minato, because not even he understood it. Oh, it is very simple, my dear father. These two were so afraid to die that they sacrificed everyone just so they could survive the wars, and in time they could become the elders of the village, said Naruto, and everyone looked at them now. Slander. We got our position by hard work, said Koharu. Oh, and what about that time when you left your team to die and you lied that you would come back with reinforcement? Of course you knew that it would take too much time to reach Konoha and go back in time. Or that time when you somehow, who knows how, didn't reach your destination in time and a lot of your comrades died because of that, said Naruto, and after these examples he told them at least 10 other examples, and when Naruto finished everybody realized the elders were a bunch of cowards who only cared about themselves. Koharu, Hamura. After the meeting I want to talk about a few things what you have done, said Minato with a very angry tone. Minato, you have to understand. Konoha needed us, we had to survive and, said Koharu, but Minato had enough of them. Shut up or you will join to Danzo, and that is Hokage-sama to you. Did you understand it? Said Minato, and the elders realized they had to obey him. Yes, Hokage-sama, said both of them. All right, Naruto, did you finish it? Or you want to continue this? Asked Minato, because this day started to become way too long. He thought he only have to deal with Naruto, but after Naruto's show he had to deal with the elders, the civilian council, and the cleaning of Danzo's base too. I don't care about Sarutobi, so you are the last one, father. But I don't want to spoil the fun, so I stop it for now, said Naruto, and Minato sighed. Right now he felt that he was way too old for this job. All right, so you can't teach those techniques? Asked Minato, and Naruto nodded. Then can you tell us what were those creatures you summoned and the techniques you used? Asked Minato, but Naruto only smiled then laughed. Why are you so interested in me now? Before the Chunin exam you didn't care if I was alive or not, said Naruto. Naruto, you are my son. I always care about you and your well-being, said Minato. If this is true, why did you let the villagers to beat me almost every day? Asked Naruto. I never knew they were beating you, said Minato, but he forgot Naruto knew every sins he ever committed. You lie, my dear father, and I don't even have to look into your eyes, said Naruto with anger. Look, Naruto, that was a mistake from my side, but I can explain everything if you let me, said Minato with a nervous smile. I don't care about your pathetic excuses. If you want to know more about my techniques, then you can forget about it, because I won't tell you anything. If we finished, I will leave, said Naruto, and started to go to the door. There is still one more thing we have to discuss, said Minato, and Naruto stopped. What is it? Asked Naruto with an annoyed tone. I and the Tsuchikage agreed to create an alliance with each other, said Minato, but Naruto wasn't impressed. Congratulations, you must be happy. But what do you want from me? Asked Naruto. Well, we think this alliance can be strong if we strengthen it with a marriage, said Minato, and Naruto saw where this is going. You want to use me as a pawn in your little game to earn an alliance with IWA? Asked Naruto, who was now very pissed. Naruto, you would help the village a lot with this marriage. Moreover, you don't have to worry about finding a wife in the future, said Minato with a smile. I don't need a wife, friends, or family. I have one partner and that is more than enough for me, said Naruto, and Minato was shocked by his statement. You mean Kurama the Kyuubi? Naruto, you can't trust him. He almost destroyed the whole village and killed hundreds of people, said Minato. So what? You and the other shinobis killed who knows how many people and destroyed villages in town. The only exception is that Kurama did that one night while you did it during the wars. So you are no better than Kurama. At least he cared about me when you didn't. So you can go to hell with your ideas, said Naruto, and everyone stunned by him. Naruto, I want to help you, said Minato with some concern. And who said I need your help? Do what you always do when I ask your help. Say I am too busy with the village, or paperwork, or training Yumi, said Naruto, and Minato knew he really did these when Naruto wanted something. Well, now I will leave. Good day to everyone, said Naruto, and Minato tried to stop him. Naruto, wait, shouted Minato, but Naruto already slammed the door when Minato shouted. This is unacceptable. This brat needs to learn some respect. And those baseless charges which he said is outrageous, said a member from the civilian side. Naruto was right when he said something about someone's sins, so be prepared for a very profound investigation, said Minato to the civilian council, who were a little afraid now. What do we do about Naruto? The IWA delegate will arrive in 2 weeks, said Shikaku. I will think about something. For now, the meeting is adjourned, said Minato, but before the elders could leave, 2 ANBU agents appeared and took them to Ibiki, and of course some of civilian members were taken to Ibiki. 5 teams were sent in, and by the end of the day they caught or killed every root agents. They found documents about everything what Danzo did in the last 40 years. Unsanctioned missions, assassinations on lords, stealing from other countries, kidnapping from the orphanages, etc. After Naruto left the council chamber, he went to the training grounds to let out some steam. While he trained, he noticed someone is watching him. It wasn't an ANBU agent because they were better than this, so someone who was a shinobi but very untrained in stealth. Naruto had enough of it, so he started to shout. Come out now. I don't like it when someone is spying on me, shouted Naruto, but nothing happened. He waited a minute, but still nothing. If you don't come out, I will go, and you wouldn't like that, shouted Naruto again, and a few seconds later he heard footsteps. Then a half a minute later he saw who it was. It was Hinata. Hyuga Hinata. Why are you spying on me? Asked Naruto. I wasn't spying, only, said Hinata, but she was very nervous. All right, if you didn't spy on me, then what do you want? Asked Naruto, and Hinata became more nervous. I just wanted to thank you when you saved my life, said Hinata, but Naruto didn't really care about it. Yeah, sure, you're welcome, said Naruto with a tone that said, I don't care about it. If that is all, then leave, I want to be alone, said Naruto, who was ready to continue his training, but Hinata decided that today would be the day to tell him how she felt and fix every mistake she did. Wait, Naruto-kun, there is still something I want to talk about, said Hinata, and Naruto only sighed. What is it? Asked Naruto, who really wanted her to leave. I made some mistakes in the past, and this is the reason you are always alone, but, said Hinata, but Naruto interrupted her. I am perfectly fine alone, said Naruto. But everyone needs friends, said Hinata, who couldn't believe her ears. If you want to bore me with that bullshit that somebody will be strong if he or she has something precious to protect, then don't bother. I don't need these weak ideals to become strong, said Naruto, and Hinata unconsciously stepped back a little. Then what do you need to become strong? Asked Hinata, but she was already afraid of the answer. Hate. I only need hate to become strong. I hate my family. I hate this village. And I hate this whole world, said Naruto with his famous evil smile. Naruto-kun, please listen to me. This isn't you. Please stop this before you do something you will regret, said Hinata while she started to tear up. What do you know? Everyone hates me. Then I can hate everyone too, said Naruto. But I don't hate you. I love you, shouted Hinata. If you loved me, why weren't you there when I needed someone? Asked Naruto, and Hinata suddenly became silent. You weren't there because your father blackmailed you. He said that if you even try to get closer to me, you will be branded with the cursed seal and sent to branch house, said Naruto, and Hinata's eyes widened. No, it wasn't like that, said Hinata, but Naruto didn't care about her excuses. Then let me jog your memory. Face your sins, said Naruto, and Hinata was sucked in the tattoo just like Yumi and Jiraiya. Flashback 7 years ago. The 6 years Hinata sat in front of her father, who wasn't very happy. Hinata's progress was pitiful while her sister's was impressive. Moreover, he heard she was saved by Uzumaki Naruto, who was considered a demon, a failure. And as an encore, she tried to befriend him. Hayashi couldn't let that Hinata destroy more the family's name. Hinata, I heard you wanted to befriend Uzumaki Naruto. Is that true? Asked Hayashi. Yes, father. He seemed lonely, and that is, said Hinata, but Hayashi interrupted her. I don't care about your reasons. However, you can't be friends, said Hayashi, and Hinata became sad. But why, father? He is a good boy. I am sure he, said Hinata, but Hayashi interrupted her again. Silence! Shouted Hayashi, and Hinata became silent right away. You stop this or I swear I will brand you myself and send you to the branch family. You will be a very good example for everybody who doesn't agree with my decisions because I will use the seal on you daily. Did you understand? Asked Hayashi, and Hinata nodded. Very good. Tomorrow you will look for him and tell him you can't be friends because you can't be seen with a commoner and failure like him. Moreover, from tomorrow we will double your training. Is that clear? Asked Hayashi, and Hinata nodded again. The next day in the park, Naruto waited for Hinata because she promised she would play with him. He was very excited because this was the first time he could have a friend. A few minutes later, Hinata arrived and Naruto ran to her. Hi Hinata-chan. So what do you want to play firstly? Asked Naruto with a happy tone. I am sorry Uzumaki-san, but we can't play. Not now, not tomorrow, never, said Hinata with a stern voice. What are you talking about? Asked Naruto, who started to panic. I am the heiress of the Hyuga family, and I can't be seen with a commoner and failure like you Uzumaki-san. So this is goodbye. Take care, said Hinata with the same stern voice. Then she started to leave, while Naruto processed what happened. But he understood it was just impossible for him to have friends. He started to cry, then ran away. However, he didn't see that Hinata was crying too. After this, Naruto didn't even try to have friends, and Hinata didn't talk to him, but sometimes she watched him from a safe distance. End of the flashback. Hinata collapsed on her knees and started to cry like there was no tomorrow. Naruto stepped beside her but didn't look at her. You are a coward and a traitor. You betrayed my trust and hid behind excuses. And yet you have the gut to say that you love me. I am so sick of you, said Naruto with a calm voice. But in a way I am thankful because without you I wouldn't be what I am now, continued Naruto. I am so sorry. Please forgive me, said Hinata while she cried. I don't care what you want, said Naruto and started to leave. Please don't leave. I love you and I want to be with you, said Hinata. It is very touching, but I don't love you, said Naruto, and when Hinata heard this her heart broke to a million pieces. However, when I start to hunt down those who hurted me, maybe I will spare you because you were the one who destroyed the last of my hope that I could live happily. Later, said Naruto. Then he disappeared and left Hinata alone. She cried without stop because she realized she helped created this Naruto who didn't care about anything or anybody. He only wanted to see everybody dead at his feet who hurted him. The last thought that went through her mind, before she fainted, was, what have I done? Yumi was in the training grounds and looked for his estranged brother. She heard from her mother what happened and wanted to talk about it with Naruto. Because she didn't find him in the village, she knew the only place she could find him was the training grounds. She looked for him for a long time now, but still nothing. Then she suddenly saw something on a clear. She went closer and saw it was Hinata. She checked if she was all right, and when she touched her forehead she felt how hot it was. She couldn't just leave her there, so she grabbed her and took her to the hospital. Fortunately, from that training ground the hospital wasn't far. She arrived after a few minutes. When she stepped in, she went to the head nurse. Excuse me, but I need help with her, said Yumi, and the nurse immediately stood up and went to them. What happened to her? Asked the nurse with worry. I don't know. I found her like this, but she has a fever, said Yumi, and the nurse checked her forehead. I will call a doctor right away, said the nurse, and went back to her desk to call a doctor. A minute later, a tall woman doctor came to help them. What happened? Asked the doctor, and Yumi said the same thing which she said to the nurse. I see. Maybe it is a heat stroke. Nurse, take her to a normal temperature room. Connect and 4 bag to her and take off that coat from her. If she doesn't react after a half an hour, then call me again, said the doctor, and the nurse nodded. Can you help me? Asked nurse from Yumi, and Yumi nodded. They did what the doctor said, then let her rest. It seemed the doctor was right because after a half an hour Hinata's fever started to go down and she started to breath calmer. I have to see some other patients. Can you watch her? Asked the nurse from Yumi, and she nodded again. Yumi just watched as Hinata was sleeping. Then she heard something. It was more like a whisper. She didn't know where it came from. Then she turned to Hinata and saw it was her. She talked in her sleep. Yumi couldn't understand it for the first time, but in time she understood it. She said forgive me after every few seconds. Then in time she stopped it. Yumi looked at the sleeping girl and she supposed Naruto was the cause of her fever. A few hours later Hinata started to wake up. Then she opened her eyes and sat up. She looked around and saw she was in the hospital and Yumi was there with her. "You are awake. That's good. I will call the doctor," said Yumi, then left the room. A few minutes later she came back with the same doctor who treated her. "How are you feeling, Miss Hyuga?" asked the doctor. "I feel better. Thank you," said Hinata. Then the doctor checked her fever and her heart. Both of them were okay. "Well, your fever went down. Did you train a little too hard?" asked the doctor, and Hinata hated lying, but right now she thought that was the best option. "I did. And before I could notice, I fainted because of the heat," said Hinata, but Yumi knew she lied. "Well, you can go, but be more careful. Don't wear so warm clothes and take some water with yourself the next time," said the doctor, and Hinata nodded. "Well, I have to go now. Take care," said the doctor, and Hinata started to collect her things to go home. "You lied, didn't you, Hinata?" asked Yumi, and Hinata suddenly froze where she stood. "What are you talking about, Yumi-san? Why would I lie to a doctor?" asked Hinata. "Because I know it wasn't a heat stroke that knocked you out. It was Naruto. Am I right?" asked Yumi, and Hinata couldn't hide it anymore. She started to cry and then turned to Yumi. "I did something terrible to Naruto-kun, and now he hates me. Because of the shock I fainted," said Hinata while she was crying. "What did you?" asked Yumi. "It happened before we started to attend to the academy. I was running in the village because my father had hit me again, because he thought I am not the perfect daughter he wanted. That's why I wanted to run away from home. But I ran into an older kid and ruined his ice cream. He didn't take it too well. I tried to apologize, but he and his friends started to bully me. That's when Naruto came and scared them away. After this we talked a little and asked me to become his friend, because he didn't have any. I said I would be happy and I promised him I would play with him the next day. However, I didn't know my protector was there and saw everything. He reported everything to my father, who didn't take it too well. He ordered me to destroy every relation with Naruto or he would brand me and send me to the branch family. Moreover, he would use the seal on me every day to show everyone what would have happened to them if they didn't agree with him. And because of my fear, I did that. Naruto ran away with tears in his eyes after I had said some hurtful words. After this we never talked, but I watched him from a safe distance, and before I could notice I was in love with him. And during the Chunin exam I decided to fix everything, so I collected every braveness I could and I confessed my feelings to him," said Hinata. "And what did he say?" asked Yumi, but she already known the answer. "He doesn't love me, and I am sure he never will. I am too late. The Naruto who saved me is long gone," said Hinata while she started to tear up. "Is that all he did?" asked Yumi. Hinata shocked her head, then said, "He made me face my sin. He said I was the reason that the last of his hope was destroyed. And I can't argue with that. I destroyed a warm-hearted boy because of my cowardness, and created a monster who kills because it is fun for him. I suppose there is a special place in the hell for me because of what I have done," said Hinata, and Yumi didn't like what she heard. So Yumi slapped her. It was a strong one and left a mark on her cheek. Hinata was stunned for a few seconds, then looked at Yumi's angry face. "So that's it? You just give up? If you do this, then Naruto is right. You are a coward," said Yumi with an angry tone. "But what can I do? He doesn't care about me. He only saved me so he could punish me," said Hinata with a tone that said she didn't care about anything anymore. "Hinata, listen to me. I know there is still good in him. It is only buried under his hate, anger, and sorrow," said Yumi with a hopeful tone. "How can you be so sure?" asked Hinata. "He could kill me during our match, but he didn't do it. He could ignore Genma's statement and kill me, but he didn't do it despite of all the terrible things I did. And he could kill you too anytime, but he didn't do it because deep down he still cares about us. Plus, maybe he blames your father too," said Yumi, and this made Hinata think about everything that happened. "And how do you want to help bringing back the old Naruto-kun?" asked Hinata, who started to hope again. "Everything started with that scythe. If we can take it from him and destroy it, maybe that could solve everything, or at least that could give us some leads," said Yumi, but it didn't convince Hinata. "But what if this only makes him angrier?" asked Hinata. "This is the reason we will go to my dad to ask about that scythe. I heard that they got some new informations about it. Maybe those informations can be useful," said Yumi, and Hinata nodded. "Then let's go," said Hinata, and she was about to leave, but Yumi stopped her. "Wait, Hinata. There is one more thing," said Yumi. "Yes?" said Hinata. I promise you we will bring back my brother. And when he is the old himself again, he will take you to the best place in the village as a date. And if he doesn't want to, I will make him, said Yumi with a smile, and Hinata blushed when she heard this. Okay, thank you, said Hinata with a smile. Then let's go, said Yumi, and they left the hospital to visit Minato. Right now Minato was still in his office and examined every information they found in Danzo's base and house. Minato couldn't understand how Danzo was able to hide all of this. Somebody had to notice it. Of course, there was the chance he silenced those who was near to unveil Danzo. Minato continued the work when somebody knocked. Enter, said Minato, and a medic shinobi stepped in. He bowed, then waited for Minato. What can I do for you? Asked Minato. I am sorry I disturbed you, Hokage-sama, but we need to ask you something, said the medic. We? Asked Minato. I and the other medics in the hospital. There are a lot of patients we can't treat because none of us has the needed knowledge. That's why we need your help, said the medic. What do you mean? Asked Minato. There are injuries we can't treat because our stuff wasn't taught to treat them, because those kind of methods were only taught during the war. We want to help them, but we can't because we don't have the specific knowledge and method, said the medic, and Minato now understood what the problem was. After the war, some of the methods weren't taught for the medic shinobis because it needed a lot of time and practice. However, they needed the medics, so most of the things they learned were the basic stuff. And what is it you want? Asked Minato. We ask you to bring Tsunade-sama back. Only she has the needed knowledge and practice. Without her, a lot of people will die, said the medic, and Minato nodded. I will send out a team immediately to bring her back, said Minato, and the medic nodded. Thank you, Hokage-sama. If you excuse me, I have to return to the hospital, said the medic, and Minato nodded. After he left, Minato called an ANBU agent to bring Jiraiya here. It didn't take much time, and Jiraiya stood in front of Minato. Hey kid, what's the matter? I see you have a lot of work here, said Jiraiya. Don't remind me. After Naruto's little parade in the council chamber, I have a lot more work, said Minato with a sad smile. I heard that he made a big circus there, but I don't know the details. Can you fill me? Asked Jiraiya. Thanks to Naruto, we arrested most of the civilian council and the elders except Hiruzen, and Naruto killed Danzo after it was proved he was a traitor, said Minato. Well, I have to say the kid knows how to clean the house, said Jiraiya, and Minato nodded. Yes, right now I read the documents we found in Danzo's base and house. Then I have to check some old documents about the elders and their missions, and after that I have to investigate how deep this conspiration circle is which the civilian council created. So yes, I have a lot of work, said Minato. I don't envy you, but I am sure you called because I have to do something important. I have to save a virgin princess or something like that, asked Jiraiya with a pervert smile. Almost. You have to bring back Tsunade, said Minato, and Jiraiya's smile disappeared. You know, I just remembered I have to check one of the leads which was told me by one of my informants, said Jiraiya with a nervous tone. Don't think so, sensei. You have to get her back, said Minato. Minato, you know that she hates me after I tried to peep on her in the bathhouse. If she sees me, she will kill me immediately, said Jiraiya with pure fear. Then you can take somebody with yourself to protect you, said Minato to calm Jiraiya down. Very well. And who are the lucky ones I can choose from? Asked Jiraiya. Tell me if there is somebody you want to take with yourself, said Minato, and Jiraiya started to think. What would you say if I took Naruto with myself? Asked Jiraiya. Minato was a little surprised, but maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. Well, at first I thought you were insane, but as a second thought it is not a bad idea, said Minato. Yes, maybe a little time out of the village would help his mood. Maybe I can teach him something and earn a little bit of his trust, said Jiraiya, and Minato nodded. All right, look for Naruto and tell him I send him to a mission with you, said Minato, and Jiraiya nodded. After Jiraiya had left, Yumi and Hinata came in to talk with Minato. Yumi, Hinata-san, what can I do for you? Asked Minato. Dad, I heard that there are new informations about Enai-sama's scythe. Can you tell me about it? Asked Yumi with hopeful eyes. Sorry, Yumi, but those are classified information. I can't tell you anything, said Minato, and Yumi's smile disappeared. Oh, come on, Dad. We want to bring back the old Enai-sama. With those information, maybe we are able to do it, said Yumi. Those information wouldn't help you, Yumi, said Minato. Then what can you tell me that could help? Asked Yumi. There is nothing that could help you right now. The only thing I can tell you that try to become his friend, said Minato while he started to watch the ground. Well, that is not much help, said Yumi with some anger. I don't have better options. I want to see the old Naruto too. But we don't have enough information about the scythe, said Minato. What would happen if we destroyed it? Asked Yumi, and Minato chuckled a little. If we were able to do that. However, it is not possible to destroy such a weapon, said Minato. What are you talking about? Asked Yumi, who was now curious. Never mind. Go home now. I will be at home by diner, said Minato, and because Yumi didn't have a better idea, she left with Hinata. What should we do now? Asked Hinata, and Yumi thought about it. We go home now, but tomorrow we will go to the library. Maybe we can find something about that scythe, said Yumi, and Hinata nodded. While Yumi and Hinata went home, Naruto was in the village and his destination was his so-called home. Right now the villagers left him alone because they didn't want to piss that person off who defeated Yumi and Shikaku. While somebody appeared before him, somebody he hated very much. It was Uchiha Sasuke. He had his annoying smug smile, but Naruto knew that the Uchiha boy didn't have anything that could keep him at bay. What do you want? Asked Naruto after he stopped. I have a permission from the village council to take away your scythe and give it to them, and they will give it to me. So to spare some time, why don't you just give it to me? Said Sasuke with the same smug smile. Show me the permission, said Naruto, and Sasuke showed him. It was made before Naruto woke up and everybody signed it from the civilian council. However, the elders, Minato, and the shinobi council didn't sign it. This paper doesn't worth anything because only the civilian council signed it. And I just heard they were arrested, so this paper is only good for toilet paper, said Naruto. Then he tore it apart in front of Sasuke. You can't do that. You saw the permission. Give me the scythe, screamed Sasuke. I don't care what you or the civilian council want. I am not there or your bitch. None of you can order me anything, said Naruto with a smile. Then I will go to the Hokage, said Sasuke with a smug smile. Do that, but he will say the same thing, said Naruto. Then he started to leave. However, Sasuke got in his way. Then I will take it from you by force, said Sasuke, and started to make the hand signs for the Chidori. Naruto only smiled. Good, then I can say it was self-defense after I had killed you, said Naruto, and took out his scythe. But before any of them could do anything, Jiraiya appeared. What is going on here? Stand down, both of you, said Jiraiya. Out of my way, old man. That loser has something that I want and I will take it from him, said Sasuke, but before he could attack, Kakashi appeared behind him and knocked him out. I am sorry, Jiraiya-sama. I don't know what he thought when he wanted to use the Chidori, but I will talk to him, said Kakashi, and Jiraiya nodded. Kakashi left with Sasuke. After they had left, Jiraiya turned to Naruto, who already put his scythe away. What do you want now? Another ride with your sins? Asked Naruto while he smiled. Jiraiya just remembered when he used that on him and he didn't want to experience it again. No, I came because the Hokage gave us a mission, said Jiraiya. What mission? Asked Naruto. We have to find Tsunadeheim and bring her back to the village, said Jiraiya. And why would I go? Asked Naruto. You can leave the village for a short time, and who knows, maybe we will run into some strong opponents, said Jiraiya, and Naruto thought about it. Some new souls would be good. All right, then what are we waiting for? Let's go, said Naruto. After Jiraiya convinced Naruto to come with them, they started their journey to find Tsunade. While they traveled, Jiraiya tried to talk to Naruto, but Naruto wasn't in the mood. The first day was uneventful, but a few days later they stopped in a little town to rest. Naruto stayed in the inn while Jiraiya went out collecting information. Naruto sharpened his scythe when he heard a knock on his door. When he opened, two men stood before him. Both of them wore a black coat with red clouds. One of them was higher and had a huge sword. The other one was smaller, but he had red eyes. When Naruto looked at him, he saw he had a pair of Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto, our organization needs you and your sister. Please come with us, said Uchiha Itachi, who was the smaller one. Naruto used all of his power to resist his eyes. Itachi was surprised because Naruto was stronger than he thought. "Forget it, Itachi. I will take care of this," said the other one, who took out his sword to knock Naruto out. He was Hashikaji Kisame. However, Naruto was faster and he managed to evade the attack. He picked up his scythe and prepared the battle. "What happened there, Kurama?" asked Naruto from the giant fox. "His Sharingan is way more powerful than I thought. You could resist his genjutsu now, but you can't look into his eyes again," said the fox. "Got it," said Naruto and started to hand signs. When he finished it, chains of Judeka came out and binded Itachi. "This will make you stay there while I make sushi from your friend," said Naruto and started to attack Kisame. "I will take care of him, Itachi. You just stay there," said Kisame. "As you wish," said Itachi. Naruto and Kisame started their duel against each other with their prized weapons. Naruto was good, but even he could saw Kisame had the upper hand because of his experience. However, both of them could make some injuries on the other. After a 5 minutes of fight, both of them made some distance and looked at each other to check how much damage they could cause. Naruto managed to leave some deep cuts on his face and arm. However, Kisame left more cuts on him, and most of them were pretty deep. Then Kisame smiled and started to laugh. "What is so funny?" asked Naruto. "It was so long someone could give me a good fight. I will enjoy it as long as I can," said Kisame and prepared to attack again, but someone stopped them. "Itachi!" shouted Sasuke. "Sasuke?" said Itachi. "I will kill you," shouted Sasuke and started to run at Itachi with a Chidori. He managed to stab him, but then he became a group of crows. When Naruto saw this, he didn't understand it. He was sure he caught him with the chains. Then Itachi appeared again and used the Tsukuyomi on Sasuke and knocked him out with it. Naruto started to panic because right now he was in a very bad situation. He could hold up against Kisame for a time, but right now he couldn't defend himself against both of them. "Well then, where were we?" asked Kisame, but suddenly the walls became like something's stomach. Then suddenly Jiraiya appeared. "You could invite me too if you wanted to fight, Itachi," said Jiraiya. "Kisame, we have to leave. If Jiraiya is here, then reinforcement will arrive soon enough," said Itachi. "Tch, fine. We will finish our fight next time," said Kisame. Then he and Itachi ran away. Jiraiya tried to stop them, but they managed to escape. A few minutes later, Guy appeared and said the ANBU will look around and maybe they will find them. Guy took Sasuke back to Tachi village. And Jiraiya with Naruto continued the journey to find Tsunade after Naruto's wounds had been treated. A few days later, they were in Tenzaku quarters. Jiraiya's informant said Tsunade should be here. After they had arrived, they started to look for Tsunade. They didn't have any luck, so they thought it would be better to finish it for the night. However, before they went to an inn, they went to eat. And the first place they went in was the place where Tsunade was. They noticed each other immediately. Jiraiya said hi, and Tsunade's first reaction was to hit him. With this, he flew out from the house. "This is for peeping on me," said Tsunade. Then she went back to her drink. "Nice hit," said Naruto with a smile. "And who are you?" asked Tsunade, who was a little drunk. "Of course you don't remember me. You never cared about me, just like my parents and that idiot who you just hit," said Naruto, and Tsunade tried to think a little harder, but the sake dulled her mind a little. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Do you remember now?" asked Naruto, and Tsunade's eyes widened, just like Shizune's, who was there too with Taunton. "Naruto, you grew so big. I am sure you stronger too," said Tsunade with a nervous tone. "Don't play the idiot. After you realized there was nothing you could teach Yumi, you left the village. Even though you could teach me a lot of things. But you thought my parents would teach me. Well, unfortunately you were wrong. They never teach me. I was lucky I survived the first few months as a shinobi. But right now I don't care what you think about me. Pack your stuff, we are going back to the village," said Naruto, and Tsunade felt some guilt about Naruto. "It wasn't Yumi's training the only thing, because I left. I wanted to get away from my bad memories," said Tsunade. "Spare me your excuses. You lost your little brother and your love. That's all. Others lost their whole family and has more spine than you do, because they don't run from their problems," said Naruto, but this only angered Tsunade. "What do you know? You never lost anything," said Tsunade in her anger. "You are right. I never lost anything," said Naruto. "See? Your situation is much better," said Tsunade, but Naruto only chuckled. You didn't let me finish. I said I never lost anything, because I had nothing from the beginning, said Naruto, and Tsunade's eyes widened again. I never had a family, because they never cared about me if I was alive or not. Because of the villagers I didn't have friends. And because of a coward wench I never learnt what love is, said Naruto. He started to leave when Jiraiya returned. I leave. She doesn't worth my time or anybody's time. Do what you want, pervert, said Naruto, then left. Jiraiya only shocked his head. I suppose you talked to the new Naruto, said Jiraiya. What do you mean new? Asked Shizun. After this question, Jiraiya explained everything. He told them about the scythe, his strange powers, the Chunin exam, the invasion, the council meeting, and the new alliance with IWA. Both Tsunade and Shizun was stunned about what happened in the last few months. And it was worrisome. They hoped the marriage would help ease the tension, but it was oil to the fire. Naruto is angrier than ever, and the fact that he destroyed council by arresting and killing Danzo only shows he is nobody's dog. Can't Minato do anything? Asked Shizun with some fear. Well, right now I have no idea. We offered him training and a wife. But he doesn't need them, said Jiraiya. Did you try to take the scythe? Asked Tsunade, and Jiraiya nodded. Then why does he have it even now? Asked Tsunade. Because only he can touch it. If somebody else tries to touch it, the scythe will burn you hardly, said Jiraiya, and Tsunade nodded to show she understood it. I suspect if I offer training he will refuse it, right? Asked Tsunade. How strong he is now? Asked Shizun. It is hard to say. He managed to defeat Yumi and Gaara. But he had trouble when he had to deal with Kisame and Itachi. I would say he is high Chunin and he is very close to a low Jounin rank, said Jiraiya, and the other two were stunned by this. But you can discuss the details with Minato and Kushina. Right now I am here to bring you back. The village needs you again, said Jiraiya. Why should I return? You said Naruto wants to kill everybody who sinned against him. I am on his list. It would be better to stay out of his radar, said Tsunade. Don't tell me you became a coward, asked Jiraiya. I don't care what you think about me, but I will not return, said Tsunade. The medics need your knowledge. You are the only one who can help treating the people who were injured in the invasion. You would never leave an injured person to die needlessly, said Jiraiya, and Tsunade couldn't deny this. Fine, I will return. But after I treated everyone I would leave, said Tsunade. You can talk about the details with Minato, said Jiraiya. All right, we leave at the morning, said Tsunade, and the others nodded. And true to her words, the next morning they left the city to return to the village. Tsunade couldn't say a word to Naruto. However, Shizun tried to talk to him. Naruto didn't have any problems with Shizun, so he talked to her a little. He didn't tell her anything that was concrete, just little things. For example, what was his favorite food, what was his favorite color when he was little, and so on. It was strange to Jiraiya that Shizun could talk to Naruto. Before her, nobody managed to make him talk. But the tone that Shizun used wasn't a simple one. She talked to him like a real friend, or he would risk to say it that she talked to him like a parent would. It took them a few days, but they reached the village. They went to Minato immediately. Minato was happy that they arrived so soon. He asked Tsunade to help the doctors now, and if she finished her work there, they could talk about what would happen after this. After everybody had left except Jiraiya, he told Minato what happened during the mission. So the Akatsuki needs both Yumi and Naruto, said Minato, and Jiraiya nodded. Yes, but I suspect they want the other bijus too, said Jiraiya. Do you have any idea what they want to use them? Asked Minato, but Jiraiya shocked his head. Then the only thing we can do is to prepare for their coming. The alliance with IWA could help a lot, said Minato. But Naruto doesn't want to get married. What do you want to do? Asked Jiraiya. Naruto doesn't have a choice. His bride will arrive in a few days. And I want them get married by the end of the month, said Minato. You will just make him angrier, said Jiraiya with some concern. I made him angry in his whole life. I think a little more won't hurt anybody, said Minato, but Jiraiya only shocked his head. I hope you are right, Minato, for everybody's sake, said Jiraiya, then he left. I hope so too, sensei. 5 days have passed since Tsunade returned to the village. She started to work in the hospital and she managed to heal everyone who was injured during the invasion. And now she taught the medics so they could be prepared for anything. Moreover, she managed to wake up Sasuke and Kakashi from the Tsukuyami. Itachi and Kisame had made a visit in the village before they went after Naruto. They wanted to find Yumi, but instead of it they found Kurenai and Asuma. A few minutes later, Kakashi and Guy joined to the fight. After this, the Akatsuki members left the village to find Naruto. Sasuke only heard this because a shinobi was careless, and Sasuke heard. He talked about his brother and his destination. And without a second thought, he ran after his brother to kill him. After he woke up, he realized he was weak, very weak compared to Itachi. However, Sasuke wasn't the only one who realized he wasn't strong enough. Naruto realized his scythe fighting skills weren't good enough. He could hold for a little time, but it is not enough. Moreover, he had to find a way to evade the Sharingan's genjutsu. To solve these problems, Naruto trained harder than before. He started to learn new scythe fighting styles and started to create his own. When his body way too tired for training, he learned everything he could about genjutsu and ways to evade it. Right now he was at home and read a scroll about a new fighting style when he heard knocking on his door. "Naruto, it is me, Mom. Can I come in?" asked Kushina from the other side. Naruto only sighed. "Yes," answered Naruto, and Kushina stepped in the room, which was really simple. There were a bed, a dresser, a desk with a chair, and a lot of scrolls all over the room. "What do you want?" asked Naruto with a cold tone because he hated when someone disturbed him. "Sorry because of the disturbance. But your father wants to see you," said Kushina. Naruto only frowned. "What does he want now?" asked Naruto. "The IWA delegate arrived with your bride. Your father wants you to go to his office to meet her," said Kushina, but Naruto only turned back to his scroll. "I said I don't need a wife. Give somebody else to her and leave me alone," said Naruto, and he continued the reading. "Naruto, you know there is no other choice. You have to get married. I heard she is a very strong shinobi. And if the rumors are true, then she is pretty too. Give her a chance. I am sure you will be surprised," said Kushina with a smile, but Naruto didn't even look at her. He has just read. Kushina realized this didn't work, so she came up with a new idea. "If you go meet her, I will give you a scroll about the Sharingan and its genjutsu," said Kushina, and Naruto stopped the reading, then turned to her. "How do you have a scroll about the Sharingan?" asked Naruto, who was suspicious about this because only the Uchiha clan should have had this kind of scroll. After the Uchiha clan was slaughtered, the Hokage collected everything they could about the Sharingan and its abilities, because out there is a rogue Uchiha who had to be dealt with. So Minato collected the scrolls to find a weak point on the Sharingan, said Kushina, and Naruto thought about it. He needed information about that damned eye, but Sasuke would never talk about it, and Kakashi would be useless. "How do I know you aren't bluffing?" asked Naruto. "Why would I lie to my own son?" asked Kushina, but Naruto only chuckled on this one. "You don't want an answer for this question," said Naruto with a smile. "Very well. I will meet her. But if I don't get this scroll, I will cut her to pieces and you can screw your alliance," said Naruto, and Kushina gulped, because Naruto's tone said he would dare to do it. Naruto stood up and put his scythe on his back. He left the house and started to walk to the Hokage tower. While he walked, he heard the whispers of the villagers. They wouldn't have dared to attack him after what he did, but they still hated him. Naruto only smiled on their pathetic antics. They did what every foolish people did. They feared what they didn't understand and started to hate it instead of they tried to understand it. Well, it is not his problem. He didn't care about them, they could die where they stood. It took a few minutes to reach the tower. When he stepped in, the receptionist said they waited for him in the Hokage's office. When Naruto walked in, he saw Minato, and behind him were Jiraiya and Hiruzen. In front of the desk stood a small old man. Naruto recognized him. He was Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. Next to him stood a woman. She was as high as Naruto. She had short black hair, black eyes, and wore a standard IWA shinobi outfit. She had an IWA headband on his forehead. She was Kuratsuchi, Inoki's granddaughter. "Ah, Naruto, it is good to see you. We were waiting for you," said Minato, and Naruto stepped a little closer. The IWA Kunoichi stepped in front of Naruto with a smug smile. "So you are supposed to be my groom. Don't get me wrong. But the old man said I was to be wed someone strong. And you don't look that strong to me," said Kuratsuchi, but Naruto only smiled. "You know, that IWA team said almost the same thing before I slaughtered them," said Naruto with his evil smile. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened when she heard this. "Oh yes, They thought they could kill me, but I was the stronger one. I cut them to pieces in the forest of the dead. Then, during the preliminaries, I fought against a sound shinobi. At first I cut off his arms. Then when he soiled and peed himself, I walked to him and cut off his head. He cried like a little girl. During the final part of the exam, I humiliated my own sister who has a bijou inside her. Then I killed 52 enemy shinobis during the invasion. And finally I defeated Shikaku. If you think I am weak, why don't we go out and see if you are right? Said Naruto, and Inoki was a little surprised by Naruto's victims. Minato and Jiraiya weren't really surprised because they knew about everyone whom Naruto killed. So it was you who killed those 3 idiots, said Kuratsuchi with some surprise. Are you angry? Asked Naruto. Not really. They were idiots. I was surprised the old man let them take part in the Chunin exam, said Kuratsuchi. But you started to interest me. Maybe we could train a little, said Kuratsuchi. Okay everyone, let's calm down. We have to talk about the marriage, said Minato, and everyone turned to him. Like I said a few times, father, I don't want to get married, said Naruto, but Minato didn't care about Naruto's needs right now. Not like he has ever cared. I am sorry Naruto, but you don't have a say in this matter, said Minato with a calm voice. You should show more respect for your father. He trained you to become this strong. And now he wants to ensure your future with a wife, said Inoki, and Naruto turned to him. What the hell are you talking about, Tsuchikage-sama? Asked Naruto with a glare, but Inoki wasn't afraid. The Hokage said it was him who trained you and, said Inoki, but Naruto suddenly pulled out his scythe and slammed its blade into the desk, and this destroyed the desk. Everybody was stunned because it was a very fast attack. What kind of lies did you feed that Tsuchikage, my dear father? Asked Naruto with a very hateful tone. What are you talking about? Asked Inoki, who was a little stunned by the attack. This man never trained me. He left me in the dust. I started to train at the academy when I was 8 years old. The teachers barely taught me anything, and when I had a Jounin sensei, he wasn't better. He allowed us to participate on the Chunin exam hoping I would die, because he hated me, said Naruto. Why would they hate you? Asked Kuratsuchi this time. I am the holder of the Kyuubi's soul, and because of that they think I am the fox, while my sister holds the chakra, said Naruto. Then Hokage Dano, you lied because, said Inoki, and Minato sighed. I lied to look good in yours and the Kazekage's eyes, but that time I never thought about an alliance between our countries, said Minato, and Naruto only shocked his head. You can make your little alliance for all I care, but I am out of here, said Naruto, and started to leave. Naruto, wait, shouted Minato, but Naruto just slammed the door. Minato could only sigh. I will go after him, said Kuratsuchi, and Inoki nodded. Let's talk a little, Hokage Dano, but this time let your lies out of it, said Inoki with a little glare, and Minato sighed again. He knew it would be a long day. Naruto left the tower and headed to the training grounds to clear his head. While he walked to there, Kuratsuchi joined to him. Naruto tried to pretend she wasn't there, but it was hard because she examined him from all the sides. After 10 minutes, Naruto had enough. What do you want? Asked Naruto. He was very pissed and wanted to be alone. I just want to get to know you a little, said Kuratsuchi with a smile. I don't need a fangirl, said Naruto, and this statement made her angry. How dare you call me a fangirl? I am way stronger than a wannabe kunoichi, said Kuratsuchi with a red face. Then show me how strong you are. I need to hit something and you will be good as long as you don't die, said Naruto, and Kuratsuchi only smiled. You can be sure I don't die so easily, said Kuratsuchi. After this conversation they walked together, and 10 minutes later they were on a training ground with a lot of trees. Then let's begin, said Naruto, and Kuratsuchi nodded. Naruto immediately made the hand signs for chains of Judeka to capture her. But Kuratsuchi was faster and managed to evade them by jumping up. In the air she made hand signs for the fire release great fireball jutsu. When Naruto saw the fireball he jumped up too. However, it was Kuratsuchi's plan all along. When Naruto was in the air he saw a lot of shurikens flew at him. He pulled out his scythe quickly and deflected them. When he landed on a tree he saw Kuratsuchi was on a tree too. He smiled because she was good, and Kuratsuchi did the same. Naruto made a few hand signs and summoned an Asterian beast. It growled, but after Naruto connected his scythe it was tamed. Naruto attacked her with the beast. However, Kuratsuchi heard about this creature from Inoki, so she had a few ideas how to defeat it. When it attacked with fire, she used water-type jutsus. However, the beast's fire was stronger, that's why she started to use earth-type jutsus. When she managed to stop the fire, she created a hole under it with spikes. When it started to fall, Naruto jumped from it. The spikes went through it and sent it back. After this, Naruto tried to defeat her with his scythe. Kuratsuchi was fast and flexible, but Naruto managed to cut her a few times. She tried to defend his attack with kunais, but the scythe cut through them. They continued this for hours. When the sun started to go down, they stopped for a few seconds. Both of them panted. Naruto had a lot of cuts on him and he bled too. Kuratsuchi wasn't better. Her clothes were torn and bloody. She lost her forehead protector too. But the forest was in the worst shape. There were holes and destroyed trees everywhere. I think we should stop or nothing will be left from the forest. But I can continue if it makes you feel better. But if you want to give up, I won't complain, said Naruto while he panted. Like hell I give up. You are almost out of chakra. I just have to continue this for a few more minutes, then I win, shouted Kuratsuchi. Then let's continue, princess, said Naruto and started to run at Kuratsuchi, but suddenly both of them collapsed because of the tiredness. Looks like it is a tie, said Naruto, and Kuratsuchi nodded. Well, at least I know you are strong. You will be my husband, said Kuratsuchi. I don't need anyone. You are strong and everything, but I want to be alone, said Naruto. I see that you hate your family, the whole village, and I wouldn't be surprised if you hated the whole world. But come on, don't you want to have a family and happiness? You could move away and come with me to IWA. Nobody would know about the fox's soul, only me and the old man. You could start a new life. You could have everything you ever wanted, said Kuratsuchi, and Naruto started to think about this offer. It was very tempting, but the years taught him that when the life offered him something good, there would be somebody to take it away. Like when somebody offered him something to eat and it was poisoned, or a present and it was a knife to stab him. That's why Naruto couldn't really accept this offer. I learned that the happiness is only an illusion, just like friendship and love. That's why I don't need anyone or anything, said Naruto. Then what do you fight for? Because I see you don't care about anything and you would be happier if you were dead. So you don't fight for surviving. What is your aim? Asked Kuratsuchi. Who knows? Firstly, I thought I fight to show I worth something, but after I defeated my sister and Shikaku and proved I am stronger, I don't know either, said Naruto. Then come with me, said Kuratsuchi. We will see, but now we should go back, said Naruto, and he started to get up. It was difficult because of the injuries, but he managed to stay on his legs. Then he helped Kuratsuchi up. Which hotel do you have to go back? Asked Naruto while he held Kuratsuchi. The Golden Leaf, said Kuratsuchi, and Naruto nodded. They started to walk back, then Naruto heard a growl. Kuratsuchi blushed a little because it was her stomach. You are lucky there is a little restaurant in the way. You can eat there. It is the only place where I could get food, said Naruto. It did take a little time, but they reached the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. It was a small place, but it was good. At least Naruto thought this way. A ramen stand? This is the best place you could take me, asked Kuratsuchi, with some anger. No, this is the only place where both of us get food. Now stop complaining, said Naruto. Then they went in and sat down. A young woman came out. She had long brown hair and wore an apron. Good afternoon. How can I help you? Said the girl, then saw Naruto. Oh, Naruto, it is good to see you again. The next time if you come, you could take a bath and please wear a shirt. It is not like I hate to look at your muscles, but Dad thinks otherwise, said Ayam, who was the daughter of the owner. Hi Ayam. Can you give us a 2 bowl of pork ramens? Said Naruto, and Ayam nodded. Dad, we need 2 pork ramens here, shouted Ayam. Right away, shouted Ayam's father back. So who is this young lady, Naruto? You finally gave up the you want to be alone thing and found a girlfriend, asked Ayam, and before Naruto could answer, Kuratsuchi did. I am actually his bride, said Kuratsuchi, and Ayam's jaw dropped. You are what? Shouted Ayam. Then her father came in with the ramens. Here is the ramen, said Tuchi, the owner. Then he saw his daughter. Naruto only sighed, then explained the situation while they ate. I see now. So your father's idea was this whole thing, said Ayam, who calmed down a little. Yes, but what did you accept? Asked Naruto. Never mind that. But you better take care of her, Naruto, said Ayam with a small glare. I never said I would marry her, said Naruto, and Kuratsuchi was a little sad because of that. Naruto, how can you say that? There is the chance for happiness and you throw it away, shouted Ayam. When the last time I thought I found happiness it was taken from me the next day, said Naruto, and he remembered what Hinata did. You mean what Hinata did? She regretted it. She was here a few days ago and she said everything to me. You should have given a chance, said Ayam, but Naruto only frowned. And why should I? So she could hurt me again after she had been blackmailed again. I don't need someone whose mind is weak, and especially I don't need someone who is a coward, said Naruto, then continued the eating. Who is this Hinata girl? Asked Kuratsuchi. Naruto only sighed, then started to tell his whole story. And he didn't let out anything. He told her how his family neglected him and his training, how the village tried to kill him way too many times, how his senseis never taught him anything, and so on. When he finished he could swear he saw tears in Kuratsuchi's eyes. Now you know everything about me, said Naruto after he finished his ramen. Then why did you refuse the marriage? You could be happy, asked Kuratsuchi. Because I know this arranged marriage is only for show. My father wants to show that our countries are friends now. And I will not be his pawn, said Naruto, then he stood up. Come, I will take you to the hotel, said Naruto, and Kuratsuchi nodded. Naruto paid for the food and said goodbye. Naruto and Kuratsuchi walked in silence, and after a few minutes they reached the hotel. Here we are. Good night, said Naruto, and he was about to leave, but Kuratsuchi grabbed his arm. Thank you for the day, said Kuratsuchi and kissed his cheek. Naruto blushed a little, but he earned his cool back a few seconds later. Yeah, whatever, said Naruto and started to leave. Naruto, there is always a chance for happiness and I am willingly offer it for you. Please accept it, said Kuratsuchi, and Naruto stopped for a moment, then continued to go home. Kuratsuchi only sighed, then went in. While Naruto walked home this thought went through his mind. And what if I don't want the happiness anymore? Naruto walked peacefully, and by the time he reached the house it was night. He went in and saw his so-called family enjoyed their dinner. Naruto pretended they weren't there and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. However, he wasn't lucky because Kushina noticed him. Naruto, why don't you join us? There is plenty of food here, said Kushina, but Naruto ignored her. Come on, Nisama. You must be hungry, said Yumi. I ate at the Ichiraka ramen stand. I am not hungry, said Naruto, and went to the bathroom. Naruto took a shower and washed down the blood and the dirt from his body. After he finished he took on the same kind of brown pants he always wore. But he didn't put on his armors. He went to his room hoping the scroll would be there. It was funny for him, but there was a scroll on his desk. But he couldn't open it because Minato called him from the dining room. Naruto only growled, then went down. When he went in the dining room he saw his parents, Jiraiya and Hiruzen. What is it? Asked Naruto with some anger. Naruto, fortunately I and the Tsuchikage managed to solve the problem which I created, said Minato, but Naruto knew there is more. And he said he didn't want to marry his granddaughter to someone who wasn't trained by me, said Minato, and Naruto thought he just got lucky. And now he doesn't have to get married. But Naruto had terrible luck. But everything changed when we saw how you fought against Kuratsuchi, said Minato, and Naruto looked at him like he just grew another head. Say what? Asked Naruto. We watched your fight through Hiruzen's crystal ball. Everybody was stunned and impressed by yours and Kuratsuchi's skills, said Minato, and Naruto knew here was the bad part. The Tsuchikage will let this lie go if you get married to Kuratsuchi tomorrow. So be prepared that tomorrow you will be husband and Kuratsuchi will be your wife. I beg your pardon, said Naruto, who couldn't believe what he heard. You heard it. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock you and Kuratsuchi are going to get married, said Minato with a calm tone. And why do you think I will do what you tell me? Asked Naruto, who started to get really angry. Because as your Hokage I order you. However, as a wedding gift from me you can choose where you want to live with her, said Minato, and when Kushina heard this she looked at Minato with wide eyes. However, she wasn't the only one because Yumi heard this too, who eavesdropped them. This doesn't change the fact that I have to become your pawn in your little game, said Naruto. Naruto, there is no other choice for you. If you stay here, you will become a Chunin, but you can't go higher ranked missions because if you died on AB- or A-ranked mission, the alliance would be terminated. But if you go to IWA, then the Tsuchikage will decide which missions you can go. Said Minato, and Naruto saw there wasn't too much of a choice. If he tried to run away, then Jiraiya, his spies, and every hunter shinobi will look for him. And he didn't want to kill himself because it is a coward's way out. And killing Kuratsuchi was out of the picture for two reasons. The first is she never did anything against him. The second is that she was innocent. Naruto didn't see any unforgivable sin in her. He hated to say this, but Minato won this turn. He had to get married. Looks like you have one father. But don't think I will do this for you or the village. I will only do it to get out from this cesspool, said Naruto. Then he went back to his room. Naruto, one more thing, said Minato, and Naruto stopped. What? Asked Naruto. Time to time you have to return to the village for a short time. Moreover, we don't expect it now, but you have to have children too, said Minato, and Naruto only snorted, then left to his room. When he left, Minato only sighed. Minato, what the hell? Why did you let him choose which village he could live? With this, we will never be able to fix our family, said Kushina, who was pissed at her husband's decision. Kushina. Right now his blood is boiling with anger and hate. Right now we can't do anything. I believe that a few years far from the village will calm him down, and then we will try to fix our family. Who knows? Maybe he will move back too, said Minato, and Kushina started to watch the ground because Minato was right. Before they could continue the conversation, Yumi came in. So you will let Anai-sama go? And what about Hinata? She loves him, asked Yumi, who panicked a little. I am sorry, Yumi, but I can't do anything about Hinata's case. I don't want to say this, but it was her fault. She didn't do anything, said Minato. But her father blackmailed her. She couldn't do anything, shouted Yumi in her anger. If she really wanted to become his friend, then she should have been tougher. She backed off immediately after Hayashi had blackmailed her. She should have fought more, said Minato, but this didn't convince Yumi. But, said Yumi. Yumi, if somebody blackmails you like this, you will do as he say, or you will fight, asked Minato, and Yumi realized what was the problem here. I would fight, said Yumi quietly. I didn't hear you, said Minato. I would fight, shouted Yumi. That's right, you would fight, but she didn't fight. She gave up the first moment when the situation started to become complicated, said Minato, and Yumi wanted to say something but realized it wouldn't have changed anything. I am sorry, Yumi, but Hinata has to give up on Naruto. Now go to the bed, tomorrow will be a long day, said Minato, and Yumi nodded. After Yumi had left, the others still talked about some details about the wedding, then they went to the bed too. The next day, everyone woke up early to start the preparations for the wedding. They wanted to hold the wedding at the shrine, which was in the village, and the local priest will conduct the wedding. Minato already ordered a kimono for Naruto, so Naruto didn't have to worry about that. And Kuratsuchi brought her kimono for the wedding. By 12 o'clock, everybody was in the shrine. There were the Shinobi Council and the few members from Civilian Council who weren't arrested because they weren't part of the conspiracy, but they lost most of their power. There were Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Naruto's and Yumi's former classmates were there too. Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, Kiba, Hinata, Shino. However, Sasuke was still in the hospital, and Sakura thought it was more important to be with him than going to the wedding. There were the senseis too. Asuma, Kurenai, and Naruto's sensei too. Kakashi was still in the hospital. There were Naruto's family and Kuratsuchi's family, her grandfather and father. The ceremony wasn't too long. Everybody agreed with the fact that a political marriage didn't have to be too long. However, everybody had their opinion about it. Shikamaru thought this was too troublesome and it would be better to avoid the marriage completely. Chuji most of the time only thought about if there would be something delicious to eat after the wedding. Ino's thoughts about the wedding were that Kuratsuchi was very pretty in her kimono and she would like something similar when her time comes. Kiba thought it was useless to be here and it wasn't fair that Naruto got a really pretty girl as a wife. Shino didn't really feel anything about it. However, Hinata was broken. She didn't cry. She held back her tears, but deep down and in her mind she couldn't stop the crying. Asuma and Kurenai thought maybe this would help Naruto to forget his hate and pain. The others from the Shinobi Council thought the same thing. But that few people from the Civilian Council and Naruto's former sensei only thought about killing Naruto. But they gave up this thought because there were too many shinobis who could stop them. After the wedding, they held a little reception. However, because there wasn't too much time to prepare too much food, there were only 2 dishes plus dessert. After the reception, everybody congratulated the young couple and wished good luck. At afternoon, Naruto spent his time at home and started to pack his things. Kuratsuchi helped him, but it was unnecessary because Naruto didn't have too many possessions. A few clothes, books, and scrolls. Nothing special. While they prepared for the moving, Minato and Inoki finalized the alliance. With this, they help each other out when a war started. They can ask help from each other during missions, and Konoha support IWA with food supplies while IWA support Konoha with ores. Kuratsuchi spent the night at Naruto's house. During the dinner, everybody was quiet. Naruto didn't want to talk to his parents, while Kuratsuchi felt a little uneasy with her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law. Yumi glared at her the whole time. She couldn't accept that her plans to save his brother were thrown out of the window. That's why she was angry at her, but she was angry at her parents too. Minato thought it would be better to be quiet now and not anger Naruto more. Kushina had the same thoughts. After the dinner, everybody went to bed, but the bed in Naruto's room wasn't big enough for both of them. That's why Naruto gave his bed to Kuratsuchi and he slept on the sofa in the living room. Naruto never would have admitted it, but deep down he was a little happy. He finally could leave this shithole and live a little. The next day, everybody was at the gate to say goodbye to Naruto and the IWA delegate. Kushina and Yumi hugged Naruto, but he didn't hug them back. He has just found this annoying. Minato didn't try to hug his son because he knew what would have been the answer. His former classmates said goodbye and some good advice, but Naruto felt it a little forced. The senseis did the same, but Naruto felt the same thing. When they finished the farewell, Inoki said he wanted to leave because the journey is long. However, Naruto stopped him. "I would like 1 minute, Sachikage-sama, please," said Naruto, and Inoki sighed and nodded. "Thank you," said Naruto. Then he turned to his parents. "Before I leave, I think it is time to give you what I have already given Jiraiya, Yumi, and Hinata," said Naruto, and Minato's and Kushina's eyes widened. However, before they could do anything, they felt they were sucked into the tattoo. Flashback, Minato. 5 years have passed since Minato sealed the QB into his children. However, the situation wasn't too good. His daughter was treated as a hero while Naruto was treated as a monster. Minato did his paperwork when an ANBU appeared in his office. She had long purple hair. "Hokage-sama, I have to report that your son, Uzumaki Naruto, was attacked again. His injuries aren't too dangerous, but I took him to the hospital." "And," said the ANBU agent. Her code name was Nico or Cat. "Thank you, Nico. That's enough, you can return to your post," said Minato without looking at the agent. "But Hokage-sama, this attack was 4th one in the week and the villagers are braver after every attempt. I know it isn't my business, but you should do something before they kill him," said Nico, but Minato unfortunately didn't care her opinions. "I can't do anything. If I try to stop them, they will think I am under the QB's influence or something similar. Then they will vote to remove me from my position," said Minato, and Nico looked at him with wide eyes, but it couldn't be seen because of the mask. "Are you telling me you would let your son die just because you don't want to lose your position?" asked Nico, who was now pissed. "I am not happy about this situation, but there is no one else who could become a Hokage right now," said Minato, but Nico wasn't convinced. "But he is your son, for God's sake," said Nico. "Give the villagers time. In a few years they will calm down and they will realize Naruto isn't a demon," said Minato, but even he didn't believe this. "I wish I could believe you, but I am sure you do a great mistake," said Nico. "I hope you don't plan on betraying me," said Minato with a threatening tone. "No, I don't betray you. I just said my opinion," said Nico. "When I want your opinion, I will ask it. Now return to your post," said Minato with anger. "As you wish, Hokage-sama," said Nico, then left the room. "I am the Hokage in the first place. My job is to protect the village. If I have to sacrifice one person to save everyone, so be it. Even if it is my own son," said Minato after Nico left. Flashback ends. Flashback, Minato. Minato has just arrived in his office at the morning, but somebody has already waited for him. "Good morning, Minato. How are you?" asked Jiraiya, who was in Minato's office. "Good morning, Sensei. I am fine, thank you. What can I do for you?" asked Minato. "I have just come back to give my report and tell you something important," said Jiraiya, and Minato was all ears. The toad sage summoned me to tell me a prophecy, said Jiraiya. And what did he say? Asked Minato. He said, in the future a man with red eyes will come to enslave the shinobi world, and the only one who can save it will be a girl who has the infinite power. She has to unite everyone and fight against the man with red eyes. But if she is not strong enough or let herself being consumed by the darkness, then the whole world will be perished. These were the words of the sage, said Jiraiya. And you think it is Yumi, right? Asked Minato, and Jiraiya nodded. She has to be. She has the Kyuubi's chakra. Imagine that if she could use it properly. She would wield the infinite power. I want to ask your permission to let her sign the toad contract, and I want to start her training, said Jiraiya. She can sign the contract. And don't worry, we have already started her training. We started to train her 1 year ago. She has a lot of talent. She will be even better than us, said Minato. Well, I am glad I hear this. And what about your other child? What was his name? Asked Jiraiya. You mean Naruto? He is fine. He wanted to train too, but I forbade it. Moreover, he doesn't have as much talent as Yumi has, said Minato. So you don't train him? Then didn't he try to buy himself? Asked Jiraiya. He tried it, but my ANBU agents watch him all the time now, said Minato. Isn't this a little much? ANBU agents? Asked Jiraiya with some concern. It is too dangerous the training for him if he is alone. And we can't supervise it because we have to supervise Yumi's training. Moreover, Kushina doesn't want him to become shinobi because he has average chakra reserves. Even with training, he would be only a low jounin when he reaches his highest point, said Minato, and Jiraiya nodded. Then he won't join the academy, said Jiraiya without any concern. We haven't decided it yet, but maybe we let him join, and after that he will realize the shinobi life isn't made for him, said Minato, and Jiraiya nodded. Well, you are his parents. You know what is the best for him, said Jiraiya. I will visit you at night and Yumi can sign the contract, continued Jiraiya. Where are you going? Asked Minato, but he realized it was useless to ask this. I will do some research, said Jiraiya, and then he left. At night Jiraiya visited Minato's house, but Jiraiya was beaten very badly. Jiraiya told them that Naruto visited him when he did his important research, and because of his loudness the women noticed him and beat him. Minato and Kushina didn't punish Naruto this time because they didn't agree with Jiraiya's habits, but they said if he bothered him when he did something important and not this so-called research, he will be punished. Flashback ends. Flashback Minato. 1 year after Naruto and Yumi started the academy, Kushina and Minato talked about Naruto and his progress. Naruto wasn't a bad student, he was somewhere in the middle of his class. Maybe he could have been better, but his teachers always sent him out from the class because of their idiot reasons. However, it didn't stop Naruto, he tried harder after every time. And Kushina didn't like this. Minato, I am afraid Naruto won't stop. He really wants to be a shinobi. We have to do something about that. You know, I don't want him to get hurt. He never be as strong as you, me, or Yumi, said Kushina, and Minato agreed with her. I agree, and I have an idea, said Minato, and Kushina looked at her with curious eyes. The daughter of the Wind Daimyo is in the same age like Naruto. Maybe we could make an arranged marriage between them. With this, Naruto can train himself, but he can't go to dangerous missions because he will be a royalty. Moreover, it will make our alliance stronger with them, said Minato, and Kushina nodded. I can agree with that, so we can protect our son from the harm, said Kushina with a smile. However, Minato's thoughts were about that if this worked they could receive ores in a lower price from Wind Country. And who knows what else. However, the Wind Daimyo didn't want his daughter to get married so soon. So Minato and Kushina's plan was destroyed. Flashback ends. Flashback Minato. Minato, Kushina, and Yumi walked to the academy in silence. Naruto followed them from a safe distance. When they arrived to the gate of the academy, the Chunin instructor welcomed them. Good morning, Hokage-sama, Kushina-sama, Yumi-sama, said the instructor with a smile. Good morning, sensei. How are you on this day? Asked Yumi. I am quite fine. Thank you for asking, said the instructor. I hope Yumi doesn't do anything that would interrupt you during the class, asked Minato. Of course not. She is the perfect student. She always pays attention and notes during the class. Moreover, she helps the other students too. You must be proud, said the instructor. Of course I am. She will be a great shinobi. She will be stronger, wiser, and better than anyone else. She will show that Mai and the previous Hokage's teachings are the best," said Minato, and the instructor nodded. "I couldn't have said better, Hokage-sama," said the instructor. Then they heard the bell. "All right, Yumi-sama, say bye to your parents, the class is going to start," said the instructor. He bowed, then went back to the building. Yumi said bye to her parents, then went in. None of them realized that Naruto heard everything. Naruto was angry that the instructor didn't even mention him when he always paid attention and noted during the class. But it was more painful that his parents thought so little of him. Flashback ends. After this third flashback, Minato suffered the flashbacks of the wartime when he killed hundreds of men and women. Flashback, Kushina. Kushina was in the kitchen and she cooked the dinner. She cooked ramen. She cooked it 2 times in a week. She loved cooking for her family, but this thought was interrupted when she heard that somebody broke something in the house. When she went to check it out, she saw it was a vase. She was angry because this vase was from her former home and her mother gave it to her. She immediately called her children. "Naruto, Yumi, come here right away," shouted Kushina. They ran to their mother and saw she was pissed. "Who broke my favorite vase?" asked Kushina. "It couldn't be me, Mom. I was in the yard and practiced my taijutsu," said Yumi, and Kushina remembered she actually saw Yumi outside a few minutes ago. "Then it was you, Naruto," said Kushina. "But I was in my room. You would have heard me if I had came down," said Naruto, but Kushina didn't believe him. But Naruto didn't know why, because everybody knew that one of the stairs will creak every time if somebody steps on it. And it is hard not to hear it. "Maybe you were quiet this time. Now go to your room. You are grounded for a month, and because you lied, you don't get dinner tonight," said Kushina with a serious tone. But, said Naruto. "Another word, and it will be 2 months," said Kushina, and Naruto saw it was useless to fight against her, so he went back to his room. After Kushina went back to the kitchen, Yumi looked up and saw herself. It was a shadow clone she created to get her brother into trouble. They high-fived, then the clone disappeared. After this, these kind of accidents happened really often. Minato and Kushina always blamed Naruto, because Yumi was somewhere else. It was funny that they didn't think that she used shadow clones when it was them whom taught her this jutsu. Of course, in time they realized it couldn't be Naruto every time, but by that time it was too late. Flashback ends. Flashback, Kushina. It was a Sunday afternoon when Kushina and the other wives of the Shinobi Council plus Tsum had a lady meeting in the Namikaze residence. This time they talked about everything that came to their mind. And while they did this, they drank some tasty tea. During the meeting, one of the wives asked about Naruto. She hated Naruto and hoped that Kushina would say something that she could use against Naruto. "Well, Naruto is hardly the perfect child. He always makes trouble. He is average at the academy. And next to Yumi, we don't have enough time to him. I try and try, but it seems nothing works. However, Yumi couldn't be better. She is the best student at the academy. She always helps me and others. She doesn't look for trouble and so on. I hope she will be just like me," said Kushina with a smile. "Aren't you a little vain and hypocrite, Kushina? You were a troublemaker too," asked Tsum. "Yes, but by their age I beam the good student. And what if I am little vain? Show someone who isn't," said Kushina. "Maybe you became a good student because you met Minato. Maybe a girlfriend would change Naruto too," said Tsum. And the others laughed at this. "Naruto and a girlfriend? Hardly. Because of his behavior, he doesn't have any friend. If he was like Yumi Mei, then he would have friends. I tried to bring him up properly, but it looks like not everything can go according to the plan," said Kushina, and the others nodded because even their kids like to do stupid things. Flashback ends. After this flashback, Kushina had a flashback about the war times when she killed a lot of people. And after this, Minato and Kushina returned to the real world. Both of them panted. They felt like they experienced the flashbacks for hours, however, it was only a minute. It was hard to breathe and they were totally worn out. They collapsed on their knees and everybody was shocked that Naruto managed to make them do this. Naruto stepped in front of them and took out his scythe and he put the blade to their necks. Both of them looked up and saw Naruto's hateful eyes. "How was it? Did you enjoy the ride with your sins?" asked Naruto, but Kushina and Minato couldn't answer. "You betrayed me. You wanted to sell me to the Wind Daimyo. You murdered countless people, even those who were innocents. Don't forget that you smell of greed, pride, vanity. You disgust me," said Naruto. Minato and Kushina wanted to say sorry, But before that, Naruto continued. I could kill you right here and now, but I will not do it. Do you know why? Asked Naruto, and they shocked their heads. Because it would be too easy. If I kill you, there would be no one except Yumi I could blame for my horrible life. Moreover, it is good to see you at my feet. It is so refreshing, said Naruto, and before he could continue, Kuratsuchi interrupted him by grabbing his arm. Naruto, please. You made your point. Let them go, said Kuratsuchi, and Naruto stopped. All right, I finish it, said Naruto and put his scythe on his back. Remember this day well, Minato, because it was the day you could lose your life by your weak and useless son, said Naruto. Then he started to walk away. Inoki, Kuratsuchi, and the delegate followed him. A minute later they were gone. The senseis helped Minato and Kushina get up. They took them to the hospital. Tsunade made a checkup, but she didn't find anything. Whatever technique Naruto uses to make others face their sins, it doesn't have any traces like other genjutsus. A few hours later, Minato, Kushina, and Yumi relaxed at their home. Minato and Kushina told everything they experienced. Yumi was a little happy because she had to face only one sin, but her parents had to face countless sins. And when Yumi heard about the memory when the vase was broken, she confessed it was her who broke it. Moreover, every time they punished Naruto, it was her who should have been punished, not Naruto. After this, they understood that Naruto's hate ran very deep. There is no one who could tell that he will be the same kind-hearted boy who he was once. Mom, I think Naruto and Isama will hate us forever, said Yumi, and Kushina's eyes widened. What are you talking about? He will let his hate go. We just have to wait a few years, then we will invite him back and we will talk about everything. Who knows, maybe by that time he doesn't want to be a shinobi too. Right, Minato? Asked Kushina, but Minato didn't answer for a few seconds. Maybe Yumi is right this time, Kushina. Naruto's hate for us is so great that even I don't know where I should start to make amends, said Minato, and Kushina couldn't believe her ears. Minato, don't say this. I know Naruto will forgive us and in time he will resign. You know the shinobi life isn't made for him, said Kushina, but Minato only shocked his head. Right now we can't do anything about Naruto, so we will wait and see what the future has for us, said Minato. Then he left the room just like Yumi. Kushina stayed in the room for a few more minutes. I know he will forgive us. I know, said Kushina quieter and quieter, and when she finished it she started to cry because she wasn't so sure that she was right. After Naruto left the village, Sasuke ran away from the village to join Orochimaru. Yumi, Shikamaru, Chuji, Niji, Kiba, and Akamaru were sent to capture him. In time, Rock Lee, Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari joined to them, and with their help they killed the Sound Five. However, Yumi, who fought against Sasuke, was defeated by him. With this, the mission was failed. After this, everybody realized they weren't strong enough, so they started to train harder. And for the next 3 years nothing happened. Until Gaara, the new Kazekage, wasn't kidnapped by the Akatsuki. Konoha sent out one of their best team. The team members were Yumi, Sakura, Kakashi, and a former root agent who was the last from Danzo's root program. But Beckyus, he was young, they spared him and gave him a new chance. They traveled to Suna and they learned that against the Akatsuki they would not be enough. Moreover, Konoha couldn't send any backup. However, they got another message that said IWA sent out a shinobi who would help them. Yumi and the others didn't understand how one man could help them, but it is more than nothing. Of course, the IWA shinobi needed some time to arrive. When he arrived, he saw that Deidara, a former IWA shinobi, flew away with Gaara. He wanted to go after him, but Kakashi, Sai, and Yumi has already done that. So he checked what was in the cave. He saw Sakura, who wore a similar outfit like 3 years ago, but he saw that she didn't become much stronger. The second person he saw was an old woman. It was Chiyo, one of the Suna elders and grandmother of their current enemy, Sasori of the Red Sand. The IWA shinobi saw they needed help, so he went to say hi. Chiyo-sama, we have to fight together if we want to defeat him, said Sakura, and Chiyo nodded. Very well, Sakura-san. Be prepared because Sasori is dangerous, said Chiyo. Come at me. You will be part of my collection, shouted Sasori from his puppet. We can defeat you together, freak, shouted Sakura, and before anybody could attack they heard some knocking sound. They looked back and saw a man. I apologize, but you don't have any chance against Sasori, Haruno Sakura. Chiyo-sama would be able to fight against him for a time, but she would be defeated too, said the mysterious man. Who are you? And how dare you insult me? I was trained by Hatake Kakashi, one of the strongest jounin in my village, shouted Sakura. I dare to insult you, because you are still a wannabe kunoichi who wants nothing else just to become that pathetic Uchiha's wife, said the mysterious man. Then he stepped closer so they could see him. Naruto, Naruto, said the surprised pink-haired kunoichi. The man who appeared was Naruto, but now he was taller and his hair was shorter. Moreover, he wore an IWA headband instead of a Konoha one. He walked closer so he could see his opponent. But after he stood in front of Sakura, she had to say something. Naruto Baka, what the hell are you doing here? Screamed Sakura with a blood-red face. Naruto didn't look back to say anything to her face. I am here because I got orders to help you, nothing else, said Naruto, but Sakura wasn't satisfied with the answer. She grabbed his arm to turn him to herself, but the moment she did that she saw that something cut her arm off. She screamed like a banshee, and when she looked at Naruto again she swore she saw a demon in a cape and hood. Chio grabbed Sakura to calm her down. After this, Sakura saw her arm wasn't cut off. Did you use a genjutsu on me? Asked Sakura while she panted. No, said Naruto dryly. Then what did you do? Asked Sakura with some fear. What you saw wasn't a genjutsu. I learned to control my chakra so well that when someone sensed my chakra they saw what could happen to them if they make me angry. However, I can make the same thing if someone grabbed me and I send my chakra into your body. I only sent a small portion of my chakra. But there were occasions when I sent so much chakra into somebody that he killed himself. So be careful the next time, said Naruto with the same tone. You bastard, you just want to try look stronger than Sasuke-kun. But your little trick wouldn't work on him. Anyway, it was your fault he left the village because you couldn't accept he was better than any of us and gave him your scythe. Screamed Sakura, and Naruto only sighed. I wouldn't try to make him mad if I were you, little girl, said Sasori, who started to get bored. What did you say, you freak? I can insult him as much as I want. He contains the soul of the Kyuubi. He is a demon, screamed Sakura. Then you don't know any of his nicknames, because the demon would be only one of the milder one, said Sasori. Nicknames? Asked Sakura, who had no idea what Sasori talked about. Yes, for example, the Butcher of IWA, the Fallen Angel, the Deathbringer, and so on. You are almost as famous as us from the Akatsuki. If you weren't a target, we would invite you to join us, said Sasori from his puppet. What kind of names are those? I would bet they are just made up, said Sakura, who wasn't impressed. Oh, but you should be afraid of him. Our spies told us after he left Konoha and became an IWA shinobi, he only accepted missions where there was a chance to kill someone. His kill count is nearly 1,000 by now. Or maybe more, said Sasori, and Sakura became horrified. I have to make you sad, but my kill count is nearly 400 or 500, said Naruto. It doesn't matter. You killed a lot of people. You are no better than us, said Sasori. I wouldn't say this any time, but he is right. You are a murderer, a demon. You killed countless people because you enjoy killing. I suspect they were all innocent, said Sakura, who was sure she was right. Innocent? Asked Naruto and turned to Sakura with eyes which radiated bloodlust. Sakura's eyes widened and stepped back a little. All of them were everything but innocent. I killed murderers, tyrants, rapists, bandits, people who sold young women for sex slaves or worse, people who wanted to start wars and so on. Maybe I am a murderer and I enjoy killing, but I did more than you ever will, said Naruto, and now Sakura was afraid of him. Naruto turned back to Sasori and took out his scythe. I had enough of this nobody. Let's start our fight, Sasori, said Naruto, and he started to run at him. Chio wanted to stop him, but Naruto was too fast. Sasori's puppet, Hiriko, opened his mouth and started to fire needles at Naruto. Naruto quickly evaded them. But he had no time to rest because Sasori used the left arm of the puppet. Like the head, this fired needles. Naruto knew he couldn't evade all of them, so he started to spin his scythe to deflect them. When the attack was over, Sasori saw Naruto wasn't injured. Impressive, very impressive. There is a very few people who could evade my needles without a scratch. But the playtime is over, said Sasori, and sent Hiriko's tail to immobilize Naruto with its poison. However, when the tail was near, Naruto cut it off without any problem. Sasori, surprised on this and without he could react, Naruto appeared in front of him. He pumped his chakra into the scythe and cut into the puppet with so much power that it broke to pieces. And before he could see he killed Sasori, something jumped out from the broken Hiriko. It was a long time age when somebody could defeat Hiriko and force me out from it. I am impressed, Uzumaki Naruto, said Sasori after he stood up. However, something was fishy. He was way too young. Something is wrong. When I looked at his puppet, I didn't see anything, so I knew it was a puppet. But I am looking at him now and I don't see any of his sins. Then he is a puppet too. Then where is the real body? Thought Naruto. Okay, Sasori, I had enough of your dolls. Where is your real body? Asked Naruto with an irritated tone. Are you blind? He is standing right in front of you, said Sakura with her annoying tone. No, the boy is right. This Sasori who is standing in front of us is too young. But how do you know it is a puppet? Asked Chio from Naruto. When I look at somebody's eyes, I can see their sins. When I looked at that puppet I didn't see anything, and the same thing happened when I looked at his eyes, said Naruto while he pointed to Sasori. However, Sasori knew it was no point to hide it anymore. He chuckled, then said, You are right, I am a puppet. But I am more than just a puppet, said Sasori, and he took off his coat. Then he saw the core in the body of the puppet. I made myself eternal. I am immortal just like my art. You can't kill me, said Sasori, then started to laugh. Don't be so sure. Maybe you transformed your body into a puppet, but that core still makes you immortal. No one can cheat the death. And I will make sure of that, said Naruto. We will see, said Sasori. Unfortunately, I can't use the performance of 100 puppets on him, because his speciality is cutting down multiple enemies in short time. So the best option is one but strong puppet. Maybe I could use the third Kazekage, but I am afraid its fate would be the same just like Hiriko's. So the best option is myself, thought Sasori. You are very lucky, Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't use myself for a very long time now, so be prepared, said Sasori, and then he activated the flamethrowers in his hand to burn everyone. Everybody jumped away to evade the flames. Sasori wanted to separate the three of them so he could kill them separately. When he saw Sakura was far from the other two, he jumped to her to kill her. However, Chio was faster, and with some chakra threads, she pulled her away before Sasori could cut her down. Naruto saw this as an opening and tried to cut Sasori down. However, Sasori saw him and reacted in time. The blades, which were on his body, protected him. But Naruto wasn't a fool. He started to pump his chakra into the scythe to make it stronger and sharper. A few seconds later, he cut through the blades and broke them. Sasori could jump back in time before Naruto could cut him in two pieces. Chio wanted to help Naruto with a few puppets, but Naruto refused it because he wanted to kill this bastard. Sasori saw his plan didn't work, so the best option was to use the performance of 100 puppets. Even if he is good, when there is a lot of enemy, he can't avoid getting injured forever. And if he injured by my poison, I will win, thought Sasori. Then he summoned his puppets. However, it is hard to move 100 puppets, so when they attacked Naruto, a lot of them were cut down shortly. Naruto made sure he cut off the chakra threads too. But Naruto saw after a little time the puppets became faster and more skillful. It is the problem for someone who fights someone who is a puppeter. It is easier to control less puppet than more, because you don't have to pay attention so much. Naruto started to get tired of these puppets, so he made the next best option. He will cut them down in one move. He jumped in the middle of the puppets, then started to use his mana. He sent it to the scythe and the blade started to light with blue color. Suddenly another blade appeared next to the first one. It was blue too. Then the blades became 5 times bigger than normally they would be. It took a seconds to do this, and when Naruto was ready with one swift move he cut down every puppet. However, not just the Sasori's puppets, he cut down Sasori too. When Sasori realized that the core of his body injured severely, he fell to his knees. It was way too hard to control the body. He tried to move his fingers, but it was impossible. The only thing he could do was talking. Naruto walked to him to finish the job. When Sasori looked at him, he saw Naruto was very tired. His last attack used up a lot of his mana. Moreover, he had to use a lot of chakra too. Like I said, no one can cheat the death, said Naruto while he panted. Looks like you were right. I will not resist, do what you have to do. My art is finished, said Sasori, and Naruto wanted to cut him down when... Wait! Screamed Sakura. Naruto turned to her and Sasori looked at her. I heard you were Orochimaru's partner. Then you know where he is with my Sasuke-kun, said Sakura. I was his partner, yes. However, I don't know where he is. But someone has to kill that traitor, so I will tell you something. I was supposed to meet one of my spies in 10 days from now, who is spying on Orochimaru. From him you can learn where he is. He will be at the Tenchi Bridge. This is all I can say, said Sasori. Sakura wanted to get more information, but Naruto killed him before she could talk. Why did you kill him? We could learn more about Orochimaru, said Sakura with her annoying banshee tone. You really believe he would say everything you wanted to know? Asked Naruto. We should have taken him back to the village where they would have interrogated him, said Sakura. Even if I didn't kill him, he would have died in a few minutes. With my last attack his core was damaged to the point where he couldn't be saved, said Naruto, but Sakura didn't believe it. You can't know that, said Sakura. He couldn't move his fingers, and the only thing he could do was talking. He was dying. End of the story. Now let's find the others, said Naruto and started to leave. Sakura wanted to stop him, but he had already left to find the others. When they found them, they were around the dead Kazekage. When Yumi saw his estranged brother, she was very happy. However, she didn't have time for that. Because Gaara was dead, but with Chiyo's jutsu and Yumi's chakra they managed to revive the Kazekage. With this, they can say it was a successful mission. They saved Gaara and killed Sasori. However, Deidara escaped and Chiyo died because of the jutsu he used to revive Gaara. When everybody was about to go home, Yumi stopped his brother. Wait, Enai-sama. Won't you come back with us to Konoha? Tell us what happened and catch up a little, asked Yumi. It is needless. I have already given my report to Kakashi. He will deliver it to your Kage. Moreover, I will come back in a month to tell you about how wonderful my marriage is, said Naruto, and they thought his marriage was a disaster. Is it that bad? Asked Yumi with some concern. No, it is pretty good. Kuratsuchi cares about me more than you ever did. And I care about her too because I don't want to be like you or our dear parents, said Naruto, and Yumi became sad. I have to go. See you in a month, said Naruto, then he left. After this, Yumi, with tears in her eyes, left with his team. When they returned and told Minato what happened, he immediately called Yamato to help out the team because Kakashi was injured. So a few days later, Yumi, Sai, Sakura, and Yamato left to meet this spy who Sasori spoke about. They wanted to capture him. When they learned the spy was Kabuto, all of them were surprised. However, they couldn't capture him because Orochimaru appeared too. They wanted to kill Sasori, but fortunately for them Naruto had already killed him. Because they didn't have business with Yumi's team, they left. However, they couldn't let them escape, so they pursued them to their base. When they went in, they started to look for Sasuke or anything that could be useful. In time they found Sasuke, but he didn't care about them. His only purpose was to kill his brother. And before they could do anything, Sasuke with Orochimaru and Kabuto left the base. The mission failed. After Naruto left Suna, he went back to IWA immediately. He was on missions for 2 whole months now. He wanted to rest a little. Took him 3 days to arrive. He firstly made his report. When he finished that, he left, but Inoki warned him that Kuratsuchi is mad a little because she didn't see him too much in the last few months. When he arrived at home, he prepared for everything. They had their own apartment in the village. So when he opened the door, he thought something would fly to his face. But the only thing he saw was Kuratsuchi, who stood in front of him with her arms folded. Naruto knew she was pissed. Hi Kuratsuchi, how are you? Were you at the hairdresser? Asked Naruto, but his bluff didn't work. Nice try Naruto, but you can't fool me. Where were you in the last 2 months? Asked Kuratsuchi with an angry tone. I did missions like always, said Naruto. And I waited you every night to come home. I cooked dinner, made you a bath, but nothing. And you didn't tell me anything about this so-called, I have to do this countless missions. I start to think you want to avoid me, said Kuratsuchi, then sat on the sofa. Naruto saw he had to do something. Maybe Naruto was a killer, but he loved Kuratsuchi. I am sorry. I didn't want to make you angry. It is just, said Naruto. Kuratsuchi looked at him, then he sighed. It just we have to go back to Konoha in a month. And I don't want to go back there. After this 3 years in IWA, my blood calmed down. Here I don't have to care about my traitor parents, a power-hungry civilian council, and bastards who want to take my scythe. Here the only thing I have to care about is you. And I have just wanted to distract myself from returning to Konoha. Because I am afraid if I return my blood will boil again, said Naruto, and Kuratsuchi understood it. Why didn't just tell me? We are married, we are supposed to talk about the problems and solve them, said Kuratsuchi, and Naruto nodded. You are right. I am sorry, said Naruto. Then he stood up. Come, I will take you to a restaurant to placate you, said Naruto, but Kuratsuchi had other plans. I don't feel like going out. I want to stay home with you. And because I was so lonely, I want you to pamper me, said Kuratsuchi, but Naruto didn't understand. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. I mean that shut up, pants off and hold on, said Kuratsuchi, then jumped on Naruto. While they enjoyed themselves, something interesting happened in the chamber of the great toad sage. The sage was resting when suddenly had another vision. It was similar like the previous one but more cruel. He called Fukasaku immediately. Fukasaku called Jiraiya immediately. I had a vision, said the sage, and Fukasaku summoned Jiraiya right away. What they? Asked the surprised toad summoner. Before you start why we did summon you, the sage had a vision, said Fukasaku, and Jiraiya turned to the sage. I am listening, said Jiraiya, and the sage nodded. I saw the full vision now. I saw a boy with black hair and a scythe. He kneeled before 2 gravestones, then with that scythe, he destroyed the shinobi world in his anger and sorrow. The hidden villages were in flames and the shinobis were all dead. He will bring the hell on this world, said the sage. Wait a minute, you said he had black hair, right? Asked Jiraiya, and the sage nodded. Then he didn't look like this, said Jiraiya, and transformed to Naruto. The sage looked at him, then said, there are similarities, but no. Like I said, he had black hair and he didn't have whisker marks on his face, said the sage. And the scythe looked like this? Asked Jiraiya, and Jiraiya transformed a scroll to the scythe. The sage looked at this too and nodded. Yes, the scythe looked like this, said the sage, and Jiraiya started to think. If it isn't Naruto who will destroy the world, then who will be? Someone very strong, and somehow he took the scythe from. Can it be? These thoughts went through Jiraiya's mind. Thank you, great sage. I have to tell this to Minato. Maybe he has an idea who this black-haired boy is, said Jiraiya, but before he could leave, the sage stopped him. Be careful, Jiraiya, because this boy doesn't know the meaning of mercy. He will kill everyone who stands in his way, said the sage. Then Jiraiya went back to Konoha. When he arrived, he immediately told everything to Minato. He was glad it wasn't Naruto who will destroy the world. However, he didn't know anybody who could this black-haired boy be. So the best option was right now is to wait. 1 month later, Naruto and Kuratsuchi returned to the village. Kuratsuchi was happy because of something, but Naruto was annoyed. Firstly, because he had to be here. The second is that he felt the eyes on him. The villagers weren't too happy that he came back. Moreover, that coward Hinata watched him too. It looks like she couldn't move on. They didn't want to stay too long. They will talk a little and the next day leave immediately. When they arrived to the Hokage's office, there were Minato, Kushina, Yumi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Hello, dear father. I have returned as you asked from us, said Naruto dryly. It is good you are back, Naruto. I hope everything is good in IWA, asked Minato. Yes, everything is good. But if you wanted to know this, I could have sent a letter too, said Naruto, and Kuratsuchi hit his arm. Don't be rude. Anyway, we have to tell them that anyway. And that isn't something you can tell in a letter, said Kuratsuchi. They don't have to know about that, said Naruto, and now everybody was curious what that is. Can you tell me what are you talking about? Asked Jiraiya. It is nothing important, said Naruto, but Kuratsuchi hit his arm again. How can you say it is not important when it is? Asked Kuratsuchi. I meant it wasn't important for them, said Naruto. Well, if you don't want to tell them, then I will tell, said Kuratsuchi, who was a little angry at Naruto, who didn't want to tell this important news. What is this important thing? Asked Minato. Then Kuratsuchi answered. I am pregnant, said Kuratsuchi, and when the others heard that, their jaws dropped. Kushina was happy because she will be a grandmother, and Yumi was happy because she will be an aunt. But Jiraiya and Minato realized something else. The sage said the black-haired boy was similar to Naruto. Kuratsuchi doesn't have whisker marks and she has black hair. And Naruto would give his scythe to his child when he would be old enough. Thought Jiraiya and Minato thought similarly, but they could agree with one thing. Naruto's son is the one who the sage talked about. He will be the one who will destroy the shinobi world. I am pregnant, said Kuratsuchi, and everybody's jaw dropped. Kushina was very happy because she would be a grandmother, and Yumi was happy because she would be an aunt. But Jiraiya and Minato knew immediately that Naruto's child will be the one who the great Toad Sage spoke about. He will destroy the shinobi world. I am so happy for you and Isama. You are happy too, right? Asked Yumi with an overjoyed face, which Kushina had too. However, Minato and Jiraiya only frowned. I am happy, but my happiness isn't your concern, so don't care about it, said Naruto sternly, and Yumi became a little sad because after 3 years her brother still hated them. Oh come on Naruto, don't be rude. She is just happy because she will be an aunt. Anyway, do you know the baby's gender? Asked Kushina with a smile on her face. We don't know it yet, but I want it to be a surprise, said Kuratsuchi while she touched her belly where her baby was growing. Naruto, don't you think it is a little early for you to become parents? Asked Minato suddenly, and when everybody heard his question they looked at him immediately. What are you talking about, father? Wasn't it you who wanted from me to have a child from Kuratsuchi? Asked Naruto with his serious tone. Yes, I asked that, but I didn't accept that it will happen so fast. You are only 16 years old. I hoped you would try to make a child when you are 20 years old, said Minato, but Naruto already had enough of Minato when he opened his mouth the first time. Who was he to tell him when he can have a child? He ruined his first 13 years of life. He will not let him to ruin the rest of it. Then what do you want now? Because it looks like you change your plan every second minute when it is about me, said Naruto. Minato knew he had to say something that would upset them, but without a plan the shinobi world will be destroyed. I think it would be better if you and Kuratsuchi move here in Konoha while you bring up your child. I and Kushina can help you with it. He can attend to the academy here and he can become a splendid Konoha shinobi. I will write a letter for the Tsuchikage right away and, said Minato, but suddenly a scythe flew away right next to his face and landed in the wall. Naruto experienced what he wanted to avoid with all cost. He felt that his blood boil with unimaginable anger. You really are full of yourself if you think I will let my child to be here while we bring her up. I will not let you brainwash my child. Moreover, my child's life wouldn't be better here like mine was. Every goddamn villager would attack him because she would be the spawn of the demon in their eyes. So you can forget about it. Anyway, why did you refer my child as he? Do you know something that I don't? Said Naruto with pure anger. Naruto, I just want the best for you and our family, said Minato with a smile. This is my family and not yours. Remember it. Moreover, you weren't the best parents for me, so why should I believe what you would tell me about bringing up a child? But you still didn't answer my question. Why did you refer my child as a he? Said Naruto, but Minato didn't want to tell anything. Well, I just believe it will be a boy, nothing else, said Minato, but Naruto learned to notice when somebody lied. And Minato lied big time. Minato is right, Naruto. You are too young to bring up a child. It would be better for you to stay here and, said Jiraiya, but suddenly Naruto started to radiate his enormous bloodlust at Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt it and he didn't collapse like the lot of others who felt his bloodlust before. But Jiraiya started to sweat and tremble. His own body knew Naruto was dangerous. He spent the last 3 years to become strong, and yes, he is stronger than ever. Shut it, pervert. Or I will show you why I am called the Butcher of Iwa, said Naruto, and Jiraiya suddenly remembered the reports about that incident that gave him that name. Naruto's mission was to investigate a supposedly uninhabited castle because the locals heard weird noises from there and a lot of villagers disappeared. When Naruto started to investigate, he found out that one of Orochimaru's subordinates made inhuman research and started to create an army for Orochimaru. However, Naruto shut him down. He killed the doctor and everybody else too because the doctor used the villagers to create brainless monsters. And the most merciful thing Naruto could do was to cut them down. In less than an hour he killed everyone. He killed at least 150 people. There were men, women, young and old. But Naruto couldn't do anything. They were no longer humans. They had to die. However, the villagers didn't see this as an act of mercy but a lunatic's massacre. After this, they started to call him as the Butcher of Iwa, and the castle got a new name. The Red Castle. I think we should go, Kuratsuchi, before I start another massacre here, said Naruto. He grabbed his scythe and started to leave. We told you everything you needed to know. Tomorrow we return to Iwa. And don't you dare do anything stupid to us, said Naruto. Then he left the room. Kuratsuchi only sighed because of her husband's behavior, but she couldn't do anything. He was like this when it was about his family. She bowed and apologized instead of Naruto, then went after her husband. Well, it could have been worse, said Yumi, who tried to do something about the awkward silence. Everybody please leave my office except you, Jiraiya. I have to talk to you, said Minato, and the others left without question the reason for this sudden order. After they left, Minato activated the privacy seal and closed off the room. What do you think, Sensei? Asked Minato with some concern. We have to do something about the child before it is too late. My suggestion is to kill him and the mother immediately. And I am sorry I have to say this, Minato, but Naruto must die too. With this we can avoid that the prophecy repeat itself. Naruto sealed his fate when he found the scythe, said Jiraiya. Minato only sighed and nodded. You are right, but if we act carelessly we will doom the whole world. We have to kill him, but let's think about a plan. We can't just send an assassin to kill them. Naruto would know immediately it was us. I think the best option is to wait a few years and train a special team for this purpose, said Minato, but Jiraiya wasn't so sure about this. Are you sure, Minato? Is it wise to wait years? What if something happens and… asked Jiraiya, but Minato interrupted him. Don't worry. The child will be dead before he is 6 years old, said Minato. Jiraiya sighed and nodded. While Minato and Jiraiya discussed their plans, Kushina and Yumi tried to find Naruto and Kuratsuchi. Took some time, but they found them in the park where they tried to relax. They approached them and tried to talk about their marriage, how they lived in IWA, Naruto's missions and nicknames, and of course the baby. Naruto didn't talk much, but Kuratsuchi couldn't stop talking about the baby. Naruto thought her half-crazy hormones made her talk that much. He didn't try to stop her because she was always so happy when her baby was the issue. So Naruto didn't stop her even though she talked to his less favorite people. The next day before they left the village, Minato tried to convince them one more time to stay in the village where they could bring up child with total safe. However, Naruto knew that Minato was planning something, and because of this he wanted to keep his family as far away from Konoha as he could. So Naruto said they wouldn't stay here. Kushina was heartbroken because she couldn't see her grandchild. She begged them that at least send some photos or something that she could know how he or she looked like. Naruto only sighed, then said they would send some pictures, but that's it. Kushina thanked them, then Naruto and Kuratsuchi left the village. After their visit, the events accelerated. The Akatsuki continued catching all of the Jinchurikis. They managed to catch all of them except Killer Bee, Yumi, and Naruto. Sasuke killed Orochimaru, or at least one of his bodies, then looked for Itachi. He managed to kill his elder brother, but a little time later he learned that he was dying, and that was the reason of his victory. Of course, he met Uchiha Obito, who introduced himself as Uchiha Madara. He told him everything about Itachi, and because of this Sasuke found a purpose. He wanted to destroy Konoha for what they have done to his clan. Of course, Itachi wasn't the only one who died from the Akatsuki. After Haiden and Kakuzu killed their sensei, Sarutobi Asuma, Shikamaru and his team hunted down the two immortals. Shikamaru managed to defeat Haiden by burying him, and Yumi killed Kakuzu with her new jutsu, the Raisin Shuriken. Moreover, Sasuke killed Deidara. To be precise, he blowed himself up to kill Sasuke, but he managed to escape from the explosion. However, before Jiraiya could go to the Rain Village to spy a little, the Akatsuki's leader, Pain, attacked Konoha and destroyed the village. But Yumi, who mastered the Sage Mode, managed to defeat Pain and convince him to bring back those he killed during the attack. After the attack, the Raikage shinobis appeared in Konoha to invite the Hokage for a submit. It appears Sasuke kidnapped Killer Bee, who was the little brother of the Raikage, and it looked like he joined the Akatsuki. And the Raikage wanted to clear up the things about the Akatsuki and what they should do about them. Minato knew it was important, so he left immediately. His guards were Kakashi and Yamato. They arrived a few days later because the submit was held in Iron Country, the country of the samurais. When they arrived, they saw that Tsuchikage and his bodyguards just went inside. What surprised them that one of his bodyguards was Naruto himself. Minato hurried to them to talk them. Greetings, Tsuchikage-dun. It is pleasure to see you again, said Minato and bowed a little. Hello, Hokage-dano. It is good to see you too, said Inoki and bowed a little. I hope my son doesn't cause any trouble for you, said Minato, and Naruto already felt Minato's intentions. You don't have to worry about your son, Hokage-dano. He takes his responsibility seriously, so I don't think you have to worry about him, said Inoki, and Naruto smiled behind him. He was glad he told everything what happened in Konoha months ago. With this, Inoki made sure Minato didn't try to do anything stupid. But I think we should hurry because the submit will start in a few minutes, said Inoki, and Minato nodded. They went in and met the other Kages. Gaara from Suna, A from Kumo, and Terumi Mei from Mist Village. After they started the summit was all about that. A blamed the other villages to let the Akatsuki to be formed. They fought with each other at least an hour, then suddenly a white amorph person appeared at the center of the chamber. It was Zetsu. "Greetings, Kages," said Zetsu, and the Kages with their bodyguards took up a protective stance immediately. "Calm down, I didn't came here to fight. Anyway, even the weakest bodyguard could kill me. I am only a messenger," said Zetsu, but the others didn't really believe it. "What do you want?" asked Minato. "Uchiha Sasuke is on his way here to kill you, Yondaime Hokage, because of what you and the elders did the Uchiha clan," said Zetsu, and unfortunately Minato knew what he talked about. It seems Sasuke learned the truth about the Uchiha clan and their little rebellion plan. However, before anybody could say anything, they heard the explosions. "It looks like they have arrived. Well, good luck then," said Zetsu, but suddenly grabbed his neck to stop his escape. "You are not going anywhere. You will tell us everything we want to know about your little organization," said but Zetsu only smiled. Then he started to grow in every direction. I knew what he wanted to do, and he threw Zetsu away, who blew up a few seconds later. He didn't kill anybody, but he destroyed a big part of wall in the chamber. After this didn't wait, he went out finding Sasuke. Minato and his bodyguards did the same, and Inoki ordered also Naruto to go and capture him. When Naruto arrived where the fighting was, he saw that one of A's bodyguards heal his arm. The Raikage had to cut his hand off before the Amaterasu burned his whole arm. Naruto looked Sasuke, then smiled. "Uchiha Sasuke, it is good to see you. I see you learned a few new tricks," said Naruto. "Loser. I can't say I am completely unhappy to see you, because this time I can kill you and take that scythe of yours. Moreover, I want to kill you because you killed Danzo before I could," said Sasuke while he walked a little closer to Naruto. Naruto looked into his eyes and saw all of his sins. "Uchiha Sasuke, you are a murderer and traitor. You smell of the sin of greed, pride, and vain. I would gladly send you to the judge of the dead, but my order was to capture you. So I will only crash you," said Naruto, and drew his scythe and prepared for battle. "You will only die here, loser, and I will be the one who crashes you," said Sasuke, and drew his sword. They didn't waste any more time. They charged at each other. Firstly, they used their weapons. They used them in unbelievable speed. Those who looked at it only could saw them while the blades sparkled when they met. During the blade fight, Sasuke used small fireballs to confuse Naruto, but he evaded them or let them hit him. One of the special powers of the scythe was that it made his body resistant against fire. This was the reason Dante survived the heat in the Hell too. "Your weak fire could never hurt me. Even the flames of hell could not hurt me," said Naruto to anger Sasuke and made him do a mistake. But Sasuke only smiled after this. "We will see, Amaterasu," shouted Sasuke and activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. He used his black flames on Naruto to kill him. The others who were on the edge of the room shouted at Naruto to evade it. But Naruto only let Sasuke to hit him. Black flames appeared on Naruto and Sasuke started to laugh. "Let's see you can survive this," said Sasuke, and he waited some screaming, but nothing happened. "Really, this is the best you can do? Like I said, even the flames from the hell could not hurt me," said Naruto, and he brushed away the flames on the floor. He couldn't put it out because of the flames' ability. But the fact that the flames couldn't hurt him and he could brush it away like it was just some bug on a jacket made clear that with fire he can't be killed. Sasuke was angry and afraid at the same time. One of his most powerful technique was defeated without that. Naruto broke a sweat. While Sasuke hesitated because of the shock, Naruto attacked him. He hit Sasuke a few times, then he threw him to the wall. Naruto tried to attack again, but before he could do that, a strange arm hit him. The arm was made of strange bones and burned with purple flame. Saki came out from the ruins of the wall, and Naruto saw the arm was created by him. Moreover, Sasuke was covered with ribs which burned with purple flames too. Sasuke was injured and his eyes bleeded too, but he didn't let that anybody defeat him so easily. "This is the Susanoo, loser. With this power I will defeat you," said Sasuke. Then he created a sword in the arm of the Susanoo and attacked Naruto. Naruto could fend off the attacks with the scythe, but the Susanoo's power was enormous. With one attack, Naruto was sent to the wall, and Sasuke didn't stop. He attacked Naruto as many times as he could. However, Sasuke didn't know Naruto was hoping for this. Sasuke was tired after 5 minutes of using the Susanoo. Naruto noticed this and prepared for a counterattack. Looks like you are out of chakra. It is time to finish this, said a heavily injured Naruto to the tired Sasuke. Yes, and I will kill you, loser, said Sasuke, but before he could attack, he saw Naruto did a few hand signs and black wings appeared on his back. Undivine armor, said Naruto, and his injuries healed immediately and his chakra capacity returned to the half of his full capacity. What kind of technique is that? Asked Sasuke, and Naruto only smiled. You would know if you weren't late at the Chunin exams, said Naruto, and he immediately summoned chains of Judeka and binded Sasuke. Then Naruto with the chains started to hit Sasuke to a wall, then to another. He continued this until the Susanoo disappeared. When the Susanoo disappeared, Naruto knew Sasuke didn't have enough chakra to fight, so he let him go by, throwing him to the floor. Naruto started to walk to him, and when he was close enough, Sasuke suddenly jumped up with his sword in his hand to kill him with his last of his power. But Naruto was faster. He drew his scythe, and when Sasuke was near enough, he cut off his hand which held the blade. Sasuke screamed, and Naruto quickly knocked him out. Someone come down quickly and heal his arm before he dies, said Naruto, and the Raikage's bodyguard came down. It was the one who healed the Raikage's arm. Minato came down too and put a seal on Sasuke to paralyze him, and when Sasuke was stabilized, he was sealed away in a storage seal so he couldn't escape again. Thank you capturing Uchiha Sasuke. But did you really have to cut his arm off? Asked Minato. Be happy I didn't cut off his head inst. Now I have to return to the Tsuchikage and make my report, said Naruto. Then he and the others returned to the other Kages. Naruto made his report quickly, but before they could continue the meeting, and other uninvited guests appeared in the chamber. Hello there, Kages. My name is Uchiha Madara, and it is pleasure to finally meet you, said the masked stranger. You can't be Madara. Madara was killed by Senju Hashirama, said Inoki. Correction, he almost killed me, but I managed to escape, but not without a price. Because of the fight I gained very serious injuries. That is why I created the Akatsuki, which you want to destroy, said Madara, but he didn't notice that Naruto looked into his eye and was surprised what he saw. And what do you want? Asked Terumi Mei the Mizukage. I want you to hand over the Hachibi and the Kyubi, said Madara. What are you talking about? You have already captured my brother, shouted A from his seat. Unfortunately, he tricked Sasuke and managed to escape, said Madara, and now I realized his brother escaped to have some fun. That little ungraceful. When I have my hands on him, he will wish he would never escape from the village, said the Raikage. We will not give you the bijus, Madara, said Minato, and Madara could only sigh. Then it will be war. I will announce the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, where I destroy you and your villages and create the everlasting peace, said Madara, but before he could leave, Naruto stopped him. Hold it for a minute, Madara, or should I call you Uchiha Obito? Said Naruto, and Madara's eyes widened. Naruto, what are you talking about? Obito died years ago, said Minato. He is not dead. He is standing right over there. He wasn't killed. Uchiha Madara saved him, then he turned him to his side. And now they want to destroy our world by creating an eternal illusion, said Naruto, and the other Kages looked at the man who claimed his elf Madara. Madara only sighed, then took off his mask. I think I can stop the pretending, said Madara, and took off his mask, and now Minato saw it was really Obito. I am Uchiha Obito, and everything what Naruto said is true, said Obito. But why Obito? Asked Minato. Because this world is rotten. I will destroy it and create a new one where I can be with Rin again, said Obito, and now Minato understood it. The fact that Kakashi killed Rin made Obito to turn against Konoha and all of the other nations. Sorry, Obito, but I will not let you do it, said Naruto, but Obito only laughed at him. And how will you stop me? Asked the Sharingan user. I will cut you down like others cut down a pig, said Naruto. You can't kill me that easily, said Obito, and before he knew it, Naruto was right behind him. You are fast, but I think you know that physical attacks can't do anything against me. The moment you strike me down, my body becomes matterless and your weapon will go through my body, said Obito, but Naruto only smiled. That would be the case if it was a normal weapon I used. But I used the scythe of the death, which can cut more than just flesh, said Naruto, and Obito's eyes widened. What? Shouted Obito, but before he could evade the attack, it was too late. Naruto put his blade on his arm and penetrate Obito's chest. Obito wanted to use his Sharingan, but before he could do that, Naruto quickly put a seal on him that deactivated his Sharingan's power. The notes he got about Sharingan was very useful. It took years, but Naruto managed to create a seal to stop the Sharingan's power. But the seal was far from perfect. It would only last 5 minutes. "It is over, Obito. You and your ambitions die," said Naruto and pulled out the blade from Obito. "How? How could you defeat me?" asked Obito using the last fibers of his strength. "I discovered this a year ago, so if you would have done this nonsense, then even I couldn't kill you. But the fact is the scythe was not made to cut flesh. It only did that because I wasn't aware its true purpose, so it could be used like a normal weapon. But 1 year ago I was in a very tight situation. I had to fight some Rouge Snow Shinobis who used an advanced type of the chakra armor. And I couldn't do anything, and then I realized what the death's real purpose was. It was to harvest the souls of the wicked. And when I realized this, my scythe could go through their armor and cut their soul, and with this they were dead. And now you can be matterless, but your soul is still here, which I can attack. You were defeated before you even started to fight," said Naruto, but Obito only smiled. "It doesn't matter. Even if I die, somebody will take my place and destroy this rotten world," said Obito. "Maybe, but not today," said Naruto, and he killed Obito before the seal was deactivated. Naruto took his soul, then turned to the Kages. "You can continue now," said Naruto. Then he returned to the Tsuchikage. After this whole event, the Kages agreed that maybe Obito was dead, but Kabuto and a few Akatsuki members were still out there, and they would create Batus to find them and kill them. They didn't talk about Orochimaru because Sasuke killed him, at least that's what they thought. Moreover, they agreed that they would find Obito's hideout and return the bijus to the villages. They agreed a few more things, and the next day everybody returned to their home. The other Kages thanked Naruto for what he did. Moreover, Inoki assured him he will receive a very big sum of money for his doings, and the daimyo will award him. After Naruto returned home, he received that big sum of money, and unfortunately Kuratsuchi was in a bad emotional state and demanded from Naruto to buy a lot of baby goods. He bought furnitures, clothes, toys, etc. He spent half of the money to satisfy his wife. Fortunately, a few months later their son was born. He was a very cute baby. He had some black hair on the top of his head. They named him Kamada. The delivery went without any problem, but Kuratsuchi grabbed Naruto's hand so strongly she almost broke all of his bones in his hand. When Kamada was a month old, Naruto and Kuratsuchi sent a few pictures about him to Minato and Kushina. They wanted to meet their grandson in person, but Naruto didn't let them to meet his son. Kushina was devastated that she couldn't meet her grandchild. However, when Minato saw how Kamada looked like, he was sure he would be one the sage talked about. He had black hair and he didn't have whisker marks. When Minato told this to Jiraiya, they started to prepare a special team to kill Naruto and his family. 6 years passed, and Kamada was now a lively 6-year-old boy. He really loved living in Iwa. He always walked all around the village and tried to discover new things. He was a curious one, but still he liked pranking here and there. He had a lot of friends and he often spent his time with them. But he especially loved his parents. They gave everything what he needed, but he wasn't spoiled. When he got into trouble because of his pranking, he was grounded or he had to more chores, etc. But it didn't change the fact that Naruto and Kuratsuchi loved Kamada very much. Right now 3 of them stood in front of the Tsuchikage, who was still Inoki. He saw better days, but he still didn't want to give up his seat. Inoki told them that a noble invited Naruto and his family for a meeting. This noble heard about Naruto. He wanted to meet him and his family in person and wanted to ask his help. He didn't tell what the mission is exactly because this noble had a lot of enemies, so he didn't tell details. The message only said it is very important and the award will be huge. Naruto sensed that something is fishy because this noble asked his whole family. Inoki agreed with him, but the seal on the message was from one of the wealthiest noble family in Earth Country, and they couldn't say no to his invitation. But for Savity, Inoki ordered 2 jounin to go with Naruto and his family. The next morning they stood in front of the village gate. Naruto and the jounins carried their essentials and Kuratsuchi carried Kamada. Kamada could use chakra, but they will go max speed and he couldn't keep up the pace. "All right, everyone is ready?" asked Naruto, and the others nodded. "Then let's go," said Naruto, and they started their journey. But Naruto and his family still didn't know they were walking into a trap where not everybody could escape. Naruto with his wife, Kuratsuchi, and son, Uzumaki Kamada, traveled through the forest area of Earth Country. 2 jounins followed them who were their so-called bodyguards. They were young but experienced shinobis. First one's name was Kobayashi. He was a tall, bald man. Kamada liked to call him Egghead. The other one's name was Yoshida. He was a little shorter. He had short black hair and a small goatee. Naruto still wore the same clothes. Kuratsuchi always wanted to change his wardrobe, but this is the only thing that Naruto didn't let her. Kuratsuchi wore a standard jounin outfit just like the other jounins who followed them. Kamada wore an ANBU-style black trousers, dark green shirt and a black jacket. He had black hair and blue eyes. Moreover, he wore a stone necklace. Inoki gave him that a few years ago. It gives a signal to Inoki if he breaks it. With this, Inoki will know if Kamada was in danger. Inoki really liked Kamada because he showed more respect towards him than Kuratsuchi ever did. That's why he gave Kamada that necklace, because Inoki knew it would come in handy one day. The journey to the noble's castle was at least 3 days. Unfortunately, there weren't inns where they could stay for the night, so they always camped. When the first day started to come to an end, Naruto and the others quickly found a place where they could make a camp. When they did that, Kuratsuchi started make dinner, while Naruto and Kamada made the tents and Yoshida with Kobayashi went to refill their water bottles. And maybe catch a few fishes. When they returned, they immediately gave the water to Naruto and the others. However, Kamada always refused the water because he brought his favorite fruit juice. His parents could only shake their head on their son's behavior, but he is only 6 years old. He would grow out of it in a few years. The next day, when Naruto and Kamada packed away the tent, Naruto saw a strange thing on his hand. His hand was shaking. Kuratsuchi saw this and asked him what was wrong, but then the shaking stopped. They continued the journey, but something was off. By the end of the second day, the shaking appeared on Naruto again and Kuratsuchi started to shake too. They couldn't continue the journey like this, so they stayed for a day. However, the situation only became worse. Kuratsuchi had a fewer muscle pain and couldn't move too much. Naruto felt the same symptoms, but his body was stronger so he could bear the pain. They thought they got some virus or eat something which was poisonous, but strangely Kamada and the others were perfectly fine. There was a village not far from their location, so their best chance was to go there. However, the village was at least half a day from where they were. But it was the only option for them because they couldn't send a message from the forest right now. Most of the things they carried were left behind. They only took food and water. Because Kuratsuchi couldn't move, Kobayashi carried her and Yoshida carried Kamada. Naruto had some strength left, but still they had to stop after every 2 hours to rest. With this, it took them a day to arrive at the village. And when they arrived, they were shocked. The village was empty. It looked like it was abandoned years ago. Because they didn't have any better choices, Naruto ordered to Yoshida to go the nearest shinobi outpost and ask for help. They didn't go there because it was 1.5 day long journey and they weren't sure they could make it. So Yoshida went to get some help and the others stayed in the abandoned village. However, both Kuratsuchi's and Naruto's condition became worse after every hour. Naruto still could bear the pain, but Kuratsuchi couldn't. She was pale, her fever was very high. Kamada was very worried for his parents and he didn't left his mother's side even for a minute. Naruto was happy that his son cared so much about his mother. When the sun came up the next morning, Naruto felt himself pretty weak. He could barely stood up. When she checked on Kuratsuchi, she was still breathing, but just barely. He hoped that Yoshida would come back soon, or this village would be their grave. Kamada was sleeping next to Kuratsuchi, but Naruto didn't see Kobayashi anywhere. He started to look for him. When he stepped outside of the house where they camped, he has already sensed a few people's present. Then his sixth sense kicked in and he managed to avoid a few shurikens which was aimed to kill him. Naruto could evade them, but just barely. When Naruto looked up, he saw a few ANBU agents. They looked like as if they came from Konoha. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" As Naruto, but the agents didn't answer, just threw a couple of shurikens. Naruto didn't have enough strength to evade them, so he drew his scythe and protected himself with that. "Who are you working for? Are you the remnants of Danzo's pathetic root ANBU?" asked Naruto, and this time they answered. "We were sent here to kill you and your family, Uzumaki Naruto," said the agent. "What the hell are you talking about?" asked Naruto, who didn't understand a thing. "With your death, we can avoid the destruction of our world," said the agent, but Naruto still didn't understand. Then Kamada came out because he heard the noises. "Dad? What is going on?" asked Kamada, and Naruto shouted at him immediately. "Go inside and don't come out until I say so. Activate the barrier around you and your mother," shouted Naruto, and Kamada ran back immediately to his mother. Naruto and Kuratsuchi taught him that whenever there is danger, he had to whatever his parents said without a question. So Kamada did what Naruto said. Naruto was weak at this moment, but he would be damned to let these punks to hurt his family. Kill him, ordered the ANBU agent who was most likely their captain. Then suddenly 200 ANBU agents appeared before Naruto. Moreover, Yoshida and Kobayashi were with them. Yoshida, Kobayashi? You betrayed us? Asked Naruto. They were our sleeping agents for years. They spied on you and your family. Moreover, they were the ones who poisoned your water, said the agent. But what made Naruto really angry that he didn't check them if they were traitors, because he never thought there would be anyone from IWA who would betray him. When he announced that he hates Minato with all of his heart for what he did to him, he immediately found the common ground with the other shinobis in IWA. But these two were different. If they were sleeping agents, then they were from Konoha. So my goddamn father sent you to kill me and my family, and these two poisoned us to weaken me. Maybe I am not on 100%, but if you want to get them, you have to go through me firstly, said Naruto, but he was barely standing. That is the plan. Attack, shouted the ANBU captain, and the agents attacked Naruto. Naruto put on a protective stance. However, there were too many of them, and he could only defend himself from half of the attacks. The agents used kunais, swords, as weapons. The others used water and earth-type jutsus. They have already known the fire wouldn't do a thing, and Naruto most likely inherited his father's wind-type chakra, so it wouldn't do too much damage if they used lining jutsus. They attacked him without a stop for half an hour, and when they finished it, Naruto was bloody and full of injuries. He could stand with the help of the scythe. He panted and tried to attack, but the poison weakened him too much. You bastards! I will not just kill you. I will torture you, maul you and, said Naruto, but the captain interrupted him. You will do nothing, demon. You just die here. But we have a surprise for you. Bring them here, said the captain, and two agents brought Kuratsuchi and Kamada, who were binded, and the worst thing is they took away Kamada's necklace so they couldn't signal to Inoki. Let them go, shouted Naruto, and suddenly charged at the captain. When the captain saw this, he activated his lining jutsu on his arm. And when Naruto was close enough, he evaded his scythe and with a precise aim penetrated his heart. The worst thing is Kamada saw the whole thing. The agents didn't let him to turn away. "De awad!" screamed Kamada, and he started to tear up. Naruto was at the gate of death. For Konoha, said the captain. But Naruto didn't want to go to the next world without taking at least one of them with him. I will take you with myself to the hell, said Naruto, and he held up the scythe to strike down, but suddenly another, one-armed, agent appeared and cut Naruto's hand off. I will take this if you don't mind, said the one-armed agent. Then the captain pulled his hand out from Naruto's chest. This is the end, demon, said the captain, but Naruto only chuckled. Maybe you killed me now, but remember this. The death cannot be killed because, said Naruto, but then the one-armed agent cut his head off too. Even worse that Kamada saw this too. Good. One of them is already dead. Continue with this woman, said the captain. Leave my mom alone or I will, said Kamada in his anger, but he was still crying because of events. He was interrupted because the agents who held him down hit him. Silence, you little whiny brat. You will have your turn, said the agent. So what should we do with the woman? She is knocked out but still breathing, asked one of the agents. Captain, can I have a suggestion? Asked one of the agents, and the captain nodded. The main danger is no more because the demon is dead, and most of us are tired from these last few years of hard training. And what I want to say is that let's have some fun with these two. You know, to let out some steam, said the agent, but the captain didn't really understand it. What do you mean? Asked the captain. Some of us still has a little business with the demon, but because you have already killed him, we couldn't avenge our loved ones. But here is his son and wife. We want to avenge them through them, said the agent, and now the captain understood it. You want to torture them, said the captain, and the agent nodded. The captain wasn't really sure about this, but he was right. The main danger was defeated and they had a rough few years. Maybe just this time he could let them have some fun. All right, but don't let them get away. Moreover, nobody must talk about this, said the captain, and the agents cheered. Then they looked at Kamada and Kuratsuchi like hungry predators. Kamada knew this would be his end. Warning. From this point there will be torture, rape, and other very cruel things. I would suggest only read it if you are 18 years old or older. So where should we start? Asked one of the agents. Let's start with the woman. She is unconscious and has a pretty body, said another one, and they instantly tore Kuratsuchi's clothes off. You hold the brat tightly and make sure that he watches how we rape this whore who he calls mom, said the agent, and the other one nodded. Leave my mom alone, said Kamada again, but he was hit again. Shut up and watch it, said the agent, and Kamada couldn't do anything, just watch as at least 50 ANBU agents rape his mother. Kuratsuchi screamed all of the time. Kamada tried to escape and help his mother, but it was impossible. He could only cry because he was too weak and couldn't protect her. When they got tired of Kuratsuchi, they slit her throat and let her drown in her own blood. Moo! Screamed Kamada, but the agents only laughed at him. It is your turn, little brat, said an agent. Please let me go. I will not tell to anyone what happened, but please show mercy, begged Kamada while he cried. Oh, don't be shy. You will enjoy this, said the same agent. Then he turned back. You two over there, you have basic anatomy knowledge, right? Asked the agent, and they nodded. Why don't you show this little brat how he looks inside? Said the agent, and the other two smiled under their mask. Kamada begged them, but it didn't help. The two agents started to cut him all over his body. They steered clear of the essential organs. They only caused pain through the cuts. They weren't deep, and Kamada didn't lose much blood either. When they finished their session, another agent came with a heated-up kunai. He cut off his left eye. The next one who came had pink hair, which she didn't try to hide. You little shit. Your father almost completely destroyed my Sasuke-kun future when he cut his arm off, said the agent. I don't know, what are you talking about? I never did anything against you. Please let me go, Kamada begged, but it looked like the agent didn't even hear him. But now it is payback time. I will cut off something that take away your future completely. Tear his pants off, said the agent, and Kamada's eyes widened. No, leave me alone, said Kamada, and tried to free himself, but it was pointless. Then the agent hit him again. Shut it, you little shitty brat, said the pink-haired agent. Then she started to cut off Kamada's genitals. Kamada screamed like never before. The worst thing is that the blade was dull and it made more painful. It took 10 whole minutes for the agent to finish her cruel and unhuman procedure. However, Kamada experienced it like it was 10 hours. Unfortunately, the agent stopped the bleeding, so Kamada was far from dying. And the horrors were still far from over too. The next few agents came, and with similarly dull blades they started to cut off his limbs. They cut off both of his legs above the knee, and they cut off his left arm above the elbow. And just like before, the bleeding was stopped. The next few agents weren't too creative, so they just kicked wherever they could. They broke his ribs and they broke out his teeth. But the worst thing just came after this. Some of the most insane agents wanted to do something very cruel to him. Not like the previous ones weren't cruel enough. So they took out their genitals and raped Kamada. Kamada tried every time to escape, but it was impossible. They tortured him for hours, and when they finished it, Kamada was barely recognizable. This is the end of the torturing. I hope I didn't cause nausea for anyone. But if did, I am sorry. But I thought without this the story wouldn't be full. Kamada was on the ground. He laid in his own blood. He lost one of his eye, 3 of his limbs, his genitals, and so on. His face was unrecognizable because of the cuts. He looked like he just came back from the hell. And he could only do one thing: begging for anyone who is out there to help him. Please, someone, anyone, help me. Mom, Dad, help me. Grandpa Inoki, help me, said Kamada with a quiet tone. But one of the agents only kicked him, and he flew a few meters away. He was in pain, he cried, and some of his wounds were still bleeding. He continued to beg when he saw something. It was his father's scythe. It wasn't far from him, so he started to crawl. The agents only laughed at him and didn't notice it firstly. Kamada almost reached it when the agents realized his plan, and before he could grab it, an agent penetrated his hand. Ah, don't be so sure about that, said the agent. Then he pulled out his sword from his hand, then he penetrated his abdomen. The agent called a medic quickly to stop the bleeding because they wanted to continue the torture. Kamada was in a desperate situation. He wanted to die, but the ANBU agents didn't let him. Looks like nobody will help me. I am alone. I will be tortured again, and they won't let me die, said Kamada with quiet tone, and he started to cry again. I don't want this anymore. Please, anyone who is out there, please save me, said Kamada with the same quiet tone, and closed his eye. Then he suddenly opened it. But this eye was different. It showed great anger and hate. Kamada started to crawl again, and this time the agents were too late to stop him. "Don't let him touch the scythe," shouted the captain, but it was too late. Kamada grabbed it and the scythe started to glow. After the glowing stopped, the agents thought they were safe, but suddenly a light pillar appeared where Kamada was. The pillar was strange because around its skull-like forms moved up in spiral movement. They looked like damned souls. "What is happening, Captain?" asked one of the agents. "I don't know, but we have to stop this," said the captain, and he ordered 2 ANBU agents to kill the boy, but when they touched the pillar, it cut off their hands. The others were shocked, and the captain suddenly heard Naruto's last sentence in his ear. "The death cannot be killed because it will reborn." Kamada was in the strange pillar after he had grabbed his father's scythe. The ANBU agents tried to kill him while he was in there, but they couldn't because the pillar cut anything which touched it. The ANBU agents couldn't do anything, just wait and hope they can kill the boy. "Captain, what should we?" asked one of the agents. "We will prepare for whatever will come out. Prepare for counterattack," shouted the captain. Meanwhile, in the pillar, Kamada went through some changes. First of all, most of his injuries healed. But even with Scythe's power, he couldn't grow back his lost organs and limbs. When his injuries finished the healing, his muscles started to swell. At least those which he still had. Moreover, he grew a little, and now he looked like he was 12 years old. On his lost limbs, Kamada's chakra and the mana from the scythe started to mix and created temporary limbs. These limbs were just bones, but very demon-like. Its fingers finished in claws, and they were full of blades. So a hit can cause as much damage as it is possible. Because the scythe was too big for Kamada, he only attached the blade to his arm. The scythe made a new black pants for Kamada. Moreover, a cross-like tattoo appeared on his chest too. This tattoo contained the sins which was committed against Kamada's family. There were changes inside in his mind too, not just outside. Inside Kamada's mind, something very strange happened. "They killed them. I will be killed too. What should I do? Someone? Anyone? Help me. Help! 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 Please, please!" shouted Kamada inside his head while he was crying. "Please, just someone save us," said Kamada now with a quiet tone. "I will help you," said a voice in the dark. Kamada looked up, but he didn't see anyone. "Who-ho aree yo you? Will you hurt me too?" asked Kamada with stuttering. "No, I would never hurt you," said the voice. Then he appeared before Kamada. Kamada's eye widened because he saw himself. "What is this? Yo-you can't be me, because. Yo-you aree just and ill Lucy ion. I am crazy now," said Kamada, and the other Kamada only sighed. "I am sorry, but I have to put you to sleep. I will explain everything later. But now I have to deal with those ANBU F-curs," said the other Kamada, and he put his hand on the real Kamada's head and he went to sleep immediately. "Now then, let's show these punks what happens when you mess with Kamada," said the other Kamada. Outside, the ANBU agents were waiting for a few minutes now, and suddenly the pillar started to disappear. When that happened, they saw the new Kamada. He was taller, and the only clothes he wore was the pants that the scythe made. He had a cross tattoo on his chest. Moreover, he had the temporary limbs, but his new height is only temporary. And on his right hand there was the blade of scythe. "We don't know what kind of power he has now, so be careful said one of the agents, but he was interrupted because Kamada appeared before his face, and with his left hand he hit his face. The hit was so powerful that the mask and agent's skull was broken to a million pieces. With this, Kamada killed him immediately. 2 other agents reacted immediately and tried to kill Kamada with their swords. One of them attacked from his left side and the other attacked his right side. However, the agent who attacked his left side never reached Kamada. The blades on Kamada's left hand became bigger, and he cut the agent in half in his abdomen. The one who attacked from the right had the same fate, but this time Kamada used his right leg. The captain and the other agents started to become nervous. "You monster!" screamed the agent who had pink hair and cut off Kamada's genitals. She started to run at Kamada to kill him. However, she wasn't lucky. Before she could strike him down, Kamada penetrated her abdomen with his blade. The injury was deep but not lethal. Kamada suddenly pulled out the blade, and the agent stepped back a little. "You monster! How dare you do this to me? I am the future wife of Uchiha Sasuke. Nobody can treat me like this," said the agent, and Kamada stepped a little closer to her, and suddenly he pressed his hand into her injury. Then, with a strong tug, he pulled out her intestines. Those who were around them couldn't believe their eyes. This boy was more ruthless than his father was. The agent collapsed on her knees and tried to collect her organs. "You will pay for what you have done to Kamada," said Kamada without that anybody hear that. Then he cut her head off. After this, Kamada started his own massacre. Those who weren't part of the torturing were the lucky ones, because Kamada killed them quickly. He cut them up or crashed their heads or cut their head off, etc. But those who were part of the torturing, those were the unlucky ones. There was the agent who cut his eye out. Kamada grabbed him by his neck and with his fingers started to push his eyes until they bursted it. Then with his whole hand he grabbed his face and tore it off with a part of his skull too. When Kamada reached those who cut his limbs off, he tore their limbs off by bare hands. Those who broke his bones weren't too lucky either. Kamada tore their ribs and sternum out by bare hands. Those who raped his mother were far the unluckiest. Kamada gutted them, tore their hearts out, cut them half in a vertical plane, starting from their genitals. But there were cases when he simply cut or tore off their genitals and let them bleed out. Then he met the one who decapitated his father. "You will pay for what you have done," said Kamada, but the ANBU agent only smiled under his mask. "Even your pathetic father couldn't do anything. What hope do you have against me? You only killed the weaklings, but now you are in front of a true shinobi," said the agent, but Kamada only shook his head. "Fool, your arrogance blinded you. That will put you into the grave," said Kamada and attacked the agent. The agent blocked Kamada's blade with his own. With this, a little blade duel started. However, they were on the same level. They could injure the other, but none of them were lethal. Then the agent suddenly saw a strange thing. Kamada didn't really try to protect his limbs, which were artificials. He thought that maybe with his chakra-enhanced sword he would be able to cut through the limbs. He tried his plan, but it was fruitless. He managed to make an opening, but when he tried to cut the limbs off, the sword broke. For Kamada, it was the best moment to attack. He grabbed his head and sent him to the ground. His mask was broken immediately, and Kamada saw the agent was Uchiha Sasuke. Kamada started to send more chakra and mana to his hand to heat it up. He wanted to burn off his face and damage the Sharingan, then completely burn his head. His idea was good, but a few agents interrupted him, and the only thing he managed to do was that he left a hand-like burnt injury on his face and damaged the Sharingan. "I will kill you, just like I killed your father," said Sasuke. Then he ran away. "What can I say? It is true. All of the Uchihas are cowards," said Kamada. Then he killed the agents who interrupted his fun. Kamada has already killed most of them. He didn't show it, but he started to get tired. This transformation was only made for an hour at max, and he has already gone over it. "Captain, we have to retreat. If we continue, all of us will die," said one of the agents, and the captain agreed. "Everyone, we retreat. Run to the forest," shouted the captain. "You will not go anywhere," said Kamada and started to do some hand signs. "I summon you, great yokai tree. Drink these fools' blood to your heart's content. Come, Jubako tree," shouted Kamada, and the earth started to shake. Then suddenly a tree grew out from the earth. It grew branches, and they moved firstly to the corpses and started to suck out their blood. But it sucked the blood from everywhere it could. Then it noticed the living ones and started to grow new branches. It grabbed the agents and sucked out every drop of their blood. A few tried to run away, but it was pointless because the tree captured everyone. The only ones who managed to escape from the tree were the captain, Kobayashi, and Yoshida. But before they could completely feel they were safe, Kamada appeared and cut off Yoshida's head. Then he went for Kobayashi. He only cut off his legs. He tried to crawl away, and for the time Kamada let him. Kamada then turned to the captain. "Why? Why did you kill Kamada's parents? Why did you torture him? Answer me, and maybe your death will be painless," said Kamada to the captain. "I don't have to tell you anything. I only did what was ordered to me," said the captain. "Then who gave you the order?" asked Kamada. "You have to find that out yourself," said the captain. "Then you are no use to me," said Kamada and attacked the captain. However, the captain was faster and used the fireball jutsu to kill Kamada. However, the captain forgot that if someone used the scythe, then they will be immune to fire. Kamada appeared before him, and with a powerful hit he destroyed his mask. Then he saw who it was. "I heard about you from Kamada's father. You are that hypocrite shinobi Hatake Kakashi. Well, it doesn't matter. Die," said Kamada, but before he could kill him, he disappeared. What Kamada didn't know that Minato gave a special seal to Kakashi. This seal was connected to one of Minato's kunai which was in his office. Damn it! He and that coward Uchiha got away, said Kamada. Then he collapsed on his knees. Shit! I overused this temporary form, said Kamada. Then he turned to Kobayashi, who crawled away a few meters already. Kamada saw that his necklace was on his neck. He stepped to him, then with a powerful stomp crashed his head. Then took back the necklace. He broke that too. I leave the rest to you for now, Inoki. Let's hope he arrives in time, said Kamada. Then he collapsed and fainted. A few moments later Kamada turned back to his original form. Moreover, the Jibako tree disappeared too. At the same time, in Inoki's office in IWA, Inoki did his paperwork when he suddenly saw that his necklace broke to little pieces. Inoki knew something happened. Kamada was a prankster sometimes, but he would never break the necklace if it wasn't important or he wasn't in danger. Dragon! Shouted Inoki, and an ANBU agent appeared before Inoki immediately. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, said the agent. Prepare your team and few medic shinobis. We will leave in 30 minutes, said Inoki. What is the mission, sir? Asked the agent. Something happened to Kamada. Maybe he and the others are in danger. So hurry, shouted the last part. Yes, sir, said the ANBU agent, and he immediately left to prepare the team. Fortunately, he only needed 20 minutes. The team included Inoki, a team of 10 ANBU agents and 3 medic shinobis. Inoki told the others what happened, and after this they started their journey immediately. However, they wanted to spare some time, so Inoki made everyone very light so they could fly. Even with this, it took them a whole day to reach the village. Fortunately, Naruto and the others left tracks, so it was easy to find the village. However, when they arrived, they were horrified because of what they saw. Corpses were everywhere. The village was in ruins, but blood was nowhere, and the corpses looked like something sucked out their lives. What happened here? Asked one of the ANBU agent. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter now. Start to look for Naruto, Kuratsuchi, and Kamada, said Inoki, and the others started to do it. Then Inoki started to look for Kamada. It didn't take too much time that an agent found something, but he wasn't sure how he should have told the Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage-sama, I, said the agent, but he couldn't finish it. What is it? We don't have time, said Inoki with an angered tone. I found something. This way, said the agent, and showed to Inoki what he found. It was Kamada's cut-off limbs. It was easy to recognize them because those were the smallest limbs in the whole village. I am sorry, Tsuchikage-sama, but I am afraid Kamada and the others are already dead, said the agent, but Inoki only hit him. Where is the corpse then? Until you don't find the corpse, Kamada and the others are alive. Do you understand? Shouted Inoki, and the agent nodded, then continued the search. Inoki started to become nervous because he started to think of the worst. Then a few minutes later, another ANBU agent appeared before Inoki. Tsukikage-sama, it appears someone left the village. I found some tracks that leads to the forest, said the agent, and Inoki nodded. Maybe there is still hope that Kamada and the others are still alive. Call the medics, we will check out the forest, said Inoki, and the agent immediately brought the medics and they went inside the forest. Took a few minutes and found blood tracks. Blood tracks? All right everyone, we will check out everything from here within a radius of 100 meters. If we don't find anything, we will go deeper in the forest, said Inoki, and the others nodded. Inoki started to check out the area when he heard one of the agent who called him. What did you find? Asked Inoki, and the agent pointed out the corpse. It was Yoshida. Not far from him there was a broken mask too. I am sorry, Tsuchikage-sama, but it looks like they were killed. Kamada, Naruto, and Kuratsuchi too, said the agent, and after this Inoki collapsed to his knees. He couldn't believe that they followed Yoshida's tracks. Then it was true, Kamada and the others' corpses are somewhere in the village, and in time they would find. Inoki started to cry when he heard one of the medics. I found Kamada. Come here quickly to help, shouted the medic, and Inoki sprinted to there, but when he saw Kamada he horrified. Kamada was in a terrific condition. He only wore the black pants. He had the cross tattoo on his chest, and the blade of the scythe was still attached to his arm. When Inoki arrived, the medic has already started to work on Kamada to save his life. Kamada was out in the woods for an entire day. It was cold, and now he had hypothermia. His heart barely worked. How is he? Asked the Tsuchikage with nervousness. Not good, sir. We have to take him back to the village immediately. Right here I can't do much, said the medic, and Inoki nodded. I will take him back. You continue the search and find out what the hell happened here, said Inoki, and the others nodded. Tsuchikage-sama, you have to hurry. I healed him as much as I could, but his body was already weakened. He would only bear a half day at maximum, said the medic, and Inoki nodded. Then he flew away with his max speed. Inoki raced against the time, but he couldn't slow down even for a minute. The village was far away and Kamada was dying. But fortunately he arrived to the village hospital within a half day. He was tired and exhausted his chakra, but it was for Kamada. When he stepped in the hospital, he ran to the head nurse. I need a doctor right now. He is dying, said Inoki while he panted. What happened, Tsuchikage-sama? Asked the nurse, and she hurried to them to check out Kamada. We don't have time, call somebody right now, shouted Inoki, and when the nurse touched Kamada and felt how cold he is, she immediately alerted a few doctors. The doctors hurried to the hall with a stretcher and everything they thought that would be important. They put Kamada on the stretcher, put on an infusion and a mask for respiration. They took him to another room to start the healing. Inoki wanted to go with them, but the nurses stopped him and said he would be only in the way. He was already exhausted, so the staff gave a room to Inoki where he could rest. Right now he couldn't do anything. Inoki didn't want to sleep, but because of his tiredness he went to sleep almost immediately. He slept 3 whole days. When he woke up, his first task was to find out where Kamada was. So he went to the head nurse. Tsuchikage-sama, are you all right now? Asked the head nurse, and Inoki nodded. Yes, I am fine now. Where is Kamada? I want to talk to him, said Inoki, and the head nurse looked away. I will call the doctor, he will explain everything, said the head nurse. From the head nurse reaction, Inoki thought that the worst happened to Kamada. A few minutes later, a doctor came to them. How is Kamada? Asked Inoki immediately. The doctor sighed, then said, He is alive, but, said the doctor, and Inoki felt relieved when he heard he was alive. But there was that, but. But what? Asked Inoki. I think the easiest way to explain this if I show you, said the doctor. Then he led Inoki to Kamada. Kamada had a private room. He was lying on the hospital bed. There were a lot of tubes and cables which were connected to his body, or at least what was left as a body. There are good news and bad news. The good news is that you brought him here in the last minute, Tsuchikage-sama, but his heart stopped 2 times while we tried to save his life. Fortunately, his brain didn't suffer any physical damage. And the good news stop here. 3 of his limbs were cut off. Unfortunately, it was healed but very badly, so we had to cut off a little more to heal it perfectly. We have already called a few specialists from Suna. For a little reward, they can replace the lost limbs with puppet parts. One of his eyes was destroyed. Unfortunately, we couldn't replace it because the wound was healed badly here too. If we tried to replace it, we would have damaged the brain. So we healed it as much as we could. There were a lot of broken bones and cuts all over his body. Somehow they healed, but we had to break a few bones because they healed in a wrong way. But now all of them are in a good position. And, his genitals were cut off. So he will have pain when he has to go to the toilet. And I think you have already realized he can't have any children in the future. And finally, the worst thing, that we found evidence that he was raped too. Right now he is in coma and we don't know when he will wake up. I am sorry, Tsuchikage-sama, said the doctor, and Inoki didn't move a muscle while the doctor said everything about Kamada. Will he recover? Asked Inoki, and the doctor sighed. Physically, he will recover more or less. But mentally, I am not sure. He was tortured so much that I am surprised he still lives, said the doctor. Then suddenly an ANBU agent appeared in the room. It was Dragon. Tsuchikage-sama, I was told you were here. Did I and my team returned and ready to make the report, said the agent. Then speak, said Inoki without turning back to the agent. We managed to numerate the killed ANBU agents in the village, and it appears 198 is killed and 2 are missing because only 2 masks were without an owner. So most likely those 2 escaped. I am really sorry I have to say this, but we found Uzumaki Naruto's and Uzumaki Kuratsuchi's corpse too. An analysis has already been started to find out how they died. It will be done within a few days. They will also analyze the ANBU agents' corpses to find out what happened to them, said Dragon, and before he could continue, Inoki interrupted him. Did you learn which village they were from? Asked Inoki. Most of the corpses were in a very bad condition, but we managed to find some corpses which we could recognize. One of them was Haruno Sakura, who was Hatake Kakashi's student, and Konoha Shinobi. It looks like the fourth Hokage sent out these men, said Dragon. What about Kobayashi and Yoshida? Asked Inoki. They had similar wounds on their bodies like the ANBU agents had. Most likely they were traitors and led Naruto and the others into a trap, said Dragon, and with this Dragon finished his report. Inoki fisted his hands so strongly that it started to bleed. He turned back to the doctor and the agent and they saw he was crying. Konoha will pay for what they have done. Dragon, call every council member, we have much to discuss, said Inoki, and the agent bowed, then went to call everyone. Doctor, continue the treatment. I don't care what they specialists want, just help Kamada. Moreover, prepare the best psychologists to treat Kamada's mentality. If there is something left from it, said Inoki, and the doctor nodded. After this, IWA destroyed every relationship with Konoha and announced that they were at war again. Inoki called everyone who were their allies and started to attack Konoha and Fire Country. While Inoki waged war against Konoha, the doctors in the hospital tried to help Kamada. But nothing worked, and a year later Kamada disappeared. They tried to find him in the village, but it looked like he left the village. Inoki sent out a little team to find him, but they returned without Kamada. After this, nobody heard anything about Kamada for 8 years. The war between Konoha and IWA became worse after every day. It became so bad that the other hidden villages wanted to use this moment to gain some new areas. So the Fourth Shinobi War started, where everyone was against each other. However, something happened. After this 8 years, a stranger appeared out of nowhere and destroyed smaller hidden villages. The strange thing was that he only killed those who were shinobis or were capable of using chakra. And when he left, he warned them if anybody tried to use chakra ever again, he would come back to kill them too. Firstly, everybody thought it was nothing because they were just minor villages without any real military power. But then came the news about the Hidden Sound Village, Hidden Grass Village, Hidden Star Village, and the Hidden Rain Village. All of them were destroyed just like the other minor villages. And this time also those were only killed who were shinobis or were capable of using chakra, and they got the same warning. Orochimaru, who weren't killed by Sasuke, used the curse seal to revive himself because he had hidden a little part of his soul in everybody who had the curse seal. However, when he tried to kill the stranger, he couldn't do much. Orochimaru was completely destroyed, and a few witnesses said that the stranger took his soul. And the truth is that when the stranger did that, every curse seals were destroyed, and with that Orochimaru's soul too. Hashikaji Kisame was killed too. The stranger found him in a small village where he tried to hide. The witnesses said that the stanger cut him so little pieces like when somebody made sushi. Moreover, Samahata was destroyed. Yakushi Kabuto wasn't spared either. The stranger killed him too. But there was one massacre which only a few people knew about. The Toad Village and Mount Mayaboku were destroyed and nothing was left. The stranger burned down the whole place, killed everyone, even the great Toad Sage too. He cut off his head and put it on a stick. It was a very big stick made of a tree. A lot of villages wanted to hire this stranger, but he every time sent the messenger back in pieces, or just the messenger's head. After this, the Kazekage and the Mizukage got scared and wanted to make peace with the stranger. The stranger agreed to meet them, but they had to invite the other Kages too. It was a little hard, but they managed to invite the 3 other Kages. So after 15 years, the 5 Kages sat in the same room and waited for the stranger. It didn't take too much time, and stranger walked into the room. He wore a cape which hid his body and a hood which hid his face. And in his hand there was the death scythe. Inoki, who was now just a wrinkled old man, recognized the scythe, just like Minato did. The stranger took off his hood, and Inoki saw it was really Kamada. "Kamada? What are you doing here?" asked Inoki. "I am here to talk. And don't call me Kamada. That is not my name," said Kamada. "What are you talking about?" asked Inoki. "My name is Akuma, and I am here to announce a war against all of the hidden villages," said Kamada, who was now Akuma. "What?" "My name is Akuma, and I am here to announce a war against all of the hidden villages," said Kamada, who was now Akuma. "What?" shouted all of the Kages. "Kamada, what the hell are you talking about, and what is this name changing? You are Uzumaki Kamada, son of Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Kuratsuchi," said Inoki, and Akuma only sighed. "I only use Kamada's body, but I am not him," said Akuma, and Inoki still didn't understand it. "What do you mean? Are you a spirit who possessed Kamada?" asked Inoki, and Akuma only shook his head. "No," After all of those torturing, Kamada's mind couldn't bear the pain and suffering. He wanted help from anyone, and his mind created me subconsciously. I am another person in Kamada, said Akuma, and now it was clear for everyone. Kamada is suffering in personality disorder. Are you the only one who was created? Asked Inoki again, and Akuma nodded. And what about Kamada? Can we talk to him? Asked Inoki, and this time Akuma shook his head. And why not? Asked Inoki with a louder tone. Because it is impossible to talk to him. After everything that happened to him, his mind was almost completely shut down. Even I, who lives with him, can hardly talk to him. But if you don't believe me, then let me show you, said Akuma. Then he hit the scythe 2 times to the floor, and suddenly everyone was in a dark room. This is our mind, and there is Kamada, said Akuma, and pointed at Kamada with the scythe. Kamada was in the edge of the room. He was sitting and tried to cover his body with his hand because even in his mind he didn't have his lost limbs. He mumbled incoherent sentences. Inoki flew to him and tried to talk to him, but Kamada didn't answer. Before Inoki could ask anything, Akuma started to talk. You are wasting your time. He can't see or hear you. What you see is only a projection about what is happening to him in this moment, said Akuma. Then he hit the scythe to the floor once again, and they returned to the chamber. Can't we do anything to help him? Asked Inoki, and Akuma shook his head again. After I left the village, I tried to find the best doctors and healers, but nobody could do anything. I am sorry, but it is possible that Kamada will be like that for the rest of his life, said Akuma, and a teardrop went down on his face. Maybe Tsunade can help him, said Minato suddenly, and everyone turned to the Hokage. Konoha has the best doctor, as all of you know. Come to Konoha and I promise we will help Kamada, said Minato. But Akuma didn't want to hear anything from him. You have a lot of nerve to say that when it was your fault that Kamada lost his common sense. And don't forget how he looks right now, said Akuma, and the other Kages except Inoki and Minato looked at him with curious eyes. What do you mean by how he looks right now? Asked Terumi Mei the Mizukage. Akuma grabbed his cape and took it off. He only wore a torn black pants under his cape. When he did that, everybody saw his injuries. They saw the cuts all over his body. Because his pants was torn, they saw his legs were mostly prosthesis, just like his left arm. Of course, they saw the cross tattoo too. Akuma had longer hair to hide his missing eye, but now he showed them he had only one working eye. Moreover, Kamada's genitals were cut off too. But I would prefer if I didn't have to prove it. But you can ask Inoki, he knows everything, said Kamada, and the other Kages turned to Inoki, and he only nodded to ensure that Akuma didn't lie. After this, all of the Kages couldn't imagine how much pain this child had to endure. He was hardly human. But what they didn't understand, how it is possible that he wasn't screaming at all. These kinds of injuries could cause pain for years, and yet he didn't scream at all. He really was a monster which was created by foolish people. So if I were you, Minato, I would shut up immediately because I am very near to cut you down. But the fact is, even the hell is too good for you and Toad Fker Jiraiya, who is up there with your wife, said Akuma, and before this meeting turned into a massacre, the Mizukage spoke again. It was you who destroyed those hidden villages. Why did you do that? What is your purpose? Asked the Mizukage, and now everybody looked at Akuma. My purpose is to protect Kamada, said Akuma, and the others didn't understand it. I don't understand. You say your purpose is to protect Kamada, but you destroy hidden villages for that. Why? Asked the Mizukage again. I think I have to explain it from the beginning. Years ago, before Kamada was born, the great Toad Sage saw a vision. In this vision, he saw a boy who had the Sikthi which I have now and used it to destroy the world. Jiraiya, who is, was the summoner of the Toads, heard about this stupid prophecy and told Minato, the 4th Hokage, about it. When they learned the Kamada was conceived, they thought it can't be none other than him, the one whom the prophecy was about. And because their big dream was the eternal peace, they made a plan. In this plan, they will send 2 men into IWA where they will integrate and become Jounins, and in time they will create a fake invitation where they invite the whole family, and those 2 will be the bodyguards for the family. But they lead them into a trap. They poisoned the water they drunk. However, I think Kamada was the unlucky because he had his own fruit juice which he liked to drink, so he didn't drink from the poison water. Funny, a stupid fruit juice ruined your plan, Hokage. But as they say, the world has a weird sense of humor. But let's return to the story. The poison weakened Naruto and Kuratsuchi, so they tried to find a safe place while somebody brought help, but the only thing that arrived was a little army of ANBU agents. Naruto was killed by Uchiha Sasuke while Kuratsuchi was raped, then his throat was slit. Then because Kamada wasn't poisoned, the ANBU agents thought they could play a little with the demon's little bastard. And now you look at him and see what they have done to a 6-year-old child," said Akuma, and most of the Kages looked away. Of course they weren't saints, but this is a little over the top. Even they wouldn't hurt a child like this. The fact is Minato didn't want any of them to suffer. He just wanted to prevent the prophecy and not make them suffer. But then he realized something. "Wait a minute. How do you know about the sage?" asked Minato. "I know about him because I visited him," said Akuma. Then he said everything what happened at the Toad Village. Flashback. Akuma was wearing his cape and hood. In his hand there was his scythe, which he used like a walking stick. With those leg prostheses it was hard to walk sometimes, so he was happy he had something that helped him walk. When he reached the gate of the village, 2 guards stopped him to enter. Both of them were as big as a horse. "You there. How did you get here and what do you want here?" asked one of the guards. "I came here to talk," said Akuma. "And who do you want to talk to?" asked the other guard. "To the sage," said Akuma, and the guards started to laugh at him. "Only 2 people can talk to the sage and you are not one of them. Get out here before we throw you out," said the first guard. "If you don't let me through I will kill you and kill everybody else who dares to get in my way," said Akuma, but the guards only laughed at him again. "What could a mere child do against us? Maybe you don't know, but we are not gate guards because we thought it would be an easy job. No, we are gate guards because our power is almost as much as the boss power," said the second guard. Then he pulled out his sword. Then without any warning he struck down at Akuma. However, right before he could injure him, Akuma caught the blade with his bare hand. When the guard tried to pull it back he couldn't do it. Akuma held it so strongly he couldn't do anything. The guard was sweating. His veins became visible on his forehead. He tried his best, but Akuma didn't let it go. "What are you?" asked the guard. "I am the death, destroyer of the worlds," said Akuma. Then he cut the guard in half in vertical. Before the other guard could attack him or call for reinforcements, Akuma appeared before him and cut his head off. "Their power is almost as much as the boss power. What a disappointment," said Akuma. Then he continued his journey to the sage. Of course a lot of Toad tried to stop him, but all of them were killed. The sage was sleeping, but then he and the 2 other Toads, Fukasaku and Shima, heard the noises from outside. Fukasaku was about to go out and check what is going outside, but before he could do that Akuma appeared in the chamber. His cape and scythe was bloody. Fukasaku became scared, then asked him, "Who are you and what do you want here? And how did you get through the Toads?" asked Fukasaku with a scared voice. But before Akuma could answer, the sage answered, "You are the boy who will destroy the shinobi world. I have seen you in my visions, but I never thought you would come here," said the sage, and now both Fukasaku and Shima were deathly scared. "So you know about me. It doesn't matter. Your fate will be the same like the others' fate outside," said Akuma, and Fukasaku quickly jumped outside. When he was outside he saw a real horror. Everyone was dead. Both the young and the old Toads were in pieces or without a head. The homes were on flames or in ruins. When Fukasaku turned back he swore he saw the death's real incarnation. "How could you do this?" asked Fukasaku. "They were in my way. I said to them to not get in my way or they would die. They didn't listen. Anyway, they had to die. They had no right to live in this world," said Akuma, and Fukasaku started to become angry. "Who are you to decide that? We have every right to live just as much as anybody else," said Fukasaku with an angered voice. "No, you have no right because it is your fault I live," said Akuma, and now Fukasaku didn't understand him. "What are you talking about?" asked Fukasaku. "It was you who told Jiraiya some kind of stupid prophecy, wasn't it?" asked Akuma, and the Toads looked at each other and Fukasaku nodded. "Yes, the great Toad Sage saw a vision and he saw you. We wanted to warn Jiraiya and Minato to be cautious because we didn't know the identity of this boy," said Fukasaku. "And what did you accept from them? You wanted from them to make peace with this boy?" asked Akuma, and Fukasaku nodded. After this Akuma started to chuckle. "It shows how much fools you Toads are. They didn't try make peace with me. No, they created me. This so-called prophecy of yours became real because you told them about it. Then in their fear they tried to prevent it, but it backfired and now I am here. And I will destroy the shinobi world, which was nothing else, just a pain in everybody's ass," said Akuma. Wait, Minato and Jiraiya knew the identity of the boy? Who is it? Asked Shima. He was Uzumaki Naruto's son. And now look at me how I am now because you couldn't shut your mouths, said Akuma and took off his cape, and all of them saw his tortured body and his prosthesis. My God, what have they done to you? We never wanted this to happen, said Fukasaku, but before he could do anything else Akuma grabbed him and started to strangle him. After a few seconds Fukasaku's head became purple and then he died. Shima tried to help him, but before she could do anything Akuma stabbed him with his scythe and killed her too. Then he looked at the sage. His blood boiled with pure anger. If you kill me now, it won't give you full contentment. It will disappear after a few minutes. Let your anger go and finish this before it is too late, said the sage, hoping he could convince Akuma. You started this whole madness when you talked about the prophecy. I just finish it, said Akuma. Then he decapitated him. Then Akuma looked for a tree and made a picket and put the head on it. Then he burned the whole place down. A few days later Jiraiya came to visit them and he saw what happened there. Flashback ends. This is what happened there, said Akuma, and Minato was furious at Akuma, but before he could do or say anything Jiraiya jumped down and prepared a Rasengan to kill Akuma. You bastard! You killed my friends and my comrades. Die! Shouted Jiraiya, but Akuma stood there without moving any of his muscle. When Jiraiya was near enough he held up his real arm, and when the Rasengan was near enough he grabbed it and stopped Jiraiya's attack. Impossible! How could you grab the Rasengan? Asked Jiraiya with some fear. There are a lot of things you don't know about me, said Akuma. Then he grabbed Jiraiya and threw him back where he sat. This kind of tactic won't work on me. In the last few years I gained greater power than what Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had combined. You wouldn't be useful even for a warm-up, said Akuma. And why do you want to destroy the whole shinobi world? It was Minato and Jiraiya who screwed up everything. You should just kill them and leave us alone, said the Raikage. Do you think I am a fool? You and your goddamn system have destroyed lives since the Sage of the Sixth Path died. You use the chakra to kill and destroy. You want to gain more and more power, and it will be never enough. You abuse this power to make profit from the weak. When was the last time you used your power to help the poor and the vulnerable people instead of using it to kill somebody for money or steal something valuable? Said Akuma, and some of the Kages looked away because in some way he was right. The shinobi system was built on profiting on others' weaknesses. You are no better than mere mercenaries. You are hired to kill and steal, nothing else, and if the other side gives you more money you take it and backstab the first one who hired you, said Akuma, and they had enough. He hit the table with such strength it broke to a million pieces. Slander. We would never backstab the one who hired us, said A with anger. Maybe not every time, but you would backstab anybody if it helps you gain more power. I think you remember the Hyuga incident, when you pretended to be friends then tried to kidnap the Hyuga family's heir. I bet you would kidnap a baby from its own mother just to get some new jutsu's Raikage. You are pathetic, and to be honest I pity you, said Akuma, and it reached the point where he had enough of Akuma for a life. A jumped in front of him and started to concentrate his chakra all over his body. Then a few seconds later his chakra armor appeared. You can't insult me and the shinobi system, you good-for-nothing freak, said A, and he was about to attack when he suddenly felt enormous pain on his abdomen. He froze where he stood. He looked down slowly and saw Akuma, who hit his abdomen with his elbow. Sorry, but you were full of openings. I couldn't help myself, said Akuma. Then he stepped back a little. You bastard, stuttered A. Then he collapsed. This is the fourth Raikage? I hoped you were stronger than this. What a disappointment, said Akuma, and now everybody was afraid of Akuma. He could defeat one of the strongest men with one hit. What do you want to do now? Asked Gaara the Kazekage. It was Minato and Jiraiya who ruined Kamada's life, but they did that because they wanted to protect their precious shinobi world. The shinobi system is the real culprit here. You would do anything to keep it up. You even did this to a child to protect it, said Akuma and pointed at his body. Wait a minute, I never ordered them to torture you. I only ordered them to execute you, said Minato, but Akuma only frowned at him. It doesn't matter. You wanted to kill a child because you were unable to live in a world where weren't shinobis or chakra users, said Akuma. But the prophecy said, started Minato, but Akuma hit the floor with his scythe with enough power to shake the whole room. Enough with your goddamn prophecy. You believe in a toad who was as old as the sage of the sixth path. The toad used more drugs than you people know. Because of those medicines, that so-called prophecy was maybe a nightmare or just a hallucination. You are pathetic, Minato, to believe in something like that, said Akuma, and now Minato was a little surprised because of a new information. The toad sage knew the sage of the sixth path, asked Minato, and Naruto nodded. Yes, after I destroyed the toad village, I wanted to speak with that goddamn sage too, so I summoned his soul. Let's just say it wasn't a friendly chat, said Akuma. Flashback. Akuma stood on an empty field at the dead of night. It isn't an everyday thing to summon a soul. He had to prepare a few things. Firstly, he needed a place where no one would distract him. He needed a special seal, which only he could use because he is the owner of Death's Scythe. Lastly, he had to be as far from the people as much he could. He wasn't sure what would happen when he made the summoning, and he didn't want to injure anybody. When the preparations were ready, he dropped a drop of his blood on the seal, then made a few hand signs. I summon you, sage of the six paths. Show yourself before me, shouted Akuma. Then he hit the seal with his hand. The seal started to glow with purple light and release a lot of chakra and mana. The chakra and mana mixed then became wild and started to destroy the field. Akuma tried to hold it back until the sage arrived. And fortunately, he had to hold it back only for a few minutes. The chakra and mana mix suddenly stopped the rampage and started to create a human form. A few seconds later, the sage's soul levitated in front of Akuma. He suddenly opened his eyes and Akuma saw his Rinnegan. Moreover, he had a strange staff in his hand. The sage didn't understand what he was doing there, but when he looked at Akuma and saw the scythe, he started to understand it. Then he looked at his eye. He saw pain, anger, and loneliness in his eye. But in the same time, there was love and determination too. It was a strange mix. But then he saw his body too. He realized whoever this young man was, he went through the hell and he could come back to tell the story. What do you want from me, agent of death? I am already dead, so I don't know what you would want from me, said the sage, and Akuma stepped a little closer. I want to know why, said Akuma, but the sage didn't understand the question. So Akuma asked from him a little more specific question. I want to know, why did you entrust the chakra to the humans when you knew they would only abuse it? Asked Akuma, and the sage now understood what he wanted to know. I created the Ninshu in order to create peace between everybody. I wanted something which will connect everybody. Through chakra we could share our feelings, and in time we could understand each other. It was inevitable that a few people would abuse the power for their own gain. But I was sure somebody would show them the right path, and everybody will be connected through the chakra. With the chakra said the sage, but Akuma had enough of his BS, so he interrupted him. Then let me ask you this. Have you seen everything from the world since you died? Asked Akuma, and the sage nodded. Then answer this. Since your death, have they even tried to make this so-called utopia what you are talking about? Asked Akuma, and the sage became silent for a moment. The humanity needs time to create such a world where everyone can understand each other and reach eternal peace, said Teach Sage, but Akuma heard only BS from his mouth. You died hundreds of years ago, and they didn't try to do anything. The first time they realized they can use the chakra as a weapon, they used against each other for territories, money, and power. Then the great clans formed and started to kill each other for the same things. Then they created the hidden villages and they continued the destruction. I think we can agree that the humanity will never change. The war and destruction is coded in us, said Akuma, and the sage frowned at him. You are wrong. There will be the time when a person shows the way to the peace, said the sage. And when will be that? In a year, 100, 1,000, 100 of thousands? Asked Akuma, and before the sage could answer, Akuma continued. Because of you, the shinobi system was created, which turned children to soldiers who were sent out to kill or die for a cause which wasn't even their business. Millions died because of hollow reasons, said Akuma. There will be always casualties when the cause is to earn peace, said the sage, and it made Akuma angry. Oh really? Look at me. The shinobis, which was created because of you, took this child and tortured him, mauled him, twisted him. Half of his body is artificial. I am the last part in him with mild common sense. The remainder of his mind is lost in the darkness, where only pain, anger, and loneliness await. And they did that because they wanted this so-called peace. In my eye, you and everybody else who uses chakra are nothing else, just scums, said Akuma. Even if you are right, what do you want to do? You said they will always wage wars, so there will be no peace. Or you found a way to create peace. Do you want to destroy the humanity to create peace? Asked the sage, and Akuma only smiled at him. I don't want to destroy the humanity. I want to destroy the chakra once and for all, said Akuma, and the sage's eyes widened. What? Shouted the sage. You are right, the humanity wages war all the time, but before the creation of the chakra they tried to solve their problems with words and not with swords. If there won't be chakra, maybe there will be a short time of peace until the humanity can get back on their feet and find new ways to live, said Akuma with confidence. You can't do that. Without the chakra you will send the humanity into chaos and darkness. They will just continue the fight, shouted the sage. Firstly maybe, but after that they will realize they have to find out how to create a new system where won't be people who can order them around because they have chakra. Every human will be equal in a way, said Akuma, and the sage's blood boiled with anger. Your plan won't create true peace. It will be a lie, said the sage. You fool. The peace is a lie, an illusion, nothing else, said Akuma. I can't stop you, but there will be someone who will. My son's reincarnations will be the ones, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, said the sage with anger, and Akuma only laughed at him. You said you saw everything, but you didn't know that Naruto was killed. And the Uchiha is just a coward. He wouldn't try to create peace. It doesn't look good with his lust for power, said Akuma while he chuckled. Impossible, said the sage, then Akuma stepped before him. I will destroy the chakra and kill those who sinned, but I will spare those who are innocent. That is why I will not destroy the humanity. And as for you, I don't know where I summoned you, but now I will banish you to the hell. May the judge of the dead show mercy for you, said Akuma, then he prepared to strike down. Wait a moment, shouted the sage. It was too late. Akuma cut his soul into two parts and it quickly disappeared. It is time to get to work, said Akuma, and walked into the dark forest. Flashback ends. So now you know my plan. So I don't have to stay here anymore, said Akuma, and he was about to leave, when the Kazekage stopped him with a question. You said you wanted to destroy the chakra, but what about those who are still children? Do you kill them too? You said you don't kill innocents, said the Kazekage, and Akuma nodded. Yes, I don't kill innocents. That's why I created a special seal. When I started my journey, firstly I just blackmailed the people not to use chakra, because if they did I would come back and kill them. But then I learned to create a special seal which will destroy the chakra points that much that will not kill you, but you will not able to do even the simplest jutsu. And the best part is that it comes down the next generations too. With this the chakra will be no more. Now I give you a chance. You can fight against me and die, or I can give you the seal and you will be normal mortals again. The choice is yours, said Akuma, and the Kages didn't what they should have done. You can't accept this. The shinobi system will be destroyed. Everybody will riot and new wars will start and, said Minato, but he suddenly stopped because he felt an enormous bloodlust from Akuma. Silence, Minato. The adults are talking. You have no say in this matter. You and your village are an exception. I will do to your shinobis what they have done to Kamada. And when I get to you, well, I didn't decide yet what I will do to you, but it won't be good. But like I said, I don't want to kill you or Jiraiya, because even the deepest pits of hell is too good for you. I told you everything what I wanted. I will go to your villages in a few weeks, by then decide. Have a nice day, everybody, said Akuma, and he was about to leave when somebody stopped him. Aegean. Wait a moment, shouted the person, and Akuma looked back and his eye widened. You, said Akuma with disgust when he looked at the person in front of him. I am Uzumaki Kushina and I want answers from you, said Kushina with an angry tone. Firstly, you are not an Uzumaki anymore. A wench like you can't use a name as noble as the Uzumaki. You are Namikaze Kushina, nothing else. Secondly, I don't have to answer any of your questions. I am leaving, said Akuma, and he started to leave when a chakra chain captured him. He looked back and saw Kushina was a little more persistent than he thought. I want answers right now, shouted Kushina, and Akuma could only sigh because he was getting tired of these shinobis. Firstly, why do you lie about Naruto and his family? Naruto and his family were ambushed by Kumo shinobis and they were killed. I even saw their corpses, said Kushina, and Akuma only shook his head because of her stupidity. Minato lied to you. Everything that he said to you in the last few years was a lie. That's all, said Akuma with a bored tone. But Kushina started to become impatient and the chains started to become more tighter. It's a lie. Maybe Minato wasn't the best father, but he wouldn't kill his own son. Moreover, he wouldn't lie to me about this, said Kushina, and now Akuma had an idea. Then why don't we ask someone else too? For example, Jiraiya, said Akuma, and Kushina understood what he wanted. Jiraiya was afraid of her. He would be a fool to try something like lying. Kushina created another chain. With that, he grabbed Jiraiya and brought him in front of her. She shaked him a little to wake him up. When he woke up, he was a little surprised, but before he could say anything, Kushina asked him, "Tell me everything, Jiraiya. And if you dare lying to me, I swear I tear you to tiny pieces very slowly." What he said is true. Did you execute Naruto and his family? Answer me, shouted Kushina, and Jiraiya only sighed and realized it was pointless to keep Kushina in the dark. Yes, everything he said is true. I and Minato trained a special team of 200 shinobis in order to kill Naruto. However, we weren't sure if they would be enough, so we sent 2 shinobis to IWA to become shinobis there to monitor Naruto and his family. Moreover, with the help of some poisoner, we created a special poison which they used on Naruto and Kuratsuchi. But we weren't sure how this poison would work on Naruto, that's why we sent out 200 shinobis. All of them hated Naruto because they thought he was a demon, so it wasn't hard to convince them to help us execute him. But I swear we never wanted to torture any of them. We just wanted to prevent the prophecy, said Jiraiya, and when Kushina heard the word prophecy, she hit him with such strength which broke his jaw. You rat, good-for-nothing pervert shit. You killed my son because of your stupid prophecy and turned my grandson into a monster, said Kushina, and when she realized what she called Akuma, her eyes widened and turned to Akuma. She released him immediately and collapsed on her knees and bowed her head on the floor. I am so sorry. I didn't want to call you that. Please forgive me, said Kushina, but Akuma had other things to do, so he just started to walk away. When Kushina saw this, she called out again. Wait, don't leave yet. There are so many things I want to ask you, said Kushina, and Akuma stopped for a second. There is nothing I could tell you. Your grandson, Kamada, is just a shell of his old self, and I am in his place right now. In other words, I am not your grandson, said Akuma, and he was about to leave when Kushina continued. But it was you who protected him and cared about him, so you are just as important to me as Kamada and Naruto were, said Kushina, but Akuma didn't want to stay. Even if you say that I don't have time to listen to you, I have things to care about, said Akuma, and Kushina knew he would say that. Then take me with you, said Kushina, and others surprised by her statement. Kushina, what are you doing? Shouted Minato from his seat. You can't do this. That would be treachery, continued Minato, but Kushina didn't care about what Minato said. She just turned back and looked at Minato with such hate that could destroy anything. You and Jiraiya took away my son and ruined Kamada's life. I think my betrayal isn't as serious as yours. I will go with Akuma and find a way to heal Kamada, and if you think you can get in my way, then think again, said Kushina, and Minato became furious at his wife. Kushina, there is nothing you can do about him. Kamada is dead mentally, and in his place now there is a monster who killed thousands because he hates the shinobis. Don't you see he has to die in order to restore the peace, said Minato, but Kushina didn't agree with him. That is your problem, Minato. You always talk about peace. Peace this, peace that. I had enough of it. Because of this I lost my son. But now I will make things right and help Akuma heal Kamada. And you will not stop me. Let's go, Akuma, said Kushina, and turned to Akuma, but he wasn't happy. What's wrong? Let's go, said Kushina, but Akuma still showed an angry face. I never said you could come with me, said Akuma. But I thought, started to say Kushina, but Akuma interrupted her. You thought I would accept you after our first meeting. Don't be naive. And I would bet you would try to ask me to stop my crusade against the shinobis, like you wanted to stop Kamada's father, Naruto, being a shinobi. You are pathetic, said Akuma, and Kushina started to cry. Please give me a chance. I know I wronged my son, but I want to help you heal Kamada, and I swear I won't try stopping you in your mission. I know I let you use that seal on my right here and now, said Kushina, and the others were surprised again, even Akuma too. Kushina, are you out of your mind? We don't know what the seal could do to you, said Minato, but the only answer he received was a kunai which almost hit his head. Shut it, Minato. Nobody cares about your reasons anymore, said Kushina. Then she turned to Akuma. Do it, said Kushina, and Akuma only smiled a little. Very well. Say goodbye to your power forever, said Akuma. Then he held up his hand and a strange seal appeared on his palm. He touched his palm to her forehead and Kushina felt that Akuma burned the seal on her. A few moments later it was over, so Akuma stepped back a little and the seal was still seeable. Then it disappeared. Now try to do a jutsu, said Akuma, and Kushina tried to do a clone jutsu, but it didn't appear. Then she tried to do a water jutsu and it didn't work. Then she tried to do tree walking jutsu on the wall, but the result was the same. See, I took away your power. Now I don't have to kill you because now you are powerless. Goodbye everyone, and we will see each other soon enough, said Akuma, but Kushina grabbed his arm. Wait, don't you want to take me with you? I gave up my power to go with you, said Kushina. I never said I will take you with me. It was you who were willing to give up the ability to use jutsu. But just to show you I am not as heartless as most of you think, I will give you a chance. But not now. After I finished my mission we will talk again. Deal? Said Akuma, and Kushina smiled and nodded. Good, then it is time to, started Akuma, but he suddenly stopped because he felt enormous pain in his body. Not now, said Akuma, and he started to pant. Kushina wanted to help him, but he slapped her hand away. Don't touch me. I have to leave. Until next time, said Akuma, and he used his scythe to broke through the ceiling and left the chamber, then the building. When he was out, he ran into the forest and looked for a cave. Because it was cold, he was not as fast as he wanted to be, but not much longer he found a cave which was uninhabited. When he was inside, he sat down. Then he opened a few storages which were built in his arm and legs. He took out a needle, a syringe, and some kind of liquid. He filled up the syringe with the liquid, then he gave himself a shoot into his abdomen. A few moments later his body started to calm down. He started to breathe slowlier and the pain started to disappear. This is not good. I had to double the dose to ease the pain. I have to find a better option or the pain will become unbearable one day. Sometimes I think it would be better to just give up and die. Kamada wouldn't suffer anymore, and maybe he would be with his parents again in the other world. And the shinobis can go to hell. They can kill each other as much as they want. I wouldn't care. Yes, maybe that would be the best option, said Akuma, and he started to close his eye when suddenly he heard a soft voice. Don't give up, said the voice, and Akuma jumped up and drew his scythe. Who is there? Asked Akuma, and a small blue orb appeared in front of him. It was glowing with blue light. Akuma tried to touch it, but before he could do that he felt a warm feeling. It was familiar feeling, but he didn't remember from where. The orb did a few strange moves and Akuma realized what it wanted. Do you want me to follow you? Asked Akuma, and the orb started to lead Akuma somewhere. They went into the deepest part of the forest. They walked at least 3 hours when they reached a cemetery. It was in a very bad shape because nobody came here anymore. Akuma looked at one of the graves and saw it was from the Clan Wars era. It was no surprise it was abandoned. These graves were more than 100 years old, if not more. The orb showed him a statue. It was a statue of an angel. So you wanted to show me a statue? What is so important in this one? Asked Akuma, and the orb flew inside of the statue and it started to glow. A few moments later the glowing stopped and a person appeared before Akuma. Akuma was surprised. Impossible, you can't be here, said Akuma. Back at the Kage meeting. After Akuma left, everybody calmed down a little. A few medic came in too and treated the Raikage and Jiraiya. After A was better, he did a temper tantrum like a child because Akuma embarrassed him in front of everyone. He swore he and the whole land of lightning will hunt him until he begs in front of the Raikage in chains. Only Minato was on the same page with the Raikage more or less. Minato wanted to catch Akuma, take his scythe, then kill him. But the other Kages weren't sure what would be the best for them and their countries. Suna and the Land of Winds were in a very tight position, because they received their food supplies from Konoha and there was the chance they will not receive anything if they don't help Konoha. Moreover, they didn't have as big military force as Konoha, so they could invade them anytime. Kiri and the Land of Water was the other one who had problems. They still didn't return to their former glory. Their military was still small and they only joined to the war because they wanted to get back some territories which was taken from them in the last one. But now if they gave up the chakra and Konoha or Kumo attacked them, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves. Inoki wasn't sure either what he should have done. He wanted to see his great-grandchild again, but maybe he was long lost. And giving up the chakra also wasn't really a good option, and he didn't want to fight against him. This was a total stalemate situation. Before anyone could say anything, Kushina walked up to her seat, took her coat, then started to leave. Before she left the room, Minato called out to her. "Kushina, where are you going?" asked Minato, and Kushina answered to him without turning back. "I am going to look for my grandson and help him," said Kushina. "You will help him destroy the shinobi world. Are you out of your mind?" asked Minato, and this time Kushina turned to Minato and showed great anger towards him. "I don't care about the shinobi world anymore. I am no longer a shinobi anyway. You can do whatever you want, Minato, I don't care. But I will go and find a way to help Kamada so he can return to his old self, then I will live with him. If Yumi gives up her chakra too, then I don't mind if she lives with us. I am sure Kamada would love to meet his aunt," said Kushina. Then she left the chamber. "All right, just go. Who needs you? You are useless now without chakra or the ability to give birth a baby with the Uzumaki genes," said Minato, but Kushina didn't hear it because by that time she was gone. The next one who wanted to leave was Inoki. But before he leave the chamber, he had to tell something to Minato. "Hokage, I had enough of all this shit. So I officially withdraw my shinobis from the front and finish this senseless war against you. I have to take care about more important things than care about you and your goddamn village," said Inoki, and before he could leave, Minato wanted to talk to him too. "Suchikage, then do you give up? But if this is the case, then we have to talk about the conditions because you caused a lot of damage. You have to pay some kind of reparation," said Minato, but Inoki didn't care about him. "We don't have to pay anything. It was your fault that the war started. Moreover, I would return to my village and prepare it for Akuma. Because God knows what he will do to your precious Konoha," said Inoki. Then he and his guards left the chamber too. Then Minato turned to Gaara and Terumi Mei. "So Kazekage, what is your opinion? Just don't forget it's still us who feed your people. So think about your answer very carefully," said Minato, and Gaara knew Minato was in a better position. However, it wouldn't matter because if they help Minato and Akuma will kill them all, then there will be nobody who needs those supplies. In other words, he can choose anything, nothing good will come out of it. If he chooses to help Minato and Konoha, then Akuma will destroy all of them. But if he chooses to accept Akuma's offer, then Konoha can attack them and destroy them. Of course, this scenario will happen if they still have chakra that time. But Akuma didn't tell who will be visited firstly. So there was only one option which can help at this time. He had to get some time. "It is a very difficult case, Hokage Dano. I wish to talk about it with my council," said Gaara. Then he stood up and called his bodyguards because they were about to leave. However, Minato wasn't resting. "Because we don't have much time, I will speed it up for you, Kazekage Dano. You will not receive any food supplies until you choose to join us to defeat that freak of nature," said Minato, and Gaara stopped for a minute. He didn't show it, but he was angry. Gaara would sacrifice himself for his village. But to send out his shinobis against Akuma was a complete suicide. He knew he wasn't as strong as the Raikage, and Akuma defeated him with one hit. Then what chances does he have? There was no good outcome from this situation. They had reserves, but it would be only enough for a few weeks. They only received only as much supplies as much they would need, and sometimes a little more. That little more were their reserves. Gaara had to choose. Death at the battlefield or death by hunger. None of them were good. "Hokage Dano, you are going too far. You can't be this heartless," said the Mizukage with anger and disappointment. "We have to fight now, Mizukage Dano. I don't care how they remember me as long as I can save the shinobi world. And I can tell you the same thing. Join us and help us kill Akuma. If you do that, we will not destroy your village," said Minato, and Mei knew it wasn't just a threat. It was a promise. "We have only just barely enough shinobis to protect our borders. We can't and we won't send out people to fight against somebody who is far stronger than either of us," said Mei with determination. Minato and the A were angry at her, because she won't do what they must do to protect their world. "And I can only advise this to you, Kazekage Dano. Don't help out these two. Because of the Hokage we are in this situation. It is his responsibility to make things right. I will not let my people die in vain because of his stupidity," said Mei. Then she and her bodyguards left. The Kazekage still stood there, and he was clueless about what he should have done. "Hokage Dano, please give me a week to think about my options in this situation," said Gaara, and Minato sighed because of his cluelessness. "4 days, no more, no less," said Minato, and Gaara nodded. After he and his bodyguards left, only Minato and A were in the chamber. Mifune has already left the chamber to check on his people. "So what is your plan, Hokage Dano?" asked Ei. He really wanted to know what the Hokage had in mind so they could prepare for anything. "We know he wants to kill the shinobis, so we are going to lure him out on a plain field and trap him. Firstly, we will use 4 violet flames formation, then I will use my seals to weaken him. Then we will order every shinobi of ours to kill him. Even him can't survive this kind of combination," said Minato with confidence. However, Ei wasn't convinced just yet. "He will know it will be trap. Just for sure prepare a few more alternatives," said Ei, and Minato nodded. Then the next few hours went by careful planning. In time Jiraiya joined too, and when everything was ready they returned to their village to prepare their shinobis. After 2 days everybody heard that the hidden waterfall village was destroyed, and those who survived were chakraless. Some the witnesses said that Akuma left to southwest. And only one village was in that direction which Akuma still didn't destroy. It was Sunagakure. 3 days left since Gaara left the Land of Iron. Moreover, he and his council still didn't find a solution, and Akuma could arrive any day now. And if they ask help from Konoha, then they will admit that they are on their side and Akuma will destroy the village. But the bigger problem is that their reinforcements wouldn't arrive in time. The situation became from bad to worse. "What should we do? If we don't do something, then our village will be destroyed and we will die," said one of the Suna council members. "We have to ask Konoha to help us. There is no other option," said another one. "They wouldn't arrive in time, and what would it matter? Didn't you read the reports? This monster destroyed whole villages without breaking a sweat. We don't have any chance. Kazekage-sama, we have to surrender. With that we can save a lot of people," said the third council member. "Then we will starve because Konoha won't send any food supplies. Or if they defeat him by a miracle, they will attack us immediately. We have to stay allies with them," said another one. This conversation went on for hours, but they couldn't solve the problem. They just argued. At night, when everybody went home, Gaara stood on the balcony and watched the stars. When Temari came to him, "What do you think about?" asked Temari with a smile. "It is beautiful from here, don't you think?" asked Gaara, and Temari looked up, and he was right, the stars were beautiful. "Maybe this is the last night we can watch them in peace," said Gaara, and Temari looked at her brother with some concern. "Don't be so pessimistic. We can find a solution and everything will be all right," said Temari. Then Gaara gave her a letter. Temari took it, then she read it. She paled when she finished it. "Is this accurate?" asked Temari with fear, and Gaara nodded. "Yes, I received it a few hours ago. He will be here by morning," said Gaara. "Then we have to evacuate the village and prepare the defense lines and," said Temari, but Gaara interrupted her. "It is all right. I have already given out the necessary orders. Every civilian go to the shelters and the shinobis go to the walls. However, I don't know we have a chance," said Gaara with a lot of concern. "Do you think we should just give up? You have never given up anything before. You want to start it now?" shouted Temari with anger. "We are facing against something that is far more powerful than we can possibly imagine. He defeated whole villages and he defeated the Raikage with only one hit. I don't think we have a chance. But maybe I can convince him," said Gaara, and Temari looked at him with confused eyes. "Convince him about what?" asked Temari. "To protect us against Konoha," said Gaara. "Why would he protect us?" asked Temari. "I will give him what he wants. All of us will give up the ability to use chakra, and he will make sure that Konoha can't attack us," said Gaara, and Temari wasn't sure about this plan. "There will be resistance, you know that? There will be shinobis who don't want to give up their ability," said Temari. "Then they will die," said Gaara, and Temari looked at brother with some fear. "You would let him kill them and," said Temari, but Gaara interrupted her again. "I would lose a few shinobis instead of the whole village," said Gaara. Then Temari turned away and started to leave, then she stopped for a moment. "I hope you make the right choice, Kazekage-sama," said Temari, then she left. This was the first time she didn't call him Gaara or brother, but Kazekage-sama. Gaara knew he lost some of her respect for him, but Gaara knew he had to do something or a lot of people would die. "I hope so too, I hope so too," said Gaara. The next morning every shinobi stood before the gate or on the wall. Everybody was prepared for a long and difficult fight against the death itself. When he suddenly appeared, everybody waited for the order to attack, but it never came. Akuma was almost there, but Gaara still didn't give them any order. Everybody became impatient, and when Akuma suddenly stopped before the Kazekage, they knew they had to attack. They started to make hand seals to use their jutsu, but Gaara held up his hand to stop it. Then Akuma started to talk. "What is your choice, Kazekage?" asked Akuma. Then Gaara gulped, then said, "When I was a genin and fought against your father, I was nothing else, just a monster. I have just wanted to see everybody dead at my feet. Then your father told me something that changed my mind about everything," said Gaara. "What did Akuma's father tell you?" asked Akuma with some curiosity. "He said that he saw my past and that my mother truly loved me. At the first moment I didn't believe him, but then he explained his ability and realized he was right. Then after that I looked into myself and realized what kind of man I was. I was a monster who killed without remorse, and my mother would be very disappointed if she would see me. That's why I decided to change my ways and become the Kazekage to protect everyone here. I have no chance against you. That's why I ask you to spare the men, women and children in the village and in the country. We will give up the chakra and we won't show any resistance against you. But please promise us that you will not let Konoha to attack us," said Gaara, and he even bowed before Akuma. "Please," said Gaara one more time. "You are very brave and wise, Kazekage. I would be happier to say the same thing about the other hidden villages," said Akuma. "Very well," said Akuma. Then Gaara looked up. "Then that means," said Gaara, but before he could do or say anything, Akuma held up his hand and started to scatter the seal all around the village and the country too. It looked like fireworks came out from his hand. Then the seal appeared on everyone's forehead. Then a few minutes later it was over. Then Akuma started to leave. "Wait, what about Konoha and—" started Gaara, but Akuma interrupted him. "Don't worry about Konoha, but just to show you I am helping you, my next visit will be in Kumo to destroy Minato's new ally. And don't worry about your food supplies. I heard about your problem and asked some of the neutral countries to help you out, or they will be destroyed just like the hidden villages. Your supplies will be here in a few days," said Akuma, and he started to leave again. But suddenly a few ex-shinobis appeared and attacked Akuma. "What did you do to us? Give our power back. Kill the Kazekage, he is a traitor." They shouted these kind of sentences. Then Akuma pulled out a cross from his cape. It started to glow with blue light. Then he shooted out a lot of blue cross-shaped attacks. And when it hit the shinobis, they blow to pieces and their pieces burned away. Everybody became afraid of him now because of his new power. "Let it be a lesson for everyone. I will destroy anybody who dares to stand in my way," said Akuma. Then he left the village. Gaara and the others just realized that they chose wisely. "It looks like he became more powerful again," said Tamari, who couldn't stop the trembling. "Yes, I already pity those fools who try to stop him," said Gaara, and the others nodded. "It is time to make a visit in Kumo and see if the Raikage became stronger," said Akuma while he walked and looked at his cross. "Because I am stronger than ever." The news about Suna arrived to the other hidden villages within a day. The Mizukage wasn't surprised because she knew Gaara was the weakest Kage from them. However, she was happy because he was wise enough to surrender and he avoided a lot of bloodshed. The Raikage thought they were cowards and weak. He has already started to think about plans how he would attack them and steal everything from them. Maybe their bloodlines were useless now, but they still had jutsu scrolls which could be useful. Of course, he had to get rid of Akuma before he could attack Suna. Inoki didn't really know how he should have reacted to this. His great-grandson became a monster and it looked like there was nothing that could stop him. He still wanted to save him, but the question was how. He didn't give up the chakra, but if they didn't do it, then Akuma would kill everybody who had chakra and seal others. This was the hardest decision in Inoki's life. When Minato heard about the treachery of Suna, he was so mad, he threw out his desk through the window, which almost hit a few chunins. When he started to calm down, a young woman stepped inside the room. It was Yumi, who wore a standard jounin outfit and had her hair in a ponytail. It was her daughter Yumi. "What do you want?" "I am busy," said Minato while he tried to hide his frustration away. However, Yumi saw through him. "I want to know two things. Firstly, where is Mom? And secondly, when was the last time Kamada was seen and where?" asked Yumi, and Minato was surprised because of the question. Yumi was away on a mission, so she couldn't know about Kushina, but she asked about Kamada too. She knew about him? "Your mother left us? But how do you know about Kamada?" asked Minato with some curiosity. Yumi just turned her head away a little, then said, "I always knew he was alive," said Yumi, and Minato was surprised. How can that be? I was sure to hide it away from everyone. How did you learn about him? Asked Minato, then Yumi told him everything. Flashback. Minato was in his office and did his paperwork. However, he couldn't concentrate because he knew his special ANBU team at that moment was out there to kill his son and his family. He has just wanted it to be finished and move forward. Then suddenly Kakashi appeared before him with a bloody arm. Minato ran to him immediately and asked about the mission. Kakashi, what happened? Did you finish the mission? Where is everyone? Asked Minato with hurry. He barely noticed that Kakashi lost one of his arms. Sensei, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Kuratsuchi were eliminated, but Uzumaki Kamada is still alive, said Kakashi, but he was about to faint because of the blood lost. What? How can that be? He is just a child, said Minato, but Kakashi couldn't answer because he fainted. Minato hurried to the hospital to treat his student. He didn't even notice that his daughter was at the door and heard everything. When she heard that Minato sent out a team to execute his brother and his family, her heart broke to a million pieces. After that, she avoided him as much as she could. Minato didn't really notice it because he was occupied with the fact that Kamada was still alive. When Kakashi regained his consciousness, he told Minato everything about the mission. Minato was furious when he heard what they did. Unfortunately, also Yumi learned what they did to Kamada. They could prevent the prophecy, but instead of that, they made it real. After this, Minato made a false report about Naruto and his family's death. When Kushina heard that, she cried for weeks, but the village celebrated the death of the so-called demon and his family. This was the point when Yumi realized she couldn't trust anyone from the village. At that time, she wasn't sure what was the best option for her, but now she knew what she had to do. But firstly, she had to find Kamada. Moreover, Sasuke has never returned to the village. He disappeared. Flashback end. So you knew he was alive. It doesn't matter. You and a team of ANBU will go and eliminate him. He must die no matter what, said Minato, but Yumi didn't agree with him. Why do you want to kill him so much? He has never done anything against you, said Yumi with anger and a loud voice. You don't understand. The great Toad Sage saw a vision and, said Minato, but Yumi interrupted him immediately when she heard the vision word. Oh, for God's sake. Forget about these stupid visions and prophecies. You really want that these kind of things dominate your life. You are a fool, father, said Yumi, and she said the father word just like Naruto did years ago. It was filled with disgust, anger, and hate. He has already destroyed several hidden villages. The Toad village was destroyed too, and soon it became chakraless just like your mother, said Minato, but Yumi didn't understand a few things. What do you mean chakraless? I don't understand, said Yumi. Kamada no Akuma created some kind of seal and managed to destroy the chakra within the body. He demonstrated it on your mother. Now she can't use chakra, and if she had another child, he or she wouldn't able to use chakra. And Suna, those cowards, surrendered because that weak Kazekage didn't want to fight against that freak. Now there isn't anybody who can use chakra in that country. If Danzo was alive, he would say it is the perfect time to attack them. But right now we have to deal with Akuma, said Minato, but it only angered Yumi more. Don't call him a freak. He is still a human being just like us, shouted Yumi at Minato. He is more artificial than human. He is twisted and evil. He must be stopped, said Minato. I will not kill him. He is my nephew. He is just lost. I am sure I can save him, said Yumi, but Minato didn't care about her opinion. I don't care if you think you can save him or not. His power to take away the chakra is too dangerous. He must die. Tomorrow morning you and an elite ANBU team will leave and kill him, and don't dare to come back without his head. Now leave, said Minato, and because Yumi had to think, he left the office. After Yumi left, Minato checked the maps and the reports. It appeared that Akuma was heading to Kumo. Maybe if he was lucky, then he could kill two birds with one stone. Akuma will be weakened after his fight against Kumo, and he can be killed. Moreover, Kumo will weaken too, and they could attack it and occupy it. Only the time could tell if they were successful. Akuma was now near the hidden cloud village. On his way there, he had to destroy several outposts, but now he was about arriving. At the Kage Tower A, the Raikage prepared for his next round against Akuma, when a Chunin appeared in the office. Raikage-sama, shouted the messenger, and A looked at him. What is it? Asked the Raikage. We got the reports that Uzumaki Kamada aka Akuma is 4 miles from the village. Less than an hour and he will be here, said the messenger, and A nodded. Good. Mabui, is every civilian left the village and went to the shelters? Asked A, and Mabui, his assistant, nodded. Yes, Raikage-sama. As you ordered, everybody left except the Chunins, Jounins, and ANBU agents, said Mabui, and this time A nodded. Good. I don't know how strong he is when he takes a fight seriously, but we have to be careful. Now, everybody to your posts, we have to deal with that annoying pest, said A, and everybody who was still in the office shouted yes, sir, immediately, then left to their posts. It didn't take much time and Akuma appeared before the gates of Kumo. He still used the scythe like a walking stick and he wore the same cape which he used in the summit. But now he didn't wear the hood. When he arrived, he was 10 meters away from the Raikage and his army. So Raikage, what is your answer? You give up your chakra, or you will die? Asked Akuma immediately. We choose the third option, said A, and Akuma looked at him with curiosity. And what is that? Asked Akuma. We seal you away. Now, shouted A, and suddenly a seal appeared below Akuma. The seal started to create earth walls around him. There were many layers of these walls and every layer had its own special seal. So they wanted to seal him away with many kind of seals. One seal was for make him immobilize, while another was for making the gravitation 10 times bigger than the normal one, and so on. When the sealing was ready, an enormous earth cube stood before the gates. We did it, shouted almost all shinobi in the village. Even A was happy but in the same time disappointed. It was easier than I thought. Let's not forget to thank the seals from Konoha when we use Akuma against them. Now we have to brainwash him and make him a loyal Kumo shinobi, then we will give him our scientists to find a way to make clones from him, said A, and Mabui with the other shinobis who were there nodded. All right everyone, let's prepare to move this huge cube, said A, but then he heard some kind of cracking voice. He looked back at the cube and when he did that he saw small cracks on the cube. And from the cracks blue light came out and before he knew he cube was destroyed and Akuma walked out from the destroyed cube. Not a bad trick, but you will need something more clever if you want to defeat me, said Akuma, and A looked at him with anger. How did you destroy the cube? Asked A. Flashback a few minutes ago. Akuma was inside the cube, however most of the seals weren't powerful enough to immobilize him. So he attached the blade of his scythe to his arm and tried to cut himself out. But the walls were too strong to cut it. It looks like they managed to learn something new. These walls are very hard and mixed with chakra. The scythe can't destroy it. Not bad. However, said Akuma, then he grabbed his cross and started to concentrate, then the cross started shine with blue light, then with the power of the cross he destroyed the cube. Flashback end. I destroyed your precious cube with this, said Akuma and showed them the cross. When did you get that? You never used it before, said A with anger. Let's just say an angel gave this to me, said Akuma, and it angered A more. A started to think that even the heaven hated them if an angel gave him that cross. Now I will show you the power of this cross, said Akuma, and the cross started to shine with blue light again. Then he started to shoot out blue crosses which were made of his mana. Firstly it was 1, then 3, then more and more. He aimed at everything, shinobis and village too. It didn't take much time and a lot of buildings were destroyed and a lot of shinobis were killed. After Akuma finished his attack, the Kumo shinobis didn't wait and attacked him immediately. Which wasn't a good idea because Akuma drew his scythe and cut all of them. The others realized they had no chance against him with close combat, so they tried to use middle and long-range attacks. Akuma managed to evade them and continued to cut them down. This made the shinobis start to retreat back to the inner parts of the village. However, Akuma, that time, didn't know it was one of A's B plans. They lured him into the center of the village, then from every side they will attack him with middle and long-range jutsus. Moreover, Killer B was ready to attack him with a bijou bomb if the situation became worse. They were very near to the center now, but while they lured Akuma there, he killed several shinobis. After 20 minutes, they arrived at the center. And before Akuma could do anything, a few hundred of shinobis surrounded him. They were on the ground and on top of the buildings. Suddenly A appeared too. This is your end, freak. Light him up, shouted A, and every shinobi used their jutsus to kill him or at least injure him. They attacked the same spot with everything they could for a few minutes and then they stopped everyone to see what was left from Akuma. For their surprise, nobody was there. When they started look for him, suddenly a shinobi noticed him at the top of the Raikage tower. They didn't even know how he managed to go that high in these few minutes, but at that time it was irrelevant. They immediately gave the order to B, through radio, to destroy him, and he started to prepare the largest bijou bomb which he could create. However, Akuma didn't waste his time either. It looks like they want to die. Well, they had their chance. I don't have much time, so let's begin, said Akuma. Then he grabbed his cross and closed his eyes. Oh, dearest Lord, hear my voice. I am humbled by your glorious power and give thanks for your many blessings. Please give me the power to destroy the evil. Let me show them your wrath, said Akuma, and while he did that his cross started to shine with yellow color, and when he opened his eye was yellow too. However, this wasn't unnoticed by those few who were left in the tower, and they reported this to A immediately. They only laughed at him because he thought he would need the praying if he wanted to survive the biggest bijou bomb on the planet, which would have been finished in a minute. However, they didn't have time to use it. When Akuma finished the praying, he used his scythe to go a little higher. So he used it like a lifter to jump high enough, then he used his most powerful attack. I pray that one day we reach the promised land, said Akuma. Then he shoot out the biggest crossbeam. Lengthwise, it was as long as the village itself. When the shinobis saw this, some of them couldn't believe their own eyes. Some of them couldn't move, while others started to laugh at their fear. This is the end for us. We have to run. Take cover, shouted the shinobis, but it was no use. He saw the beam and tried to use his bijou bomb at it, but when it reached the beam, that simply disintegrated. When he saw that, he couldn't believe it. Most of the shinobis tried to run away. He activated his lightning armor, but even he wasn't sure he could survive. Then the beam reached the ground and an enormous explosion followed its arriving. Akuma, with his scythe, managed to pull himself into a safe place. However, those who were on the ground weren't too lucky. Those who didn't die in the explosion, they died because of the carbon monoxide. It was a final attack which was created to destroy a hidden village completely. When the smog disappeared from above, everybody could see the cross-like crater which the explosion made. Near the crater there weren't any survivors, only burned corpses. The only ones who survived were those few who were out of its range, and of course B, who was out of the village, but when he saw his bijou bomb was useless, he hurried back. When Akuma came out from his hiding place, he was panting because this attack mostly came from the power of cross and the praying, but it takes half of his own power too. Well, I didn't accept it would be this powerful, but I at least showed them they shouldn't have tampered with me, said Akuma. Then he went down to the crater. When he arrived, he saw the ruins of the buildings and mountains. Burned corpses were everywhere. However, one corpse was extraordinary. It was the corpse of the wreckage. His corpse stood at the center of the crater like a statue. Akuma stepped closer to it. You chose poorly. You should have given up your chakra, said Akuma, and he was about to use the seal on those who were still alive when B suddenly appeared. Akuma realized this too late, and he had to use his artificial arm to block his attack. However, the hit was too strong and it broke his arm to pieces. Damn it! Did you really have to do it? Now I have to repair it, said Akuma in his anger. You killed thousands and you worry about your arm. They were right, you are just a soulless monster, said B, who was so furious he didn't try to speak with rap. I gave you the chance for survival and your wreckage declined it. It is not my fault, he was a fool. But if you called me a monster, what about you? Don't the villagers hate you because you are a Jinchuriki? Tell me how many times you were thrown out from stores? How many times did they try to kill you? How many times were you denied to leave the village because of the fact that you are a Jinchuriki? Let me guess, the last time you left the village was when the Akatsuki tried to capture you, but you managed to fled. Am I right? Asked Akuma, and unfortunately there was truth in his words. Maybe my life was hard because I am a Jinchuriki, but you still killed my bro, said B. The bro you are talking about is a thief and murderer. He ordered his shinobis countless times to kill innocents or steal children or jutsu scrolls from other nations. He didn't care about anything else just to make this goddamn village powerful. And he would sacrifice his own shinobis for it just to put his hand on some stupid jutsus, said Akuma. He did that to keep us safe. He did that so other nations didn't even think about attacking us. He did that for peace, said B, and Akuma started to laugh like there was no tomorrow. You really think that is peace? Do you live under a stone? This is not peace, it is Cold War. Since the 5 great nations were created, there was no real peace between them. It was Cold War between them in the last 100 years. They always prepared for a war which could happen any time. What do you think why there are Chunin exams? To replace a war? In a way maybe, but more importantly a nation can show their power and warn the others that don't try to attack us because we are prepared. So the other nations double their military, train its shinobis more and so on. But if you think I am wrong, then I will hear your opinion, said Akuma. However, B became quiet. He was right, there wasn't real peace between the nations. They always tried to become stronger and more powerful than the others, and they did that with all the methods they could come up. Like they say, everything is fair in love and war. So what is your opinion? Come on, out with it. Don't be shy, said Akuma, but B was still quiet. Like I thought, but I am not surprised, said Akuma, and this made B angry. So what? You are right, we can't make real peace with each other. And you think your method will make real peace? Asked B in his anger. Kuma only smiled. I am not completely sure when I am done there will be real peace. However, I am sure it will be easier for everyone if the chakra is no more. Think about it, there will be no more Jinchuriki, no more bloodlines or special jutsus. Finally, you don't have to kill each other because of stupid things. Remember what happened at the water country when the Mizukage started to hunt down everyone who had a bloodline ability. Okay, I know that happened because he was under a Genjutsu, but it could have happened without it too. I am sure you agree with me in this case, said Akuma, and B had to agree with him. He was tired of sleeping with one eye open because of the assassins. Sure, he was the brother of the late Raikage, but still a lot of people hated him and tried to kill him. He hated the fact that he could leave the village very few times. He wanted to travel and show his talent for the whole world. Let's say I accept your offer. What can you do in my case? If you try to separate me from my bijou, I will die, said B. You and the bijou are connected through your chakra. If I disconnect it by taking away your chakra, then the seal will disappear and the bijou will be free. Of course, if I want to do that, I have to take away the bijou's chakra too. The only thing I don't know if you survive when the bijou leave your body, said Akuma. However, I have limited power over the mortal body. Maybe I can keep you alive until the bijou leave your body. But I can't promise anything, said Akuma, and B started to think. And what will happen to the bijou? Asked B. It won't have any chakra, so it would be pointless to seal it away. So it will be just an overgrown animal, nothing else, said Akuma, and B thought a few more seconds, then said, Very well, do it. Even if I don't survive, I know you would kill me to destroy the bijou, so I believe your offer is a better option. Let's hope you are right, said B, and Akuma stepped to him. I hope so too, said Akuma. Then he started the procedure. Akuma placed his seal on B's forehead, then he started to separate his and the bijou's chakra. When they were separated, he used the seal again and their chakra was no more. The seal disappeared and the bijou started to come out. However, Akuma was right, it would kill B, so Akuma used his holy powers to keep him alive. After a few minutes, the procedure was over and everybody was alive, but deathly tired. Akuma immediately activated his undivine armor to heal himself. However, he has used a lot of mana already, so he couldn't heal himself completely. When he felt a little better, he used his scythe to get up. When he looked up, he saw the Eight Tails bijou. Thank you, said the bijou, then it left the village as fast as it could. A few moments later, B got up too. Right before he could say something to Akuma, the rest of the Kumo shinobis arrived. They wanted to attack Akuma, but B stopped them. Stand down, all of you, shouted B, but the captain didn't agree with him. I am sorry, Killer B, but we have to kill him. That was the Raikage's last order, said the captain. But he is dead now, so listen here. A lot of people have already died today. I think everybody agrees with that, it is enough, said B. But I, said the captain, but before he could continue, B interrupted him. I said enough, shouted B, and everybody dropped their weapons. If we surrender, nobody else dies today, right? Asked B, and Akuma nodded. Killer B, you would give up your and our chakra? Asked a Kumo shinobi. I have already gave it up, moreover I am no longer a Jinchuriki. The bijou was set free, said B, and most of the shinobis became white because of the fear. How can that be? And how are you alive? Asked the same shinobi. I will explain it later, but now listen, all of you. I know you don't want to give up your chakra, but look around you, said B, and the shinobis looked at the destroyed buildings and the burned corpses. If you want to fight against him, I can't stop you, but you will end up like them, said B, and pointed at the corpses. I think it is a fair offer from him. We give up our chakra and he leave us alone. Anyway, we will have a lot of work here, said B, and most of the shinobis agreed with him. However, those who didn't agree with him didn't say anything because they were afraid of Akuma's power. So finally everybody accepted the life without chakra. When this happened, Akuma, just like Insuna, used his seal on everyone in the country and another country became chakraless. When it was finished, Akuma started to walk away. But before he left the village, he talked to B. "You are much wiser than your brother. You should become the new leader," said Akuma, and B could only laugh. "I don't think I can be a good leader, but maybe I should try and then see what happens," said B. Then Akuma nodded, then started to walk away. "Don't you want to rest here a few days? I guarantee nobody tries to kill you," said B, but Akuma shook his head. "No thank you. I have to repair my arm which you destroyed, and only one man can do it. Fortunately, he doesn't live far. I can still do that much," said Akuma, and B nodded. With this, Akuma left the village and started his journey to his mechanic who can repair his arm. He was walking a few hours now and he reached the forest where his mechanic lived. He was glad because his body was exhausted completely. He was only a few miles from the place when 3 shinobis appeared before him. They were ANBU agents from Konoha. Akuma prepared for a fight, but the agent who was in the middle stepped out. "Wait, I don't want to fight against you," said the agent, but Akuma didn't believe her and the agent saw this. "Maybe this will help you," said the agent and took off her mask. "Namikaze Yumi? What do you want from me?" asked Akuma. "I want to save you." "Yumi, what are you doing?" "This wasn't part of the mission," said the ANBU agent who stood on Yumi's left side. "Shut up. I want to talk to him," said Yumi, but before she could start talking, Akuma interrupted her. "How do you intend to save me, daughter of Namikaze Minato?" asked Akuma with real hate when he said Minato's name. "Kamada, listen to me, said Yumi, but Akuma interrupted her again. "I am Akuma. Kamada isn't available right now, thanks to your father," said Akuma with more hate. "Kamada, I know you are still inside. I know it was Akuma who protected you in the last few years, but please, you have to stop this because what you are doing is wrong. I am sure you know that," said Yumi, but this only angered Akuma more. "How dare you say that when you don't even know half of the pain Kamada had to suffer," said Akuma, but Yumi didn't give up. She had to reach Kamada somehow. "I know you were tortured and turned into what you are right now, but if you let me help, I can convince Tsunade and Konoha to heal all of your injuries," said Yumi, but it still didn't convince Akuma. "And how do you intend to do that? Make me an overgrown lizard and I will regrow my limbs? Maybe I can regrow my genitals too," said Akuma with a lot of sarcasm, which was noticed by Yumi. Tsunade managed to create artificial limbs by using Senju Hashirama's cells. It's still not perfected, but you could have mostly real limbs again. You could feel again with your legs and hand. And if you give her the chance, I am sure she could do something about your eye and maybe your private parts too," said Yumi. She blushed a little when she talked about his private parts. "Well, this is nice and good, but what about his mental problems? Can she fix that too?" asked Akuma to make Yumi a little desperate, but she was confident now. She thought she was almost at the finish line. "Tsunade knows the best psychologists and psychiatrists in the whole world. I am sure they can help Kamada forget about the torturing and he can live a full life," said Yumi with a smile, but Akuma wasn't convinced. "So if I accept your offer, Kamada's body will be healed and he will forget everything about the torturing?" asked Akuma, and Yumi nodded. "Then what about the other things he had to suffer?" shouted Akuma, and now it was Yumi who was confused. "What are you talking about?" asked Yumi with mild confusion. "Kamada wasn't just tortured. He had to watch as 52 ANBU agents rape his mother right before his eyes. And when the agents got bored with that, one of them slit her neck and died right before Kamada's eyes. She drowned in her own blood right in front of Kamada," said Akuma, and Yumi's eyes widened when she heard what Akuma said. Even the ANBU agents, who were there with Yumi, were surprised and felt disgust. "After that he was tortured like you know, but I think you don't know that Akuma was raped too," said Akuma, and Yumi shook her head. "I thought so. And you still want to save him? After all this? How? Tell me how. I am all ears," asked Akuma, but now all of Yumi's confidence was gone. All that pain, suffering, and fear, there was no way somebody can make this right. "There is nothing you can do, daughter of Minato Namikaze, the man who ruined a little boy's life because of his delusions. If there is nothing else, I would like to leave, so tell that coward Nara, who is right behind me, to let me go with his weak shadow jutsu or I will gut him right here and now," said Akuma, and Yumi signaled her last teammate to go there. When the agent arrived, Yumi told him to let him go. However, the agent didn't do it. "I am sorry, Yumi, but I can't do it. Ino now," shouted the agent, and the agent who was on Yumi's left side made a few hand seals, then she collapsed. It was Yamanaka Ino who used the mind transfer jutsu to immobilize Akuma, so her teammates could attack Akuma. Inside Akuma/Kamada's mind. Well, this is unexpected. I saw a lot of kind minds, but this is the first time I see this, said Ino, who looked around in Akuma's mind. She was in a corridor where were countless doors. However, there were smaller and bigger holes everywhere, which didn't lead anywhere, only darkness were there if you looked into it. She started to walk, then she tried to open a few doors. When she opened the first one, she saw Kamada when she was 4 years old. He and a few other children ran from an angry man who was covered by flour. He was most likely a baker, and they tried to prank him. Ino realized all of these doors showed one of Kamada's memories. After that, Ino tried another door. It was when Kamada was scolded by Kuratsuchi because of a prank. When she tried the third door, she saw Kamada was eating ramen with Naruto. After this, she tried a few more doors, but after a few minutes of looking, she finally reached a strange part of Akuma's mind. It was a bigger room, no bigger than 2 ordinary classrooms in a school. When Ino reached the center of the room, she saw 4 corridors. The first one was where she came from. The second and the third were like the first one, but the fourth one was different. It was closed by an iron gate. She tried to open it, but before she could touch it, someone grabbed her shoulder and threw her away. She landed on the center of the room. "Don't you dare touch that gate with your filthy hand, Konoha scum," said Akuma, who was the one who threw Ino from the gate. "What is in there?" asked Ino with curiosity. "Kamada is in there. I keep him there from you. After the Kage summit, I created a place where his memories don't haunt or torture him. It is the only place where he can feel safe," said Akuma with some sadness. He didn't like that he had to keep him there, but there wasn't anything he could do. "So you imprisoned him in his own mind. I heard you are cruel, but this isn't human. You think he is some kind of animal," said Ino, but it only angered Akuma. So Akuma only snapped his finger, and suddenly chains came out from the floor and binded Ino. "I didn't imprison him. If I let him out, his memories will overwhelm him and he will get a complete mind breakdown. In there, his memories don't make his situation worse. We could say he is isolated from everything that could cause pain for him. Thanks to that person, I could create this chamber where Kamada is sleeping in a dreamless dream. And until I don't find a solution, I have to keep him there," said Akuma with more sadness. "You are a monster either way. You killed thousands and don't feel any remorse. Anyway, who is that person? And if you don't let me go, I will show you why I am a master of the mind transfer jutsu," said Ino with anger, but Akuma only chuckled. "That person isn't your concern. And let's test that theory if you are master of this pathetic jutsu," said Akuma, but Ino only smiled. "I will show you I am master of this jutsu," said Ino, and she started to concentrate. She tried to destroy the chains, but nothing happened. "Impossible. Why can't I free myself?" said Ino. Then she looked at Akuma, who had an evil smile. "Maybe this jutsu works on those who have weak minds, but not on me. Maybe this mind is beyond saving. I believe you saw the holes all over the place. Those are the results of the torturing. But the thing is, you will never able to control anything here. This is my domain. I am God here. And you know why?" asked Akuma, and Ino shocked her head while she started to become afraid of what will happen. "I have a purpose, a goal that is far stronger than your pathetic jutsu. While I believe in this and fight for it, I will not be defeated and you will not stop me. And before you ask why your comrades didn't do anything, while we talked, only a few seconds passed outside. So we have a lot of time to play," said Akuma, and this truly made Ino become desperate, but before she started to scream or cry, Akuma continued. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I only give you a little warning why you shouldn't come here in the first place. Let's just say it is a parting gift from me," said Akuma, but Ino knew it wouldn't be a good experience. Outside after a few seconds. "All right, she is inside now, we have the chance to," said Nara Shikamaru, who was the second ANBU agent there. But he was interrupted because Ino returned to her body and started to scream very loudly. Shikamaru turned to her and tried to calm her down. "Ino, calm down. What happened?" asked Shikamaru, but Ino totally lost it. She couldn't talk normally. "Please, enough. It hurts. I don't want this. Someone help me." Ino said these kind of sentences, then Shikamaru turned to Akuma. "What did you do to her?" asked Shikamaru, who was now angry. "I showed her what pain Kamada had to bear when he was tortured. But because I am not that heartless, she only suffered a little part of it. Look at her Namikaze Yumi. She is a trained shinobi and couldn't bear a little part of the pain which Kamada had to, and you want to save him," said Akuma, and maybe it was true. Kamada can't be saved and Akuma will destroy the chakra. "I need to leave, so don't waste any more of my time," said Akuma, who started to perspire and pant a little. "Let's return to the village. We have to take Ino to the hospital," said Yumi, who completely lost her optimism to save Kamada. "Wait, Yumi, we can't just go. Look what he did to Ino, we can't just walk away," said the third ANBU agent who was there. However, Akuma was running out of time, so he accelerated the things. "If I am correct, you must be an Akamichi. Konoha always loved to make the Ino-Shikacho combination. Well, looks like it didn't work this time. And you know why? Because you are weak. The Yamanaka girl couldn't even bear a little pain, while the Nara boy may be smart, but his shadow jutsu is useless against me. And there is you. Maybe you are the second strongest in that team, but you couldn't even provide me a good warm-up. But what could I accept from a fat pig like you?" said Akuma, and Yumi saw he just wanted to provoke them. Yumi tried to stop Chuji, who was the third ANBU agent, but it was too late. "I am not fat. I just have big bones," shouted Chuji, and he immediately activated his jutsu. His arm started to grow bigger and bigger, and when it was 50 times bigger than a normal arm, he tried to hit Akuma. However, he was careless. Akuma caught his arm right before it could hit him, then he pulled him towards himself, and when he was in front of him, Akuma hit him in the stomach. The hit was pretty strong. Chuji barely could stand, and the saliva started to flow out from his mouth. Akuma grabbed his cross and with a weak cross projectile shoot him back to the others. When he landed on the ground, he was unconscious. "I hope it was enough for you," said Akuma, and Yumi grabbed Chuji while Shikamaru grabbed Ino, then they left without a word. When Akuma thought they were far enough, he collapsed on his knees. He was sweating and panting. He was totally exhausted. "Finally they are gone. I wouldn't have enough power to fight against Yumi. So this one was a close one. Now it is time to go. I am almost there," said Akuma, and after a few minutes of trying, he managed to stand up and continued his journey. Fortunately, the lab where he went was a few minutes from the spot where he met with Yumi and the others. The lab was in a cave. When he arrived, he opened it with a special key. This was the only way to open it. When he was inside, he saw a big hall which was lighted with lamps. From the hall, there were several passages. Those led to other rooms like kitchen, bathroom, training room, bedrooms, workshop, etc. Akuma stepped a few more, then he shouted, "Kuro? Are you here? I need your help," shouted Akuma, and a few seconds later a short and deformed person came out from a room. "Angel, you have returned. I was so worried," said Kuro, Akuma's mechanic. He was wearing a black trousers, black sandals, moreover a lab coat. He had short black hair, and on his head there was a glasses. He was once a doctor and puppet part maker. However, Orochimaru wanted his medical knowledge, so he kidnapped him. After he and Kabuto learned everything from him, they started to experiment on him and turned him into an amorph gnome. It was Akuma who saved him when he killed Kabuto and Orochimaru, and because he had excellent knowledge about puppet limbs, Akuma asked him to make him new limbs. Kuro made them, but because of the experiments he became crazy or mad. He started to call Akuma Angel, because it was him who saved his life. Moreover, it was Kuro who gave Akuma the painkillers that he used to ease the physical pain of his body. And the place they use as a hideout is a lab which Orochimaru used years ago. "What happened to you, Angel? Your arm is in pieces," said Kuro, who hurried to his savior. "Long story. Now help me. I need the painkillers. Hurry," said Akuma, and Kuro helped him sit down, then hurried to the lab, and a minute later he returned with the painkiller. Unfortunately, one dose wasn't enough, so Kuro gave him another one. When Akuma received his medicine, he started to calm down. "We have to find a way to make the pain go away permanently," said Akuma, and Kuro nodded. Yes, I know. I am trying to perfect the medicine. But it is hard. I haven't found the ideal ingredient yet. Even Orochimaru could not perfect this medicine. But Kuro won't give up. No, Kuro will perfect it, because Angel needs it for his glorious mission," said Kuro, and Akuma looked at him with some sadness. Because of Orochimaru and his lust for power and immortality, he looked like a monster, and because of him he was completely mad. When Akuma killed Orochimaru and freed the prisoners, he was the only one who didn't want to run away. He wanted to serve him because he saw something in him. At least it was what he said. "All right, can you give me a new arm?" asked Akuma, and Kuro nodded. Yes. In the workshop I have plenty new ones. They are even stronger than the old ones. said Kuro. Then they went back to the workshop. Akuma sat down in the operating seat. Then Kuro started to work on Akuma. Firstly, he examined the damage. He saw it was pointless to repair it, so he replaced it. When he took out the broken one last pieces, he went to get the new one. He returned with the new one and he prepared to attach it. "It will be unpleasant, Angel," said Kuro, and Akuma only chuckled. "Like a lot of other things in my life. Do it," said Akuma, and Kuro attached the limb to his body. Akuma screamed a little because when a limb like this attached to the body is not like when you put on a shirt. No, a lot of artificial nerves are connected to the real ones in the body. It helps create the movements, but there is still the energy system, which would normally be chakra. But in Akuma's case, it is mana, or the combination of mana and the little chakra which is still in his body. When the procedure was finished, Akuma stood up from the chair. "I will rest a few days. Don't disturb me if it possible," said Akuma, and Kuro nodded. Yes, Kuro has a lot of work. I have to perfect the medicine. And you must rest for your glorious mission," said Kuro, and went back to his lab. Akuma walked in a bedroom and laid down on a bed. It didn't take much time and he started to sleep. In Konoha, Yumi and her team managed to return to the village. They took Ino and Chuji to the hospital. Fortunately, Chuji's injuries weren't too serious. He could go home after a day or two. While Ino didn't get any physical injuries, but her mind was attacked and caused some damage there. Her father, Inoichi, tried to correct the problem, but it was harder than he thought. The memories she had to experience were programmed that nobody could take away from her by chakra or jutsu. With this, she always has those memories and they will haunt her. However, Yumi's situation wasn't much better either. When she gave her report about the mission, Minato was so mad that never happened before. Later on, he learned that Akuma was weakened that time he met Yumi and the others. But because of Yumi's sense of justice, they let the chance go away. Now they don't know where Akuma is. Moreover, he most likely is back on his feet. Because of this, Minato demoted Yumi to a Chunin. However, Yumi didn't care about Minato or the village. She just wanted to save Kamada. But after she heard what he had to suffer, there wasn't really any chance for that. However, she had to try. She owns to Naruto, at least with saving his son after all the things she and the village has done to him. To do this, she went to the only person who knew something. When she reached the house, she knocked and a middle-aged woman opened the door. She had blonde hair and wore an orange shirt with a blue dress, moreover an apron. "Excuse me, but I want to talk to Ino. Is she here?" asked Yumi, and Ino's mother sighed. "Yes, she is here, but I don't know if she wants to see anyone right now. She is very exhausted," said Ino's mother with a sad tone. "I promise I won't bother her too much, but I must talk to her. It is very important," said Yumi with tone that said it won't accept a no as an answer. "All right, but just a few minutes," said Ino's mother, and Yumi nodded. She took off her sandals, then she went to her room immediately. She was there before, so she knew the house. When she reached Ino's room, she knocked, but answer didn't came. She tried again. "Ino, it is me, Yumi. I must talk to you," said Yumi. "Leave me alone," shouted Ino from her room. The fact is, Ino blamed Yumi because of the failure of the mission. Moreover, because of the failure, she wasn't demoted, but she couldn't sleep much. Every time she closed her eyes after a few hours of sleeping, she waked up from her sleep. She is drenched in sweat and trembling. She has nightmares about the torturing and Akuma, who is torturing her just like how he was tortured. "I know you are angry, but listen to me." I started to say Yumi, but Ino interrupted her. "I don't want to hear anything from you. Leave now," shouted Ino from her room. "Listen, I heard you have nightmares every night, but they will not be stopped if we don't stop Akuma. But to do that, we have to give back the control to Kamada. That's why I have to know what you saw inside his mind. If Kamada is back in control, maybe we can convince him to help you," said Yumi, and for a few seconds nothing happened. "If you don't want to talk, then I leave," said Yumi, but the door suddenly opened. "Do you think he will help me?" asked Ino, and Yumi nodded. "Kamada was a good child. I would never believe he would leave you or anybody else on their fate," said Yumi, but Ino didn't really believe all of this. But there was no other choice. She let Yumi in. Yumi sat down on the bed and Ino sat next to her. Ino told her everything what she saw inside. What caught Yumi's interest was the gate that Ino saw inside and led it to Kamada, moreover that unknown person. When Ino finished, Yumi was furious. "That rat imprisoned Kamada in his own mind. I would strangle him if he was here," said Yumi, but in a way Ino agreed with Akuma. Kamada didn't suffer right now. Ino would give anything to get rid of all of those memories which she had to experience. Yumi, listen. I know you want to get Kamada back. But Akuma made him sleep inside their mind to help him, said Ino, but Yumi didn't agree. What he is doing to Kamada is inhuman. He should decide this, not him, said Yumi. You know that Kamada was in terrible state. How could you accept from a 6-year-old child to make in that situation a choice? And do you think Kamada is the only one who is suffering? Said Ino with an angry tone. I know you are suffering right now, but, started to say Yumi, but Ino interrupted her. I didn't talk about myself. I am talking about Akuma, said Ino, and now Yumi was confused. What are you talking about? Asked Yumi. I haven't told this anyone yet, because nobody would believe it, said Ino, but Yumi was now curious. Tell me, said Yumi, and Ino nodded. Akuma is suffering too. He hates what he did to Kamada. Akuma knows he is just a part of Kamada. But for Akuma, Kamada is everything. He looks at him like a brother. He would burn the whole world to protect him. He would give back the control to Kamada if it was possible. Moreover, he hates what he is doing. He has already killed so many people that there is no way he would avoid the hell. The memories when he killed them haunts him even now. But the worst is the physical pain. Akuma needs very strong painkillers to ease the pain. Worst thing is he needs more and more. And who knows what kind of after effects these drugs have, said Ino, and Yumi was conflicted. There wasn't really a good choice. If she kills Akuma, then Kamada would die too. If she gives back the control to Kamada, there will be the chance he receives a mind breakdown. The same situation would happen if she just destroyed Akuma in their mind. How do you know this, Ino? Asked Yumi. When I had to experience Kamada's memories, he showed me his pain too. I saw when he closed the gate and felt his sadness. Then he showed me what it was like to live in his body. Even with the painkillers, he has to bear terrible pain, said Ino, and now Yumi was truly clueless. What was the best option for Kamada? Then it hit her. She had a plan, but firstly she had to confirm a few things. Ino, is there a chance that two personalities can become one? Asked Yumi, and Ino started to think about it. I heard about it, but I am not sure. You should ask Tsunade-sama about it, said Ino, and Yumi nodded. Thanks for your help, Ino. Now I think I know how I can save Kamada, said Yumi. Then she hurried to Tsunade. I hope you are right, said Ino. Then she tried to sleep again. Back in Akuma's hideout. Akuma started to wake up after 3 days of sleeping. He moved his artificial limbs to see if they were working perfectly. When he thought they were good, he went to eat something. When he finished with that, he prepared to leave. His next target was the hidden mist village. 2 weeks have passed since Akuma destroyed Kumo and made everybody chakraless. In that time, the remaining shinobi and civilian council members tried to grab the power, but Killer B and some of the last loyal ex-shinobis captured them and executed them. Now Killer B is the new leader in Kumo, and now they started to rebuild the village. But the other villages which were visited by Akuma started the rebuild too. Suna was in the best position because they didn't have to rebuild anything, and they received a lot of supplies like food, water, medicines, etc. However, they knew they couldn't do this forever, so they started to negotiate with other nations. Only 3 villages left which weren't attacked yet, and because nobody saw Akuma for a time, everybody was on the edge. But then the news came. Somebody saw Akuma and he said he was on his way to Kiri. When the Mizukage heard this, she immediately called for the counselors for an emergency meeting. The chamber was similar like in any other village. On one side there was the Shinobi Council, while on the other side there was the Civilian Council. And of course in the middle there was Terumi Mei, the Mizukage, with the elders and her bodyguards, Ao and Chujiro. So that freak of nature is coming here. I say we should show him why we were called the Hidden Blood Mist Village, said somebody from the Shinobi side with all of his arrogance. You can't be serious. Didn't you see the photos of Kumo? He completely destroyed it. There was nothing left, just a crater full of burned corpses. I say we should surrender. Look at Suna. They surrendered and they are doing better than ever, said somebody else from the Shinobi side again. They continued arguing until Mei had enough of them. Shut up, shouted Mei, and everybody became silent and looked at her. Firstly, we are not the Blood Mist Village anymore, so don't mention that name again or that person will answer to me and I will not be nice. Secondly, don't call him a freak when we know he is not, said Mei, and everybody understood the first part, but when she said the second part they were confused. With all of my respect, Mizuki-sama, you can't be serious, that monster, said somebody from the civilian council, but Mei interrupted him. That monster is nothing else, just a little boy who was twisted by a fool who couldn't see past his own delusions. Akuma. No, Kamada was just a 6-year-old little boy when his parents were brutally killed right before his eyes. Then he was tortured, which he somehow survived. Then Akuma was born, who swore to protect Kamada, said Mei with some sadness. She really felt sorry for Kamada. She knew the shinobi life was harsh and cruel. She fought against the 4th Mizukage, and she was part a lot of dangerous missions where she saw terrible things. She has lost a lot of friends and comrades. However, what they have done to Kamada was a totally new level. Even the previous Mizukage didn't these cruel things like child torturing. If they caught a child who could use bloodline abilities, they executed him or her painlessly. Mizuki-sama, we know about this. All of us read the reports. What do you want to point? Asked the same council member from the civilian side. I only met him once, and for a short time I could look into his eyes, said Mei, but the others were still confused. And what did you see? Asked another member from the civilian side. I only saw sorrow, loneliness, and pain. He doesn't do this because he likes it. More like, said Mei, but somebody from the shinobi side interrupted her. Then maybe he is doing this because of a genjutsu, or he was brainwashed by someone very powerful. We have to do something about it or we will be destroyed. Maybe he is doing it because after everybody is chakraless, then that somebody who controls him can conquer our nations then, said the man from the shinobi side who interrupted Mei. But she had enough of his nonsense, so with some of her killer intent made him quiet. Firstly, there is no evidence that he is under a genjutsu or he is brainwashed. Secondly, if somebody dares to interrupt me again, you can go home and say bye-bye to your rank. Am I understood? Asked Mei, and everybody nodded like the idiots. After everybody shut up, Mei continued. I believe he convinced himself that his purpose is destroying the chakra, because he thinks this is the only way to protect Kamada from the shinobis, said Mei, and others started to think. Mizuki-sama, you mean that? Started to say a woman from the civilian side, but Mei interrupted her. Yes, he will not stop until he finished this crusade against every shinobi or chakra users, and everybody else chakra will be sealed, said Mei, and before they could continue, a man ran into the room and collapsed in front of the council. It was a shinobi. What is the meaning of this? We are in the middle of a very important meeting, said one of the elder, but Mei felt why this shinobi was here. My deepest apologies, but, said the shinobi, but before he could continue, Mei interrupted him. He is here, isn't he? Asked Mei, and the shinobi nodded. Yes, Mizuki-sama, and he wants to see you right now, said the shinobi, and then the Mizuki stood up. With a sad face, she started to walk out from the chamber and started her short journey to the gates. She thought about what she would say to him. Maybe she should try and convince him that not every shinobi is evil. But she quickly realized that would never work. He is completely convinced himself that only the dead shinobi is the good shinobi. But because he doesn't want to be a butcher in every aspect, he gave every shinobi a way out, and this is his seal. But she doesn't want to lose her power. She and the other bloodline users fought so much to live peacefully, and now it would be a waste. However, on the other hand, if there is no more chakra, then there is no way that another civil war will start because of the bloodlines. She continued thinking about her options, then, without she realized it, she was in front of Akuma. What she noticed immediately that his artificial arm was a little different, and on his belt there was a cross. Maybe his new weapon he used to destroy Kumo, or at least what she thought. What is your choice, Mizuki-sama? Asked Akuma, and interrupted Mei's thoughts. Before I give you my answer, can I ask you something? Said Mei, and Akuma nodded. Why do you do this? There are far more better options to protect Kamada. Why did you choose to destroy the shinobi system? Asked Mei, and Akuma for a moment became silent, then said, You shinobis are evil. You will kill and destroy until nothing is left. With your power you could enslave your own people, or you could control other leaders to do your bidding. You are nothing more than simple mercenaries who would do anything for money. You started wars because of the pettiest things when you could make new pacts with each other. But no, you had to choose the bloodshed. I think you remember the war when Konoha, Suna, and Iwa turned to the land of rain and the hidden rain village into a battlefield. A land that has nothing with the others. They just wanted to be left alone, but those villages destroyed it and killed countless innocents. I know Hanzo wasn't a saint, but to ruin a whole nation because of your greediness. Then there are people like Shimura Danzo who turned little children into mindless drones to kill in the name of Konoha's greatness. They were children who were kidnapped from their parents or from orphanages, and that maniac stole everything from them, including their feelings, because he thought the feelings were in the way to become the perfect shinobi, a killing machine who never asks questions, just kill and destroy. And don't think he was the only one. While I trained in those years, I studied a lot and studied about everything about the shinobis. And when I say everything, I mean everything, like clans, history, geography, jutsus, and so on. I learned that Danzo wasn't the only one. No, there were several other cases when people like Danzo led entire clans. But you always preach about peace and harmony. You are hypocrites. But one thing to be hypocrite, and it is another thing to be stupid. And it appears you believe any bullshit you hear some old toad who lives on the strongest drugs. You are a sickness and I am the cure, said Akuma, and everybody became silent. Every word he said was true. There were no lies. But then he continued. I am doing this because I must do this. I know a normal human could torture Kamada too. But a normal human couldn't avoid Kamada's death. He would have died in the blood loss, because in that village where everything happened there weren't any medical equipment to help somebody to keep him alive. Now I told you my reasons, and before you tell me your answer I would like to ask something, said Kamada, and everybody looked at him with concern, because they didn't know what he wanted to know. Tell me, what do you think about your chakra? What did it give you? Why are you so afraid to lose it? Asked Kamada, and everybody was stunned. These questions were hard ones. If they answer that they only use chakra because they enjoy its power, then they just make his point stronger. If they say they use it to protect the village, then that would be only a half-truth, because they use their chakra for missions too, and those missions mostly aren't for protecting the village but to make money. There weren't really good answer here. Nobody dared to answer, and before anything could happen the Mizukage collapsed on her knees and started to cry. You are right, Akuma, we are terribly people. At first I wanted to make you believe what you are doing is wrong and not every shinobi is evil. But everything you said is true, and when you asked that question I couldn't come up with anything. Yes, we fought against the previous Mizukage to protect ourselves, but we killed a lot of innocents. And the worst thing is we could just leave this nation for another, but we had to stay here because of our arrogance. And now look at us, mostly bloodline users are in control, just like me, the Mizukage. If you believe what you are doing is the only way, then we will not be in your way. We surrender, said Mei, and everybody was stunned. Mizukage-sama, you can't be serious, said a shinobi, but before he could continue Akuma interrupted him. Wise choice, Mizukage-sama, said Akuma, and before anyone could do anything Akuma activated the seals, and with this another nation became chakraless. When Akuma finished the sealing he started to leave, but before he could do his second step somebody stood before him. It was a woman who was panting. She had red hair and wore a standard Konoha shinobi attire. It was Uzumaki Kushina. Namikaze Kushina? What do you want? Asked Akuma, and Kushina started to talk. Firstly, I am Uzumaki Kushina. I divorced from that fool. Secondly, it wasn't easy to find you, and the fact I don't have chakra, even the traveling is harder too, said Kushina, but she saw on Akuma's face he didn't care about these things. I came here to speak with you. I didn't see you for a month and, said Kushina, but Akuma interrupted her. I will talk to you when my mission is finished. Until then stay out of my way, said Akuma, but Kushina didn't give up. I know you don't trust me, and I can accept that I wouldn't do it either, but please give me a chance to show you can trust me, said Kushina, and Akuma thought about a minute, then said, very well, then I will give you a task. It is important, so I won't accept any failure, said Akuma, and Kushina nodded. Your task is... 1 week later. In IWA the things weren't good either. The Tsuchikage was still Inoki, but everybody thought he was too old, and they were right. He was just a walking skeleton with some skin. But he said he would only give his hat to someone else if he died or they managed to bring back Kamada. Because of this a huge argument started between Inoki and the council. However, it was interrupted by a shinobi who said that Akuma was here. Inoki got up and flew out to see his great-grandchild at the gate. When he arrived, Akuma looked at him with some sorry. What Inoki noticed was that he had a new arm and there was a cross on his belt. It is good to see you, Inoki-ji-san, said Akuma, and Inoki was surprised. Only Kamada called me that. Why? Asked Inoki. I saw every memory of you which Kamada had about you, and I saw he really loved you. I know your sins, Inoki, but I don't want to kill you or your men. Kamada really loved this place, and I would hate myself if I had to destroy it. So I beg you, don't make me do it. Just give up your chakra, then I will leave, said Akuma, and before Inoki could say anything a lot of shinobi said that they don't want to lose their abilities. However, Inoki had already made his decision. Very well. As my last act as a Tsuchikage I and IWA surrender to you, said Anoki, and everybody was confused. Akuma only bowed his head. Thank you, said Akuma. Then he activated the seal, and with this Konoha was the only one who had chakra users. Before I leave, I have to tell you something, said Akuma, and Anoki nodded. Akuma grabbed his cross and showed it to Anoki. It was a beautifully made cross which radiated with blue light. The one who gave me this cross was an angel, and that angel was none other than Kamada's mother, Kuratsuchi, said Akuma, and Anoki's eyes widened. How can that be? Asked Anoki, and Akuma started to talk again. Flashback. So you wanted to show me a statue? What is so important in this one? Asked Akuma, and the orb flew inside of the statue and it started to glow. A few moments later the glowing stopped and a person appeared before Akuma. Akuma was surprised. Impossible, you can't be here, said Akuma while he dropped his scythe. In front of him stood Kamada's mother, Kuratsuchi. She had longer hair and wore a snow-white dress that hid her feet. Moreover, she had angel wings. Akuma was terrified because she thought it was a trick. When she stepped a little closer, he stepped back. But before he could go any further, Kuratsuchi hugged him. Akuma didn't understand a thing. He was somehow happy and felt some kind of warm feeling. Then, without he noticed it, he hugged her too. My brave little boy, I missed you so much, said Kuratsuchi. Then she let him go to see him closer. Akuma saw the chance to explain himself. I am not Kamada, he is, said Akuma, but Kuratsuchi interrupted him with putting her hand on his face. Akuma looked at her and saw the sadness on her face. I know, you don't have to say anything, said Kuratsuchi, and Akuma suddenly started to cry. I am sorry I couldn't protect him more. I am failure. Said Akuma, but Kuratsuchi interrupted him again. No, it is not your fault. It is mine and Naruto's fault. We were fools to trust in those two. You don't have to blame yourself, said Kuratsuchi, and Akuma nodded while he cried. I swear I will protect Kamada, and Minato, Jiraiya, and all of Konoha will pay for their crimes against our family, said Akuma, and Kuratsuchi smiled at him. Thank you, Akuma. I don't have much time, so can you let me in and see Kamada, said Kuratsuchi, and Akuma nodded. Kuratsuchi put her hand on Akuma's forehead, and suddenly she was inside. Akuma appeared too and showed her the way to Kamada. It didn't take much time and they were in front of Kamada, who was sitting the same corner. He wasn't wearing anything and trembled like he was out in the cold. I tried to heal him, but there was nothing I could do. Please try to save him. I beg you, said Akuma with a desperate tone. I am not sure I can do much, but I will try, said Kuratsuchi. Then she stepped to Kamada, then she kneeled before him. Kuma-chan, look at me, it is mommy, said Kuratsuchi, and Kamada suddenly opened his eye. He knew only one person called him with that name, and it was his mother. He very slowly raised his head and couldn't believe his eye when he saw his mom. However, he thought it was some kind of shinobi trick, so he tried make some distance from her. You can't be real. I saw my mom die. You are a fake, said Kamada, but Kuratsuchi didn't give up just yet. I sealed away most of the bad memory from him, but those memories where he saw you die, I couldn't. They are too strong emotionally, said Akuma, and Kuratsuchi had an idea. Kuma-chan, I can prove you I am not fake. I know something that only you and I know about, said Kuratsuchi, and this time even Akuma was confused. And without any warning, Kuratsuchi started to sing. It was some kind of lullaby. It was about a brave warrior who didn't give up even when everything was against him, and he knew until he fought and believed in his victory he will be invincible. It was a very strange one, but it calmed down Kamada. Kamada tried to get up, but because he had no limbs, Akuma stepped to him and carried him to Kuratsuchi. Are you really my mom? Asked Kamada, and Kuratsuchi smiled, then she hugged him too. I missed you so much, Kuma-chan, said Kuratsuchi, and started to cry. Kamada and even Akuma started to cry. Please don't leave ever again, Mom. I, said Kamada, but Kuratsuchi interrupted him. I will be always with you, said Kuratsuchi, then kissed his forehead. Don't worry about anything. Akuma will take care of everything, then you, me, Dad, and Akuma will be together again, said Kuratsuchi. Really? Asked Kamada with some excitement. Yes, but now you have to rest a little, and when you wake up we will be together, said Kuratsuchi. Then she made him sleep. When he was asleep, she created some kind of storage unit around Akuma. It looked like it was made of water, but Akuma couldn't say for sure. I have to keep him in this water sphere. Within this sphere he will sleep until the time has come. Moreover, his memories won't haunt him, and if we are lucky his mind will start to heal itself, said Kuratsuchi, and Akuma nodded. When they finished it, they put the sphere into a safe place of Kamada's mind and sealed it away with a gate. I have to return now. Please be careful and don't forget I love you both, said Kuratsuchi with a smile. Thank you, said Akuma, and before she left she gave him a cross. Use this. It will help you in your fight. If you start to pray your power will increase too. But try not to overuse it, said Kuratsuchi, and Akuma nodded. Kuratsuchi started to disappear, and before Akuma could do anything she disappeared. Then Akuma woke up in the cemetery next to the angel statue. He looked at the cross and sensed the power from it. He looked at the statue, then said, "Thank you, Mom," said Akuma. Then he left to finish his mission. Flashback ends. So this is how I got this cross, said Akuma, and Inoki only smiled. Even in her death, she tries to help her child. She didn't change a bit, said Inoki. Then he suddenly collapsed. Akuma ran to him and saw he was about to die. Tell me, Akuma, is this my last moments in this world? Asked Inoki, and Akuma nodded. Am I going to the heaven or the hell? Asked Inoki. I have seen you sins, Inoki. In normal circumstances you would go to the hell immediately, but I will not let it, said Akuma. Then he pulled out his cross. Oh Lord, I beg you, save this soul from the flames of hell. Even in his last years he tried to save an innocent soul from the darkness. He deserves a second chance in your kingdom, said Akuma, and suddenly a light beam appeared around Inoki. Everybody saw when Inoki's soul left his body and started to rise to the sky. Thank you, said Inoki. Then he disappeared with the light. When the others asked him what happened, Akuma only said, he was absolved. However, before he could leave, somebody else appeared before him. Namikaze Yumi? What do you want? Asked Akuma. I came here to save you like I promised. However, I don't understand why you lied to Ino. Ino said it was you who imprisoned Kamada in your mind, said Yumi, but it only made Akuma angry. First thing first, I didn't imprison him. Secondly, I changed that memory because I didn't want anybody to know about our mother. That's all, said Akuma. It doesn't matter. I will save Kamada, and I already know how, said Yumi, but Akuma only snorted. I would like to see that, said Akuma. The truth is, Yumi asked about merging two personalities from Tsunade. She told her that it was very hard and there wasn't any special method for this because it happened very rarely and there wasn't anybody who studied it too much. However, they realized that the first thing is to give back the control to the main person, in our case Kamada. Then he have to do something and merge with Akuma. But nobody knew how to do this last part. Maybe he had to defeat the other personality or convince him. There was no answer for this. But Yumi could worry about this later. Now she had to defeat Akuma first and give back the control to Kamada. Akuma, please listen. If you merge with Kamada, then you can be one person again and, said Yumi, but Akuma interrupted her. There is no way we can merge. I tried it and it didn't work. His mind isn't strong enough, said Akuma, but Yumi didn't believe him. Did you try it while he was in control? Asked Yumi, and Akuma shocked his head. Then that is the problem. Give him back the control, shouted Yumi, but Akuma shocked his head again. I can't. If I do this, his memories will kill him mentally, said Akuma, and this only made Yumi angry. You are a coward, who don't even trust the person who love like a brother. You are pathetic, shouted Yumi, and now Akuma was angry. And what about you? You bullied and humiliated your own brother. Only a coward would do that, shouted Akuma. Looks like we can't avoid the fight, said Yumi. I thought it was natural for a shinobi to think with their muscles and not their brains, said Akuma. I will defeat you and Kamada will get back his body. Now then, Kurama, let's start it, said Yumi, and Kurama's red chakra started to radiate from her body. So Kurama is alive. Well, this is a surprise. I thought he died with Naruto, said Akuma. No, Nisama could let him free before he was killed. Kurama wanted to help Kamada, but he had to return to his chakra. Of course that would be me who holds it, said Yumi, and it was now clear to Akuma why Kurama didn't try to help Kamada. Come on, Kurama, we trained for this day. Let me have a little more power, shouted Yumi, and more red chakra started to cover her body. She started to grow fox ears and a foxtail. Her nails became claws and her teeth became sharper. The chakra burned her vest and shoes, moreover her eyes became red. When the transformation was complete, she had real fox ears and tail. Her eyes radiated with blood-red color. And she had an evil fox-like smirk on her face. For a normal person, she looked like a real fox demon. "Is that all? I thought you would show me something more in terms," said Akuma, but Yumi suddenly appeared before him and hit him in the face. It was so powerful he flew away, but Yumi wasn't finished. While Akuma flew into the forest, she suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him up in the sky. Then she appeared above him and hit him again. He crashed into the ground. Fortunately, his body was strong enough to endure it, but when he looked up, his eye widened because a huge Biju bomb approached him. From above, Yumi only saw the explosion while she landed on the ground. When she went a little closer, she saw the huge crater, and in the center there was Akuma who held his cross. It made a barrier that protected him. However, his cape burned away. There was a little blood on his mouth, which he wiped off with his real hand. Then suddenly he smiled. "Not bad. I actually felt that. It looks like there is somebody who can give me a chalang," said Akuma. Then he started to pray. "O Lord, show your warm light to those who lost their way in the darkness and show them the way back to the light. Help these poor souls to find themselves again," said Akuma, and his eye and the cross started radiate yellow light. "Let's fight." It was the first time Yumi could see how Akuma's body looked like. She was a little surprised because she didn't know, but he was quite muscular on his chest, abdomen, and his only real arm. The rest was artificial, of course. What she also noticed, the several scars all over his body. They were another result of his torturing. While she examined his body, Kurama reminded her for something. "Remember, Yumi, you can't keep up this form for a long time, so please hurry. You have to weaken him enough to wake up Kamada. Then let's hope he can bear the pain he suffered," said Kurama, and Yumi nodded. "Don't worry. If he really is Nisama's son, then he will be all right," said Yumi, but Kurama had his doubts. Of course, while Yumi examined Akuma's body, Akuma examined her too. He didn't see much, but her skin became black. But because her clothes covered her body, he only saw this on her hands, feet, and face. Now she had fox ears, sharp claws, and teeth. Moreover, her eyes were blood red. But the most disturbing feature was her smile. Her toothy smile reminded him the moon, the source of madness. Akuma put his cross on his belt, then drew his scythe. "Let's dance," shouted Akuma, and Yumi didn't wait and appeared right before Akuma and tried to hit him. But now Akuma was prepared and waited for the hit and blocked it with the handle of the scythe. However, the hit was strong enough to push him back a few meters. But when he stopped, he pushed her back, and this time Akuma hit her and she flew back at least 20 meters. When she looked up, she was surprised because Akuma was just walking towards her as fast as he could. "What is he doing?" asked Yumi from Kurama with complete confusion. "It looks like we found his only weakness," said Kurama, but Yumi still didn't understand. "Because of his injuries and artificial limbs, he can't run and jump too much. I would bet he could only move higher if he uses the scythe. If you can take advantage of this weakness of his, we can defeat him," said Kurama, and Yumi nodded. When she focused her attention back to Akuma, he was already there to strike her down. But before he could do it, she evaded it. "You should pay more attention at me instead of talking to Kurama," said Akuma. Then he drew his cross and started to shoot at her with it. Yumi realized the only way to beat him was to use taijutsu. If she tried to fight him from above, he would shoot her down, but in close combat he would only use his scythe. When he evaded the last cross bullet, she ran at Akuma with full speed to hit him. However, Akuma saw this, and when she was close enough, he tried to cut her down with a horizontal cut. But Yumi's reflexes were better, and she started to evade it, then slipped under the blade. When she was close enough, she started to stand on her arms and kicked Akuma on his jaw. It caused him to rise up from the ground. Then Yumi, with another kick, sent him into the forest, and finally she sent another Biju bomb at him. When the bomb reached its aim and blow up, Yumi went after Akuma. "It is incredible. Other shinobis couldn't even touch him, not even the Raikage. And yet she is actually beating him," said a Konoha ANBU agent from a tree who watched the fight. "Let's hope you are right and she really beats him, and when he is completely weakened we will finish him," said the ANBU captain. "But Yumi-sama said she wants to save him and we can't intervene her fight," said another ANBU agent. "Minato-sama gave me the direct order to finish the demon when he is vulnerable. He will deal with Yumi-sama when the mission is over," said the captain, and the others nodded. While they talked about this, Yumi reached the place where the bijou bomb exploded. She found a huge crater, but she didn't find Akuma anywhere. She was about to go down when she heard something. She looked down and a few rocks were starting to move. Then they were thrown away and Akuma stood up. He had some minor injuries but nothing serious. The only problem he had, his artificial hand was in the wrong direction. It looked like when somebody broke his hand. However, Akuma, with a definite move, put it back to its place. He tried it a few times to see everything was okay, and fortunately it was good. "It looks like I underestimated you. My apologies. I will take you seriously now," said Akuma, but Yumi didn't have time to listen to him, so she attacked him again. However, before her attack could reach its destination, Akuma caught her hand. Akuma looked at her, and now she could look into his gold eye. She saw the determination and hate in it. He pushed her back a little, then with his full power hit her in the stomach. The hit was way too powerful and she flew into the crater wall. Moreover, the hit caused several internal bleedings. A part of the blood came out from her mouth. "Yumi, are you all right?" asked Kurama, who had now concerns about winning this battle. "I will just heal these wounds," said Yumi, and Kurama healed her immediately. "This hit was unbelievably strong. I thought it will kill me," said Yumi, but Kurama couldn't say anything right now. "You have to continue, but try to be more careful," said Kurama, and Yumi nodded. In the real world, Yumi came out from the wall and looked at Akuma. He was completely calm. It wasn't a good sign. If he was this calm, then he was sure in his victory. She attacked him again, but he evaded all of her hits. She realized she had to hit him faster, and this time some of the hits reached Akuma, but then Akuma started to get used to her speed. After a few seconds, they were on the same level. Both of them tried to hit the other, but they could only hit each other's fists. Some of the hits were so strong it gave out some kind of blow-up sound. When the ANBU agents arrived, they couldn't say anything. They were too fast for their eyes. The hits had so much power, even the crater started to become bigger around Akuma and Yumi. "Captain? Orders?" asked one of the agents, who were terrified. You could hear it from how he talked. He has just realized how powerful Akuma and Yumi were. "We will stay here until we see a chance to attack. Right now, we would only be killed in the first minute if we tried to join the fight," said the captain, and the other two nodded. "It's terrifying. Their power, their speed and reflexes. It is not a fight between two shinobis or warriors. It is a fight between two monsters," said the captain, and the others didn't answer, but deep inside they knew the captain was right. They continued to watch their fight, but then somebody appeared behind them. They realized this, and when they saw who it was, they were surprised. In the crater, Yumi and Akuma still tried to hit the other with their full might, but they could only cause minor injuries on the other. Of course, these injuries almost immediately healed on Yumi, but still she had to use chakra to do it. However, Yumi didn't pay attention for a second, and Akuma grabbed her hand and threw her into the crater wall. After the throw, he immediately grabbed his cross and started to shoot cross bullets where Yumi landed. He did that at least half of a minute. Then he stopped and waited to see his work. But unfortunately, before the dust could settle, Yumi jumped out to attack. Akuma managed to evade it, but just barely. Yumi's attack, on the other hand, didn't stop. She landed on her hands, and she managed to turn her body so well she could kick Akuma 2 times. Then with a third kick, she sent him to the wall. But after he landed in the wall, he was still conscious of his situation and used his scythe. The scythe blade moved up to become a spear, then the whole scythe started to lengthen to hit Yumi. Yumi's reflexes was good, so the scythe only caused a surface injury on her cheek, which of course healed pretty quickly. After she evaded this attack, she went for another attack, which Kamada could only block with his hands. However, it wasn't the best tactic because Yumi continuously hit him. Akuma was worried because he thought she would destroy his arm. But when she wanted to use her full power for a hit, he saw an opening, and with the scythe she hit her in the stomach and sent her back a little. She landed in the center of the crater. After she stood up, suddenly water appeared at her feet, and in a moment later a water column appeared behind her. They caused so much damage that the groundwater could came up to the surface. Hundreds of liter water came up after every few minutes, and it started to fill up the crater. Then, without any warning, they continued the fight. They hit each other without any break. Yumi used her bijou bomb countless times, and Akuma used her cross to shoot cross bullets. The fight continued for hours. Then both of them landed at the side of the crater. By now it was so big like a lake, and it was filled up with water. Both of them were tired. Akuma panted heavily, but the most annoying thing that made him angry wasn't that he was exhausted, but the fact that Yumi destroyed his artificial arm. He looked down on his arm and saw it was missing from the center of his forearm. His body was full of scratches and other injuries. Yumi stood in front of him on the other side of the lake, and she didn't have any injuries because Kurama healed all of them and she didn't even pant. However, inside her mind Yumi was on her knees. She was panting and sweating so much she could fill up a bath. Even Kurama was on the edge of fainting. "Yumi, you have to finish this fight. I can't do it much longer," said Kurama, and Yumi agreed with him. Who could imagine that Akuma was this powerful? His power was beyond most of the shinobi's understanding. And the fact he is still a child only made it worse. In 10 years, he would be unstoppable. "It is time to finish this," said Yumi, and she started to concentrate again. Back in the real world, Yumi summoned a sword and took up a starting position. In front of him, Akuma did the same with his scythe. "Let's finish this Namikaze," shouted Akuma. Then both of them started to ran to the other. Then only one sound could be heard. It was when two blades met each other. Both of them tried to cut down the other. For this they used their speed and strength, but of course both of them were on the edge of collapsing. Then Akuma tried to cut her in half, but just for a second Yumi saw a tiny opening, and with all of her remaining power blocked the scythe. Then with a full turn she drove the scythe away, then with all her power stabbed Akuma in his stomach. "It is our chance. Send my chakra inside him," shouted Kurama, and Yumi sent her own and Kurama's chakra into the blade, then through the blade and finally into Akuma's body. Then for all of them seemed like the time stopped. And then everybody was inside Akuma's mind. Kurama and Yumi looked around and it looked like Ino described it. In front of the gate, which was the only way to Kamada, stood a very exhausted and injured Akuma. Of course Kurama and Yumi were exhausted and injured, but now that wasn't their first priority. "I will not let you to wake him up. You will ruin everything we worked so hard," said Akuma, but Yumi didn't care about what he said. "It is over, Akuma. Even if this is your domain, you are way too exhausted to stop us. Stand aside and let us save him," said Yumi with her monotone voice. "Please, I beg you, don't do this. You will just make things worse," said Akuma, who was now on his knees. "I don't believe it. Kurama, open it," said Yumi, and Kurama nodded. Kurama started to release his remaining chakra to open the gate. Akuma tried to stop them, but it was futile. He was now too tired to do anything. The chakra grabbed the gate and tore it apart. Then the orb, where Kamada was sleeping, appeared. Akuma jumped at the orb to protect it with his body, but this was futile too. The chakra grabbed him and threw him away. Then the chakra opened it. It only took a few seconds and Kamada was awake. The real problem wasn't that he was awake, but that Akuma's conscience was too tired because of the fight, and now Kamada was able to take over his body again. Akuma, with a last hopeless effort, tried to at least knock him out, but Yumi was faster and she knocked out Akuma. Then, without any warning, everybody returned to their body. When Yumi and Kurama returned to their body, they immediately pulled out the sword from Akuma and returned to their normal form. When the transformation was over, Yumi collapsed on her knees and panted like never before. She was completely exhausted. She looked up and saw Kamada was on the ground and he was bleeding. She wasn't a medic shinobi, but she crawled to him and tried to heal him as much as she could. Then, a few minutes later, he started to open his eye. He wanted to put his hand on his head because he had a terrible headache. But when he tried it, he realized he didn't have his left hand. He suddenly sat up and looked at himself. Firstly at his left hand, which wasn't completely there because Yumi broke it and only the upper half was attached to Kamada. But even that was enough for him to see that he had an artificial arm there. Then he looked lower and saw his legs were the same. Kamada started to hyperventilate, but then he felt something between his legs, or to be more precise, the lack of something between his legs. He was at the edge of getting total mind breakdown, but then he felt that even one of his eyes was missing, and of course he saw the cross and the other injuries all over his body. "What is this? What happened to me? Where are Mom and Dad?" asked the totally confused Kamada. His hyperventilation started to become very bad. Yumi knew she had to do something to calm him down. "It is all right, Kamada. Calm down. You have to breathe calmly, or you will faint," said Yumi, and Kamada looked at her. "Who are you?" asked Kamada, but when he saw her Konoha headband on her forehead, his eye widened and felt enormous fear. Yumi saw this and tried to calm him down. "Don't worry, I will not hurt you. I am Yumi, your dad's sister. I am your aunt. I came here to help you," said Yumi, but Kamada wasn't convinced. Then suddenly his headache became worse. Aya, my head hurts so much," screamed Kamada. Yumi tried to help him, but he pushed her away. Kamada suddenly remembered everything that happened to him in the last 8 years. "I remember now. Mom, Dad, they are dead. Can't be. What? I don't. A. H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H H, screamed Kamada after he grabbed his head with his hand. It was too much for him. He remembered when his parents were killed, when they tortured him, when Akuma was in control and killed all those shinobis. Yumi had to do something. She didn't have any idea, so the only thing she could do that she grabbed him and hugged him tightly. Please calm down. I am here. Everything will all right now, said Yumi. They killed them and they did all those things to me. It is too much. I can't bear this much, screamed Kamada, and he started to cry. All those pain and suffering hit him like a truck. Even an adult couldn't bear this much pain. I can help you. I know people who can heal you. But first you have to calm down, said Yumi, but it didn't help, so she continued. I can't even start to imagine what you went through, but you have to accept what happened. What would your parents, Anoki or Akuma, think if they saw you right now? Asked Yumi, and Kamada started to calm down a little, but he was still crying. They would be disappointed, said Kamada with a very quiet tone, but it was enough to Yumi to hear. Yumi let him go, then looked into his eye. What they did to you was cruel and unforgivable. My father and Jiraiya will get their punishment, and I and my mother will help you, said Yumi. Really? Asked Kamada, and Yumi smiled. To my word of honor, said Yumi, and she held up her hand, and Kamada wanted to hold up his own when a lightning blade stabbed him in his back. Kamada immediately stopped and Yumi's eyes widened. Before he could say anything else, several blades came out from the shadows and stabbed Kamada everywhere. But you said, started to say Kamada, but he couldn't finish it. It wasn't me, said Yumi, but it was too late because Kamada fainted by the time she said that. It was me, of course, said a voice out nowhere. When Yumi looked behind Kamada, she saw the only person she hated more than her father and Jiraiya. Uchiha Sasuke? You are alive? Asked Yumi, and Sasuke answered with his smug smile. Of course I am. Did you really think that this freak could kill an Uchiha like myself? Said Sasuke, and Yumi didn't say it, but deep down she hoped for that Akuma killed him too. Let him go. He has already suffered enough, shouted Yumi, but Sasuke had other plans. His father cut my arm off, and it wasn't enough we killed him. I want his precious little child to suffer a little more, said Sasuke, and the lightning blade which was connected to his arm started to send more electricity in Kamada's body. Kamada immediately woke up and started to scream because of the pain. Sasuke started to send more and more electricity, and his organs started to burn. Even his skin started to burn inside out. This was the only weakness of it. From outside fire couldn't harm him, but from inside it could. Yumi couldn't watch his suffering and tried to help him, but she saw she couldn't move. She somehow managed to look behind, and to her horror 3 ANBU agents stood, and one of them was Inara. Shikamaru, if I put my hands on you, I will tear you a new one, shouted Yumi, but she didn't see his expression because of the mask. I am sorry, Yumi, but for the good of Konoha and to save the shinobi system, he must die. I hope you will understand it one day, said Shikamaru with a monotone voice. FCKU and FCK your reasoning, shouted Yumi. Kurama, please help. I can't move right now, and I am too weak to dispel his jutsu, said Yumi to Kurama in her head. I will try, said Kurama, and he started to concentrate. In the real world, Kurama chakra appeared and went to save Kamada. However, by now Kamada had at least 3 degrees of burns all over his body. Kurama's chakra grabbed him and pulled him down from the lining blade. Kurama pulled him close to Yumi, and they wanted to heal him immediately, but they didn't even know if he was alive or not. Yumi wanted to hear if his heart even beat, but she didn't have time because Sasuke and the ANBU agents ran to them to finish their job. Then she suddenly saw some kind of seal on his artificial arm. The design was a little odd, but she was sure it was some kind of summoning seal. She immediately told Kurama to send chakra into that seal, and suddenly some kind of summoning circle appeared around Kamada, and right before they reached him he disappeared. The only thing which was left behind was his cross, which Kamada dropped, and it was out the circle range. Shikamaru by now let Yumi go, and she picked it up before somebody else tried it. Yumi didn't know where she sent Kamada, but it was far better than let these animals to slaughter him. Because nobody knew where Kamada was sent, they returned to Konoha and report everything to Minato. Minato was happy in a way, and he was disappointed on the other way. He was happy because Sasuke returned and managed to weaken and hopefully kill Kamada. He immediately named him ANBU Commander-in-Chief. Moreover, Minato saw it was time to rebuild his clan. so gave him the order to find at least 5 wives within the month and start to rebuild the clan. On the other hand, he was disappointed in Yumi because she wanted to save Kamada and almost destroyed the shinobi world. Minato demoted her to genin and sent her for 1 month to the military prison. While she was in prison, Minato and Jiraiya started their big plan to unite all of the nations. Firstly, they annexed the smaller countries around the Land of Fire, like the Land of Waves, Land of Rivers, but even those which had a hidden village like Sound, Rain, or Waterfall. They managed to do this within a month. Then they started to occupy the bigger countries. Because they didn't have any real military power against the shinobis, they had to surrender. In 3 months, Konoha ruled all of the countries and Minato became the first emperor of the elemental countries. While he was the emperor, he could do anything. Firstly, they changed the school system everywhere. The teachers had to teach about Konoha and its history. Some of the teachers didn't like it, and they were taken away by the secret police. It was another thing he created. He created this police to find anybody who dared to say anything against Konoha. Those who were taken away were sent to re-educating dash or work camps. Minato, of course, knew he needed more shinobis to keep the peace in his empire. That's why a new law was created. This said every shinobi had to at least have 3 or more children. They even checked if those who were sealed by Akuma could have a child with someone who wasn't. Unfortunately, they weren't successful in any way. Minato became so drunk with this power, he even ordered every village to build a statue of him, Sasuke and Jiraiya, in the center of the village. With this, they were called the 3 Saints. Sasuke, who killed Kamada, presumably, was called the warrior. Jiraiya, who brought the message about Akuma, was called the messenger. And finally, Minato, who brought the countries together, was called the savior, because it was thanks to him and his brilliant mind that Akuma was defeated and the empire was created. The empire was in her golden age, at least those who were from Konoha, because they enjoyed privileges. Of course, it was thanks to that they still had chakra. The Konoha elite lived like kings. Minato had unlimited power over everything. Jiraiya became rich because his books had to be in everybody's house. Some of his earliest books had to be must-read books in schools. And of course Sasuke, he had more than 5 wives and most of them were already pregnant. His first wife was Hyuga Hanabi. His only reason was that to choose her because she was stronger than Hinata. As a matter of fact, Hinata became part of the branch family because they thought she was too weak. His second wife was Yamanaka Ino. The third one was Inuzuka Hana. The fourth one was a girl from the Aburame clan. Her name was Yuki, and she was Shino's cousin. The fifth one was from the Sarutobi clan. Her name was Maki. And he had a few more wives from civilian families. Moreover, she kept a few concubines from other countries, like Temari from Suna, Samui from Kumo, and even the last Mizukage Terumi Mei was there. Because they were from other countries and couldn't give him child with Uchiha power, they were more like slaves there, and if they had children, those children would be only used for target practice for his real children. But unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. They didn't have any chakra, they had to do what they said. Yumi didn't become his wife because even Sasuke knew he couldn't control her like the others. Yumi, after he left the prison, retired from the shinobi life and live a hermit life in the forest next to Konoha. Nobody knows what she is doing there, but they don't really care. For everybody, Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Minato were the heroes who saved them from the demon and its child who almost destroyed their world. Moreover, the lake, which was created during the fight between Akuma and Yumi, was now called the Monsters' Lake. They lived their life like this for more than 3 years when a strange man appeared at the gate of Konoha. "Who are you? Identify yourself," said one of the shinobi who was at the gate. "I am Kuro and bring terrible news," said the strange man. "What are you talking about?" asked the same shinobi. "We angered God and now his chosen will come to kill us all." "We angered God and now his chosen will come to kill us all," shouted the strange man. The shinobis thought he was drunk or high, but after that he started to preach about an angel who became a demon and he would kill every shinobi with his scythe. The shinobis and some of the civilian people who were there started to whisper with each other when they heard this. So the shinobis took him away immediately before he started to make a bigger scene. Firstly, they took him to Ibiki and asked him to make him talk. However, it wasn't a good idea. Kuro is already totally insane, whatever he tried it didn't work. Then they tried to torture him a little, but his body has already been through enough because of Orochimaru and his experiments. After this, they called a few experts from the Yamanaka clan and tried to invade his mind. Unfortunately, Akuma made sure that no shinobi could ever get any information out of him if he was captured. By the time they realized this, 2 days passed. Every time they tried something, he only said this: "I only talk to the emperor." Of course, the shinobi, who wanted to get out some information from him, only hit him and said the emperor was too busy to talk to trash like him. But after 2 days, everybody gave up and they immediately sent a word to Minato. The answer came back pretty quickly and asked them to send this man to the Hokage Tower. By now, the Hokage Tower was more like a fort/palace. Because of the new laws and Minato's megalomania, they rebuilt the whole tower. Moreover, they made the village bigger. Right now, there were 3 walls. Those who lived between the exterior and middle wall were the poorest of the people, mostly peasants and farmers. Between the middle and the interior wall lived the middle class, doctors, architects, merchants, and so on. And after the interior wall there was the former Hokage Tower, now Emperor Palace. Moreover, the richest people, the political elite, and every shinobi lived here. In Minato's eyes, those who were shinobis deserved to live better than those who had chakra, but weren't shinobis. That's why a lot of people tried to become one, but now nobody could just enter the academy and become a shinobi. The academy became much harder, and by the time you wanted to enter you had to be at least at genin level, you had to know at least 2 jutsus and so on. That's why Minato created that law that every shinobi had to have at least 3 children, because these children had more chance to get in than others. Of course, even with these rules, there were far more students than before. The reason is obvious: better living conditions, better salary, and so on. However, there was another law which was non-negotiable: those who wanted to become a shinobi. Because Minato needed a lot of shinobi to maintain the peace and harmony in the empire, he created another law for those who became genins. After you became an official genin, you had to get married and started to get a family as soon as you could. Of course, a genin's salary wasn't that high, so if somebody had a children that time, the empire helped them out with money and other services. With these laws, Konoha's shinobi number increased with 40% in these 3 years. By now you would ask, what would the daimyo say in this matter? Well, not too much, because he is dead. Minato realized that the daimyos were always in the way when it was about a war, because they cared about the politics more than helping the village to become stronger. That's why Minato executed the daimyo and his family and did the same thing in every country. He wanted to execute the previous kages too, but realized that could only lead to rebellion, so the previous kages were only held in a prison in Konoha. Of course, he made sure only a shinobi could let them out, and that shinobi was himself. Minato made sure nobody could endanger his power. That is why he kept the former kages in prison, but he put seals on everybody to spy on them if it was necessary. He even created the secret police and used them to spy on questionable people and take them away to camps or prison if it was necessary, just because he is so afraid to lose his power. He completely believed that he was the child of prophecy, which Jiraiya talked about years ago. He brought the peace, freedom, justice, and security to his new empire. However, there wasn't real peace because in almost every country there were rebellious cells who tried to get the original leadership back. They tried everything like damaged Minatos or other Konoha statues, painted graffitis all over the villages and towns which criticized Konoha and Minato, stole weapons from the military storehouses, or destroyed these storehouses. Let's just say they were creative. There wasn't freedom or justice or even a tiny bit of security, because the shinobis always attacked people in the occupied countries without reason. Sometimes they took away young girls who were never seen after, or if they found them they were naked and dead. Moreover, you could see they were raped. But when they tried to call the police for these kind of events, they said there were no evidence the shinobis did anything wrong. Sometimes the shinobis just broke inside a house and ordered the people who lived there to give them everything which was valuable. The life was terrible for those who lived in the occupied territories. Some people blamed Akuma for this because it was him who took away the shinobi's chakra and that's why they couldn't protect themselves, while others blamed their kage because they couldn't stop Akuma, and others blamed somebody else. Right now Kuro was taken to Minato. Minato spent most of his time in his office because it wasn't easy to lead a whole empire. But he liked resting in his throne room, which was decorated with paintings and statues. They were about his great achievements, like when he defeated the Kyuubi or when he created the empire and so on. With one word, the whole throne room was there to show off everybody how amazing Minato was. And now he was resting too when 2 ANBUs brought Kuro to him. Minato didn't wear his jounin outfit like before. He thought it wasn't appropriate for an emperor. So he wore an elegant blue trousers and shirt, moreover a coat. He had a new cape with this text, First Emperor. When Minato looked at him, he wasn't sure who it was, because he didn't have the time to read the reports about him. NBU, who is this man and why does he make my throne room dirty with his presence? Asked Minato with some anger because they dared to disturb his resting time. My deepest apologizes, Emperor Sama, but this man knows something about the demon Akuma, said the ANBU agent, and Minato's eyes widened, because he was sure Akuma died by now, because of the injuries which Sasuke caused. Then why don't you take him to Ibiki and let him play with him? Asked Minato. We tried everything in the last 2 days, but nothing worked. The only thing he said that he wants to talk to you, Emperor-sama," said the Anbu, and Minato only sighed. "Very well. Who are you and what do you want from me?" asked Minato with an annoyed tone. "My name is Kuro, and years ago I was a medic shinobi and puppet master. However, everything changed when Orochimaru kidnapped me and tried to steal my knowledge. When he realized my knowledge wasn't useful for his experiments, he started to experiment on me," said Kuro, and this explained his strange and deformed look. But then he continued. "I was imprisoned for years, but then an angel came and saved all of us. He saved us not just from Orochimaru, but he broke our chains that kept us binded," said Kuro, but Minato didn't understand this. "What kind of chains are you talking about?" asked Minato. "The chakra, of course. It kept everybody binded. But now I am free from its curse," said Kuro, and it made Minato pretty angry because he talked about the chakra as a curse when it was a blessing in his mind. It connects the people and their feelings. It helped them to understand each other. At least this was what Minato thought. But before Minato could say anything, Kuro continued. "After he saved us, I offered my service to help him finish his glorious mission," said Kuro, but before he could continue, Minato interrupted him. "Do you think it is glorious to kill thousands and rob others from their chakra?" shouted Minato with pure anger. "Like I said, the chakra is a curse and he liberated us from it. Firstly, he didn't want my help, but after I showed him my knowledge, he accepted it. I made special limbs for him. Moreover, I tried to find a treatment for his pain. Everything went well, but then everything changed," said Kuro, and started to tell them what happened 3 years ago. Flashback 3 years ago. Kuro was in his laboratory and tried another ingredient for the medicine for Akuma, but after he injected it into a mouse, not much later it died. It was another failure and it was very frustrating. He tried almost every kind of herb or other ingredient to make the medicine perfect. But the results weren't too good. Some of them killed the mouse while others didn't have any kind of effect. Kuro started to believe there is no way to make his painkiller perfect. However, he had to find a way, because Akuma needed more and more after every week. He was about to check the formula when he heard that something appeared at the gate. He ran and checked what happened, but the only thing he found was Kamada in a terrifying state. The fact is, Yumi sent Kamada back to his home. "Angel, what happened to you?" asked Kuro, and he immediately took him to the operating room. He saw Kamada was about to die because of blood loss and his body wasn't better. He was burned and he didn't know what he looked inside. So he immediately started the operation to save him. However, the result wasn't what he expected. After he managed to stop the bleeding, he saw most of his organs were burned away, so he made several transplantation. He transplanted his kidneys, a bigger part of his liver, and one of his lungs. He repaired his intestinal tract mostly, but after this he wouldn't be able to eat solid food. Moreover, his heart became very weak, so he built in a few pacemakers to help his heart to work. He repaired his limbs and tried to do something with his skin. However, there wasn't much he could do, so he tried the skin transplantation, but the result was terrifying. By the time he finished with everything, 1 week passed, but he was alive. But it was hardly a life because his methods were still undeveloped. After this, he had to do other operations and he had to build in various little machines to help his ventilation, blood flow, or the bowel movements. 1 full month passed and Kamada was still alive thanks to the machines that Kuro built in. However, the work wasn't done. Kuro had to give him several medicines to keep him alive. Moreover, he had to maintain the machines within his body. He made a special gas mask too. Because Kamada's lungs and respiratory muscles were too weak, he couldn't breathe enough air in. This mask made sure enough air went into his lungs. It was similar what Hanzo the salamander wore, but instead of air filters there were suction motors. Moreover, because he needed a lot of medicines, he transformed his artificial limbs and built in special medicine dispenser. With these, Kamada received the painkillers and the other essential medicines. After all of the operations, Kamada was in coma for years, but he woke up a week ago. Kuro tried to calm him down, but it was pointless. What woke up wasn't either Kamada or Akuma. It was something else, something terrible, something that wanted revenge on every chakra user. Flashback end. After I wasn't able to stop Angel, he disappeared in the forest. I tried to find him, but after a few hours of searching, I realized he was no longer Angel. He was an archangel or a demon. He has lost his original purpose I believed in, said Kuro, and now Minato understood everything but one thing. Why do you say he lost his original purpose? Asked Minato. Angel originally didn't want to kill every chakra user. He just wanted to take away their chakra and show them there is a better life without it. But now he just want to kill and destroy, said Kuro, and Minato nodded. Thank you for telling me this. Normally you would be rewarded for telling us this, but because you were an accomplice of Akuma you will be sent to prison and most likely executed after we dealt with that freak, said Minato, but Kuro only laughed. I didn't tell you this to help you. I did this because I received a message from above to tell you this warning to prepare for the death, said Kuro, and suddenly a blade came out from his lab coat. Nobody understood how he managed to get that blade inside. However, it wasn't important. The ANBU immediately jumped before Minato to protect him. But to their surprise, Kuro didn't even try to attack him. He put the blade to his neck. With this, I finished my mission. I hope the judge of the dead show me mercy, said Kuro, and Minato ordered his man to stop him, but it was too late. By the time they reached him, he has already slit his throat and died. Minato was beyond angry, because he still knew a few things that could be useful. He ordered the ANBU to search his body. They immediately took him away, and fortunately within 2 hours an ANBU returned with a book. He told Minato that his arm was artificial just like Akuma's, that's why he could have a blade. It wasn't a surprise for Minato, after all Kuro was a puppet master. The agent told Minato they found the book in the same arm. Minato took the book and looked into it. However, he didn't understand a word. Bring Tsunade and my daughter here immediately, ordered Minato, and the ANBU stood completely still. What's wrong? Asked Minato with minor anger. Emperor-sama, the last time we sent somebody to Yumi-sama, there wasn't even a corpse to retrieve. Please reconsider to call her here, said the ANBU, and Minato groaned. Ever since Yumi got out from the jail, he couldn't control her. She became a hermit who lived in the forest, and every time he sent a shinobi to retrieve her, only corpses returned. Sometimes just a head or a skinned body, but the last time there wasn't even a corpse, only a message. We need a mop here. Even Sasuke sent a few of his men to her to tell her it was time to stop her disobedience and return to the village to become his wife and give him strong children. Yumi didn't like their tone when these men told her this. Unfortunately, nobody really knows what happened to them. But when they returned to the village, immediately killed themselves in front of Sasuke and write down 2 words with their own blood. FCKU. After this, Sasuke sent more people, but the same thing happened just like in Minato's men case. Minato thought about his options, then he said, "Tell her that Kamada is still alive, then maybe she will come back," said Minato, and the ANBU nodded, but he was still afraid. It didn't take much time and Tsunade appeared. She still looked young thanks to her jutsu, but she was starting to feel her age. Now she was still one of the strongest shinobi alive, but now she needed a walking stick. When she entered the throne room, she threw the ANBU agent, who looked for her, in front of Minato. Fortunately, he was still alive. When Minato looked at her, he could tell she was drunk already. "What do you want, Minato? I retired and don't want to deal with you, Jiraiya, or your stupid prophecy ever again," said Tsunade with anger. She retired after the empire was created because she saw what the power did to him and Jiraiya. She had enough of everything, especially the shinobi life. She wanted to believe they created peace, but they only caused more chaos. They killed numerous innocent people during their campaign. Moreover, they stole every right from those who didn't have any chakra. She didn't want any part in this, so she retired. Sometimes she helped in the hospital, which now was managed by Shizune. Most of the time she was just at home, drank, and waited for the death. Her only regret that he didn't help Naruto when he was just a child, and hoped in the next life she could say sorry for everything she had done to him. "Calm down, Tsunade, and please call me Minato-sama or Emperor-sama," said Minato, but Tsunade didn't care. "I will call you whatever I want, brat. Maybe you call yourself an emperor, but in most of the people's eye you are just a tyrant, nothing else," said Tsunade with hate. "What are you talking about? Every village I visited they only cheered for me. They threw flowers to the road and swinged the empire's flag," said Minato with a smile. "Well, it is easy when they are threatened to do this, or they will be killed immediately," said Tsunade, but before Minato could answer, Tsunade continued. "Now, what do you want?" asked Tsunade. Then Minato threw the book to Tsunade, who caught it. "What is this?" asked Tsunade. "It is the book of Akuma's accomplice. He was the one who made his limbs, moreover saved his life 3 years ago. We found this book in his artificial limb, but they couldn't understand anything from it. I want you to read it and find a weak point. If you do this, we can finally get rid of that freak and we will have the everlasting peace. Moreover, I will leave you alone." said Minato, but Tsunade knew he lied about leaving her alone. And why would I do that? You have a lot of medic shinobis and scientists. Give them some work, said Tsunade with anger. But I want the best, and I think it would be awful if something happened to Shizune or gave her to Sasuke. Don't you agree? Said Minato, and Tsunade was very near to tear him apart. You dare using Shizune to threat me, you scum. If you dare, said Tsunade, but Minato interrupted her. Silence, you old bone collection, shouted Minato. You do what I tell you because I am the emperor here and you serve me, like everybody else. You find that weak point or I throw Shizune to Sasuke and you will never see her again. Do you understand? Said Minato, and Tsunade realized he won this turn. Tsunade opened the book and started to read. Give me a week. I have never seen something like this before, said Tsunade. 3 days, no more. Now go, said Minato. Then Tsunade left the room. While they had this talk, another ANBU agent was about to reach Yumi's house. It was a very simple house in the forest. She didn't have electricity or water here. She used candles at night and she used the nearest lake for bathing. For drinking water, she had a well right next to the house. When the agent reached the house, he was afraid, because he heard what happened the other shinobis who came here. He knocked on the door, but no answer came. He tried again, but the answer was the same. He thought she wasn't at home, and that's why he wanted to leave when suddenly something appeared behind him. What do you want here? Asked a very angry Yumi. The agent was about to crap himself, and he couldn't even move because he felt her power. Well, if you don't tell me why you have come, I just simply kill you, said Yumi, and she was about to kill him when he suddenly turned around and bowed before her. Please don't kill me. I just brought a message from Emperor Sama, said the agent. What is it this time? They want me to kill some rebels or Sasuke wants me to become his wife again? Asked Yumi with disgust. Emperor Sama said to tell you that Kamada is alive, said the agent, and Yumi's eyes widened. If you dare to lie to me, I will, started to say Yumi, but the agent interrupted her. No, I swear. They told me he was alive and I had to tell you this. Please don't kill me. I have a family, please, said the agent. Then Yumi suddenly turned away. If you lied to me, I will find you and tear you apart. Then I will do the same thing to your family. Do you understand? Asked Yumi, and the agent nodded at least 100 times. No, get the FCK out of here before I change my mind, and tell that bastard I will meet him at the top of the Hokage mountain in 2 hours, said Yumi, and the agent ran away immediately. After he left, Yumi started to think. Does he really alive? It would be impossible, all of those injuries. Even I would be in a big trouble, Kurama's chakra or not. Thought about it, Yumi, then she turned to her only friend. What do you think, Kurama? Asked Yumi. I am not sure, but you sent him somewhere. Maybe he was sent to someone who could save him. Who knows? But the real question is who is in control now? Akuma? Kamada? Or something else? Said Kurama, and Yumi took out Akuma's cross. Do you think the unholy power within the scythe took over Kamada? Asked Yumi and looked up at Kurama. It is hard to say. Naruto had a strong will and so did Akuma. But you gave back the control to Kamada, so a lot of things could have happened, said Kurama with a sad face. He felt really sorry for Kamada because he didn't deserve anything that happened to him. Do you believe there is still a chance to save even a little part of him? Asked Yumi with a face that said she completely gave up. I don't know the answer for that. I hope it is only a prank and Kamada is dead. He has suffered more than any other human in this world, said Kurama, and Yumi nodded. After the whole incident, she had a lot of time to think in her cell. She realized a lot of things were her fault. If she was a better sister, none of this would have ever happened. Like Naruto finding the scythe and become that monster, or changing the prophecy which made Jiraiya go completely insane. I should have been a good sister to Naruto, then he would be still alive and none of this would have happened, said Yumi. Then she collapsed and started to cry. Kurama looked at her with sad eyes and felt her pain. He wanted to help Naruto when those ANBU agents attacked him and his family, but he had no chakra that time. He was completely powerless. It will not help if you cry. Firstly, we have to make sure if he really is alive, and then we plan our next move. All right? Asked Kurama, and when Yumi heard this, she got up and wiped off her tears. Now she looked at Kurama with eyes full of determination, and when Kurama saw this, he smiled. Right? Said Yumi. Then she started her journey back to the village to meet her father. Minato was standing at the edge of the mountain and waited for her daughter. He was happy because the ANBU agent survived and even he managed to convince her to meet him. If everything goes right, he will convince her to destroy Akuma. But if not, there is still some seal prepared for her to make her a little more obedient. This was one of the reasons Yumi didn't return to the village after she was released from the prison. She knew they wanted to put a seal on her. They couldn't do it in the prison because it would have distracted the other seals which were in her prison cell. They tried to put a seal on her when she became a hermit in the forest, but she put up some kind of barrier and that's why they always failed. She knew every time if somebody came into this barrier, but they didn't know how big the barrier was. So in a way that forest was her safe place. That is why Minato didn't understand why Yumi wanted to meet him here, but his thoughts were interrupted when somebody appeared before him. It was Yumi, who was now a beautiful woman. She was much like her mother and now wore some simple civilian clothes. They were a brown trousers with a green shirt. "I am here. What do you want?" asked Yumi right after she appeared. "This is how you greet your father after 2 years?" asked Minato, but Yumi only looked at him with eyes full of hatred. "I don't see you as my father anymore, so I ask again. What do you want?" asked Yumi with the same tone. Minato only sighed. "As the ANBU agent told you, Akuma is still alive somehow. I want you to kill him," said Minato, but the moment he finished his sentence. "I refuse," said Yumi, and Minato became angry. "What?" shouted Minato. "That freak is the enemy of the shinobis. He must die once and for all. Why can't you understand this?" asked Minato with an angered face. "You caused all of this because you only believed in a stupid prophecy. You sent out a small army to kill your own son, his wife and their child, your grandson. Then that boy became what you wanted to avoid in every way. It was your fault that this so-called prophecy became real. This is your shit, it is time to clean it yourself," said Yumi. Then she was about to leave when Minato activated a barrier around them. "You will not leave until I say so," said Minato, and this time Yumi sighed because of his stupidity. He didn't even realize he was talking to a shadow clone. But what could you accept from somebody who barely trained in the last few years, because he was too occupied to enjoy his power? By now, he was no longer on Kage level. He was still a strong shinobi, of course, but only a shadow of his former self. "You have become weak, Minato. You didn't even realize you were talking to a shadow clone. But what would you accept from someone who doesn't train but abuse his power? You are pathetic, Minato," said Yumi, and it made Minato really angry. "You dare to call me pathetic? You ungrateful brat. I will use all of my seals on you and make you an obedient little slave. And then I will throw you to Sasuke to use you as a," said Minato, but he was interrupted by an ANBU agent. "Emperor Sama," shouted the agent, and Minato turned to the agent. "What is it?" "I am in the middle of something important," said Minato with anger and impatience. "I know, my lord, but you have to come to the gate immediately. Something happened," said the agent, but Minato didn't really care about it. "I will deal with that later. This is more important," said Minato and turned back to Yumi. "You don't understand, my lord. A convoy arrived from Suna and," said the agent, but Minato interrupted him. "So what? This is more important than a stupid convoy. Go and deal with it and don't," said Minato with anger, but the agent interrupted him this time. "The convoy is full of heads of shinobis," shouted the agent, and now Minato became silent. "What?" asked Minato, but before the agent could answer, Yumi started to talk. "It looks like he is really back. You better to prepare yourself, Minato, because I think there will be no mercy this time," said Yumi. Then she released the jutsu and she disappeared. The real Yumi immediately received the information and knew she had to prepare too. In the meantime, Minato hurried to the gate and see what the hell happened. When he arrived, he saw that his shinobis have already captured and tied up the members of the convoy. Minato walked to one of the chariot and looked into it. The agent was right, it was full of heads of the shinobis who were sent to Suna. Minato then went to one of the prisoners. "What the hell happened? Why did you kill them? They were your protectors, your saviors." "Why?" asked Minato. Then one of them looked up. He was wearing a normal civilian clothes, a black trousers and black shirt with a green vest. He had short brown hair and a few scratches on his face. He was a former shinobi. After he looked at Minato, he immediately spit on his face. The shinobis saw this and they immediately kicked him in his abdomen. Minato washed his face and then he was about to kill that man, but he just laughed. "Protectors? Saviors? Are you joking? Those were our torturers. They stole everything from us. Our money, our homes, our families, even our pride was stolen. Said the man. Then he looked at one of the heads which had reddish-brown short hair and beard. The one with the reddish-brown hair. He took my daughter. He said she was a suspect of some kind of illegal doing. Said the man with full of hate. If he said that, then it was true. All of those shinobis were honest and hardworking men and women. Said Minato. But the man only looked at him with eyes full of hatred. My daughter was 11 years old. She had to work as a waitress to help our family. She never did anything illegal. But that motherfucker took her, deflowered her, raped her, and after he got tired of her, he killed her. Her body was found in an alley. She was naked and bloody. When my wife saw her, she collapsed and cried for 3 days. She wanted to kill herself because she couldn't bear the pain. And my daughter wasn't the only one. We know your shinobis kidnapped others to use them as they wanted, then they killed them. So FCK your protection. Said the man. Then Minato hit him with full of his power. But it didn't kill him. After the hit, he got up and laughed at him. You don't like what you hear? Then let me tell you what happened. Let's see if you like that. Said the man. Then he started to tell them what happened in Suna. Flashback. Suna has been only the shadow of its former self since Konoha occupied it. The daimyo was killed and Gaara was taken away to Konoha. The population lived their life in fear because they never knew when they would be taken away too. Moreover, Konoha demanded everything from them, starting with the jutsus and knowledge, then everything else. Most of the men who lived there had to work in the mines to collect any kind of ores. The salary was low and work hours were long. However, they couldn't do anything because there weren't too many shinobis there, but they were strong. They had no chance against them. But then one day something strange appeared on the horizon. The shinobis who were at the gate couldn't tell what it was, but they were sure it was coming there. They immediately called reinforcement, but that time they couldn't know it was useless. A few minutes later they saw what it was. It was a monster. To be more precise, it was an Asturian beast, and somebody was at his head. They recognized it in that moment and they closed the gates, which were built not long ago. 10 shinobis stayed outside to protect the gate. When the beast was near, they attacked him with fire-type jutsus. However, the beast was immune to fire and broke through the fire, and when it was near to the shinobis, it started to throw fire from its mouth. Shinobis tried to protect themselves with water-type jutsus, but it wasn't strong enough to stop the beast's fire. The shinobis burned to death. Their comrades, who were at the other side of the gate, heard their screams as they burned. After they died, the beast grabbed the gate and started to open it. It didn't take much time and the gate started to move. When it was wide open, the shinobis tried the same tactic like their comrades. But it didn't work. The stranger jumped down and with his scythe he started to cut down everybody who attacked him. He didn't try to be fast. He just walked with a normal speed and cut down anyone who got in his way. When he killed everyone at the gate, the beast disappeared and the rest of the shinobis arrived. There were at least 300 shinobis who looked at the stranger with hate. He wore a brown cape and hood so they couldn't see his face. Then somebody walked up to him. It was Hyuga Niji, who was the temporary leader of the village, because Hyuga Hayashi, the permanent leader, was away because of some clan business. Back off everyone. I will deal with this commoner, said Niji with his arrogant attitude. Are you sure, sir? Look what he did to our comrades, said one of the shinobis from the crowd. They were weak, but I will not lose. The fate is on my side. It has already declared me the winner, said Niji. Then he activated his Byakugan. When he looked at the stranger, he saw his body. He was surprised and disgusted at the same time, because he was more artificial than human. I see now. So you thought with those puppet parts could save you from me. You are wrong. As a matter of fact, you should give up now, because the fate declared me the winner, said Niji, but the stranger didn't say anything. Niji became angry. Very well then. I tried to help you, but it looks like you don't care, said Niji. Then he ran at him. When he was near him, he started to hit all over his body, trying to close his chakra points. When he hit the last time, the stranger flew back a few meters, then collapsed to his back. The shinobis started to cheer and Niji smiled because fate was right again. Or not, because the stranger started to get up. Of course he had to use the scythe for that, but he managed to get up. Niji looked at him with pure fury, but when he did that he realized something. The stranger was unharmed. His attack was ineffective. How dare you make fun of fate? I will kill you, shouted Niji, and he attacked again. However, before he could reach him, the stranger caught Niji's arm. He tried to free himself, but it was no use. Then the stranger with a strong move broke his arm. Niji screamed, then collapsed on his knees. The stranger then grabbed him by his neck and held him up. Niji tried to free himself again, but the stranger didn't let him go. He held up his hand, which were ended in claws. Niji had a very bad feeling about those claws, and he was right because the stranger used his claws to penetrate his eyes. Niji screamed again, then the stranger let him go. Niji was on the ground, but he could do anything. His arm was broken and he was blind now. "You can't do this to me. You are just a commoner while I am from the noble Hyuga clan. The fate declared me the winner, not you," said Niji, but the stranger had enough of his preach about fate, so he grabbed his scythe and with the end of the handle he smashed his head. The other shinobis were speechless, but then they realized something. They had to fight or run. "Charge!" shouted a shinobi. "Run!" shouted another shinobi. Then a lot of shinobi attacked the stranger while others ran away. However, it was pointless because the stranger cut down everyone. Of course, the Suna population saw this as a chance and they armed themselves with everything they found to help the stranger. By the end of the day, every shinobi was dead in Suna. When the fight was over, the Suna civilians wanted to thank the stranger, but the stranger didn't say anything. He just summoned another Asturian beast and jumped on it. But the civilians at least wanted to know his name, but instead of his name he said this. End of the flashback. "What did he say? Tell us," shouted Minato, who was about to explode because 300 of his shinobis died in Suna because of that freak. He said, "Shinobi must die." Then he left the village. "We collected the corpses, and their heads then came here to show you his handiwork. Anything left from their bodies were burned, if you want to know," said the Suna civilian. Minato was angry, but for the time he just sent them to the prison. But he was sure he will execute them because they were traitors of the empire. However, the things became worse. In the next few days, new convoys came from everywhere. They were from the former hidden villages. And the same thing happened every time. They were full of heads from his shinobis. Minato was mad, very mad. But maybe it is an understatement. In his anger, he executed the people who came with the convoys. However, it was oil on fire because a lot of people saw them as martyrs. A big rebellion started against, and the former hidden villages started to get back their territory. Because the leaders were Minato's men and the stranger killed them, it wasn't too hard to create a new leadership. Moreover, the chakraless men who were sympathetic of Konoha were found and killed. They worked as spies to get a little better life, but for that they became traitors of their own people. Minato wanted to send out his shinobis to destroy the rebellion, but right now he needed everyone in Konoha to protect it. After 3 days he went to Tsunade and checked her progress. When he stepped in the lab, he saw she was sleeping with a bottle of sake in her hands. The boards were full of notes and drawings. And in the center there was a big picture about Akuma. It was about his body. Imagine it like the Vitruvian Man from Leonardo da Vinci. On one of the half there was how he looked like outside, while on the other side how he looked like inside. Minato stepped to Tsunade and kicked the chair under her. Tsunade fell to the floor and woke up immediately. "What do you want?" "I was sleeping," said Tsunade while she got up. "Did you find anything to defeat that monster?" asked Minato with impatience. "I read this diary and I have to say, whoever this Kuro guy was, he was a genius or the biggest lunatic on the world. His methods for limb replacement is amazing, but he was a puppet user, so there are no surprises. However, the organ transplantation is something else. He realized a method to transplant an organ from one human to another. However, his methods are a little crude. But in time, he would have been one of the biggest," said Tsunade, but Minato had enough of her thoughts about a traitor and he hit the table. "I don't care about what you think about the traitor. I want to know how we can stop Akuma right now," said Minato. Then Tsunade showed the picture about Kamada. As you can see, Kuro transplanted new organs into Kamada, but the injuries were too severe, so he built in machines that help him move blood and move the whole body. Moreover, he needs a special gas mask to breathe because his lungs are not good enough anymore. And here is your weak point. Like I said, Kuro's methods were crude. These machines need maintenance. Without it, the person will die," said Tsunade, and Minato was happy for the first time since this whole thing started. "Can anybody do these works on him?" asked Minato. "Only those who know how his body works. I don't think even I can do it," said Tsunade, and Minato became happier, because with this he knew she wouldn't dare to betray him. "And when should be the next maintenance?" asked Minato, and Tsunade looked at the notes. "It is hard to say, 10 to 15 days. I am not really sure, said Tsunade, but Minato didn't lose his happy attitude. 5 days ago they captured Kuro and Akuma was on loose for 10 days by now. So they had to wait a few more days and Akuma will die and everything will be the same again. Minato returned to his chamber and prepared to get his empire back after Kamada died. Firstly, he would attack the villages who dared to rebel against him. Then randomly he would execute a few men and women to show them what would happen to those who dare to oppose his power. Then he would make a big celebration and so on. Minato had so many ideas. He didn't even realize in the next few days new convoys arrived. Back in the lab, after Minato left, Tsunade sat down, then opened another bottle of sake and started to drink from it. But suddenly a familiar person appeared before her. When Tsunade saw her, she held up the sake for her and she drank from it too. What are you doing here, Yumi? Shouldn't you be in your house away from everyone and feel sorry for yourself for what you have done to Naruto? Asked Tsunade, but Yumi only chuckled at her. It is a funny thing to hear from you who always did the same, said Yumi, and Tsunade only chuckled at her. Maybe you are right, said Tsunade. Then Yumi stepped to the picture of Akuma. She noticed there was a family picture under some notes. This was the only picture about Kamada before Akuma appeared. On the picture, the 6-year-old Kamada was in the center while Naruto and Kuratsuchi hugged him. All of them smiled. Yumi could only look at it with sadness because Naruto and Kuratsuchi were dead and Kamada, he is unsavable, said Tsunade suddenly, and Yumi turned to her with anger. How do you know this? Maybe there is a little part of him left inside. I will, said Yumi, but Tsunade interrupted her. There is nothing left there. Look at that picture in your hand, then look at the one on the board, said Tsunade, and Yumi with enormous fear did it. It was terrible. She couldn't hold it and ran to the nearest bin to puke. Tsunade wasn't surprised because the same thing happened to her. The boy you want to save is no more. Even if the soul is still inside, it is only a prisoner of the body. In my eyes, he is nothing more than a body that a few machines move. The torture, the pain, the suffering and so on, killed an innocent boy. I just hope when he comes here, he kills me with a painless method, said Tsunade. Then she continued the drinking. Yumi stood up and turned to Tsunade. I will not believe it. I am sure I can save him. I did terrible things to my brother and I know he would never forgive me. But I can do one good thing for him and that is to save his son, said Yumi. Then he left. Foolish girl, said Tsunade. Not far from Konoha, the stranger was on the head of the Asterian beast and prepared himself for the last battle. Shinobi must die. In Konoha, Minato knew they didn't have much time left before Akuma arrived. However, he knew Akuma had limited time and they had to endure it just a few more days. But he wanted to make sure he would win, so he gave a huge speech to all of his shinobis. 8,000 shinobis stood before Minato's fortress to hear him. There were genins, chunins, jounins, ANBU agents, even the academy students. Minato stood on a balcony and started his speech. My comrades, my friends, shinobis, started Minato with a very loud voice, hoping that everyone heard it. As you know, that freak Akuma is still alive and he is on his way to kill all of us. In his eye we are an illness and he is the cure. But he is wrong. He is the illness and we are the cure. Where would be the world without us, shinobis? It was us who always solved the problems of nobles, daimyos and so on. And thanks to your hard work we managed to create this glorious empire. That's why I ask you, give me your strength and help me defeat this monster once and for all. Because if he is killed, the Konoha Empire can bring peace once again for every nation, said Minato, and everyone cheered for him. And there is one more thing. The shinobi who brings me Akuma's head will be named as my successor to the throne, said Minato, and everyone cheered even more. There is only one rule: you can't harm others to get his head. I will need everyone to help the other nations to see the light and accept our glorious help, said Minato, and everyone said, Hi, Emperor Sama. Some of the shinobis had already plans what they would do if they became the emperor. Excellent, if I become the emperor, I will use every female to give birth to at least 3 or 5 Uchiha children, and when there are enough Uchiha male we will kill every other males in the empire, and when there are enough Uchiha females we will kill every other females. And those who doesn't have chakra, they can be our slaves. They will work on the fields and in the mines. And they will be target practice. It will be amazing. I will create the Uchiha Empire where only Uchihas can live freely, thought Uchiha Sasuke. If I become Minato-sensei's successor, then I can make everyone read Jiraiya-sama's books. No, I know better. After I became the emperor, I would destroy every other book and the only literature would be the Ikarika books. Yes, that's good. Moreover, we will make huge golden statues for Jiraiya-sama in every village, no every house. Yes, that will be good. Thought Hatake Kakashi. If I become the next emperor, then the males will be the dominant race. We can FCK any women anywhere and anytime. That will be awesome. I will start with that BTCH Hinata. She will learn I am the alpha, not that freak Naruto. Thought Inuzuka Kiba. If I become the emperor, I could show everyone how youthful I am. We could spread the youthfulness all around the world. Everybody would wear the youthful green spandex and everybody would talk with youthful words. That's it. Watch me, Gai-sensei, I will be the next emperor and I will spread your youthful teachings for everyone. And if I fail, I will run 10,000 laps around the empire. Thought Rock Lee. This could be very useful for us, women. If I become the empress, I could make the men our slaves. They would wear seal so we shouldn't fear them to try to rape us. We could be dominant race. Thought Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko. What a drag. If I become the emperor, there would be no end to the paperwork. However, I would command hundreds of men and women. They could do all the work while I take a nap and watch the clouds. Thought Nara Shikamaru. And these are just a few thoughts that the shinobis thought about. Like they say, one fool makes many more. However, their dreaming was cut off because they heard an explosion from the gates. Everybody looked at the gate direction and thought the same. I will become the next emperor. Then they started to run to the gate. While they did that, Minato only smiled, but he was interrupted by a wheeling chair. It was Jiraiya, who was now pretty old. He was bald and wrinkled, but he still wore his shinobi outfit. Do you really make one of them your successor? Asked Jiraiya, and Minato only laughed. Of course not. The one who comes back with the head will be charged for treason in the second he arrives. I already prepared a few bodies and tell them he or she killed them to get his head. This way I don't have to choose from them, said Minato with smile. You are not immortal. One day you have to choose a successor, said Jiraiya, but Minato only smiled then said. I don't have to. Even now my scientists are working on a method to make me immortal. They received everything we found about immortality, like Orochimaru's notes and experimental results, the former Akatsuki members' bodies, Haiden and Kakuzu, and so on. Within a few years they will create a body for me which will be immortal and I will be the emperor forever. Everybody will die around me, but I will be here forever. I will see when this whole planet will be under Konoha's rule, and then we will start to discover what outside of this planet. Maybe there are other planets where they will need our help. They will join our empire too. Everybody will join to the empire and then we will have real peace which we always wanted, said Minato, and Jiraiya was impressed. That's my student, but don't forget to make an immortal body for me too. I still have so much ideas for my books. We have to show them so many more people, said Jiraiya, and Minato nodded. Now if you excuse me, I have a few lady friends who are waiting for me in my chamber, said Jiraiya, and he left Minato alone to rape a few slave girls in his chamber. But what they didn't know that Yumi heard everything, and when they finished she left to find Akuma. When the shinobis arrived to the gates, they saw the gate was in pieces and the gatekeepers were in pieces too. The stranger still wore his cape, so they didn't see his body or his face. A lot of shinobis in their anger tried to attack him and use close combat, but it was useless because the stranger cut them down with his scythe before they could even reach him. The others saw it was a bad idea to use close combat, so they started to prepare to use their jutsus to attack him. But the stranger knew about their plan, so he put down the scythe for a moment and put his hands together. Right now they saw that one of his hands was artificial. However, they didn't have to think about this because they thought he started to pray, and it was bad if he prayed, because everybody heard his power would go up if he prayed. So they attacked immediately, but before they could activate their jutsus, they heard one thing from the stranger. Shinobi must die, shouted the stranger, and he slapped his hands onto the ground and a huge summoning circle appeared on the ground. The ground started to shake, and in a few moments later a huge monster started to rise from the ground. He was bigger than anything they saw before. Its body was dark brown color and it had two huge horns on his head. One on each side, and on top his head were horns which looked like a crown. Its eyes burned with fire, and even from its mouth only fire came out. It was Phlegyas, the guardian of the fifth circle of hell. The stranger didn't want to control it, he simply let it go. It would destroy Konoha in mere minutes. The shinobis which were there didn't have time to fight against the stranger, they went to fight against Phlegyas. However, it will be difficult because there are no more summoning animals. Akuma destroyed every animal clans because they refused to give up their chakra. He burned Katsuyu and the insect-type animals to dust. Every other type animals like the monkeys, dogs etc. were cut to pieces, while the bird-type animals were killed by tearing out their wings and burning their eggs. With one word, they couldn't summon anybody to help them. On the other hand, Phlegyas' body is indestructible. They threw kunais, shurikens and jutsus but nothing worked, and in the same time Phlegyas destroyed Konoha and her inhabitants. Minato, from his fortress, could only watch and curse Naruto for this. "Naruto, if you would be here I would kill you myself for hiding something like this from us," said Minato in his anger and remembered his words from the Chunin exam. Flashback. You know it is not easy to control monsters from the hell, but you only saw the first one from 3 monsters I can control. But I won't summon them because they could level the whole village in a few minutes, said Naruto to Yumi during their fight in the Chunin exam. Flashback end. So this is the monster which you hid from us. And I have to be frank, but you are right. It can destroy a village in a few minutes, said Minato. Then he went to prepare for the fight, because he knew his shinobis won't be enough against Phlegyas. The shinobis who were near to Phlegyas started to attack him, but it was useless, because Phlegyas' body is way too strong. Only a few shinobis stayed where the stranger was. Everybody else started to fight against Phlegyas. Sasuke was about to attack him when a shinobi called out to him. Uchiha-sama used the Susanoo. That's the only thing that can fight against that monster, said the shinobi, and Sasuke was about to deny his request, but because of his arrogance, he thought he would be the only who could defeat the stranger anyway, so he gave him a few more minutes until he destroyed his pet. Fine, I will deal with it, said Sasuke. Then he turned to the other shinobis who were there. Don't kill him until I return, said Sasuke. Then he left to fight against Phlegyas. He turned into the perfect Susanoo and started to fight against Phlegyas. But those who stayed didn't listen to him. I am sorry Sasuke-san, but I have to show my youthfulness to this demon. I will beat him and I will be the next emperor, said Lee, and he immediately ran at him. He jumped up and spun in the air and tried to kick the stranger. Dynamic Ent, shouted Lee, but he couldn't finish it because the stranger pulled his scythe and he cut off his leg immediately. Lee landed on the ground next to the stranger and started to scream because of the pain. The stranger picked up his leg, which was cut off a second ago. The leg was very heavy because of the weights. The stranger had turned to Lee and he was sure he would die. Please show mercy. You can't be this unyouth, said Lee, but he couldn't finish it because the stranger dropped Lee's leg on his face and it crushed his head. The others looked at him with fear because he was very cruel, but at the same time they were a little happy because they had enough of Lee and his preach about youth. Chuji, on the other hand, didn't think that way because he was a friend. You monster, shouted Chuji, and he activated his jutsu. Man meat tank, shouted Chuji, and he became a huge cannonball, then started to roll to kill the stranger. He was fast, but when he was near the stranger he held up his scythe and within a millisecond he cut Chuji in 2. His 2 parts rolled to 2 buildings which were on the 2 sides of the road. After the impact, Chuji's body turned back to normal, but he was cut in half. He didn't have a chance. When the other shinobis saw this, some of them ran away immediately, but they couldn't ran far because Phlegyas stomped at them or burned them to death. If ninjutsu doesn't work, I will try genjutsu, said Kurenai, and she immediately activated a strong genjutsu. After she did that, she ran at him to kill him, but something was off for a certain shinobi. It was Hyuga Hinata. Right after Kurenai activated the jutsu and started her attack, she activated her Byakugan and looked at the stranger. She was horrified because she saw how he looked like under that cape and hood, but a moment later she realized what was off. Kurenai-sensei knew. He isn't under the genjutsu, shouted Hinata, but it was too late. Kurenai was too close and the stranger cut her down immediately. The shinobis didn't understand what happened, so one of them asked Hinata. What do you mean he isn't under the genjutsu? Asked one of the shinobi. He doesn't have any chakra in his body. The genjutsu disrupts the enemy's chakra in their 5 senses. But, said Hinata, if he doesn't have chakra, the genjutsu is useless because there is nothing to be disrupted. Finished Hinata's sentence the shinobi. How can we fight him then? We tried everything, ninjutsu, taijutsu and even genjutsu, but nothing can stop him, said another shinobi. We have to retreat and come up with a plan, said Hinata, and the others nodded, but before everyone could run away the stranger cut down a few more shinobis. After everyone left, the stranger started to walk to a house. He broke in and found a shinobi who tried to hide his wife. The shinobi noticed him and tried to kill him, but the stranger was faster and killed him before he could do anything. His wife ran up to the second floor and go into a room. She closed the door and pushed a bed to the door, hoping it will stop him. Then she looked at the inhabitants of the room. Two young girls who were completely naked. She ordered them to protect her because she was their master. However, they couldn't do much because they were chained to the wall by their neck. A minute later, the stranger broke into the room to kill the woman. She immediately pushed one of the girls at him, but he didn't care about her. He pushed her at the side of the room, then he grabbed his original target, then within a second broke her neck. The slave girls were terrified because they thought they would be the next. But for their surprise, the stranger cut their chains, then opened some kind of portal. It was similar which Akuma used to get back to the lab after his fight against Yumi. The stranger pointed at the portal and the two girls ran through it. A moment later they were in a forest. They looked back and they saw they were a few miles from the village, because they still saw Phlegius as it was destroying the village. They suddenly collapsed and started to cry because they were free from those monsters, who always beat and raped them. But then suddenly another portal opened up and a few other now former slaves arrived to the same spot. And after that many more portal opened. There were men and women and even children too. The stranger not just killed the shinobis and everyone else in the villages, but he freed the slaves who were chained by chakra and force chains. He wanted to destroy everything that had chakra in it. Back in the village, the stranger arrived one of the biggest mansion. It was the Uchiha mansion. After he stepped in, a few guards tried to fight him, but they didn't have any chance and they were killed almost immediately. He broke into the house and started to kill every shinobi who dared to attack him. Then he came across Temari and one of the civilian wife of Sasuke. She immediately pushed Temari in front of the stranger. Temari looked up and looked onto his face. But she didn't see anything, but for a moment saw a blood-red eye that looked at her. She was terrified and thought she would die in a second. But something was off. Because the stranger only cut down the Uchiha wife, then went to find his next prey. He didn't even try to attack Temari. He didn't attack me. But why? Asked Temari from herself. A moment later she put herself together and went to find the other slaves to help them. Moreover, save their children too. All of the Uchiha slaves were pregnant at least once. However, they didn't have any chakra, so Sasuke only kept them alive so they could become slaves just like their mothers. Temari wasn't sure if she saved the Sasuke's real children, because they would just become like him, but maybe there is hope for them too. Temari knew the mansion pretty well and found the other slaves pretty quickly. They were on chains and Sasuke's wives were about to push them to the stranger until they fled. "Ah, Temari, good you are here. You can join to the others to protect us from that monster," said one of the wives. The truth is only the civilian wives were at the mansion while the shinobi ones were out fighting and most likely dying against Phlegius. "I have a better idea, you ugly cow. You can go to hell," said Temari, and then she slapped her with every fiber of her power. But the others pushed her away before she could free the others. "What do you think you are doing? We are Uchiha Sasuke's wives. You have to protect us. We are the most important people here. Not you, you little whores," said another one of the wives. But Temari only smiled. "I am sorry I have to tell this, but he won't attack us. Slaves. But nothing can stop him to attack you," said Temari, and a moment later the stranger broke into the room and started to walk to them. The wives immediately pushed the slaves to him. But Temari looked at them with brave eyes and the others became brave because of this. The stranger held up his scythe and cut off the chains. They were free. However, the wives weren't this lucky. They were killed within a few moments. While he killed them, Temari helped the slaves to get up. "Come on, we have to find the children, then get the hell out of here," said Temari, and the others nodded. They ran to the next room and fortunately their babies were there. But those who had chakra were missing. They didn't have time to care about them, but it looked like somebody took them away even before the stranger came here. They grabbed the babies and ran out and they were in front of the stranger. Temari was in front of him and this time she had another chance to look into his red eye. She looked into his eye for a few seconds and then suddenly the stranger opened a portal. They didn't know any better so they went through it. Suddenly they were at the forest where the other slaves were. They looked back and saw that Konoha was in flames. The Konoha Empire is about to be destroyed. Not like they missed it. Mei Terumi, who escaped with them, saw that Temari was deep in her thoughts and she really wanted to know what she was thinking about, so she asked her. "Temari, are you all right?" asked Mei. "Yes, I am fine. It was just weird to look into his eye," said Temari with some confusion. "What do you mean?" asked Terumi. "Maybe I am wrong, but I think he is blind," said Temari, and the others looked at her with confusion now. "What do you mean?" asked Terumi. When I looked into his eye, it seemed like he is seeing me at the same time he didn't see me. It is hard to explain, said Temari. It doesn't matter now. We have to leave as far as we can from the village, said Terumi, and Temari nodded. They started to collect everyone and slowly started to get away from the village. However, it is important to say this. Temari was almost right. The stranger, which was once Kamada and Akuma, is almost completely blind. When Sasuke tried to kill Kamada with his lightning 3 years ago, he damaged his optical nerves. However, thanks to the scythe's dark power, he regained some of his sight, but not much. It is barely enough to not walk into a wall. But the scythe gave him another power to his eye. He can see everyone's chakra. That's why they can't injure him. He sees everyone and everything which has even a tiny bit of chakra. He instantly knows how he can evade even the strongest attacks because he knows about them before they are even casted. He freed the slaves because their chains were chakra enhanced. So he had to destroy them. Let's just say his eye is far stronger than the Byakugan, the Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan. But let's return to the battlefield. With one word, it was chaotic. Phlegyas destroyed everything which was in its way. A lot of shinobi tried to fight, but it was futile. Even Sasuke's Susanoo wasn't a match against it. But Phlegyas wasn't the only one who was busy. The stranger walked on the streets and killed the last of the shinobis. But his main target was the Emperor's fortress. But a lot of shinobis were in his way. But all of them were brutally killed. Like these foolish shinobis. There he is. Let's attack him, shouted one of them. But it was useless, they couldn't even touch him. Everybody tried, but all of them died in a very brutal way. Even the poor brainwashed genins and academy students. The stranger didn't show any mercy for anyone. In his eye, everybody who had chakra was a shinobi, so an enemy. Sasuke's attack caused so much damage in his brain that no one can repair. The only thing that left was a thought, which is, shinobi must die. He is here. It is our time to show him our power which we gained with hard training, said a genin who was in front of the stranger with a few other genins. Yes, we will fight with everything we got, and we will protect the smiles of the villagers. We will show that hard work and trust in your comrades can defeat anything. Even a monster like you. Just know that all of us have something precious to protect, that's why we are stronger than you. And we will never forgive you for what you have done. Now attack, said another genin. Then they attacked, but they had to realize they were no match against the stranger. They had to retreat, but it was useless because they couldn't hide from him. He hunted them down one by one. When only 2 of them remained, they tried to hide in a damaged building and tend their wounds. We have to go back and try again. We have to defeat him, said the genin who preached about everything not too long ago. Are you insane? He is far more powerful than us. You saw what he did to the others. We have to run away and get the hell out of here. Konoha is finished, said the other genin who, apparently, found his brain and realized the situation. We have to fight. Remember what they taught at the academy. Moreover, we promised we protect the smiles of the villagers. That's our ninja way, said the first genin, but the other one looked at him with disgust. FCK, the smiles of the villagers, and FCK, our ninja way. I want to live, said the genin and tried to run away from the building, but in the moment he stepped out from the room, the stranger cut his head off. The other genin got up. I know you are strong, but my faith in my training and ideals are far stronger. I know I can win against you. For the smiles of the villagers I will, said the genin, but he couldn't finish it because the stranger cut his head off. The last thing the genin could think was this. How, my faith was stronger than him, how could I lose? The stranger continued his way to the fortress. When he reached, he didn't have to open the gate because they were waiting for him. After the gate, there was a courtyard. The shinobis were waiting there, and they weren't alone. There were the previous kages on chains. They kneeled before the shinobis. They thought they could use them as human shield. Listen here, you F-King freak. Give up now or we will kill these bastards right here. So drop your scythe and surrender, said a shinobi who was the captain. For their surprise, the stranger dropped his scythe. Yes, finally, we defeated you, and I will be the next the emperor, said another shinobi. No, I will be the next one, said the third one. Idiots, of course I will be the next one, said another one. After this, they started to argue who should be the next one. Enough, shouted the captain. I will be the next one because I came up with this plan. Now it is time to kill this bastard. Hey, you freak. On your knees, said the captain, and stranger did that. The captain walked behind him and pushed him a little. He managed to avoid to hit his head to the ground because he held himself up with his hand. But it gave a perfect opportunity for the captain to decapitate him. But stranger only laughed. What's so funny, freak? Asked the captain. Shinobi must die, said the stranger, and suddenly a huge amount of chains of Judeka broke out from the ground. They started to bind the shinobis, and in a minute they were binded by their limbs and heads. The stranger got up and picked up his scythe, then walked to them. Please don't kill us. We have families. I know we give up our chakra. Just please don't kill us, said the captain, but it was futile. The stranger hit the ground with his scythe, then the chains started to pull the shinobi's limbs and heads. And finally they were tore to pieces. By the time he finished it, the courtyard were full of limbs, torsos, and heads. After this he freed the Kages and sent them to the same place where he sent the others. The stranger wanted to attack the main building, but he saw there was nobody. So he started to look for other survivors. So his next target was the Hyuga residence. It didn't make much time to reach it, and even less shinobi attacked him. It seemed a very few were left. When he entered the residence, there were a few shinobis. One of them was Hyuga Hinata, who ran away not long ago. The stranger prepared to fight against them, but to his surprise they didn't attack him, but activated a seal which the stranger stood on. It is over. Give every of your chakra to the seal, said Hyuga Hinata. It was a gravity seal to keep him down until they killed him. Right now the gravity was 10 times bigger than normal. Even the stranger collapsed on his knee. One of the shinobis tried to use shurikens to kill him, but the stranger still had enough power to deflect the shurikens. But it didn't matter how strong the seal was, because he just used the chains of Judeka again and caught all of the shinobis except Hinata, who evaded them. The stranger of course didn't wait to see her free them, so he just tore them apart just like the last time in the fortress. I have to defeat you, because if you are dead I can become the empress of the empire and my wish can become reality, said Hinata, and she tried to kill him with only taijutsu. Even though she knew it was useless, she tried effortlessly. The stranger evaded all of her hits without any effort. For him it looked like slow motion as she tried to hit him. Please let me kill you. I want to revive my Naruto-kun, and I can only do that if I am the empress. As an empress I can use the forbidden scroll and that forbidden revival jutsu, said Hinata while she tried to injure the stranger. She even started to cry. Please just die already so I can be with my Naruto-kun again, shouted Hinata, but the stranger had enough of her, and right before her strike could reach him, he penetrated her in her abdomen. A moment later he threw her away from the blade and let her die in blood loss. He even heard her last words, Naruto-kun. These were her last words of a woman who couldn't give up a childhood love. After Hinata died, the stranger continued killing the rest of the clan. The last one was a little girl no older than 4 years old. However, for the stranger it wasn't important. He saw the chakra in her and he was about to kill her. And the little girl just begged for her life. Please, mister, don't hurt me. I'm sorry if I did something wrong. Just please don't hurt me, begged the little girl with tears on her eyes. But it was useless. Shinobi must die, said the stranger. Then he held up his scythe to kill her. She screamed, and before he could kill her she disappeared. The stranger's eye widened, then looked behind and saw Uzumaki Yumi, who held the little girl. Yumi turned to the stranger and looked at him with anger. That's enough. You have already killed way too many. It is time to finish our fight, said Yumi, and when the stranger saw her he became furious. Traitor! Shouted the stranger, and he tried to kill Yumi with his scythe. The scythe started to stretch out very quickly, but to his surprise Yumi caught the blade with thumb and index finger. It was uncalled that someone was able to do this. I am not a traitor. I was betrayed by my so-called comrades. I really wanted to save you. I still do, said Yumi, while the last sentence was more like a whisper. Yumi let the blade go and it returned to its original size. Yumi looked at the girl, then said this. What is your name? Asked Yumi. I am Hana, Hyuga Hana, said the little girl while she cried. Okay, Hana. I will put you down, then you have to hide and wait there until I finish this fight. Can you do it? Asked Yumi, but Hana only shook her head. I am really scared, stay with me, said Hana with fear. Don't worry, I will finish it quickly, then we can leave this place. But you have to be brave for now, okay? Said Yumi. Hana looked at her with teary eyes and nodded. Yumi nodded too, then put the girl down, who immediately ran behind some ruins. From there she watched the fight. Yumi looked back at the stranger who suddenly grabbed his cape. Yumi's eyes widened because she knew what would happen. "Hana, close your eyes. Don't look at him," shouted Yumi, but it was too late because she saw how the stranger looked like. She immediately collapsed on her knees and felt her pants became warm on the front. Monster," said Hana with a trembling voice. However, her whole body trembled because of the fear. It wasn't a surprise because Kamada, now the stranger, looked nothing like a human. All of his artificial limbs looked like a monster's limbs. They were full of blades on one side on each of his artificial limbs. Moreover, instead of nails, he had claws. His torso was slim and there were machines on his torso. These were the external parts of the machines which helped his organs to work. But even all of these machines couldn't hide the burned skin on his body. And his head was the worst. He didn't have any hair on his head, just burned marks. He wore a special gas mask to help his breathing. Moreover, there was an eye pack part of this gas mask to hide his lost eye. And of course, there was a microphone inside to help him speak, not like he could speak much. But the scariest part was his red eye, which radiated real bloodlust. It was full of anger and hate. That eye was like the manifestation of darkness. Even Yumi trembled when she looked at him. "What the hell did that lunatic doctor do to you? God show mercy," said Yumi. It was a torture to look at him because she still remembered how he looked like before all of this. It was impossible for her to believe that innocent child was this monstrosity. "Let's finish this fight," said Yumi, but suddenly something crashed between Yumi and the stranger. It was Uchiha Sasuke who protected himself with the Susanoo to avoid as much injuries as much he could. He was pretty beaten up, injured and exhausted, but he managed to get up. He saw the stranger and started to laugh. "So this is how you look right now. You really are a freak. After I defeated your pet, I would kill you too, and we will use you as an exhibition in a museum to show the world how ugly you are," said Sasuke, then looked at Yumi. "I didn't forget about you, Uzumaki Wh. You will be mine and you will give me children until you die. You will be a baby factory, nothing else. With you and the other women I will create an Uchiha empire where everybody will be Uchiha. Nobody else can live in that empire, just Uchihas. But to show that I am a kind person, I will let those live who doesn't have chakra anymore. They will be our slaves and target practices," said Sasuke, and Yumi only shaked her head because she saw Sasuke completely lost his mind. Even Hana heard this and she was terrified. The children learned in the school that Minato, Jiraiya and Sasuke, who saved the shinobi world, were the kindest and most unselfish men in the world. But now she understood there were a lot of lies in her studies. "You really lost your mind, Sasuke. You are nothing more than a little boy who never fought for anything. You got everything on a silver platter, but for you it was never enough. You have never taken responsibility for anything. When something went wrong, even if it was your fault or not, you blamed somebody or something else. That's why you are still a little boy who needs his mommy to check under the bed for monsters. Even Kamada is more a man than you are. You are just a scum, waiting to be squashed," said Yumi, but this only made Sasuke pretty angry. "How dare you call me a scum, you BT? I could kill you in a moment if I wanted to. You and everybody else are weaklings compared to me. I have infinite power and I will rule." "Squash," said Sasuke, but suddenly one of Phlegyas' leg landed on Sasuke and squashed him like an insect. The fact is that the stranger can control fully Phlegyas if the scythe is connected to it. However, thanks to the dark power of the scythe, he managed to control it without connecting the scythe to it. However, he can only give him very easy tasks like kill, run, or in our case jump here. After Phlegyas landed and killed Sasuke, the stranger sent it back to the hell. It would only get in his way. After Phlegyas disappeared, Yumi looked at what was left from Sasuke. Let's just say it was not nice. He was a big mass of flesh, bones, and destroyed organs. "Well, look at this. Now you really were squashed, weakling," said Yumi, then looked at the stranger. "Now we really can start our fight," said Yumi, and the stranger suddenly opened his artificial arm and activated something in his arm. There were a lot of medicine dispenser in his artificial limbs, but this one was different. It started to inject some lind of red liquid into the stranger. Yumi didn't saw it perfectly, but when it was over, the stranger closed his artificial arm and put up a fighting stance. Then suddenly the stranger appeared before her and tried to kill her in that moment. He was too fast, so she couldn't react, but Kurama's chakra was fast enough to grab the blade before it could reach Yumi. Yumi quickly jumped back and pulled out her sword and put up a defensive stance. What the hell was that, Kurama? I couldn't see anything. Was it pure speed or teleportation or what? Asked Yumi from Kurama. I suspect that he gave himself some kind of drug to power up himself. It is very similar what Orochimaru and his lackeys used. It looks like that lunatic doctor showed Orochimaru how to make it. And now he built it into Kamada. We don't know how long it will wear off. But I suspect he is about to die, so he wants to finish his crusade against the shinobis. The important thing is be prepared and transform immediately, or you will be killed in an instant, said Kurama, and Yumi nodded. Back in the real world, only a second passed and Yumi immediately started to transform. Her transformation is the same which she used against Akuma 3 years ago, but this time it's more powerful. Yumi managed to learn to control Kurama's power perfectly. Now she can transform in a second, moreover she can keep this form up for longer time. Come at me if you dare, said Yumi, and the stranger didn't wait. He started to run at Yumi. In a moment later you could only hear the blades as they were met with each other. It was so loud that even Hana had to cover her ears. She continued their blade fight for a few more minutes. But then Yumi saw an opening and managed to kick the stranger, who flew back into the building which was behind him. Yumi wanted to check how much damage she caused, but the stranger suddenly jumped out to cut her, but Yumi managed to block it. After this, the stranger landed not far from Yumi. He was exhausted and he was panting through his mask, while Yumi didn't even sweat. Looks like he is out of energy. That drug and everything else must have weakened him. Finish him, Yumi, said Kurama, and Yumi nodded. You are almost out of energy. Let's finish it with one last strike, said Yumi, and she started to run at him. The stranger got up and did the same thing. For Yumi it was a very long distance. She could only think that she was about to kill her own nephew. But at the same time she knew her nephew wasn't really there anymore. He must be killed. He has done so many awful things, even if those who he killed weren't all of them innocents, he killed countless people. Then finally she and him were in front of each other. Yumi was about to strike him down, but then she saw something was wrong with him. He was very slow to attack her, but she couldn't stop now, and with one strike she cut his right side. After the cut, the stranger immediately collapsed on his abdomen. It wasn't a very deep wound, but it immobilized him, and in a few minutes he will die. The stranger only managed to cut Yumi's cheek. But the wound was healed in seconds, and Yumi turned back to her normal form. She put away her sword and walked to the defeated stranger. He just lied on the ground. While she walked there, she checked out how many people survived. She sensed 5 chakras. One of them was Hana, which was very near. Another one was coming in her direction. It was Minato. The third one was deep underground. It was Jiraiya, who hid from the fight, the coward. The last 2 ones were Tsunade and Shizune, but their chakras were pretty weak. They must be injured. I am sorry. I never wanted to end it like this. I hope you will forgive me one day, said Yumi, but then suddenly the stranger moved forward with a small jump. She tried to catch Yumi's leg with his artificial hand, but Yumi was faster and evaded him, then jumped back a little. After this, he tried to get closer to her, so he dragged himself with his artificial hand, but he could only move a few centimeters ahead. He said, "Shinobi must die again and again without a stop." When Yumi looked at him, she only felt pity. Even now, when he is about to die, he still wants to kill the chakra users. Please stop this. It is over. Don't torture yourself anymore, said Yumi with tears in her eyes. She couldn't look at him. It was a torture for her to see him like this. She walked to him, then kneeled before him. He tried to grab her, but he didn't reach him. Please don't. I can't understand your pain, but I know this isn't how you want to die, said Yumi, but the stranger only said the same thing again and again. Yumi only sighed and understood there is nothing left from Akuma or Kamada. She then pulled out an object from her pouch. Here, I think you missed this. After all, your mother gave this to you, said Yumi, and put his mother's cross in front of the stranger. Then suddenly the cross started to radiate blue light. The same blue light appeared around the stranger too. A moment later it was over and Akuma's red eye turned back to his normal blue color. Kamada? Asked Yumi with some hope. No, it is Akuma, said the stranger, who was now Akuma again, which only made Yumi very sad. For a moment she thought she saved her nephew. But don't worry, he is here too. He is just unconscious, said Akuma, and now Yumi started to cry even harder because of the joy. What happened? Asked Yumi. The cross has a lot of holy power. It was created not just to fight against demons but to help the weak, vulnerable, and injured people. In my case, it recovered my mind, said Akuma. Then your body is also? Asked Yumi, but Akuma shook his head. My body is way beyond to heal it with the cross. I will die in a few minutes, said Akuma, and Yumi now cried because of sadness again. Don't worry. It is better this way. I am really tired and I want to see my parents again. But before I go I have to thank you, said Akuma, and now Yumi was confused. For what? Asked Yumi. For trying to save me and Kamada. The cross showed me a few memories of yours. You really tried to save me and Kamada. And I am sorry for calling you a traitor. Now I understand you and I wanted the same thing by protecting Kamada. Only our methods were different. I just couldn't believe you because of who your father is. I was wrong. Maybe this story would end differently if I were more open to you, said Akuma, and Yumi only shook her head. You did what you thought was the best for Kamada. You knew him way before I even met him. I can't blame you for what you have done. You protected him, and that is enough for me. I hope he can meet his parents again, and one day they will forgive me for what I have done and let me know Kamada, said Yumi, and Akuma smiled at her. But she couldn't see it because of the mask. How adorable, said a man who just appeared at the top of a building. Yumi looked back and saw her hated father. Minato, what the hell are you doing here? Asked Yumi with anger. I came here to see his death. Moreover, secure the future of the shinobi world, said Minato, then looked at Hana like a predator at its prey. The shinobi world is over. Only 6 of us are alive who can use chakra, said Yumi, but Minato only smiled. Yes, but 3 of them are able to have children. You, Shizune, and that girl over there will be the foundation stone for a new and stronger shinobi world. You will have countless children who will be brought up being shinobis, and they will create a new Konoha empire where I will be the emperor. Now accept your fate and join me. I promise I and Jiraiya will be gentle with you, said Minato, and Yumi had the urge to puke for what he just said. Fortunately, Hana didn't really understand what he talked about. But before Yumi could say something, Akuma started to laugh. What's so damn funny, freak? Asked Minato. Look up and you will see, said Akuma, and Minato looked up and saw some blue light beams which approached them. What's that? Asked Yumi. My backup plan, said Akuma with a smile. Flashback. Very well, then I will give you a task. It is important, so I won't accept any failure, said Akuma, and Kushina nodded. Your task is to finish my work if I fail, said Akuma, and now Kushina was confused. How can I even do it? I don't have chakra anymore, said Kushina, but then Akuma threw a scroll to Kushina which she immediately caught. That is my last resort. It can be activated by my blood or somebody who is my relative. Because you are my grandmother, you can activate it. When it is activated, it will send out the seals for everybody who has chakra. Moreover, it connected to me life force. When I am about to die, it will start to radiate blue light. But if there is no more chakra users, I will send a signal to you and it will radiate red light. Understood? Asked Akuma, and Kushina nodded. Good, then I leave. I still have much to do, said Akuma. Before you leave, can I ask you something? Asked Kushina, and Akuma only sighed then nodded. Why don't you just use this and take everybody's chakra right now? Asked Kushina. Because I want to give them chance, said Akuma, but Kushina was still confused. What kind of chance? Asked Kushina. I want to know what is more important to them, the power or the life. This is their chance, power or life. So far the life is the winner, but it can change. If I just robbed them from their power, I would be nothing else, just a thief and tyrant. No better than your former husband, who didn't even try giving me a chance. The moment he learned about me, he wanted to kill me, said Akuma, and Kushina now understood Akuma a little more. Now I have wasted enough time. It is time to leave, said Akuma, and he was about to leave the village, but he stopped for a moment. Kushina, one more thing, said Akuma, and Kushina looked at him with curious eyes. Remember this. While others are blinded by the light, we learn to see in the dark, said Akuma, but Kushina was confused. What does it mean? Asked Kushina. I think you already know, said Akuma. Then he left Kushina alone with her thoughts. Then she understood what he said, and because of that she smiled. Flashback end. You mean that? Said Yumi. Then Akuma turned to his back and nodded. Yes, this is the end of the shinobi world, said Akuma with a huge smile which nobody could see because of his mask. Akuma quickly grabbed his scythe, which he dropped when he collapsed. Yumi, grab my hand quickly, said Akuma, and Yumi immediately grabbed his real hand. The next moment the light hit her and everybody's forehead who had chakra. For Yumi it was painful because her seal was deactivated and because of this Kurama was free from it. Akuma grabbed her hand to save her. He did the same thing to Killer B2 when he took away his chakra. And thanks to this Kurama was free and Yumi was alive. But because he overused all of his power, he has only minutes left before he dies. Kurama appeared outside of the village and he was knocked out because he had to give a lot of his chakra for Yumi to transform into her battle form, and now his last of his chakra was taken away. Yumi wanted to check on Akuma, but she was immediately pushed away by Minato. "What have you done, you freak? Give me back my chakra right now or I will kill you and this BTCH," said Minato, and he started to hit him. But Akuma only chuckled. "It is over, Minato. The shinobis are no more," said Akuma. No, 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 you can't do this. Without the chakra there will be no shinobis who can bring peace to this world. Without chakra we will not be special. I will be just a," said Minato with true despair. "A normal mortal?" asked Akuma. "Don't you dare call me a normal human. I am more than that. I am the emperor of the Konoha Empire. I am strongest shinobi in the whole history of the shinobi. And I will not let you take away everything from me," said Minato, who completely lost it. "Breaking news, Minato. I just did," said Akuma, and Minato continued hitting him. "That's why you will give me back my chakra. I have to be shinobi, I have to be special. Otherwise I don't want to be alive. It would be a nightmare to live without chakra. I wouldn't be better than a peasant," said Minato with anger. "Then I will make you special, Minato," said Akuma, and for a moment Minato thought he realized his error and gave back his chakra, but he had something else in his mind. Akuma grabbed the blade of his scythe and stabbed Minato. Then suddenly Minato started to age. His hair started to get gray and became very long. His skin started to get dry and wrinkle. His muscles started to disappear and so on. However, same things happened to Akuma too. He started to age very quickly. Then Akuma pulled out the blade from Minato and his injury healed itself immediately. The scythe disappeared in the moment when Akuma drop-peed it. Minato started to back away from Akuma, and now he looked like at least 120 years old, if not more. "What have you done to me?" asked Minato with a weak voice. Even Yumi was surprised what Akuma has done to him. "I gave you eternal life, but at the same time I took away every bit of youth from you. Now you are just weak old man who can barely stand on his feet. You can do whatever you want, you will never die. Burn yourself to ashes. Cut off your own head. It won't matter, you will regenerate immediately. I gave you your worst nightmare. You have to live in a world where there is no chakra, where you are weak and where you will be a nobody. But you are special. You will be special lab rat in the future where they want to learn about your regenerative ability," said Akuma. Minato wanted to hit him, kick him, kill him, but he was too weak. He collapsed in the moment when he tried to do anything to Akuma. "Why did you do this?" asked Minato. "I have already said it. The hell is too good for you. You are not welcome there. You will live here forever and you will be a nobody," said Akuma. Minato couldn't take this, and because of the shock he fainted. This was a good moment for Yumi to check on Akuma. She walked to him, then kneeled next to him and grabbed his real hand. "My time has come. I used up all of my power. Yumi, please. I gave the humanity a chance where they can start over. I don't want that Kamada die in vain. Promise me you and the other nations create real peace," said Akuma, who started to cry, and at the same time Yumi started to cry too. "I promise," said Yumi, and Akuma smiled under his mask. "Thank you," said Akuma, then he closed his eye. His hand started to slip out from Yumi's hand, then it landed on the ground. It was over. Akuma and Kamada died. Yumi cried uncontrollably. Then she noticed Akuma's body started to break down until it was ash. Only his artificial parts remained there. Then suddenly a yellow orb started to rise from the ash. Yumi immediately knew what it was. It was Kamada's soul. She wanted to touch it, but suddenly dark clouds appeared above them, and the air became so cold that you saw your own breath. Suddenly a demon-like creature appeared before Yumi. "Finally, I can take your soul and," said the demon-like creature, who was the death itself. But its happy moment was disturbed by a light beam which broke through the clouds and covered Kamada's soul. Then suddenly an angel descended within the light beam. Yumi recognized her immediately. It was Kuratsuchi, but she has longer hair and wore a white dress. She looked like when she met with Akuma. "Heaven's little dog, you have no right to be here. This soul is mine to take," said Death with anger. I received a permission to make a deal with you, Angel of Death, said Kuratsuchi. What deal? Asked the Death. Then suddenly a scythe appeared in Kuratsuchi's hand. You can get your scythe back, if you give me my son's soul and his soul back. We know you have him. So what will it be? Asked Kuratsuchi. The Death was furious. It wanted to kill the angel immediately, but it would only cause trouble for it. Fine, you can have them, said the Death. Then it pulled out a soul from its cape and let it go. Now my scythe, said the Death, and Kuratsuchi threw it to the Death, who caught it. Remember this, angel. I will find a way to get their souls for what they have done. I don't care if it takes an eternity, I will find a way, said the Death. They are now under the protection of heaven. I think you should think twice before you make these kind of threats, said Kuratsuchi. Then the Death disappeared. The soul which was freed from the Death started to take a form, and for Yumi's surprise it was Naruto. And I-sama? Asked Yumi. Yumi, it is good to see you, said Naruto with a smile. But now Yumi was confused. I have seen everything you have done. I want to thank you for trying to save my son. We don't have much time, so I want to say only this. I will be waiting, we have a lot to discuss. Maybe I will give a chance for our mother too. But you don't have to hurry, enjoy your life, said Naruto with a smile, and now Yumi cried with tears of joy, because Naruto forgave her. Naruto stepped in front of her and healed her wound which he left on her when they fought in the Chunin exam. Naruto, wait, help me, said Minato, who suddenly regained his consciousness. Please, your son did this to me. You have to turn me back and give my chakra back. As your father I order you, said Minato, but Naruto only looked at him with disgust. I will not do anything for you, Minato. Enjoy your life. After all, you always wanted to live for an eternity, said Naruto. You can't do this. As your Hokage and Emperor I order, said Minato, but it was interrupted by Yumi, who kicked him in his face to shut him up. It is time to go, Naruto, said Kuratsuchi, and Naruto nodded. By this time also Kamada's soul regained his form. Mom? Dad? Asked Kamada, and they nodded. Where are we going? Asked Kamada. We are going home. Grandpa Inoki and a lot of people are waiting for us, said Kuratsuchi. Then they started to ascend in the light. All of them waved at Yumi, then they disappeared. The clouds disappeared as well, and Yumi dropped her last tear. It wasn't time for crying. Akuma gave them a new chance, a new beginning. It was a time for a revolution. Yumi looked for Hana, who was unconscious when she found her. It was good because she didn't have to see all of those dead bodies and blood which were on the streets. She collected Kamada's ashes and his other body parts, then with Hana left the mansion. On her way out she has met with Tsunade, Shizune, and a few slave girls. They were Jiraiya's slave girls, and it was them who killed him. Flashback. Jiraiya and his 2 slave girls were in an underground room, which was used by the Root, before Minato destroyed it. The girls were chained to the wall and couldn't run away because of the seals on them. Are you ready for another round, girls? Asked Jiraiya, but suddenly a seal appeared on Jiraiya's forehead, and the seals disappeared on the chains and on the girls. Jiraiya tried to reactivate them, but it was useless. The girls realized it was a time for vengeance. They managed to open their collars and captured Jiraiya. They chained him to the bed. Please, ladies, let's not be hasty. If you release me, I promise you can go home. Moreover, I have a lot of money, so why don't we make a deal? Asked Jiraiya, but it was useless. The girls wanted to avenge those who were here before them, those who were killed by this arrogant pervert Fker. And for that they found the perfect method for their revenge. They cut off his genitals and pressed it down in his throat. He drowned by his own genitals. After that they ran away, and not much later they met with Tsunade and Shizune. Flashback ends. Yumi laughed how they killed Jiraiya. When they reached the gate they didn't look back. They didn't want to remember Konoha, how it looked like at that moment. They wanted to remember how it was before Minato, and Jiraiya has gone completely insane because of the prophecy. None of them saw Minato, but they didn't really care about him. He is weak now, he can't do anything. At the gate they met with Kurama and told him everything. Kurama asked them to let him go because he wanted to find his siblings. They couldn't bind him, so they let him go but asked him to not cause any trouble. Right now their world is very unstable. Kurama nodded, then left. After they left Konoha they looked for the other former slaves and prisoners who were freed by the stranger. Fortunately they found them very quickly and asked them to go to the nearest hidden village to discuss what they should do. Unfortunately, Suna was the nearest one, but it was 3 days by walking. But they couldn't do much, they walked. When they reached the village, they rested a few days, then they sat down and started to talk about the situation. There was everybody. Yumi, Tsunade, Shizune, Gaara, Mei Terumi, A, and Akatsuchi, who became the leader of IWA after Inoki died. "What is the situation right now?" asked Yumi. "Well, it looks like while we were away, a lot of nobles took the chance and occupied territories and claimed it as their own countries. And we don't have the military power to regain control everywhere. We have to negotiate with these nobles," said Gaara. And after this, they started to argue for days. Then Yumi came up with a plan. "Everyone, I have an idea. But we have to invite every nobles who has a territory as a country," said Yumi. "What is your plan?" asked Tsunade. "We create a new system," said Yumi, and the others were confused. "And how do you want to call this new system?" asked Gaara. "The Republic." Epilogue. After the shinobi system was destroyed, the nations fell apart to many smaller countries, and nobody had the military power to unite them. 50 countries were created from the former elemental nations. That's why Uzumaki Yumi created a new system. She called it the Republic. In this system, all of the countries can keep their territories and they can elect their own leader, but at the same time they have to elect a senator who will speak as their country's representative. However, in every 4 years they elected a chancellor from the senators. It was him or her who led the conferences and lawmakings. They created laws which every county had to accept, but within the country the leader could make other laws until it didn't confront a law which was accepted by the Senate. The chancellor was elected from 4 senators. To be elected, their country had to show a major development in technology, agriculture, or in anything. The only important part was that it had to help the humanity. That's why every country did their best, because it was a huge prestige to become a chancellor. However, the first chancellor was Uzumaki Yumi, who showed them how she imagined it. And after her, a lot of chancellors followed her path. Of course, there were cases when corruption appeared, but they tried to stop it as soon as possible. The life started to become better and better. In a few hundred years, the shinobis were a legend, and in a few thousand years later, it was just a myth, nothing more. Everybody forgot about their origin, but it didn't matter to them. It was peace for hundreds of years. Even a new religion appeared where they thought Akuma was an angel who came down to the earth to save them from an evil being, which they called chakra. By this time, nobody really knew what chakra and shinobi were. Moreover, by Yumi's order, they built a huge stone dome around Konoha. Nobody really knew why they did it, but after a few years they called it the stone tomb where nobody could go in. Kamada's body was buried somewhere, but only Yumi knew where, and the lake where Yumi and Akuma fought received a new name. It was called Holy Lake. Years went by and the humanity learned what true peace was. However, after 400 years, problems started to appear. The raw materials started to disappear and the fields started to become impractical. It didn't take much time and the countries started to arm themselves. A new war started, but because their technology was very advanced, it wasn't a very long war. The humanity erased themselves within a week. The last of the survivors built spaceships and left the planet to find a new home, because this world was nothing else, just a wasteland. Nobody was left here, only me, Namikaze Minato. In the last 4,000 years I watched the humanity and it made me angry that it wasn't me who created this paradise. And it made me angrier that they forgot about the chakra. But it didn't matter anymore. I am still alive and I will find a way to get my chakra back and recreate the Konoha Empire. And I will create real peace which will not end in few thousand years. It will be for an eternity.